Chapter 1249 Gravitational Stair Formation. All martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage soon fell on the ground. They could no longer get up. As for the remaining martial artists above the 4th level martial monarch stage, even the weakest one was able to withstand Song Ting and Zhang An's aura, albeit with great difficulty. Naturally, they all looked wretched. A few moments later, Song Ting and Zhang An finally withdrew their auras. Looking at the crowd sitting on the ground, Song Ting shouted coldly, "Throw these trashes out. Do you think anyone can simply join our Ling Zan peak just like that?" The moment Song Ting's words left his mouth, the group of martial emperor's followers who had been waiting immediately acted and brought the people who had fallen on the ground away. Only a group of people with incredible strength, including Duan Ling Tian, was left on the vast stone platform. The first selection has ended. We're going to start the second selection soon, Zhang An said at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow as he looked at the people who had passed the first selection. In the next instant, origin energy filled the sky with just a lift of his hand. At this moment, the sky quaked, and ripples began to spread out instantly. Like a stone that was thrown into a calm lake, ripples continued to spread out ceaselessly. Inscription formation. At the same time, everybody present on the scene could sense the rich inscription formation aura instantly. They knew Zhang An had activated an inscription formation. Among the crowd of people who had passed the first selection, there were a few people, including Duan Ling Tian, who were not surprised by this. This was because they had already noticed there was an inscription formation hidden here. This inscription formation was extraordinary. It was personally set up by an inscription master at the martial emperor stage or above. Unless one was an inscription master as well, one would not have known about this. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the inscription formation was activated, and a translucent cylinder appeared in the sky. From the top until the bottom, the cylinder appeared to be hollow as though one could easily pass through it. The cylinder was around 100 meters long. The space inside could accommodate about 10 adults at each plane. It would be very crowded if it was any more than that. Apart from that, the translucent cylinder was separated into 7 different colors. The 7 colors were the colors of rainbows: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The gravitational stairs formation. Duan Ling Tian identified the inscription formation with just a glance at the cylinder. He was no stranger to this inscription formation. He had a record of this inscription formation in his mind. The gravitational stairs formation was an inscription formation that could only be inscribed and set up by an inscription master at the martial emperor stage or above. It was neither an offensive nor defensive inscription formation. If one really had to put a label to it, then it could be categorized as an assistive inscription formation. The gravitational stairs formation was mainly set up using a fixed number of earth profundity fragments and a great number of supreme grade origin stones along with other materials. It would form a gravitational stairs once it was activated. The cylinder in front of everybody's eyes was a gravitational stairs. From the bottom to the top, it had 7 colors. It was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The 7 colors of the rainbow represented the different gravitational force in the gravitational stairs. If one did not possess enough strength, it would be impossible for one to climb the gravitational stairs. It was. Because the higher the gravitation stairs was, the gravitational force would become even more horrifying. This is the gravitational stairs formation. At this moment, Zhang An began to introduce the gravitational stairs formation. His explanation was similar to the information in Duan Ling Tian's mind. So this is the legendary gravitational stairs formation. It's said that only the strongest martial monarchs are able to successfully climb the gravitational stairs formed by the gravitational stairs formation. It's extremely difficult for an ordinary martial monarch to go through this. I've heard that before. However, we'll definitely be able to do it as the martial emperor's disciples of Ling Zan Peak. Let alone the martial emperor's disciples, it won't be difficult even for us martial emperor's followers to do it. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers buried their heads together in discussion. Each of them was confident in their own strength. Naturally, this was because they had heard about the gravitational stairs formation before. Gravitational stairs formation. If we don't have a cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above, it'll most likely be impossible for us to pass. Many people sighed. Not necessarily. Who knows, a 6th level martial monarch might just be able to pass through this gravitational stairs with the help of various profundities that far exceed his cultivation base. Oh yeah, that's possible as well. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers studied Duan Ling Tian and the others with interest. They looked forward to seeing them enter the gravitational stairs. They wanted to see how many people could climb the gravitational stairs. It's difficult for a person whose cultivation base is lower than the 7th level martial monarch stage to climb the gravitational stairs. Nangong Yi's face was a little glum when he looked at the gravitational stairs in the sky. However, a hint of anticipation gleamed in the depth of his eyes. Usually, it'll be difficult for a martial artist below the 7th level martial monarch stage to climb it. But, if you're very determined and have a profundity that far surpasses your cultivation base, you'll stand a chance of passing this stage, Duan Lingtian said. There was a detailed record of the gravitational stairs formation in his memory. He believed that as long as his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, along with the familiar yet strange message in his memory, he would be able to inscribe and set up a gravitational stairs formation on his own if he had enough materials. The gravitational stairs is the second selection for all of you today. Only those who can pass this round will be allowed to enter the next round. Zhang An continued to announce as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. Those who enter the next round will become the martial emperor's followers of our Lingzan Peak. Even if you don't pass the third selection, you can still remain in our Lingzan Peak as a martial emperor's follower, Song Ting chimed in after that. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of everyone on the vast stone platform brightened immediately. Even Nangong Chen, who was usually aloof and taciturn, was not an exception. Little Yi, I'll avenge you soon. You can just stop and rest for a while in the other world and wait for this enemy who killed you. At that time, you can give him a good bashing. In the distance, Lu Zhang glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. If it was not for the fact that he did not dare to disrupt the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers today, he would have long made his move and killed this enemy who killed his younger brother. In his opinion, he would be able to personally avenge his brother soon. There's going to be a good show to watch soon. An old man stood at another side as he looked at Lu Zhang. A faint smile could be seen playing at the corner of his mouth. Chao Zhang, what good show? Another old man beside him asked curiously. You'll find out very soon, the old man called Chao Zhang answered nonchalantly with a smile. Chao Zhang was the old man who brought Duan Lingtian to his cultivation place 6 months ago. At that time, he was the one who blocked Lu Zhang when he tried to pick a fight with Duan Lingtian. He was also a martial emperor's disciple in Lingzan Peak. However, unlike Lu Zhang, he was a member from Zhong'an, the martial emperor's third direct disciples faction. As long as we pass this selection, we'll be able to become the martial emperor's followers. The eyes of the people on the vast stone platform brightened. They knew very well that it was almost impossible for them to become the martial emperor's disciple with the strength they currently possessed. Due to this reason, they could only settle for second best and become the martial emperor's followers. As long as they become the martial emperor's followers, they would be able to stay in Lingzan Peak and enjoy the cultivation resources here. Moreover, a martial emperor's follower would still have the chance to be promoted to become a martial emperor's disciple once they become powerful. They might even become a martial emperor's direct disciple if they caught martial emperor Lingzan's eyes. The second selection will begin now. 10 of you will form a group and enter the gravitational stairs from below. Whoever comes out on top will be regarded as passing the second selection, Song Ting said, his voice resonated loudly in the sky. After Song Ting's words left his mouth, nobody, including Duan Lingtian, moved. Nobody was willing to go out first and be the lab rat. When Song Ting saw this, his face turned glum. He asked with a frown, "What? Are all of you giving up?" Only then did someone begin to make a move. One by one, they rose up into the sky. In a span of 10 breaths, a group of 10 was finally formed as they stood below the gravitational stairs. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and discovered none of the 10 people were at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. It'll be difficult for these people to pass the gravitational stairs, he thought to himself. He was very familiar with the gravitational stairs formation. Naturally, he was familiar with the gravitational stairs too. It was almost impossible for an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level martial monarch stage or below to successfully climb the gravitational stairs. Naturally, that was only for ordinary martial artists at the 7th level martial monarch stage or below. If those martial artists at the 7th level martial monarch stage or below were strong and had comprehended a strong profundity, it would not be difficult for them to climb the gravitational stairs. Take the current Duan Lingtian for example. Although he was not a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage, it would still be easy for him to climb the gravitational stairs since the profundities he had comprehended were strong. When Song Ting saw 10 people standing at the bottom entrance of the gravitational stairs, his face turned a little warmer, and he said casually, "Enter." At this moment, the 10 people standing at the entrance of the gravitational stairs began to make their move. One by one, they rushed into the gravitational stairs. Their bodies were lightning fast initially. However, they gradually slowed down after entering the gravitational stairs. The higher the stair, where it was closer to the violet zone, the stronger the gravitational force was. On the contrary, the lower the stair, where it was closer to the red zone, the weaker the gravitational force was. After the 10 of them unleashed all of their energies and entered the gravitational stairs forcefully, they managed to pass through the red, orange, yellow, and green zone even though their speed was turning slower and slower. When they reached the blue zone, their movements began to slow down drastically. It seemed like it was difficult for them to continue moving upward. All 10 of them were stuck in the blue zone on the gravitational stairs. There were only the indigo and violet zone left in the gravitational stairs above the blue zone. Once they made it past the violet zone, they would be regarded as passing the gravitational stairs. Chapter 1250 Betting with One's Life. Everyone present on the scene was staring at the 10 people in the gravitational stairs with utmost concentration. After the 10 of them had reached the blue zone of the gravitational stairs, every step was difficult for them. Every step they took was extremely difficult that it seemed unlikely for them to make it through. Just a little bit more before that guy makes it through. Soon after, everyone present on the scene noticed a man who had almost passed through the blue zone to enter the indigo zone. Once he entered the indigo zone, he only needed to go through the violet zone before he would be regarded as passing the entire gravitational stairs. The reason this guy almost made his way out of the blue zone was due to the fact that he was using his spirit weapon, on top of the origin energy and profundity he had unleashed, to withstand the great gravitational force. Both of his arms were raised over his head as he held the spirit sword tightly in his hands. The origin energy on his body that had merged with many profundities made him seem like he had transformed into a gigantic sword. This sword had its tip pointed up as he did all he could to dispel the uninterrupted flow of gravitational force inside the gravitational stairs to help reduce the pressure. At the same time, he relied on his force to soar up into the sky and enter the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs in one breath, just as everyone's eyes brightened because they thought this man stood a chance of passing the gravitational stairs. The indigo zone of the gravitational stairs suddenly released an even more powerful gravitational force. It slammed into the man, causing him to fall like an arrow that left its bow. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the man threw up a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying by the gravitational force, causing him to lose the chance of becoming the martial emperor's disciple or follower. "I'm too careless." After he was sent flying, he sighed and wiped the blood off his mouth. He left quietly after that. It was precisely because he was happy that he had made it into the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs that he became careless. It resulted in him being sent flying by the gravitational force of the gravitational stairs. Otherwise, he would not be so wretched even if he did not manage to enter the violet zone of the gravitational stairs. Although he was eliminated by the gravitational stairs, he served as an example to the people after him. Based on his experience, the others learned they could use their spirit weapons to dispel the uninterrupted flow of gravitational force inside the gravitational stairs. The remaining 9 people took out their spirit weapons one after another. With the help of the strength from their spirit weapons, they were able to make it to the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs. Unlike the other man who was careless, they advanced slowly, making sure their steps were firm and successfully withstood the gravitational force in the indigo zone. Duan Ling Tian, they've made it up to the indigo zone. Do you think they'll be able to reach the violet zone and make it through the gravitational stairs? A voice suddenly resonated by Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was Nangong Yi. After Duan Ling Tian, who was keeping an eye on the situation inside the gravitational stairs, heard Nangong Yi's question, he replied, "They'll not be able to make it through the gravitational stairs. As for going into the violet zone, well, maybe one of them will able to." There was one among the remaining 9 who was quite powerful. He could be considered as the best among 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artists. Only one person will make it to the violet zone. Nobody will be able to make it through the gravitational stairs. Nangong Yi's face turned glum when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He had some impression of the 10 people who entered the gravitational stairs. They were all people from the same cultivation place with him in the past 6 months. They were all above 4th level but below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Some of these people were even more powerful than him. Then, does this mean that I have no hope of passing the gravitational stairs? Nangong Yi's face turned glum. Despair could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Soon after, another person was sent flying from inside the gravitational stairs. This person actually wanted to rely on the spirit weapon in his hand and charged into the violet zone of the gravitational stairs by force in one breath. However, as soon as the spirit weapon in his hand touched the violet zone, it triggered an even more powerful gravitational force that sent him flying. After he was sent flying by the gravitational stairs, he sighed. He left in a daze, slightly battered. As time went by, more people were eliminated. In the end, only one person was left. He was also the person whom Duan Ling Tian had a better impression of. This person forcibly charged into the violet zone of the gravitational stairs with the help of his spirit weapon and entered it completely. When most people thought he was going to pass the gravitational stairs, he was sent flying downward. His body slammed down on the vast stone platform with a loud bang. By the time he stood up, his entire body was covered in blood. His appearance was wretched. Before he left the vast stone platform, he announced to the crowd, "I'm giving all of you a piece of advice. If your cultivation base is not at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above, it's better not to overestimate your strength." His words left a dark shadow in many people's hearts. These people were all below the 7th level martial monarch stage, including Nangong Yi. The only exception was Duan Ling Tian. "Humph, you don't have a cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage and above, and yet, you still dream of becoming a martial emperor's disciple or follower in Lingzan Peak. You guys really overestimated yourself." At this moment, a disdainful snort broke the silence on the vast stone platform. It was the silver-robed middle-aged man who had provoked Duan Ling Tian and the other two earlier. Many people, including Nangong Yi, were infuriated when Duan Ling Tian suddenly said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, "How smelly. Whose mouth is so stinky? Pissed. Ha 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 ha. Indeed it's stinky, I can also smell it." The entire place was silent for a moment before people burst out laughing after they regained their senses. The group of martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage, including Nangong Yi, laughed as they continued to joke, releasing their anger to their heart's content. "Boy, you're going to die," the silver-robed middle-aged man finally snapped back to reality. His eyes were cold as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. If it was not for the fact that this was not somewhere he was allowed to wreak havoc, he would have instantly killed the purple-clad young man. It would be like beating the lion before the dog to warn the others of the consequences of offending him. "It seems like the smell is getting worse now," Nangong Yi said sarcastically as he deliberately pinched his nose. As the silver-robed middle-aged man glared at Nangong Yi and Duan Ling Tian, he said to incite them, "Why you two boys, if you dare, enter the gravitational stairs with me right now. I'll show you just how impossible it is for ants like you to climb the gravitational stairs and pass the second selection." Nangong Yi turned grave immediately when he heard this. He really did not have the confidence to pass the gravitational stairs. In his heart, he had already made mental preparation for getting eliminated. However, in the face of the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation, he really did not know how to respond. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and asked, "You mean you can go through the gravitational stairs and pass the second selection?" "Of course," the silver-robed middle-aged man answered as though it was a matter of course. "Looks like you're quite confident in yourself." After taking a long look at the silver-robed middle-aged man, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to look at Nangong Yi and smiled. "Since he's so confident, let's join him in this game then." Alright, although Nangong Yi had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was planning, he still agreed to it in the end. In his opinion, although he did not possess the strength to climb the gravitational stairs, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to climb the gravitational stairs with his strength. As the silver-robed middle-aged man rose up into the sky, he looked at Nangong Chen and mocked, "Nangong Chen, you'll soon witness the scene of your two companions being eliminated by the gravitational stairs. Just an ant who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level martial monarch stage, and you still dare to challenge the gravitational stairs. You really have overestimated yourself too much." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked in a provocative tone, "Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me then?" "What bet?" The silver-robed middle-aged man snorted. "Let's bet whether the three of us and you will be able to pass through the gravitational stairs and pass the second selection or not," Duan Ling Tian said. "How should we bet?" "Bet with what?" The silver-robed middle-aged man tried to maintain his imposing manner as he glared at Duan Ling Tian before smirking. Bet with our lives. When Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes gleamed coldly. Bet with our lives. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, a commotion immediately broke out. Even the two martial emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhang En, instantly shifted their gaze toward Duan Ling Tian. Interesting. Zhang En smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest. I like this guy, Hermf. Unlike Zhang En, Song Ting merely snorted coldly. It was obvious he knew Duan Ling Tian was the person who killed Lu Yi, Lu Zong's younger brother. As for the silver-robed middle-aged man, he was also taken aback the moment he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After he noticed everyone's eyes shifting to him, he regained his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, "How do you want to bet?" Until now, he still stubbornly tried to maintain his imposing manner. Let's all swear by the tribulation oath, the 9 heavenly tribulation. If any one of us three fail to pass the gravitational stairs, or if you successfully pass the gravitational stairs, the lightning penalty from the 9 heavenly tribulation will strike me to death. Duan Ling Tian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and enunciated each of his words clearly. On the contrary, if the three of us pass the gravitational stairs, and you're unable to pass, you'll be killed by the 9 heavenly tribulation's lightning penalty instead. The second these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the entire place immediately fell silent. Is this purple-clad young man crazy? When people snapped out of their shock, they began to whisper among each other. They felt that Duan Ling Tian had gone crazy. According to Duan Ling Tian, if either him, Nangong Chen or Nangong Yi, did not pass the gravitational stairs, he would die. Even if all of them passed, he would also die if the silver-robed middle-aged man managed to pass the stairs. Only if all three of them passed the gravitational stairs and the silver-robed middle-aged man failed to pass will the silver-robed middle-aged man die. Are you sure you want to bet like this? After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a sneer and smirked coldly. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man in front of him was merely digging his own grave. Do you dare? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. The second these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the crowd's eyes shifted to the silver-robed middle-aged man again. He instantly became the center of attention again. Interesting, interesting. Zhang En flashed a brilliant smile. Song Ting, who was standing next to him, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the purple figure as though he was deep in thoughts. Why wouldn't I? The silver-robed middle-aged man smirked and said, but, your life is not valuable enough to bet with me. Unless you count Nangong Chen's life in as well. Chapter 1251 Lightning Penalty. After the silver-robed middle-aged man finished his sentence, he looked at Nangong Chen with a sneer. Nangong Chen, your companion is going to bed with his life. Do you dare to participate? Why wouldn't I? Nangong Chen glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man and said calmly, we'll do as you said. I'll stake my life as well. He trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. If Duan Ling Tian did not help him and his twin brother, Nangong Yi, half a year ago, they would have died. Duan Ling Tian had saved their lives. Moreover, he had confidence in Duan Ling Ting. Even if he had no confidence in Duan Ling Tian, he would not publicly undermine Duan Ling Tian. Good. Very well. The silver-robed middle-aged man smiled widely upon hearing Nangong Chen's words. If that's the case, the three of us will swear an oath. The silver-clad middle-aged man licked his dried lips as an anticipatory expression appeared on his face. It was as though he could not wait to see Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen being killed by the lightning penalty. Following that, the three of them swore an oath under everyone's watchful eyes. 27 consecutive claps of thunder reverberated in the sky in correspondence to Duan Ling Tian, Nangong Chen, and the silver-robed middle-aged man's oath. The deafening sound pierced the sky and entered everyone's ears. Since all of you are betting your lives, this time, only 4 of you will enter the gravitational stairs in the second round of selection. Zhang En said slowly. After that, he looked at Song Ting next to him and asked with a smile, second senior brother, do you have any opinion about this? I have no opinion, Song Ting responded coolly. Nangong Chen, you and this overconfident guy will be killed by the lightning penalty soon. The silver-robed middle-aged man glanced at Nangong Chen and sneered. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said mockingly, boy, you'll find out soon. The bet you made will get you killed. Faced with the silver-robed middle-aged man's sarcastic remarks, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained indifferent as he responded, "I'll wait and see." "Let's go." He called out to the Nangong twins and took the lead to head to the gravitational stairs. The gravitational stairs with 7 colors towered above them. The red zone of the gravitational stairs was the closest to them. It was also the zone with the weakest gravitational force. Duan Ling Tian and the other two arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs along with the silver-robed middle-aged man. He still had a sneer on his face. "You go first." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Nangong Yi as he spoke to him through voice transmission. "You don't have to care about anything else. Just take your spirit weapon out and charge up with your fastest speed and full strength." Okay. Similar to Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi also trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words through voice transmission, he immediately acted without saying another word. Nangong Yi released his origin energy and profundities before he took his spirit weapon out and charged up the gravitational stairs. "You're overestimating yourself." The silver-robed middle-aged man snickered. He slowly took a step up as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Boy, don't say that I'm bullying the weak. You can go first." The sneer on his face became even more apparent as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian was not courteous to him. He climbed up and caught up to Nangong Yi. Only after Duan Ling Tian entered the gravitational stairs did the silver-robed middle-aged man and Nangong Chen began to climb the stairs. They climbed the gravitational stairs at the same time. As the first person to enter the gravitational stairs, Nangong Yi, a 6th-level martial monarch, arrived at the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs with his spirit weapon in his hands. After the indigo zone was the violet zone. The violet zone was also the last zone. If they managed to pass through, they would be considered as successfully passing the gravitational stairs in the second round of selection. However, Nangong Yi was currently stuck in the indigo zone. He could not enter the violet zone because the gravitational force was too strong. There's no way. Nangong Yi's heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He hated himself for being too weak. He would never be able to forgive himself if Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen failed the gravitational stairs because of him and were killed by the 9 heavenly tribulations lightning penalty. When Nangong Yi thought of that, he hastened his speed. He rushed up in a frenzy, trying to enter the violet zone. "I must pass the gravitational stairs. I must pass the gravitational stairs." Nangong Yi was surprised to find he managed to enter the violet zone with his spirit weapon in hand. In fact, he felt the gravitational force in the violet zone was quite weak. It was not even as strong as the gravitational force in the red zone. Nangong Yi was bewildered as he successfully broke through the last hurdle of the gravitational stairs. He became the first person to successfully pass the gravitational stairs today. After Nangong Yi rushed out of the gravitational stairs, the onlookers fell silent. Gulp. On the vast stone platform, the group of people participating in the selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers gulped. The scene before their eyes had shocked them. Nangong Yi was no stranger to those martial artists between the 4th-level martial monarch stage and the 7th-level martial monarch. They were in the same cultivation place for the last 6 months. Isn't he a 6th-level martial monarch martial artist? He climbed the gravitational stairs like he was just playing a game. They found it unbelievable. The other group of people participating in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers who were 7th-level martial monarchs could tell Nangong Yi's cultivation base was not above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. When they learned about Nangong Chen's actual cultivation base from the discussion in their surroundings, they felt it was odd. The gravitational stairs are formed by the gravitational stairs formation. Could it be there's something wrong with the gravitational stairs formation? It's hard to say. Theoretically, even a 7th-level martial monarch wouldn't be able to pass through the gravitational stairs so quickly, let alone a 6th-level martial monarch martial artist. There's something wrong. It's weird indeed. Many people felt that something was wrong. It was completely beyond their expectation that Nangong Yi successfully passed the gravitational stairs so easily. What happened? Even Zhang and Song Ting, the 2 martial emperor's direct disciples, could not help but look at each other. Both of them saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They could clearly see Nangong Yi's strength. With that strength, it was unlikely for him to be able to enter the violet zone of the gravitational stairs, let alone pass through it. For a time, they also felt that something must be wrong with the gravitational stairs formation. That's impossible. At the same time, the silver-robed middle-aged man in the gravitational stairs also noticed that Nangong Yi had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs in the second round of selection. Hints of shock and amazement could be seen on his face. Nothing's impossible. In the next moment, a calm voice sounded by his ear. It was as loud as thunder. When he recovered from his shock, he saw the purple-clad young man who had entered the gravitational stairs before him was climbing up at an outrageously fast speed. In fact, even Nangong Chen's progress was incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, he discovered the two people he could not wait to kill had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs after Nangong Yi. At once, he was the only one left at that huge gravitational stairs. The silver-robed middle-aged man's face changed suddenly. He did not have time to think about anything else. He could sense the imminent danger. He hurriedly took his spirit weapon out. He intended to quickly pass through the gravitational stairs. He still had a shot. Even if 3 of them passed the gravitational stairs, he would not die if he managed to pass. Naturally, he would die if he could not pass the gravitational stairs. Passing through the gravitational stairs should be easy for me. Even at this moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was still filled with confidence. The way Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen passed through the gravitational stairs was as smooth as passing clouds and flowing water. They did not seem to be affected by the gravitational force within the gravitational stairs. Both of them were as relaxed and impressive as Nangong Yi when they passed the gravitational stairs. There shouldn't be a problem with the gravitational stairs, right? Song Ting and Zhang En looked at each other again. Their eyes glinted with uncertainty. Soon after, they realized that something seemed to be wrong with the gravitational stairs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, all the gravitational force from the 7 zones began to stir. They seemed to merge before they landed on the silver-robed middle-aged man. Following that, everyone heard a shrill and bitter scream. No. In the next moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was enveloped by the gravitational force from the 7 zones. His strength and his spirit weapon's strength vanished in just an instant. Another loud bang sounded. The silver-clad middle-aged man abruptly fell off the gravitational stairs. He's dead, many people thought to themselves when they saw the silver-robed man fell off the gravitational stairs. Almost at the same time, the sky darkened as dark clouds gathered from all directions while the clear sounds of thunder were heard. No, no. When the silver-clad middle-aged man heard the thunder, he reacted as though he saw a ghost. He moved as if he intended to escape. However, could he escape it? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the silver-robed middle-aged man was struck by the 9 heavenly tribulations lightning penalty. Even his profundity fragments were not an exception. The only thing left was his spatial ring that solitarily fell to the ground. The silver-robed middle-aged man died just like that, betting on his life. An oath with the 9 heavenly tribulation could not be violated. Once it was violated, the person would be killed by the lightning penalty no matter where he was. Duan Lingtian, what happened there? Nangong Yi was baffled about him mysteriously passing through the gravitational stairs. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen had flashed through the gravitational stairs so quickly that it added to his doubts. Although he knew both of them possessed the strength to pass the gravitational stairs, it was impossible for them to be so fast. When he saw the silver-robed middle-aged man did not make it through the gravitational stairs and was killed by the lightning penalty, he became even more confused. Chapter 1252 Lu Zong's death. When Nangong Yi was speaking to Duan Lingtian went to the place where the silver-robed middle-aged man was killed by the lightning penalty and kept his spatial ring. His movement was as smooth as passing clouds and flowing water. Isn't it obvious? The 3 of us passed the gravitational stairs, and he didn't, so he was killed by the lightning penalty. Duan Lingtian only responded to Nangong Yi after he returned to stand next to the Nangong twins. However, Nangong Yi could tell that Duan Lingtian was brushing him off. He felt more and more certain that the earlier incident, including him passing the gravitational stairs and the gravitational stairs' sudden movement that made the silver-robed middle-aged man who was stronger than him fall, had something to do with Duan Lingtian. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian did not plan to explain anything, so he did not persist in asking even though there were a million questions in his mind. When everyone was still in shock over the scene earlier, Song Ting and Zhang En, the 2 martial emperor's direct disciples, went to the gravitational stairs. Currently, the 7 colors of the gravitational stair that represented 7 levels of gravitational force had returned to normal. Song Ting and Zhang En glanced at each other and moved simultaneously. They disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, everyone saw their figures on the gravitational stairs as they quickly climbed up. From the beginning to the end, they did not use much of their power. They did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy. let alone form the heaven and earth phenomenon. When Song Ting and Zhang An reappeared, they were standing before Duan Ling Tian. Song Ting looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze as he asked in a deep voice, "What did you do earlier?" However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Song Ting's question. He maintained his carefree expression as though he would remain indifferent even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. "You're pretty good. If Master is here, I'm sure he'll like you." Unlike Song Ting, Zhang An was quite friendly toward Duan Ling Tian as he sized Duan Ling Tian up with interest. The master he was referring to was naturally Martial Emperor Ling Zan, the master of Ling Zan Peak. Whether it was Zhang An or Song Ting, they did not find any abnormalities when they passed through the gravitational stairs. As such, there was only one possibility. The purple-clad young man before them had to be the cause of the earlier incident. Although they did not know how he did it, it was the only possibility. "I wouldn't necessarily like him even if he likes me," Duan Ling Tian calmly responded when he heard Zhang An's statement. For a time, the smile on Zhang An's face became a little bit forced. Song Ting's face sank after hearing Duan Ling Tian's word. A fierce voice suddenly scolded, "How presumptuous." Following that, a figure appeared behind Song Ting. He glared at Duan Ling Tian and continued to scold in a deep voice, "Boy, you dare to disrespect the Lord Martial Emperor so rudely, you should be killed." The person who appeared was Lu Zhang. Originally, he was extremely unhappy when he saw Duan Ling Tian won the bet, but he could only wait for the right opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian. He thought he would have to wait until the third round of selection before he would be presented with a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would dare to disrespect Ling Zan Peak's Martial Emperor. He instantly realized this was his opportunity to kill him. It was justified. "What, you're in such a hurry to kill me?" Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he narrowed his eyes at Lu Zhang. "I don't know what you mean by that. The only thing I know is you disrespected Lord Martial Emperor, so you must die." Lu Zhang looked at Duan Ling Tian with a darkened expression. He turned to look at Song Ting and Zhang An and asked for permission respectfully, "Senior brother Song, senior brother Zhang. Please let me kill this boy as a warning to the others so they won't follow his example." This time, Zhang An did not open his mouth. Although he thought Duan Ling Tian was pleasing to the eyes, his words had angered him. Every dragon had a reverse scale, touch it and one must die. His master was his reverse scale. Hence, he acquiesced to Lu Zhang's request. "Go." As for Song Ting, he looked Duan Ling Tian with a cold glint in his eyes as if he was waiting for the opportunity to devour him. Yes. When Lu Zhang heard Song Ting's words, his eyes lit up. He was very excited. He finally had his opportunity. He could finally avenge his brother. Lu Zhang looked at Duan Ling Tian once again as he said through voice transmission, "Boy, you dared to kill my brother. I want your life today." However, he said something different outwardly. "Boy, you dare to disrespect our Ling Zan Peak's Lord Martial Emperor. Don't even think about being a Martial Emperor's disciple or follower. You'll leave this world today. I, Lu Zhang, will kill you today and send you to hell for the pride of our Ling Zan Peak's Martial Emperor." Lu Zhang said with pseudo-righteousness as he stepped toward Duan Ling Tian. One step was faster than the other. The air turned turbulent and a series of air explosions sounded with every step he took. "You just want to avenge your brother." Duan Ling Tian sneered as Lu Zhang charged toward him with a great momentum. "It doesn't matter what you say. You're definitely dying today." Lu Zhang did not care about Duan Ling Tian's words. The origin energy on his body surged suddenly as a variety of profundities trailed after it like shadows. He charged out like the god of war, poised to attack. Meanwhile, everyone's gaze, including the two Martial Emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhang An, landed on Duan Ling Tian and Lu Zhang. Even the Nangong twins were no exceptions. They had received a voice transmission from Duan Ling Tian asking them to stand further away. However, that did not stop them from staring intently at Duan Ling Tian and Lu Zhang. In addition to being senior brother Song Ting's right-hand man, senior brother Lu Zhang's strength is ranked in the top 3 among the Martial Emperor's disciples in Ling Zan Peak. "I'm afraid the purple-clad young man is unlucky today." That was the inner thoughts of the group of Ling Zan Peak's Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. They did not think Duan Ling Tian could win Lu Zhang. Whereas the people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and follower were staring expectantly at Duan Ling Tian. They hoped that Duan Ling Tian would win and bring honor to them. After all, they were not Ling Zan Peak's people yet. Even the two martial emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhang En, did not think Duan Ling Tian had the strength to win Lu Zhang even though they thought he was strange. They knew about Lu Zhang's strength. He was ranked top 3 among all the martial emperor's disciples in Lingzan Peak. Boy, if there's a next life, remember that you can't just simply offend anyone as you please. Lu Zhang's voice sounded again. This time it was laced with irritation. He took out his spirit weapon and moved, disappearing before most people's eyes. He was so fast that it was shocking. When he disappeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon at the void above him also charged forward. Its target was Duan Ling Tian. 5 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes lunged at Duan Ling Tian with bared fangs. That was Lu Zhang's strength. Lu Zhang's speed was outrageously fast that it was difficult for most people, including the Nangong twins, to catch. However, in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian, Lu Zhang's speed was so slow that it was pitiful. It was so slow that he casually raised his hand and easily caught the spirit weapon in Lu Zhang's hand. He caught Lu Zhang's spirit weapon with his bare hands. The crisp sound caused the entire place to fall silent. Many people had a shocked expression on their faces. They had a hard time believing the scene before them was true. Impossible. As one of the people involved, Lu Zhang was the first to react. He stared at the purple-clad young man in horror as he shook his head woodenly. Nothing's impossible, Duan Ling Tian said faintly. As he responded, a 5-colored energy that just appeared on his body suddenly surged. It was as though it had transformed into a 5-colored beast with an open mouth that devoured Lu Zhang. In an instant, Lu Zhang was swallowed whole. There was nothing left of him. It seemed as though he had followed in his brother, Lu Yi's footsteps. After Lu Zhang was reduced to ashes, only a few profundity fragments in a spatial ring were left. All of it was kept by Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the 5-colored energy on his body. It was as though it was never there in the first place. In fact, the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even have time to fully form from the time the 5-colored energy appeared to the time it disappeared. That showed how fast Duan Ling Tian's attack was. Even the heaven and earth energy did not have time to react. The scene was dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing and gasping. The Nangong twins were dumbstruck by the earlier scene. Although they noticed Duan Ling Tian's improvement in the past 6 months was huge, they did not think it would be this great. Lingzan Peak's martial emperor's disciple, Lu Zhang, had mobilized the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons with his spirit weapon. However, he was still killed by Duan Ling Tian with just a blow. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duan Ling Tian not use his spirit weapon, but he did not even make any obvious movement. He had killed Lu Zhang with just the raging energy that rose from his body. He's too strong. His strength, I'm afraid he's on par with the martial emperor's direct disciples. The way he killed senior brother Lu Zhang was so simple as if he was killing an ant. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian naturally became the center of attention. This was because his strength was just too terrifying and shocking. At this moment, Song Ting finally recovered from the shock and stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian. He asked sharply, "Who are you? What's your purpose for coming to our Lingzan Peak?" Meanwhile, his robe fluttered as origin energy rose from his body and profundities followed like shadows. It was as though it had transformed into blazing bright-colored flame before it enveloped him. Chapter 1253. When Song Ting asked his question, everyone's attention shifted to Duan Ling Tian. Except for the Nangong twins, everyone else was curious. This purple-clad young man's strength was not inferior to the martial emperor's direct disciples, and yet he came to participate in the selection of Lingzan Peak's martial emperor's disciples and followers. It was really quite strange. One had to know there were quite a few martial emperors and demon emperors who were stronger than martial emperor Lingzan on Cloud Continent. Martial Emperor Lingzan's strength was at most average compared to all the publicly known martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent. In their opinion, people like Duan Ling Tian with his strength at the peak of the martial monarch stage could be the direct disciple of a stronger martial emperor or demon emperor. What purpose could I have? In the face of Song Ting's question, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at him coldly. He shrugged lazily and said, "You're overthinking things. It seems like you won't talk if I don't attack." Song Ting's face sank, and his tone became colder. "What, you still want to attack me?" Duan Ling Tian smiled brightly. He narrowed his eyes as he smiled. "Do you think you're invincible just because you're able to kill one of our Lingzan Peak's member?" You should know that the Lu Zhang you killed was merely a normal martial emperor's disciple of Ling Zan Peak. Song Ting's voice held a hint of certainty. I'll admit you're quite strong. However, if you think I'm as useless as Lu Zhang, then you're really stupid. No matter what, Lu Zhang was one of his people. As the saying went, one has to look at the master before beating the dog. The purple-clad young man had killed Lu Zhang in front of him. That was equivalent to hitting him in the face. It embarrassed and angered him. At this moment, he seemed to feel the mocking gazes directed at him from all directions. Even Zhang An, who stood at the side, was shocked. He did not think the purple-clad young man would kill Lu Zhang, Song Ting's crazy dog. He had to admit he was a little pleased. Zhang An, I'm afraid this person with a mysterious identity came to our Ling Zan Peak to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers with an ulterior motive. You and I should join hands to force him to tell us his purpose for coming to Ling Zan Peak. We'll kill him if he refuses to say anything to save trouble in the future. Song Ting sent a voice transmission to Zhang An. Zhang An frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not unwilling to fight together with Song Ting. However, the identity of the purple-clad young man was too mysterious. Although he and Song Ting were usually on opposite sides, they were still united in important matters regarding the safety of Ling Zan Peak. Therefore, he flew out and stood beside Song Ting. Both of them were going to fight Duan Ling Tian together. Senior brother Zhang An is going to join hands with senior brother Song Ting. That scene shocked many people. That Duan Ling Tian, he actually. In the distance, Chao Zhang was dumbstruck. He could not recover from the shock for quite a while. When Duan Ling Tian easily killed Lu Zhang, he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong, he did not think his strength would be so great. When he saw the martial emperor's direct disciple whose side he was on, Zhang An, had joined hands with Song Ting to fight Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but feel excited. Duan Ling Tian could actually make the two martial emperor's direct disciples, who were usually as incompatible as fire and water, join hands and fight him. I'm afraid his luck is really bad. Regardless if it's senior brother Song Ting or senior brother Zhang An, they're both Ling Zan Peak's martial emperor's direct disciples. The purple-clad young man's strength is at most on par with a martial emperor's direct disciple. He might win one of them, but it's impossible for him to win when it's 2 against 1. How do you know his strength is at most on par with a martial emperor's direct disciples? HPMH. As we all know, martial emperor's direct disciples are already at the peak of martial monarch stage. Those stronger than martial emperor's direct disciples are only martial emperor powerhouses. Do you think he's a martial emperor powerhouse? The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers were whispering among themselves. None of them thought Duan Ling Tian had the advantage facing the 2 greatest martial emperor's direct disciples in Ling Zan Peak. Your strength is admirable. I'm Zhang An, the 3rd direct disciple under Ling Zan Peak's martial emperor. I would like to know why you're participating in our Ling Zan Peak's selection for the martial emperor's disciples and followers with your strength. Zhang An looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly and asked, as far as I know, most of the cultivation places of martial emperors and demon emperors in the inner land of Cloud Continent are also holding the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. Why do you ask so many questions? I know he's bad with just a look. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, Song Ting sneered again with a cold gleam in his eyes. Then, he disappeared with a "hoo" sound and reappeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. A loud explosion reverberated in the air, causing airwaves to sweep out in all directions. The airwaves set off a series of air explosions that sounded like exploding mines. It created a flurry of hurricane that caused everyone, apart from Zhang An, to squint. Although they did not clearly see what had happened, they knew Duan Ling Tian was fighting with Song Ting. Song Ting. Zhang An's face sank. He did not expect Song Ting to be so eager. Naturally, he knew of Song Ting's intention. He wanted to kill the other party without giving the other party a chance to speak to vent his anger. Although he guessed Song Ting's intentions, he still could not stand by and watch because he could see that Song Ting was not a match for his opponent. Naturally, he intended to fight, but he did not plan to go along with Song Ting's plan to kill the other party. He would cooperate to suppress the other party and force him to tell him his purpose for coming to Ling Zan Peak. If his purpose was not malicious, who knew if there would be a 4th martial emperor's direct disciple in Ling Zan Peak? When Zhang An thought about how the other party might become his junior brother, he was so excited that he held back his attacks and movement. However, he quickly discovered that the opponent's strength did not allow him to hold back. A burst of deafening explosion reverberated in the air again. Duan Ling Tian was already in a fight with both martial emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhang En. Both Song Ting and Zhang En had taken out their spirit weapons. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian remained empty-handed. However, it did not seem like he was at a disadvantage. In fact, he seemed to have a slight advantage. Zing. Song Ting and Zhang En used a sword and a blade respectively. They still could not win the battle after a while. Feeling embarrassed and angry, they finally decided to unleash their full strength. As Ling Zanpeik's martial emperor's direct disciples, their blades Ray and swords Shadow cooperated seamlessly with each other and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian with a great momentum. Wherever the blades Ray and swords Shadow passed, the onlookers evaded. The group of people who stood on the stone platform behind also had to evade it. When the blades Ray and swords Shadow fell, the vast stone platform was cut into countless pieces like a tofu. The stone platform with countless cracks was swept by their strength. In a blink of an eye, it began to fall apart. Moreover, with their attacks, some of the broken stones from the ruined vast stone platform flew up in the air. When both of them attacked, the heaven and earth energy stirred and eventually formed a vast heaven and earth phenomenon. At the void above them, there were 7 ancient black dragon silhouettes respectively. It meant each of their attacks contained the strength of 7 ancient black dragons. God, he's also so strong. While many people fawned over the strength Song Ting and Zhang En displayed, someone's shout caught the people's attention. On the other side, stood a purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man stood there as his robe billowed in the wind. His long black hair was also fluttering in the wind since his hair band was shattered by the powerful force. There was a 5-colored flame blazing on the purple-clad young man's body. It exuded a chilling aura. At the void above him, there were 7 ancient black dragon silhouettes that indicated he was not inferior to Song Ting and Zhang En. That's why Zhang En and I couldn't capture him. It turns out he has been using the strength of 7 ancient black dragons from the beginning. Song Ting was not shocked when he saw the scene. Instead, he laughed. However, with me and Zhang En unleashing our full strength, any one of us would be on par with him. The killing intent in Song Ting's eyes intensified when he thought about this. What kind of person is he? He can mobilize the strength of 7 ancient black dragons without utilizing his spirit weapon. Many onlookers exclaimed in shock. Their exclamations were heard by Song Ting, and it shocked him. He seemed to have noticed something before his face changed dramatically. The strength their opponent displayed was before he utilized his spirit weapon. Third junior brother, we have to kill him before he takes his spirit weapon out. Otherwise, we'll be the ones dying today. Song Ting hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Zhang En who was fighting Duan Ling Tian with him. After Zhang En heard Song Ting's voice transmission, Zhang En trembled for a moment before he reacted. Earlier, he was also stunned by the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed without even using a spirit weapon. At this moment, he knew their opponent's strength was greater than theirs. When he heard Song Ting's reminder, his expression turned solemn. He no longer dared to be negligent. If their opponent took out his spirit weapon, he and Song Ting would be defeated. At that time, not only Song Ting, but he would also be at the mercy of the other party. For a time, both Zhang En and Song Ting's strength seemed to increase a little. They headed straight for Duan Ling Tian with great momentum. Chapter 1254. Despite facing the 2 incoming most powerful martial emperor's direct disciples who were as fast as lightning, Duan Ling Tian still remained calm. He only moved when the both of them were inches away from him as the gleam of the overwhelming blade and the shadow of the sword covered him. More accurately, he did not actually move, but the blazing 5-colored flames surged forward. The 5-colored flames billowed and caused the air to stir. Suddenly, a deafening air explosion burst, shaking many of the people. As Song Ting and Zhang An's attack almost landed on Duan Ling Tian, in that split second, the surging 5-colored flames around him took on the shape of a sword. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a huge 5-colored sword and struck down at the both of them who were heading towards him as if he was separating heaven and earth. Wherever the huge sword passed, the air became turbulent and a burst of deafening loud bangs popped. The rolling waves seemed to transform into a hurricane and swept in all directions. Mercy, please. Before anyone had the time to react, an earnest cry from a distance was heard. Many people glanced up in surprise as they wanted to see who it was. At that very second, they merely saw a figure appearing in front of Duan Ling Tian beside Song Ting and Zhang En. They heard an even more frightening noise before they could clearly see the figure. A loud bang reverberated as if the sky was falling and the earth was being shattered. From where the bang was heard, the rolling shockwave spread out in all directions, knocking the surrounding people down. The group of martial emperor's disciples was still doing fine. They merely took a dozen steps backward. On the other hand, the martial emperor's followers and people who came to participate in the selection were sent flying quite a distance away. Those with a lower cultivation base even turned ashen and spat blood as they suffered quite severe injuries. Such powerful strength. The two colliding forces created a shock wave. That kind of strength goes beyond the strength of a martial monarch. Many of the martial emperor's disciples were shocked as they stared ahead. They discovered that both Songting and Zhong'an were also sent flying away. Their faces paled and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Two people stood at the epicenter of the shock wave. In addition to the purple-clad youth, there was another man in plain clothes. As they saw him standing there, it seemed as if he was one with the power to command heaven and earth. He looked like one could not differentiate him in a crowd. However, he looked a bit gray right then. Pooh! Finally, he could not suppress it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood while taking 2 steps backward. He looked at the purple-clad youth in front of him with an alarmed expression. Are you a martial emperor powerhouse? Without a doubt, the purple-clad youth was Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, he had been prepared to kill both Songting and Zhong'an, the martial emperor's direct disciples of Ling Zan Peak, with a single strike. In that split second, the middle-aged man in front of him appeared just in time and saved both of them. First-level martial emperor stage. Are you martial emperor Ling Zan? Duan Ling Tian asked the middle-aged man in front of him calmly. Obviously, he could tell what his opponent's cultivation base was. If the middle-aged man was martial emperor Ling Zan, then he was really disappointed. Because he was completely different from the martial emperor Ling Zan that Duan Ling Tian had imagined. First-level martial emperor stage. Martial emperor Ling Zan. After Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, everyone's attention was drawn to the man. He's the Lord Martial Emperor. A group of martial emperor's disciples and followers gawked at the middle-aged man with surprise as their eyes were laced with suspicion. They were not very convinced. Their Ling Zan Peak Lord Martial Emperor lost to a person who came to participate in the selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers. It was too ridiculous. Is he Martial Emperor Ling Zan? As for the group of people who came to participate in the selection of Ling Zan Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, including Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, all of them were stunned while they stared at the middle-aged man. I don't think that's possible. If he is Martial Emperor Ling Zan, does that mean the purple-clad youth can beat Martial Emperor Ling Zan in a battle? Yes, the middle-aged man lost earlier after all. As far as I know, shock waves can only be created when Martial Emperor powerhouses' attacks collide with each other. Perhaps they are both real Martial Emperor powerhouses. If the purple-clad youth is a Martial Emperor powerhouse, then what's he doing here at the Ling Zan Peak selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers? Maybe he came to crash the party. Who knows? While they were discussing, puzzlement and confusion were apparent on their faces. Martial Emperor powerhouse. The Nangong twins glanced at Duan Ling Tian and then saw the shock in each other's eyes. Is he really a Lord Martial Emperor? The group of Ling Zan Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers looked bitter. If the middle-aged man really was Martial Emperor Ling Zan, then it would really be humiliating for Ling Zan Peak. Even though they were Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Ling Zan Peak, they had never seen the Martial Emperor Ling Zan, which was why they were not certain if the middle-aged man was the Martial Emperor Ling Zan or not. However, from the performance earlier, it was obvious that the middle-aged man had lost to the purple-clad youth. If he really were the Martial Emperor Ling Zan, the incident today would be a laughing stock. Everyone would say that Martial Emperor Ling Zan of Ling Zan Peak was not as talented as someone who participated in the Ling Zan Peak selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. How ironic. Is or isn't he the Lord Martial Emperor? Among all of us here, I'm afraid only senior brother Song Ting and senior brother Zhong'an would know, said one of the Martial Emperor's disciples. The rest of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers shifted their gaze to Song Ting and Zhong'an, looking expectantly at them. At that point, they finally recuperated from their grave injuries after consuming some healing pills. Lingering fear was still apparent on their faces. When they looked up at the purple-clad youth in the distance, they were stunned. Martial Emperor powerhouse. He's actually a Martial Emperor powerhouse. They never thought that the purple-clad youth who came to participate in Ling Zan Peak's selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers was an actual martial emperor powerhouse. A martial emperor powerhouse who came to participate in the Ling Zan Peak selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers. They could not think of a reason for him to do so even after they racked their brains. Soon, their eyes shifted away from the purple-clad youth and landed on the middle-aged man as they greeted respectfully, "First Senior Brother." First Senior Brother. The group of Ling Zan Peak martial emperor's disciples and followers finally relaxed after they heard Song Ting and Zhang An's address. So, it turns out to be the Lord Martial Emperor's first direct disciple, Senior Brother Zhou Di. It's my first time seeing Senior Brother Zhou Di. Senior Brother Zhou Di is famous at Ling Zan Peak to be as elusive as the Lord Martial Emperor. I never expected Senior Brother Zhou Di to be a Martial Emperor powerhouse. According to the purple-clad youth, Senior Brother Zhou Di is a first-level Martial Emperor stage. However, we still don't know the background of this purple-clad youth. Even Senior Brother Zhou Di, whose cultivation base is at first-level Martial Emperor stage, lost to him. The group of Ling Zan Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were discussing it as their gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian in unison, making him the center of attention again. The Nangong twins also turned to look at Duan Ling Tian after glancing at Zhou Di. It isn't Martial Emperor Ling Zan. However, Zhou Di would undoubtedly be the strongest person in Ling Zan Peak after Martial Emperor Ling Zan, yet he lost to Duan Ling Tian. Did he really come to participate in the Ling Zan Peak selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers? If he did, I'm afraid the strongest person in Ling Zan Peak after the Martial Emperor Ling Zan is now someone else. Many people were whispering among themselves, while some smarter ones glanced at the Nangong twins. Some of them more or less knew the Nangong twins. Nangong Chen, you seem to know him. Nangong Yi, I remember the first time that I saw you all, you were with him from then on. Did you all know that he was a Martial Emperor powerhouse? Many people were curiously asking the Nangong twins. The Nangong twins felt speechless and shocked while they looked at each other. Did Duan Ling Tian have any reservations back then? He couldn't have obtained the strength equivalent to a Martial Emperor powerhouse within half a year, could he? In both of their hearts, only their shock remained. Both Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Di had reserved their strength after the shock wave spread, therefore there was no heaven and earth phenomenon. Therefore, the people could only speculate that their strength was equivalent to a Martial Emperor powerhouse's through their conversation from the shock wave that had appeared earlier. He's a Martial Emperor powerhouse. Qiao Zhang, who stood at a distance, finally recovered from the shock, and immediately he broke out in a cold sweat. He did not expect the purple-clad youth who he had personally received 6 months ago would turn out to be a Martial Emperor powerhouse. Thinking of his cold shoulder towards him, Qiao Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. He had been so close to death. At that minute, Zhou Di said faintly, "Both of you, come here," obviously calling out Song Ting and Zhang An. The both of them did not dare to dawdle. They hurried to Zhou Di's side with their heads down and greeted respectfully again, "First Senior Brother." Before Zhou Di, both of them were as gentle as a cat. "Both of you, apologize." Zhou Di ordered them while looking at Duan Ling Tian. "Apologize." Song Ting and Zhang An could not help but be stunned when they heard him. Chapter 1255 Martial Emperor Ling Zan. After that, the duo came to their senses and realized that their first senior brother had asked them to apologize to the purple-clad youth before them. First Senior Brother, although Song Ting was stunned by the strength displayed by Duan Ling Tian, he still could not apologize to him. Naturally, he would not resign to that. However, he was interrupted by Zhou Di before he finished his sentence. Zhou Di calmly said, "He is Master's guest." Zhou Di emphasized the word, guest, Master's guest. Song Ting was astonished after he heard Zhou Di. "Sir, sorry for offending you. We didn't know that you're Master's guest. I hope you'll forgive us." At that point, Zhang An had already bowed to Duan Ling Tian and apologized. Although Duan Ling Tian looked mind-blowingly young, the strength he presented was sufficient for Zhang An to bow to him and apologize. Moreover, who knew if he was a demon emperor powerhouse? Song Ting took a deep breath and followed suit. Now, he would not dare to be reckless. What kind of joke was this? First Senior Brother Zhou Di had said that he was Master's guest. If he still continued to act recklessly, it would mean that he was disrespecting the Master. For that reason, he would never dare to do so. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored their apology as he looked at Zhou Di and asked puzzledly, "Martial Emperor Ling Zan knows me?" Duan Ling Tian also knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was not the martial emperor Ling Zan, but his first direct disciple. You're kidding, aren't you? If the master didn't know you, he wouldn't have asked me to come and invite you for a gathering, Zhou Di said to Duan Ling Tian, please follow me. He left after that. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and followed closely with his heart full of curiosity and confusion. After Duan Ling Tian left with Zhou Di, above the spacious stone platform which was ruined was dead silent although there were many people. The silence was terrifying. After a while, they slowly came to their senses, their faces and their eyes were filled with shock. Guest, that purple-clad youth is the Lord Martial Emperor's guest. Everyone was shocked. Song Ting, you seem to be a little off today. As if you can't wait to kill him. Is it because you have some deep hatred for him? I've been totally dragged down by you today. Zhang An looked at Song Ting and complained through voice transmission, don't tell me it's because of Lu Zong's death. When he heard Zhang An's voice transmission, Song Ting, who was a little wooden, finally recovered from the shock. Unconsciously, a bitter smile hung from the corner of his mouth. At first, he wanted to kill him because of Lu Zong's death. To be more precise, it was because of the death of Lu Zhang and his brother. One should look at the master before beating the dogs. By killing his men, he felt challenged, which was why he wanted to kill the other party so badly, who knew that the other party had the strength equivalent to a martial emperor powerhouse. In fact, the other party was stronger than first senior brother and was a guest of his master's. If he had known all that, he would not have made it difficult for the other party and consequently, be bogged down deeper and deeper. I hope master won't blame me for this. At that moment, Song Ting started to be afraid. Martial Emperor Ling Zan's guest. Why I have never heard of that from Duan Ling Tian. The Nangong twins looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and doubts. However, they felt another surge of shock when they remembered the strength he showed. Eventually, Zhang An announced after he recovered, we'll continue with the second round of selection. The others also slowly came back to their senses from the earlier surprises and shifted their focus to the second round of selection. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was following Zhou Di with a slight frown while doubt filled his heart. I don't seem to know that Martial Emperor Ling Zan, he thought to himself. Following Zhou Di's lead, he finally saw Martial Emperor Ling Zan in a mist-shrouded stone platform on the side of the Ling Zan Peak summit. Behind the mist, there was a little stone platform, and on it was a simple and neat house with a courtyard. In the courtyard, a stone table stood quietly with 2 stone benches on each side. Master, the guest has arrived. After Zhou Di brought Duan Ling Tian here, he bowed to the person who sat at the stone table with a very respectful tone. The person who sat there was a youthful man. When he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, his face was also on display for all to see and Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. It's you. Looking at the familiar but strange face before him, he was slightly surprised because it was not the first time they had met. The youthful man was Martial Emperor Ling Zan. He looked at Duan Ling Tian while exclaiming, I originally said that you've got the chance to comprehend the sword profundity. It seems that I was wrong about you. You already comprehended the sword profundity early on. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian was following Zhou Di, the sword profundity was on the surface of his body. As a sword cultivator, the Martial Emperor Ling Zan could easily notice that. Me too, I've overlooked it. It turns out that you're Martial Emperor Ling Zan. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Martial Emperor Ling Zan was no other than the person whom he had met at the summit of Ling Zan Peak back then. He still remembered the first time when he saw Yang Wei. The Martial Emperor had been controlling the sword with his spiritual energy. At that time, he thought that Yang Wei was an inscription master, so he had not checked his cultivation base with his spiritual energy. Looking back, Yang Wei was not necessarily an inscription master. Martial Emperor powerhouses could send out their spiritual energy. Apart from controlling the sword with spiritual energy, they could even attack with the same spiritual energy and battle with it. It was nothing to them. It was because of your pointers then that I could finally improve my sword profundity by a level. And coincidentally, my cultivation base also broke through to the next level after I improved my sword profundity. Martial Emperor Ling Zan, Yang Hui's gaze on Duan Ling Tian was filled with kindness without the haughty air of a martial emperor powerhouse. Sit. After that, Yang Wei gestured to Duan Ling Tian to sit at the stone table. Zhou Di, who was standing aside, was stunned. Although he knew that the purple-clad youth was his master's guest, he never imagined that the purple-clad youth would have given tips to his master and help him break through his sword profundity and cultivation base. Congratulations, master. After Zhou Di recovered from the surprise, he quickly congratulated Yang Wei while feeling a little excited. His master was originally a third-level martial emperor, so this breakthrough must have catapulted him to the fourth-level martial emperor stage. In addition to the breakthrough on the sword profundity, his master's current strength was sufficient to be considered upper mid-level among the martial emperor powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses on the surface of the Cloud Continent. When he heard Zhou Di's congratulations, Yang Wei nodded faintly. "Leave us, master." However, Zhou Di did not move when he remembered the incident earlier. He decided to tell his master all about it. Who knew if his master's guest would put the blame on his junior brothers or not? After listening to Zhou Di's narration, Yang Wei frowned as he cried out, "Those two blind bastards." Following that, Yang Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian and apologized, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm sorry that my two direct disciples have offended you. I hope you can forgive them." If they were ordinary martial emperor's disciples or followers, he would not have felt anything even if he executed them. However, the problem was that both Song Ting and Zhang An were his direct disciples. He only had a total of 3 direct disciples. Hence, obviously, he would be reluctant to lose them. "You don't have to apologize. Just do me a favor," Duan Ling Tian said calmly. "I remember that you said you needed my help back then, Brother Ling Tian." "What is it, Brother Ling Tian? What can I help you with?" Yang Wei nodded and asked curiously. "I want to know where I'm from," Duan Ling Tian revealed. "Where you're from?" Yang Wei could not help but be stunned. "Brother Ling Tian, don't you even know where you're from? My soul was injured for some reason and I've lost some of my memories, including where I'm from. You're a well-known martial emperor powerhouse on the Cloud Continent, adept in currying favors. I'm pretty sure you can help me with this." "I see. That's not a big deal." Yang Wei nodded and then looked at Zhou Di who was leaving. "Order the others to do it and be sure to get it done properly." As a martial emperor powerhouse on the surface of the Cloud Continent, Yang Wei controlled Lingzhan Peak and owned an intelligence team. With a single order, there would be many intelligence personnel working for him. "Yes," Zhou Di answered respectfully and then he left. "Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. With Lingzhan Peak's intelligence, we'll be able to know where you're from very quickly. I believe you're definitely not a mediocre nobody with such strength," Yang Wei assured. As a martial emperor powerhouse, he did not need a demon revelation mirror to know that the person before him was not a demon. Because he could see that Duan Ling Tian was not a demon, he understood how outstanding he was. "Thank you." Duan Ling Tian nodded towards Yang Wei. "Brother Ling Tian, you're so courteous. I wouldn't have broken through my sword profundity so quickly if it weren't for your pointers. Moreover, my cultivation base improved because of the opportunity from the breakthrough I made with the sword profundity. Speaking of which, I should thank you," Yang Wei said while smiling. "Earlier, I heard from Zhou Di that Brother Ling Tian could easily defeat him. Brother Ling Tian, if you don't mind me asking, you don't seem to be a martial emperor." Yang Wei sized up Duan Ling Tian and trailed off puzzledly. Ever since Yang Wei had broken through to the 4th-level martial emperor stage, his spiritual energy underwent a qualitative change. He could sense whether a person was a martial emperor powerhouse or not. According to the sense of his spiritual energy, the purple-clad youth in front of him did not seem to be a martial emperor, but merely a martial monarch. Chapter 1256 Overseas Saint Islands. "That's right, I'm still a distance away from the martial emperor stage." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised that martial emperor Lingzhan, Yang Wei, could see that he was not a martial emperor. At the same time, he could guess that Yang Hui's cultivation base must be above the 4th-level martial emperor stage. Only someone above the 4th-level martial emperor stage could sense whether he was a martial emperor or not. Still a distance away from the martial emperor stage and you've already comprehended the sword profundity. Brother Ling Tian, you're really a bizarre genius in sword art, Yang Wei mused. He had long seen Duan Ling Tian's attainment in the sword art before. Amazement and admiration rose from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing Yang Hui's amusement, Duan Ling Tian merely let out a faint smile before asking curiously, "I've heard that it's not only Lingzhan Peak that holds the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. Other cultivation places of other martial emperors hold such a selection too, don't they?" "That's right," Yang Wei nodded, "as long as they're well-known martial emperors or demon emperors in the Cloud Continent, they've all been recruiting disciples and followers recently too. Of course, like Lingzhan Peak, their ultimate intention is to get their hands on outstanding martial emperors' disciples and even direct disciples. A martial emperor's disciple would have to have at least the strength at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The requirement for the martial emperor's direct disciples would be even higher. They would usually have to have at least half a foot in the martial emperor stage already. Let me guess. There's a reason all of you recruit outstanding martial emperor's disciples with such flourish, isn't there? Duan Ling Tian voiced out his speculation. You guessed correctly, brother Ling Tian. We do have a reason. Yang Hu nodded before turning glum a little. Actually, this time, the reason we recruited martial emperor's disciples and followers in such a way is that of an edict we received from the Overseas Saint Islands. Overseas Saint Islands? Edict? Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. What's that? The Overseas Saint Islands are always very mysterious. It's no surprise that you've not heard of it before, Yang Wei explained. The Overseas Saint Islands are islands that are situated far away in the sea north of the Cloud Continent. Of course, there are many islands in the sea, but there are only 4 islands that are truly spacious and house rich origin stone resources. They are the 4 great Overseas Saint Islands. Of all the 4 great Overseas Saint Islands, one of them is the majestic one, with the remaining 3 Overseas Saint Islands surrounding it belonging to its affiliation. In this time, all of the martial emperors and demon emperors active on the surface of the Cloud Continent have all received an edict from one of the affiliated islands that's the closest to our Cloud Continent. That affiliated island is known as the Hidden Fog Island. Several years ago, the Hidden Fog Island already sent its messenger here to ask us to bring our 10 most outstanding disciples to join the Hidden Fog martial competition a few years later. Not long before this, the messenger of the Hidden Fog Island came again, telling us that the Hidden Fog martial competition will be moved forward a year earlier. For this reason, we've held our selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers a year earlier than planned, Yang Wei continued. Is the Hidden Fog Island scary? It can actually order all of you around. Duan Ling Tian commented. The Hidden Fog Island is indeed scary. However, the reason we go along with the Hidden Fog Island's edict isn't because of how scary it is. Instead, we're targeting the rewards promised by the Hidden Fog Island for the Hidden Fog martial competition. If the martial emperor or martial demon's disciple performs outstandingly in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he or she will be able to get the Saint Stone. The moment Yang Wei mentioned the Saint Stone, his breathing became slightly more rapid right away. Saint Stone. Duan Ling Tian was confused. That's right, the Saint Stone. Yang Wei nodded. To a certain extent, the Saint Stone is like the Origin Stone. However, even a supreme grade Origin Stone is far less precious than a Saint Stone. If a martial emperor gets his hand on the Saint Stone, his cultivation base will advance at a tremendous pace with huge giant strides. I'll give you an example. If a first-level martial emperor gets his hand on a Saint Stone and absorbs all of the energy inside it, he'd be able to make a breakthrough to the second-level martial emperor in one fell swoop. Not only that, he would make it in no time at all, Yang Wei introduced. It's that amazing. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. This was his first time hearing about this Saint Stone. Although his mind contained a broad and profound memory, there was no record about the Saint Stone at all. Now that he heard about the function of the Saint Stone, he could not help but be taken by surprise. Just one Saint Stone could allow a first-level martial emperor to make a breakthrough to the second-level martial emperor in one fell swoop in a short period. That was basically heaven-defying. That's exactly how amazing it is. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with longing. It was only when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again that he retracted the lust in his eyes. By now, you must understand why we're so concerned about this edict issued by the Hidden Fog Island now, don't you? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After finding out about the Saint Stone's function, he could understand the emotions of the group of martial emperors and demon emperors including Yang Wei, which martial emperor and demon emperor did not want to raise their cultivation base rapidly. For the sake of this alone, let alone getting people to join the Hidden Fog martial competition, even if they were asked to do some other difficult things, they would not so much as frown at all. Where does this Saint Stone come from? Duan Ling Tian was very curious. I don't really know as well where exactly. But one thing I'm sure of is that the Saint Stone isn't a product of the 4 Overseas Saint Islands. I've even asked the Hidden Fog Island's messenger about this before, Yang Wei replied. Even though he still had 1,000 questions about the Saint Stone, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was far from even scratching the surface of that level yet. Therefore, he did not proceed to ask any more questions. He believed that once he had reached that level, all of the questions in his heart would finally be answered. How much do you know about the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Ling Tian asked. I've only heard about the Hidden Fog Island after I broke through to the Martial Emperor, Yang Wei replied. The Hidden Fog Island is situated at the far north of the Cloud Continent's North Pole. It'd take 6 months for even a first-level Martial Emperor stage to reach the Hidden Fog Island from the Cloud Continent even if he flew at his fastest speed. 6 months for even a first-level Martial Emperor stage at his fastest speed. Duan Ling Tian was amazed. That far, distance isn't the main problem here. The main problem is the ocean that you'd have to cross on your journey to the Hidden Fog Island. You'll sometimes come across many demons in the sea and some of them are even on the Demon Emperor stage. Besides that, once the Martial Emperors in our Cloud Continent have raised their strength to a certain level till there's nothing left for them to pursue anymore, they'll usually go to the Hidden Fog Island and start a new journey there. For this reason, there are a lot of powerhouses on that island. Like me, even though I'm a 4th level Martial Emperor, I'd still have to be humble if I go to the Hidden Fog Island. Yang Wei continued to explain and introduce everything about the Hidden Fog Island to Duan Ling Tian. Have the Martial Emperors in the Cloud Continent been to the Hidden Fog Island before? Duan Ling Tian asked. Right at this moment, he only felt that a mysterious world seemed to be opening its door gradually, waiting for him to enter. That's right, Yang Wei nodded before he continued again, casting aside all other people. Just the messenger from the Hidden Fog Island who came to find me some time ago alone used to be a Martial Emperor who was very well known in the Cloud Continent. By the time his name was spread all over the Cloud Continent, I've only just made my breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage. As Yang Wei reached the end, he sighed a little as if he recalled his own past. Since the Hidden Fog Island is willing to present the Saint Stone to all of you, it means that this Hidden Fog martial competition must be no ordinary martial competition. Do you know the main purpose of the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Ling Tian asked. Since the Saint Stone was so precious, he doubted that anyone on the Hidden Fog Island would be so kind-hearted. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this Hidden Fog martial competition. Dated B. Why? I've never heard of this before. But I guess the Hidden Fog Island must be seeking something, Yang Wei answered. As a Martial Emperor, of course, he was no idiot and could easily pinpoint this out. Is there any requirement for the people who enter this Hidden Fog martial competition? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes, Yang Wei nodded. According to the Hidden Fog Island's messenger, everyone who joins the Hidden Fog martial competition must have their age measured using the age measuring pearl. Participants must be below 70 years old. Duan Ling Tian had some knowledge about the age measuring pearl. He knew that it could measure someone's age up till 70 years old at the most. It could not measure the age of somebody who was over 70 years old. Yes, Yang Wei affirmed again. Then, the two of them continued with idle chat. After that, Yang Wei arranged for accommodation for Duan Ling Tian to stay in, just right beside his own residence. It was a small, standalone courtyard on a tiny stone platform. There was a little house in the courtyard. Sending Duan Ling Tian all the way to the door of the little house, Yang Wei told Duan Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian, I'll do my utmost best to help check your origins. However, I hope you won't spread the story about the Saint Stone. In fact, even my first direct disciple doesn't know about the existence of it at all. I understand. Of course, he knew Yang Hui's intention of keeping the Saint Stone a secret. It was because he did not want to let the Martial Emperor's disciples under his command think that he asked them to risk their lives for the stone. In that case, I'll bid my goodbye first. Yang Wei proceeded to leave. Wait a minute, however, Duan Ling Tian suddenly called out to him in a timely manner. Yes, anything else? Yang Wei asked. There's one thing that I hope you could help me with, Duan Ling Tian answered. Just tell me, Yang Wei straightforwardly said. There's a pair of twin brothers with the surname Nangong among the people joining the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. Right now, they've already passed the second round of the selection and it's already certain that they'll become your Martial Emperor's followers. If possible, I'd like to ask you to take care of them, Duan Ling Tian told Yang Wei. There you're. Looking at him, before Yang Wei could finish his question, he was already cut off by the young man in purple. They're my friends. Since they're your friends, it means that they're my friends too. Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian. I won't mistreat them, Yang Wei quickly replied. Chapter 1257 Demon Emperor's Beast Core. After Yang Wei left, Duan Ling Tian sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and muttered to himself, the Hidden Fog martial competition. Earlier, when Yang Wei mentioned the Hidden Fog martial competition, he had intended to ask him to join it on behalf of Ling Zonpeak. In addition to that, Yang Wei was willing to give all the saint stones that he had obtained to him. In the case of Yang Wei, other than obtaining the saint stones in the hidden fog martial competition, he wanted Ling Zonpeak to overpower the people of the other martial emperors and demon emperors from the Cloud Continent. There were many strong martial emperors and demon emperors in the Cloud Continent. Of course, this would mean that they would always compare among one another a lot. Especially now that Yang Hui's strength had been greatly elevated, he would be a walking joke if the disciples under his command did not perform well in the hidden fog martial competition. For a martial emperor, prestige was always very important. Bastard, do you know about the Saint Stone? Duan Ling Tian asked the soul hidden inside his body, Wang Ba's soul. He had a feeling that Wang Ba would know about it. However, no matter how he called for him, Wang Ba did not respond at all. It was as though he had entered a deep slumber. That's weird, I haven't heard from that guy for more than 6 months already. Seeing that Wang Ba did not respond for a long time, Duan Ling Tian stopped calling him and stood up before going back to his room and sat on his bed cross-legged to start his cultivation. The divine dragon form was the 9th and last form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It could assist its user to boost his martial monarch stage cultivation base to the martial emperor stage. In the past 6 months, Duan Ling Tian had recultivated his cultivation base, and right now, his cultivation base was even greater than it had been in his prime time. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had only been on the 4th level martial monarch stage. In contrast, after 6 months of cultivation, his cultivation base improved swiftly with the help of the rebirth pill's tyrannical medicinal efficacy. Today, he had already reached the 6th level martial monarch stage. The 7th level martial monarch stage now beckoned to him as a lamp did to a moth. Of course, the reason his cultivation base could have such a great elevation was not entirely due to the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of his rebirth pill, it was mostly because of the construction after the destruction took place. Construction after destruction was a difficult concept to grasp, but Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the great changes these 3 words brought him. After his Dantian was restored, his cultivation had indeed yielded twice the results with only half the effort. It was even more extraordinary after adding the rebirth energy's medicinal efficacy. Of course, the most extraordinary elevation Duan Ling Tian's strength underwent these 6 months was not actually his cultivation base. Instead, it was the 2 profundities that he comprehended, the fused profundity and his sword profundity. Perhaps it's because my soul has been suppressed by the soul remnant energy from the soul devilseal tablet to the point that it went through some transformation. As a consequence, my effort to comprehend the 2 profundities ended up yielding twice the results with half the effort. In the end, Duan Ling Tian could only come up with such a conclusion. This seemed to be the only plausible reason. Slowly, Duan Ling Tian did not overthink anymore. He continued to cultivate and comprehend his 2 profundities. He believed that with the cultivation speed that he had now, it would not take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage. While he was cultivating, Ling Zonpeak had also started to activate its intelligence channel to check for Duan Ling Tian's origins. As the center of knowledge, they carried out an inch-by-inch probe. As for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers of Ling Zonpeak, it was still in an ongoing process. What was worth mentioning was that when Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were about to join the 3rd round of the selection, Zhang An brought them away. As the Nangong twins followed behind him, Nangong Yi asked anxiously, Lord Zhang An, where are you bringing us to? He was worried that Zhang An would make his move on the twins just to seek revenge on Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Zhang An started in surprise before he hastily shook his hand. Brother, please don't call me Lord. I can't bear that at all. Not only that, I know that you both have the surname Nangong, but I wonder what your names are. At the same time, he looked at the Nangong twins again with a friendly expression. The twins were guests that his master, Martial Emperor Ling Zan of Ling Zonpeak, had asked him to bring over. If his master found out that these 2 addressed him as Lord, he would have a hard time later. Zhang An's friendliness took the twins by surprise. Nevertheless, after some time, they finally returned to their senses and introduced themselves separately. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi. Right then, they could faintly guess in their hearts that the reason this martial emperor's direct disciple, Zhang An, was so polite towards them was most likely because of Duan Ling Tian. Oh, so your brother Nangong Chen and brother Nangong Yi. If you 2 have such a high opinion of me, call me Big Brother Zhang then. What do you think? Zhang An grinned. Big Brother Zhang, are you bringing us to see Duan Lingtian? Nangong Yi, who had guessed why Zhang and was so polite towards them, felt at ease and justified right away. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously. No, Zhang and shook his head. No, not only Nangong Yi, but even Nangong Chen was also taken aback. Just now, Master told me to bring you over to see him, Zhang An explained. The moment these words left Zhang An's mouth, it was like thunder had struck down on the Nangong twins, stunning them. Without a doubt, the master that he was referring to was none other than the owner of Lingzan Peak, Martial Emperor Lingzan. Right now, Martial Emperor Lingzan wanted to see them. When the two of them finally snapped back to reality, they exchanged glances with each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Nangong Chen was still slightly more collected. Nangong Yi, on the other hand, had a horrified expression on his face. Although he really wanted to meet Martial Emperor Lingzan, it had never crossed his mind that he would be able to meet him so quickly. Of course, he knew that all of this was thanks to Duan Lingtian. At the south of the inner land, two figures rose up into the air all the way to a dangerously steep mountain peak in the distance, Lingtian Peak. Lingtian Peak was where the Lingtian sect was. Soon, the two figures arrived at Lingtian Peak and their identities became clear at once. One was a teenage girl in daffodil yellow while the other one was a little girl in white. The eyes of the teenage girl were gleaming with a mischievous luster. As for the little girl, her cute, little, naive face was taut, making her look like a miniature adult. Sister Shui Nai, what should we do now? How should we find brother? Looking at the teenager, the little girl asked. She was none other than the small white python, Little White. The teenage girl in yellow was Han Shui Nai. After they had received some news about Duan Lingtian in the Lost Stone Forest, they proceeded to search around, but could not find any trace of him at all. In the end, they had no choice but to give up temporarily and search for some other alternatives. Let's go look for Little Gold and Little Black. Perhaps it's time for us to make a slightly bigger commotion now. A brilliance flashed across Han Shui Nai's mischievous eyes. A bigger commotion? Little White was perplexed, but she still followed Han Shui Nai to look for Little Gold and Little Black. She knew that once she met Little Gold and Little Black, she would know what was the bigger commotion Sister Shui Nai meant. After Han Shui Nai gathered together with the three little fellows and plotted their scheme, a plan that would take the entire Cloud Continent by surprise started to form. When Luo Ping and Zhang San knew about this plan, the two vice sect leaders of Lingtian Peak, they were so taken by shock that they could not utter a word for a long time. This plan eventually started to be put into action soon. Han Shui Nai, Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold went separate ways and left the Cloud Continent, each going in different directions. Not long after that, a series of shocking news started to spread out. One by one, many first-rate forces started to announce that they would become the affiliated force of the Lingtian sect. Other than having to hand over a great amount of origin stones to the Lingtian sect every year, each of them would also hand their most outstanding disciple to them. These outstanding disciples from every force joined the Lingtian sect one after another and became a member of the sect. The Lingtian sect that was originally empty became busy with activity right away. Those four little ancestors. There really. When Zhang San and Luo Ping, the two vice sect leaders of the Lingtian sect, got together, their faces did not have any other expression except for shock. How did Duan Lingtian come to know these little freaks? After Chen Xiaoshuai found out about them, he could not help but let out a wry smile as well. Young master, the Lingtian sect is no longer the same as before. I think that soon after this, Miss Han Shui Nai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold will be able to unify all of the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land. At the summit of Lingtian Peak, Shang Quan stood muttering to himself, now, we'll just wait for you and Miss Tian Wu to come back. That's right, master, please come back as soon as possible. Standing beside Shang Quan, the gold thug was also waiting for his master, the sect leader of Lingtian Peak, to come back. Hi, gold thug boy. Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar. When the gold thug and Shang Quan returned to their senses, someone was already standing right in front of them. It was a little girl dressed in gold. Little Gold. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shang Quan's eyes brightened up right away. As for the gold thug, he shivered for no reason and asked with a long face, young miss, is there any reason you're looking for me? He was afraid of this little girl in gold from the bottom of his heart. Of course, it's for a good reason. She was none other than Little Gold, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse who used to follow Duan Lingtian the last time. Gee, good reason. The gold thug looked at her, full of doubt. However, before he could realize what was happening, Little Gold had already given him a good slap on his forehead. Come on, gold thug boy, you still don't believe me? And no, of course not. The gold thug immediately recoiled in fear before answering faintly. In front of Little Gold, despite being a hell golden hound, he turned as docile as a house cat. Take this. With a lift of her hand, Little Gold handed a shining pill-like item that dazzled brilliantly to the gold thug. Why, young miss, this is. The gold thug was stunned at first. However, after he carefully studied the item that Little Gold passed to him, his eyes could not help but narrow right away. His body began to tremble for no reason as well. Beast core. He gaped at Little Gold, trembling. Why, young miss, this is AD Demon Emperor's beast core. Chapter 1258 Clan Suppressing Martial Skill. Usually, a beast core could only be formed in the body of a powerful fierce beast or a demon beast. However, usually, only a fierce beast or the demon beast who stood at the summit of the Cloud Continent, which was also known as the Demon Emperor, could have left a beast core behind upon its death. Everyone knew that once a fierce beast broke through to the void-prying stage, it would undergo a transformation to become a demon beast. The moment the fierce beast transformed into a demon beast, the beast core in his body would form a tight bond with its body's energy that could also be referred to as a symbiotic relationship. If one did not make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, this symbiotic relationship would not be able to be called off. For this reason, even if an ordinary demon beast was killed, it would not leave behind a beast core because at that very second, the beast core would be shattered along with the dissipation of its energy. Only a powerful demon beast who had made a breakthrough to the martial emperor could separate the beast core and its body's energy. By that time, if it were killed, the beast core would become a gift to somebody else as well. If a demon emperor's beast core was consumed by a demon monarch, it would allow him to raise his cultivation base at a swift speed. As long as the demon monarch, whose cultivation base was originally high, could comprehend the emperor stage profundity, it would not be difficult for him to make a breakthrough to the demon emperor stage with the help of the demon emperor's beast core. Of course, only a demon monarch could consume the demon emperor's beast core directly. If a human martial monarch wanted to consume it, he could just ask a grade 1 alchemist to spend some time to make it into a pill along with some other ingredients. Of course, the success rate of forming such a pill was very low as well, even if it was created by a very outstanding grade 1 alchemist. For this reason, the boost that a demon emperor's beast core offered to a human martial monarch was not as great as what a demon monarch would receive. That's right, this is a demon emperor's beast core. In the face of the excited gold thug, Little Gold nodded her head. At the same time, she passed the demon emperor's beast core to the gold thug. When the gold thug had taken the beast core in his hands, both of his hands trembled even more violently. Demon emperor's beast core. By the side, Xianxia was astonished. Little Gold, you've killed AD Demon Emperor. Yes, Little Gold nodded and answered casually, I killed a brainless fella. Wasn't your target the first-rate force of the south of the inner land? Why did you attack a demon emperor instead? Xianxia was confused. Well, my target was indeed a first-rate force, but that demon emperor seemed to have owed a favor to that force since many years ago. For this reason, it rushed out in a timely manner, wanting to protect that force. He dared to actually cast an attack at me first, but in the end, I killed him instead, Little Gold answered as though she was reciting an unimportant manner. I can't believe that a first-rate force actually has a demon emperor protecting them. Xianxia mused. Well, it's only a first-level demon emperor, Little Gold answered nonchalantly. Although she did not make it clear, one could still hear the disdain in her tone. Only a first-level demon emperor. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Xianxia and the gold thug, who had just returned to his senses, exchanged glances with each other. They both stood rooted to the ground in a daze. To them, even a first-level demon emperor was already enough to crush them with just one finger. Young miss, I'll go back and cultivate first. After receiving the demon emperor's beast core, Gold Thug was itching to go back to cultivate. He believed that it would not take him long to make a breakthrough to the 9th-level demon emperor stage successfully with the help of this demon emperor's core beast. Once he had comprehended the emperor stage profundity, he would be able to make a breakthrough to the demon emperor stage in one fell swoop and become a demon emperor. Alright, go cultivate as soon as possible then. After you've made your breakthrough to the demon emperor stage, I'll bring you out abroad for some trips. There are many demon emperors abroad, and when we reach there, you can get yourself more demon emperor's beast cores. Little Gold nodded. As she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes gleamed brightly. Yes. Upon hearing this, the gold thug's blood was boiling with excitement as well. Hastily, he left and quickly went to cultivate. After the gold thug left, Xianxia studied Little Gold up and down and asked curiously, "Little Gold, you can even kill a first-level demon emperor now. What level is your cultivation base now actually?" It had never crossed his mind that the plain-looking little gold mouse last time had now come to achieve such an achievement. She elicited an inexplicable sense of amazement from the bottom of his heart. "Young master, please come back as fast as possible. Come back and look at the three little fellas and Miss Xianxia as well," Xianxia muttered in his heart. In the face of Xianxia's question, Little Gold merely smiled mysteriously and did not answer. The next moment, Little Gold vanished from the air in front of Xianxia. It was apparent that she had already left. Upon seeing this, Xianxia only smiled as he shook his head. With the move from Han Xianxia, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were subdued one by one. Each of them soon became affiliated forces of the Ling Tian sect. At once, the Ling Tian sect's fame became very influential in the southern area of the inner land in the cloud continent like the sun in mid-sky. As for the rest of the first-rate forces that had not fallen yet, each of them was overwhelmed with fear, for they knew that not long in the future, the Ling Tian sect would make its move on them. The Ling Tian sect is crazy. Does it intend to unify the entire southern area of the inner land? At every part of the southern area of the inner land, people from all over the place speculated. Indeed, the crazy Ling Tian sect did intend to do that right then. However, just as the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were frightened out of their wits, Han Xianxia and the other three had returned to the Ling Tian sect in unison as though they had already planned it out. Indeed, they had already planned it beforehand. "In the next period, all of you mustn't be careless. You must patrol everywhere of the Ling Tian peak more. Calculating the time now, I think they'll make their way here soon," Han Xianxia told Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. In her words, it was as though she was worried that somebody would come to attack the Ling Tian sect. "Yes, Sister Xianxia." Little Black and the other two nodded their heads obediently. Compared to their decisiveness to kill outside, they seemed to have transformed into other people. 7 days quickly passed by in just the blink of an eye. The air world outside Ling Tian Peak as a figure appeared out of thin air. This was a plain-looking old man in gray. However, his eyes were brimming with radiating vigor and his face was very calm, as though he would not even bat an eye even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp instantly as he glared at the dangerously steep peak not far away before he muttered, "Ling Tian sect." The next second, he disappeared again, and by the time he showed up, he was already on the other side of the Ling Tian Peak. "Hold it right there." However, before he entered Ling Tian Peak, he was already blocked by somebody. The voice that had shouted out loudly at him was a young little girl's voice, stunning him for a while. By the time he had already returned to his senses, he noticed that the person who blocked his pathway was an inconspicuous little girl in gold. Demon Emperor. However, he did not look down on her, although she appeared to be just a little girl in front of her. Instead, his face turned grave right away. In the face of his questioning tone, Little Gold did not give a damn at all. Instead, she asked nonchalantly, "Are you the old man from the Han clan? Are you the one who killed Han Jing?" Cold brilliance shone from his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. Han Jing. Little Gold was taken aback at first before returning to her senses. "Looks like you're really the old man from the Han clan. Are you here to avenge the brainless guy?" As she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes gleamed brilliantly with chilliness. "No matter who you are, if you kill a member of my Han clan, you'll have to pay the price," he said nonchalantly, his words filled with a tone that allowed no doubt. Before Little Gold returned to her senses, an apathetic voice resonated from far, "Really?" By the time the voice entered the ears of the old man and Little Gold, a figure had already appeared in a timely manner. It was a teenage girl in yellow who appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old. The face that appeared to be slightly childish-looking was pretty. In just one glance, one could easily know that this girl would grow up to become a beauty so enchanting that she would topple nations. She had a pair of mischievous eyes. One could easily see that she was a playful person. However, right now, her expression was slightly glum, as though the sky was filled with clouds and was about to rain. "It's better for an unrelated person to leave now. Don't blame me if the city gates catch fire." Looking at the teenage girl, the old man in gray warned in a calm tone. His words were filled with threats. "Unrelated person, After the teenage girl studied him for some time, she finally replied calmly, "What if I was the one who killed that person that you said?" At once, his expression changed in a flash. Murderous intent radiated from his face as though he was about to devour somebody. "Sister Shui Nai, leave this old man to me." Little Gold looked at the yellow-clad teenage girl and said in anticipation. The yellow-clad teenage girl was none other than Han Shui Nai. As Han Shui Nai had said, Han Jing, the Han clan's powerhouse, did indeed die in her hands that time. "I'll give him to you if you want him," Han Shui Nai replied, as though she was not at all concerned that she was not the one going against the old man in gray by herself. "Thank you, Sister Shui Nai." Upon receiving Han Shui Nai's approval, Little Gold's eyes lit up right away. Then, staring at the old man glaring fixedly at Han Shui Nai, she snarled coldly, "Hey, old man. I'm your opponent." The moment the words left her mouth, she made her move. As though she had transformed into a golden lightning bolt, she blasted out towards the old man, who snapped back to reality and started to be locked in a battle with Little Gold. Both of them were evenly matched in first in the battle. However, as time continued to pass, Little Gold soon fell into a disadvantageous position and appeared to be very wretched. The gray-clad old man, on the other hand, seized this chance to pursue and cast his attack on her, intending to kill Little Gold, the little girl who looked not more than 10 years old. "Help me, Sister Shui Nai." At once, Little Gold asked Han Shui Nai for help hastily. This was not a time to be playful now. If she really got killed at that second, it would mean that everything would be over for her now. HMPH. Almost at the second Little Gold's words left her mouth, Han Shui Nai snorted in a low voice and raised her hand. No other movement could be seen from her. A loud bang resonated. The old man who was pursuing Little Gold suddenly was sent flying by a blast. As he flew out, he left behind a trail of blooming bloody flowers. It was blood that gushed out of his mouth. The air shadowless palm. How did you know my Han clan's clan-suppressing martial skill? Soon, horror dawned on the old man, who had finally managed to come to a halt with difficulty after being sent flying. Chapter 1259 Saint Grade Martial Tactic. The shadowless air palm was the clan-suppressing martial skill from the ancient Han clan in the Cloud Continent. This set of martial skills dominated all heaven rank advanced martial skills. Not everybody in the Han clan could cultivate it. As one of the strongest people in the Han clan, the old man in gray was very sure about this. He was also one of the few people in the Han clan who had cultivated the shadowless air palm. Not only did he know that the shadowless air palm was a powerful martial skill that ruled all other heaven rank advanced martial skills, but he also knew that this set of martial skills could be considered a saint grade martial tactic. The saint grade martial tactic was a saying passed down in the Han clan a long time ago. It was said that it originated from a faraway land and referred to martial skills that prevailed over heaven rank advanced martial skills. The old man, who was awfully pale, was filled with astonishment and disbelief as he glared directly at Han Shui Nai. Shadowless air palm. Upon hearing the old man's words, Han Shui Nai was first stunned before giving him a disdainful smile. "Are you sure that the one that I cast was the shadowless air palm?" The moment her words left her mouth, without waiting for the old man to respond, Han Shui Nai made her move once again. A cold aura spread out in the air and burst into a biting cold as piercing iciness radiated across. At the same time, gales of cold wind brushed past them as well. A series of loud bangs resonated. The light shield rose from around the old man's body and crumbled like dried leaves. In just a heartbeat, he was already swept by the gale of icy aura coming from all directions, transforming him into an ice sculpture. One could faintly see that there was a streak of clear palm prints around the old man's body in the ice sculpture, as though he had been slapped many times. "Right now, do you still think that this is the shadowless air palm?" Han Shui Nai asked nonchalantly. At the same time, she gradually lifted a hand up. The ice sculpture around the old man's body began to melt into nothingness as if it had never once appeared. Spurt. The moment the ice sculpture around his body disappeared, the old man shuddered before he opened his mouth and blood gushed out of it. Staggering as though he was about to fall, he teetered at the gates of death. It was only until he took out a pill and swallowed it that color started to creep upon his face once again. If Duan Ling Tian had been here, he would definitely have been able to tell that this healing medicinal pill that the old man in gray just consumed was none other than the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill that he was very familiar with. It isn't the shadowless air palm. As Han Shui Nai's words resonated by his ear, the old man in gray could not help but shiver as he looked at her with a horrified expression. His heart was completely consumed with shock. Even though it looks like the shadowless air palm, it's a martial skill that's much more powerful than the shadowless air palm. It's a saint-grade martial tactic. A freaking saint-grade martial tactic. A saint-grade martial tactic that's even more powerful than the shadowless air palm. Who is she? As far as I know, only the two great ancient clans in the entire Cloud Continent, including our Han clan, have the saint-grade martial tactic. But she actually knows a saint-grade martial tactic too. Not only that, it's a saint-grade martial tactic that's far more powerful than our Han clan's shadowless air palm. Don't tell me she actually came from that place. As thoughts raced through the old man's mind, he seemed to have recalled something. He appeared to be looking at a ghost as he stared at the teenage girl. As one of the two great ancient clans in the Cloud Continent that had a legacy of 10,000 years, the Han clan knew a lot of things that other ordinary Cloud Continent powerhouses did not. There were other continents other than the Cloud Continent. Besides that, there was a secret journal that was passed down to every generation of the Han clan. It held journal records that only a disciple from the Han clan lineage was qualified to read. According to the journal, the first clan leader of the Han clan, who was also the ancestor that established the Han clan, did not actually originate from the Cloud Continent. Instead, he came from another continent. According to that Han clan ancestor, where he originated from, even a martial emperor was stood only at the peak of the mortal stage. Many people transcended the mortal stage in that continent, which was called Dao Martial Saint Land. I've heard from Qing Nu a while ago that there's a clan here in the Cloud Continent that can roughly be considered as part of our clan's branch. It's also known as the Han clan. Somehow, Han Shuinai had started speaking nonchalantly and nobody knew whether she was talking to the old man in gray or to herself. The fact that the shadowless air palm has been passed down means that this person who founded the Han clan must be a collateral disciple of our clan, no matter how useless he was. The words that Han Shuinai seemed to mutter to herself entered the ears of the old man, striking him like a thunderbolt. He trembled all over as he asked, Miss. Did you just say that our Han clan's ancestor was actually your clan's collateral disciple? As a lineal disciple of the Han clan and the former clan leader, his knowledge about the Han clan surpassed anyone else in the clan. According to the record written in the journal the ancestor left behind, when he was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land or something, he was indeed a collateral disciple of a large clan. Although the ancestor didn't describe the clan in detail, he did mention that the huge clan carried a big weight in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The moment he thought about this, his body started to quiver in fear when he looked at Han Shuinai again. After undergoing the saint-grade martial tactic that this teenage girl cast, he faintly suspected that this person must have come from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. The saint-grade martial tactic that she cast was even more powerful than the saint-grade martial tactic that their Han clan and the other ancient clan possessed. The saint-grade martial tactic that both clans possessed originated from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. That was the reason why he would come to such a conclusion. After hearing her mutter to herself and the message recorded in the journal that their Han clan ancestor left behind, he assumed that she must have come from the huge clan just like his ancestor. Not only that, the saint-grade martial tactic that she cast had some resemblance of the shadowless air palm, although it appeared more like an upgraded version. Connecting all these points together, he had no choice but to suspect Han Shuinai's identity. He felt that she might really be related to their Han clan ancestor and even their Han clan. What, do you think I'd be so utterly shameless to forge a connection with your Han clan? Upon hearing the old man's query, Han Shuinai snapped in disdain. If I remember correctly, given your strength, even if you aren't the most powerful person in your clan, you must be at least in the top 3. Do you think that my strength isn't even comparable to the strongest powerhouse in your Han clan? Her sentence dripped with sarcasm. No, I didn't mean that, miss, I really didn't mean that. The old man became panic-stricken right away. As she said, although his strength was not the most powerful in the Han clan, he was still among the top 3. However, even if she faced the strongest person in the Han clan, he would not turn out to be so weak to the point that he could not attack her at all. Sister Shuinai, why are you talking so much to him? If I were you, I'd have killed him directly. Little Gold stood by the side and piped up nonchalantly. At the same time, she glared at the old man. Hi, didn't you want to avenge Han Jing? My sister Shuinai is right here now. Go on, make your move, hurry. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the old man's cheeks that had just returned to its normal pallor turned white again. Hastily, he quickly replied, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The reason I came here is just to learn how Han Jing died. Since you killed him, miss, I'm sure that's because he was the one who dug his own grave. He deserved to die. Looking at Han Shui-nai, he said with a horrified expression. On top of that, we Han clan can be said to be closely related to you as well, miss. Please forgive me this time for the sake of our Han clan ancestor. He pleaded. Is your surname Han? Han Shui-nai asked coolly. Yes, I'm called Han Tong, the old man hastily replied, not daring to slack at all. Well, alright, I can do that, but you must make up for your mistakes, she retorted. Miss Shui-nai. Upon hearing Han Shui-nai's words, Little Gold frowned for no reason. She itched to exterminate this old man who had almost killed her just now. Little Gold, there's still some use keeping him alive, Han Shui-nai reassured. Little Gold nodded. Despite still being slightly unhappy, she dared not disobey Han Shui-nai at all. Miss, please tell me how, miss. Han Tong begged humbly as though he was afraid that she would regret her decision. Activate your clan's forces and help me search for someone, Han Shui-nai replied. At Lingzan Peak, another 2 standalone wooden houses were erected on the tiny platform beside Martial Emperor Lingzan's residence. It was evident that they had been newly erected not long ago. The occupants of the 2 wooden houses were none other than the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Ever since the last time they came to meet Martial Emperor Lingzan, they had started staying here. According to Martial Emperor Lingzan, since they were both Duan Lingtian's friends, they were then his friends too. For this reason, he found it awkward to keep them as his disciples or followers, but he allowed them to remain in the Lingzan Peak as guests. Though they were the guests, they were allowed to enjoy all of the benefits of a martial emperor's direct disciple. This took the 2 Nangong twins by shock and joy. Shocked by just how highly Martial Emperor Lingzan thought of Duan Lingtian and joy for being able to stay at the Lingzan Peak to enjoy all of the benefits of a martial emperor's direct disciple. According to the Martial Emperor Lingzan, they could stay at the Lingzan Peak for as long as they liked. If they did not want to stay anymore, they could leave anytime they wanted. Even after they had left, they could come back anytime they wanted to. The other wooden house erected on the stone platform. Not far away was the residence of Duan Lingtian. However, ever since the Nangong twins arrived here, they had never seen Duan Lingtian coming out of his residence before. For this reason, they had never been able to meet with him all along. Days continued to pass. Today, Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Lingzan, left his own residence and came to the front of Duan Lingtian's residence. Brother Lingtian, Yang Wei called out as a greeting. The next instant, the door to the wooden house that Duan Lingtian was opened wide before he flew out of it. Standing in front of Yang Wei, he asked, Yes. Is there any news now? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened right away. Chapter 1260 Heading to the Hidden Fog Island. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the fact that Yang Wei had taken the initiative to look for him at his residence most likely meant that he had managed to find out about his origin. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated Yang Wei. No, not yet. Yang Wei knew what he was asking about. Therefore, he immediately shook his head. Brother Lingtian, I'm sure you know it just as well as I do. Just the inner land of the Cloud Continent alone already occupies a vast area of land. I'd need more time to explore your origin. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in slight disappointment before asking again, Then, is there anything you've come looking for me for? Yes, Yang Wei nodded before he replied, I'm here to give you a heads up, Brother Lingtian. We'll be making our move in 10 days. Making our move? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he finally realized what he was talking about. Quickly, he asked, the Hidden Fog Island. All right then, Duan Lingtian responded. Then, seeing that Yang Wei did not go any further, he proceeded to return to his own room and continue his cultivation, working on the 2 profundities. His strength was making progress at a breakneck rate. 10 days was not a long stretch for an ordinary person, let alone Duan Lingtian who was cultivating all night and all day. In just the blink of an eye, 10 days flew by. Walking out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian shook his heavy head as he muttered to himself, I've regained more of my memory now. But I still don't seem to be able to recall who I am yet. Duan Lingtian. Not long after he had stepped out of the wooden house, 2 familiar voices rang in his ear immediately. As he squinted to look at the direction of the voice, he realized that it was Nangong Yi who was calling him. There was another cool and aloof figure standing right beside Nangong Yi. It was none other than Nangong Chen. Why are you 2 here? Upon seeing them, Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. It's all thanks to you that we're able to cultivate here. Nangong Yi beamed before telling him about the story of how Zhong'an, martial emperor Ling Zan's third direct disciple, brought them there and how the martial emperor had given them special care. Oh, I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. That's quite good too. You two can stay here in Ling Zan Peak as you wish, and with the way the martial emperor's direct disciple is treating you, I'm sure your achievements will go far in the future. Duan Ling Tian, we heard that Lord Martial Emperor is going to bring 10 people, including his 3 direct disciples under his command, somewhere far today. Now that you've come out of your house at this time, does it mean that you're going with him too? Nangong Yi asked in curiosity. Brother Ling Tian, it's time for us to go now. Before he had the time to reply, a familiar voice resonated from the sky. Yes, Lord Martial Emperor. The Nangong twins immediately could tell that this voice belonged to Martial Emperor Ling Zan. At the same time, they were also sure that Duan Ling Tian would indeed be going away with the Martial Emperor. After bidding goodbye to the twins, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to fly towards the voice. Soon, he saw the owner of Ling Zan sect. It was Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan. Yang Wei stood right there with 3 more people following behind him. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to these 3. They were none other than Yang Hui's 3 direct disciples, who were also the only 3 direct disciples of the Ling Zan sect. They were Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'an. Another 6 people followed behind the trio. These 6 were all unfamiliar faces to Duan Ling Tian, as he did not seem to have seen them before. Of course, even if he did, he might have forgotten about them already. Seeing Duan Ling Tian approaching, Yang Wei welcomed him to stay by his side with a friendly gesture. As for the 3 direct disciples behind him, Zhou Di and Zhong'an both nodded and smiled at him by way of greeting. Only Song Ting maintained a glum face ever since he showed up. It was already good enough that he did not battle it out with him. Lord Ling Tian. Following Zhou Di's order, the remaining 6 people also bowed and greeted Duan Ling Tian courteously. They even called him Lord, in a respectful manner. Right then, Duan Ling Tian was indeed worthy to be called that title, at the very least, in front of these people. Let's go. As Yang Wei motioned, a tremendous and vast invisible energy spread out tyrannically and soon enveloped everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, in just the blink of an eye. The energy did not leave anybody out. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian saw a blur in front of his eyes. A second later, he felt his body flying out without him even having to control it. Only then did he realize that Yang Wei was guiding him and the rest on their journey, which made sense to him. If they made their journey at a speed that followed the one with the weakest cultivation base, let alone the fact that they had no idea how long it would take them to reach the hidden fog island, they did not even have an inkling how long it would take them to leave the cloud continent. Compared to Duan Ling Tian's temporary shock, the rest of the people other than Zhou Di and the other 2 Martial Emperor direct disciples froze in shock for a long time the second they were brought flying into the air. Brother Ling Tian, I think the next time when we come back here, you'll be able to find out about your origin soon. Yang Wei exclaimed on the journey. Yang Wei actually felt a little guilty about not being able to help him find out his origin after so long. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Having been mentally prepared for a while, he did not find it surprising. My memory is slowly recovering as time goes by. Perhaps like what Bastard told me, my memory will automatically fully recover after a year, he thought to himself. The Hidden Fog Island, the Overseas Saint Islands, I'm looking forward to it. Somehow, his thoughts got carried away. As a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes, he was thrilled to explore the place they were heading to. And that exquisite jade box that the cheapskate father left for me. I should be able to open it with my strength now, shouldn't I? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Then, raising his hand, a delicate jade box appeared in his palms. Just as he tried to open the jade box, a series of figures rose in the north of the inner land of the cloud continent, where snow covered everything. There were a total of 11 people, all of them women. Let's go, the chief announced. At the same time, an invisible energy gushed out of her body and enveloped the 10 women behind her, leading them towards the north at a rapid speed. Among the 10 women, the most seductive-looking and enchanting woman who had an unparalleled beauty with a provocative body told her companion, Ka, it's all thanks to your frost god's sword technique. If it hadn't been for it, we wouldn't have been able to become the Martial Emperor's direct disciples the moment we arrived at Yuhan Valley, let alone have this opportunity to go see the foreign world abroad. Her companion's beauty was in no way inferior to the former, but her temperament was a completely different story. Unlike the allure and the rapture of the former, she appeared to be more like a beautiful girl next door. Chapter 1261 Martial Emperor Lei Ming of Thundercloud Peak. At the northwest polar region of Cloud Continent, 11 figures rose up to the sky. Among the 11 people, an old man with a heavy build stood at the lead. Although his eyes were awe-inspiring, it was not angry-looking. He appeared majestic, clad entirely in a gold robe. There were 10 people following behind the old man. Among the 10, one of them was a woman, and the remaining were men. However, it seemed like the woman held the highest position among the 10 people because she was directly behind the old man while the others stood behind her. The golden-robed old man seemed to have noticed something as he suddenly turned around to look at a black-clad young man standing at the very end of the group. This black-clad young man had a huge build and was very good-looking. However, it seemed like he wanted to maintain a low profile since he traveled at the end of the group. "Zhou Yi, you've made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage?" the golden-robed old man asked in shock. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. As soon as the words left the old man's mouth, the blue-clad woman behind him instantly regained her senses. A hint of shock could be seen in her eyes. The remaining 8 people returned to their senses as well. Turning around one after another, they stared at the black-clad young man following behind them as though they had just seen a ghost. Martial Emperor stage. He had made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage. "Yes, Master." The black-clad young man nodded to the golden-robed old man in a manner that was neither servile nor arrogant. If any of Lost Stone Forest's people were here, they would be able to recognize the black-clad young man with just a glance. He was none other than the former direct disciple of Lost Stone Forest's martial emperor. He was Zhou Yi, the direct disciple martial emperor Shiqi doted on the most. Previously, after Zhou Yi had betrayed martial emperor Shiqi by committing fraud and stealing the Devil Seal tablet, he had fled Lost Stone Forest. In the end, although martial emperor Shiqi had searched for Zhou Yi, he realized it was too late since Zhou Yi was nowhere to be found. During that time, Zhou Yi hid in various places, afraid of being found by martial emperor Shiqi. It was only until recently when he heard that a martial emperor was recruiting martial emperor's disciples and followers at a place close to his whereabouts that he decided to join under this martial emperor. He had long heard about this martial emperor. He was even more powerful than martial emperor Shiqi. Zhou Yi easily passed the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers and successfully became the martial emperor's disciple, relying on the fact that he already had half a foot in the martial emperor stage. After he had become the martial emperor's disciple, he intentionally made himself stand out and attracted the attention of the martial emperor before becoming the martial emperor's direct disciple. Although he had become the martial emperor's direct disciple, he did not dare to act arrogant like how he did in Lost Stone Forest. Ever since he left Lost Stone Forest, he had learned how to keep a low profile. He was very clear that a poisonous snake that lurked in the shadow, poised to attack, had a longer lifespan in comparison to a vicious wolf that attacked people as it pleased. Due to this reason, he became this martial emperor's most humble direct disciple. It took the group of people by surprise now that the humble martial emperor's direct disciple had broken through to the martial emperor stage. The golden-robed old man was one of the top well-known martial emperors on Cloud Continent. His title was Lei Ming, and his strength was in no way inferior to the one in Yuhan Valley. "Ha, that's great, great." Upon hearing Zhou Yi's admission of breaking through to the martial emperor stage, martial emperor Lei Ming laughed heartily. "In this case, this means there are currently 2 martial emperor stage martial emperor's direct disciples under my, martial emperor Lei Ming's command now." Martial Emperor Lei Ming beamed in delight. "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Lord Martial Emperor." At this moment, all the 9 people, including the blue-clad woman, following behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming congratulated him in unison. Many people looked at Zhou Yi enviously. They knew very well that the second Zhou Yi had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage, he would become Martial Emperor Lei Ming's most doted direct disciple. To be more precise, one of the 2 most doted on Martial Emperor's direct disciples. This was because there was another Martial Emperor under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's command. It was Lan Bai, the blue-clad woman following directly behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming. "Junior brother Zhou, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage." Lan Bai looked at Zhou Yi and smiled as she congratulated him. "Thank you, senior sister Bai." Zhou Yi immediately thanked her. "Junior brother Zhou, why are you so far behind? Don't tell me you're afraid of being eaten by Master and me." Lanbai asked with a frown as she looked at where Zhou Yi was standing. Of course not. Zhou Yi shook his head. At this moment, Martial Emperor Lei Ming also chimed in. Zhou Yi, go stand next to your senior sister. You're a direct disciple under my, Martial Emperor Lei Ming, command. Why are you standing so far behind for? Yes, master, Zhou Yi replied respectfully. Zhou Yi did not dare to disobey Martial Emperor Lei Ming since he still needed to rely on his protection. Although he had already broken through to the Martial Emperor stage, in regards to strength, let alone Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he was not even comparable to his former master, Martial Emperor Shi of Lost Stone Forest. I hope you'll be able to make me proud in the Hidden Fog martial competition. If you get a good ranking, I'll definitely treat you well, Martial Emperor Lei Ming announced unhurriedly as he looked at Zhou Yi, who finally stood next to Lanbai. Rest assured, master, I, Zhou Yi, will definitely do my best and make you and Thundercloud Peak proud. Zhou Yi replied confidently. Thundercloud Peak was the cultivation place of Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Great, great. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's reply, Martial Emperor beamed in delight. With a raise of his hand, a narrow saber with lights revolving around it immediately appeared in his hand. You can consider this spirit saber as a congratulatory gift from me for breaking through to the Martial Emperor stage. As Martial Emperor Lei Ming spoke, he handed the spirit saber in his hand over to Zhou Yi. This Martial Emperor Lei Ming's action took all the 9 people, including Lanbai, by surprise. It's the spirit saber that Lord Martial Emperor always carries around with him. The spirit saber that Lord Martial Emperor always carries around with him is one of the only 2 quasi-royal grade spirit weapons in our Thundercloud Peak. The other quasi-royal grade spirit weapon has already been given to senior sister Lanbai by Lord Martial Emperor when she made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage a few years ago. In this case, this must be the only quasi-royal grade spirit weapon left in Lord Martial Emperor's hands. If Lord Martial Emperor gives it away, he'll have to use a grade 1 spirit weapon. Soon after, many people regained their senses and began to whisper among one another. And some of them glared at him bitterly. Those few people in the latter group were the Martial Emperor's direct disciples. They had originally been covetously eyeing the quasi-royal grade spirit saber in Martial Emperor Lei Ming's hand. They had hoped to break through to the Martial Emperor stage as soon as possible so they could get their hands on the quasi-royal grade spirit saber. Who knew that a person who had just joined Thundercloud Peak and became the Martial Emperor's direct disciple would make a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage before them? Master, please don't. Junior brother Joe only just entered our Thundercloud Peak recently. It's too dangerous to give the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon to him just like that. That's right, Master. The other 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples hastily advised Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Their words were very obvious. They were worried Zhou Yi would leave Thundercloud Peak after obtaining the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. At that time, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon would turn into Zhou Yi's dowry. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Martial Emperor Lei Ming snorted coldly when he heard his 2 direct disciples' words. Blame yourself for being such a disappointment instead. From now on, this quasi-royal grade spirit saber of mine will be Zhou Yi's spirit weapon. When Martial Emperor Lei Ming reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhou Yi again under the unwilling eyes of the 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Master, senior brothers actually have a point. I think it's better if you keep this spirit saber for yourself, Master. Zhou Yi did not take the spirit saber that Martial Emperor Lei Ming handed over to him. Just take it, I've already said I'll give it to you. Although this quasi-royal grade spirit weapon is not that much powerful than a grade 1 spirit weapon, it's still better than a grade 1 spirit weapon. With this in your hands, you'll be able to display your strength better during the Hidden Fog martial competition and get a better ranking. Martial Emperor insisted on giving the quasi-royal grade spirit saber in his hand to Zhou Yi. Master, I understand your meaning. But, I actually already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my hand. Even if you give your spirit saber to me, Master, there's no occasion for me to use it at all. Zhou Yi smiled. Zhou Yi's words did not only take Martial Emperor Lei Ming by surprise, but the others were also equally shocked as well. Zhou Yi had his own quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Junior brother Joe, you mustn't joke about this. This concerns the Hidden Fog martial competition, so don't listen to those 2's sarcastic remarks. To be honest, they're just jealous of you, Lanbai chimed in as she looked at Zhou Yi, making the other 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples turn a shade of green before they turned pale. They were rendered speechless for a long time. As the Martial Emperor's direct disciple at the Martial Emperor stage, Lan Bai was the strongest person in Thundercloud Peak after Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for Lan Bai. Lan Bai is right, you mustn't joke about this. Martial Emperor Lei Ming also chimed in solemnly. Master, senior sister, have a look. Zhou Yi shook his head. With a raise of his hand, a strange stone tablet appeared in his hands. The stone tablet was described as strange because it was chipped on one of the corners. Apart from the chipped corner, an array of strange words was inscribed on the stone tablet. All these words emitted an ancient aura that spoke of the vicissitudes of life. As Zhou Yi's origin energy surged into the strange stone tablet in his hand, the stone tablet suddenly trembled, the heaven and earth energy above the sky began to whirl. Two silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared before they were followed by another two silhouettes of ancient black dragons. Four silhouettes of ancient black dragons contrasted finely with each other. The two silhouettes of ancient black dragons were the indicator of a first-level martial emperor martial artist. On the other hand, 100% boost was a sign of a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. It really is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Many people lost their cool as they exclaimed in shock. Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Lan Bai finally believed him. As it turned out, Zhou Yi really did possess a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Chapter 1262 Opening the Exquisite Jade Box. The stone tablet with a chipped corner that Zhou Yi took out was none other than the devil-seal tablet. Previously, he had betrayed his master, Martial Emperor Shiqi, and lost Stone Forest for the sake of the secret hidden in the devil-seal tablet. However, until now, he could not find other uses for it apart from the fact that it could be used as a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Junior brother Zhou, I admire you. At this moment, Lan Bai raised a thumb up toward Zhou Yi as she mused, if I were you, I wouldn't have rejected the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon master gave me even if I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. The crowd present on the scene agreed with Lan Bai's words. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming's eyes were filled with satisfaction when he looked at Zhou Yi. Right now, do you still think Zhou Yi will leave my Thundercloud Peak after receiving the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? Martial Emperor Lei Ming asked as he looked at the two direct disciples casually. The moment both of the direct disciples heard this, they merely lowered their heads and smiled wryly. They could not refute at all. They did not think Zhou Yi would be this vicious. He actually refused a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was given to him. Quasi-royal grade spirit weapons were priceless on Cloud Continent. Nobody would think that having more was too much. The fact was nobody in the group, including Martial Emperor Lei Ming, actually understood Zhou Yi's real thoughts. He did this not because he was righteous or anything. The reason he did this was to leave a good impression on Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Just in case he happened to meet Martial Emperor Shiqi on Hidden Fog Island, Martial Emperor Lei Ming would protect him. He did not have to be afraid anymore since he would be under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's protection. I'll need to make a sacrifice so that I can benefit from it later. This was currently how Zhou Yi reassured himself inwardly. It would be fake if he said he did not find it a pity to give up the quasi-royal grade spirit sword just like that. Let's go. Martial Emperor Lei Ming yelled as a tremendous invisible energy surged out of his body. He led the 10 people, including Zhou Yi and Lan Bai, north. Their destination was the overseas Saint Island far in the middle of the sea at the north of the Cloud Continent, the Hidden Fog Island. At a place far away, at the southeast of Thundercloud Peak, silhouettes of figures that were faster than lightning flashed across the sky. The wind and mist were dispersed at the places they passed through, only merging together again after a long time. The destination of these figures was the north of the inner land, also the north of Cloud Continent. There were a total of 11 figures. The leader was a young man. When he flew, it seemed as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword. Under his leadership, the 10 people following him also seemed to have transformed into gigantic swords. The gigantic sword pierced through the sky at a speed so fast that it was terrifying. A crisp sound resonated in the air. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the exquisite jade box in his hand had opened, revealing a gap. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian fell into a daze. He still remembered how he had tried with all his might to open this exquisite jade box many times in the past. However, all his efforts had been in vain. At that time, he had even used his spirit weapon. However, it did not yield any results. At this moment, without any spirit weapon and origin energy, he managed to open the exquisite jade box easily just with the strength of his two profundities. the moment the exquisite jade box opened, he instantly attracted the leader's attention. It was Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan. Brother Ling Tian, this is. I think it's something my father left me, Duan Ling Tian answered. This was also a small part of his memory that he recently recovered. Why you remember your origin? Yang Hui's eyes brightened up instantly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I only managed to recover a small part of my memory. I just happened to remember this thing and its origin. As for the others, I still can't recall anything. When he reached the end of his sentence, he frowned. It seemed as though he was trying to recall his memory, but it was all in vain. I see. Yang Wei finally understood. When he saw Duan Ling Tian trying to recall his memory, he did not ask anything more in fear that he would affect Duan Ling Tian's emotion again. I still can't recall anything. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Although he had recalled the origin of the exquisite jade box in his hand and knew that it was left behind by his miserly father, his memory of his miserly father was still very vague. He could not recall anything at all. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, it still yielded no result. Perhaps, it's like what Bastard has said. All I need is time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the last 6 months, his memory had been recovering, and he could recall many things that he could not remember previously. This left him no choice but to believe Wang Ba's words. According to Wang Ba, he only needed slightly more than a year at most to recover all of his memory. According to the memory that I recently recovered, this jade box seems to contain something my miserly father left behind. Moreover, it seems to be very important. Duan Ling Tian opened the exquisite jade box curiously, the contents of the exquisite jade box fully revealed to him. There was a jade piece lying quietly inside the exquisite jade box. It was none other than a voice transmission jade slip. Apart from the voice transmission jade slip, there was another jade slip that was slightly thicker. Upon closer inspection, it did not look like a jade slip. It looked more like a jade token. Other than the voice transmission jade slip and jade token, there was nothing else inside the exquisite jade box. What's this? Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw the jade token. There was no record of such thing in the memory he regained. Perhaps, the answer lies with the memory that I had lost. Duan Ling Tian was not certain he would recognize what this jade token was even if he regained all his memory. Soon after, Duan Ling Toin took the voice transmission jade slip out. He still remembered what a voice transmission jade slip was. This must be a message left behind by my miserly father. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he inserted his origin energy into the voice transmission jade slip, causing it to blink faintly before it let out a dazzling light. At once, a seemingly familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears clearly. Tianer, when you open the exquisite jade box and take this voice transmission jade slip out, I believe that your cultivation base must have already made a breakthrough to the innate void restoration stage. Innate void restoration stage, if it was in the past, he might not know what innate void restoration stage meant. However, ever since Wang Ba explained it to him, he knew the innate void restoration stage was equivalent to the martial emperor stage on Cloud Continent. How did my miserly father know about the innate void restoration stage? Duan Ling Tian was baffled. Because Duan Ling Tian had lost part of his memory, he did not know his father had brought his mother and another 3 girls away from Cloud Continent and went to a faraway place that might possibly be the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to Bastard, the innate void restoration stage seems to be the way of calling in that Dao Martial Saint Land or something, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The voice transmission jade slip continued to transmit the seemingly familiar voice. The innate void restoration stage is the martial emperor stage on Cloud Continent. A first-rate martial emperor can be considered as standing at the summit on Cloud Continent, but it can only be considered as the summit of the mortal stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, you can't be too proud of yourself. I'm sure you must be filled with curiosity and have a lot of questions about the Dao Martial Saint Land, so I'll give you a brief explanation about it now. The Dao Martial Saint Land is another continent in this world. Like Cloud Continent, this place has a rule of the jungle where the strong rules. However, Cloud Continent's martial emperors are not considered powerhouses at all here. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the peak of the mortal stage is the innate void restoration stage. After you've entered the innate void restoration stage, you must cultivate all the way to the peak of the innate stage before you can truly transform. Using a common expression, this transformation is called mortal shedding. The mortal shedding stage comes after the innate void restoration stage. Once you've entered the mortal shedding stage, then only can you be considered as truly entering the threshold of becoming a powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land. The saint rudiment stage comes after the mortal shedding stage. This is actually what the saying, transcending worldliness and entering the sainthood, means. The stage that comes after the saint rudiment stage is the saint stage. In the Tao martial saint land, the mortal shedding stage can be considered as entering the threshold of being a powerhouse, but those people who are commonly known as powerhouses are all above the saint stage. Right now, you must know the meaning of these 9 words: there are humans beyond humans, and heavens beyond heavens. Right? Compared to the Tao martial saint land, Cloud Continent is merely a mortal continent. The seemingly familiar voice continued to enter Duan Ling Tian's ears, introducing to him the other world, the Tao martial saint land. Previously, he had heard some things about the Tao martial saint land from Wang Ba. Due to this reason, he was not completely surprised. Although he was not surprised, his heart was filled with a longing for the Tao martial saint land. There are many places in the Tao martial saint land that are different from Cloud Continent. For example, there are only martial cultivators on Cloud Continent, but in the Tao martial saint land, in addition to martial cultivators, they have Tao cultivators and even devil cultivators too. Moreover, no matter how strong a person is, he wouldn't be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather it into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the Tao martial saint land. Apart from that, the saint grade martial tactic in the Tao martial saint land is the authentic skills and techniques. No matter how strong the martial skills on Cloud Continent are, they are only vassals to the energy. On Cloud Continent, even without using any martial skill, as long as you're powerful enough, you can defeat those who are weaker than you even if they have cultivated heaven rank martial skills. However, such a situation won't happen in the Tao martial saint land. To sum it up, the Tao martial saint land is a place filled with many marvels. I didn't bring you along with me when I left Cloud Continent is because I wish that you'll stay on Cloud Continent to train, so it'll be easier for you to gain a foothold in the Tao martial saint land in the future. I hope that you'll understand my good intention. Please don't blame your father. Chapter 1263 Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. The seemingly familiar voice continued to enter Duan Ling Tian's ears, giving him a rough introduction on the Tao martial saint land. There were some parts that left him confused. After hearing my miserly father's words, it seems like he purposely didn't bring me to the Tao martial saint land. And the reason he did that is so that I can train here. Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. Since he had lost his memory, he did not know when his father had left Cloud Continent. Moreover, he had also realized one extremely horrifying thing. Although he knew he had a miserly father, he could not remember anything else about him, like how he looked like and so on. Soon after, the seemingly familiar voice continued to speak again. Since you've made a breakthrough to the innate void restoration stage, then you have the ability to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic. I left behind a set of saint grade martial tactic for you, and I hope that it'll be beneficial to you. I won't continue saying unnecessary words. I've already arranged for someone to meet you. When you arrive at the Tao martial saint land, go look for this guy, and he'll bring you to me. He's at. The voice came to a halt without any warning as it reached here, as though it had been cut off. Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice was indeed cut off abruptly. What's going on? The voice being cut off at the most crucial moment caused Duan Ling Tian's face to turn grave immediately. At the same time, he lifted the voice transmission jade slip in his hand and carefully studied it. Soon after, he noticed there were a few unnoticeable cracks on the voice transmission jade slip. Don't tell me that the cracks on the voice transmission jade slip were caused when I forcefully tried to open it last time. Duan Ling Tian easily guessed the reason. The inside of the exquisite jade box was made of incredibly hard jade. If the things inside it were violently shaken, it would definitely incur some damage. How great! Father said he has already arranged for someone to bring me to him when I arrive at the Tao martial saint land. However, a problem arises in the most crucial part. I don't even know where he asked his man to stand by. Since I don't know where his man is, I won't be able to meet with the man he has arranged for me to meet, and he won't be able to bring me to meet father. Duan Ling Tian's face turned gloomy as a wry smile crept up on his mouth. Looks like even after I arrive at the Tao martial saint land, I won't be able to meet that miserly father of mine immediately. The moment he thought of this, the wry smile on his face became even more apparent. However, Duan Ling Tian very quickly returned to his old self. He knew very well that since things had progressed in this direction, there was nothing he could do no matter how hard he thought about it. Father said, he left behind a set of Saint-grade martial tactic for me. After Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he put the voice transmission jade slip away before he shifted his attention to the exquisite jade box again. Other than the voice transmission jade slip, there was only a thick jade token inside the exquisite jade box. This is the Saint-grade martial tactic Father left for me. Duan Ling Tian fell into a daze when he looked at the jade token. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. Then, he took the jade token out of the exquisite jade box and infused his origin energy into it in an attempt to explore its profound secret. However, his origin energy did not resonate with the jade token at all. Don't tell me it's because my cultivation base is not high enough that I can't read the information stored inside. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could roughly guess that the set of Saint-grade martial tactic that was mentioned in the message his father left behind in the voice transmission jade slip was stored in this jade token. After using his origin energy, Duan Ling Tian tried to infuse his spiritual energy into the jade token again. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy came in contact with the jade token, a continuous stream of complicated messages rushed into his mind and became part of his memory. The messages seemed to have etched itself on his mind that it was impossible for him to forget it. This is the Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted after he skimmed through the messages inside the jade token. These messages were a set of martial skill that dominated other heaven-rank advanced martial skills. Naturally, martial skill was what Cloud Continent called it. In the Dao martial Saint Land, it was called the Saint-grade martial tactic. It was greatly beneficial to a martial cultivator, and it could be considered as a powerful part of a martial cultivator's strength. Colossal Arrow-Light Arrow. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned the name of the Saint-grade martial tactic. He also learned this was a set of long-range offensive Saint-grade martial tactic. Apart from having an innate void restoration stage cultivation base, cultivating this set of Saint-grade martial tactic requires me to have a set of bow and arrows that are at the Saint weapon grade. Duan Ling Tian gleaned all this information from the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Arrow-Light Arrow. Saint weapon, Duan Ling Tian muttered softly to himself. I wonder if the quasi-royal grade spirit weapons that are superior to grade 1 spirit weapons are considered as saint weapons or not. Bastard, bastard. The moment he thought of this, he began to summon Wang Ba, or to be more precise, Wang Ba's soul, that took up residence in his body. You're so noisy, boy. Why are you calling me? Wang Ba finally responded. From his tired voice, it was obvious that he had just woken up. Wang Ba, what type of weapon is considered a saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Don't you have a saint weapon yourself? Wang Ba snapped in irritation. Isn't that sword of yours a human rank primitive saint weapon? Moreover, that time when you relied on the devil-annihilating's energy to battle with that guy at the innate void restoration stage, the long spear in his hand is a human rank primitive saint weapon too. And that devil-annihilating tablet, that's a super saint weapon that dominates all heaven rank prominent saint weapons. Wang Ba finished his sentence in one breath. Human rank primitive saint weapon, heaven rank prominent saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He asked curiously again, what are the levels of these saint weapons? The saint weapons are divided into 3 great ranks, heaven, earth, and human. They're the heaven ranked saint weapons, earth ranked saint weapons, and human ranked saint weapons. Among the 3, the heaven rank is the best while the human rank is the worst. The heaven, earth, and human rank are further divided into 3 grades, the primitive, mediocre, and prominent. The prominent rank is the best while the primitive is the worst. The human rank primitive saint weapons are the worst saint weapons. The heaven rank prominent saint weapons are the best ones. Of course, this doesn't include the super saint weapons of the 10 great saint weapons rankings. The super saint weapons are saint weapons that dominate all heaven rank prominent saint weapons. The devil-annihilating tablet is one of the super saint weapons, Wang Ba continued saying. Since it's a super saint weapon, why didn't you help me keep it previously? After listening to Wang Ba's words, Duan Ling Tian began to understand more about saint weapons. However, there was something he did not understand. According to Wang Ba, that devil-annihilating tablet was supposed to be his, yet, Wang Ba had thrown it away instead. Humph, I told you before that I don't like it. Wang Ba snorted. As a devil cultivator, he would not be able to use the devil-annihilating tablet even if it was a super saint weapon. Not only was it useless to him, but he would be devoured by it as well. Due to this reason, the devil-seal tablet was no different from trash in his opinion. Why you threw it away, Jay, just because you don't like it? Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, Duan Ling Tian was instantly infuriated. A good super saint weapon was gone just like that. How could he not feel infuriated? That super saint weapon was of no use to Wang Ba, but it was useful to him since he was not a devil cultivator. Right now, I can only wait until I regain my memory and remember where I left the devil-seal tablet. I'll go snatch it back at that time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The moment he thought of this, his mood took a turn for the better. According to Wang Ba, when he had been devilified by the devil-seal tablet previously, he had battled an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. When he left, he did not bring the devil-seal tablet with him. An innate void restoration stage martial cultivator was also known as a martial emperor on Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian was confident he would be able to snatch the devil-seal tablet from that martial emperor's hands. After Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he relaxed his body and allowed Yang Wei, martial emperor Ling Zan, to guide him north. At the same time, he studied the message about the colossal arrowlight arrow in his mind. The colossal arrowlight arrow was a set of saint-grade martial tactic. All the martial skills he had mastered could not be compared to its strength at all, being able to shoot with great precision without missing the target every time. This was the colossal arrowlight arrow. If I want to cultivate this colossal arrowlight arrow, my cultivation base must make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage first. Not only that, but I'd need to refine a set of saint-grade bow and arrows, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. According to the memory I regained, as long as I have the necessary materials, I'll be able to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. The sword in my hand is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon too. Moreover, there seems to be a spirit weapon even more powerful than the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my spatial ring. I think it's called the royal grade spirit sword or something. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he quietly took out a spirit sword from his spatial ring. This sword was dull without any luster, as though it had returned to its original nature. This sword had indeed returned to its original nature. It was not as simple as it looked. It was a royal grade spirit sword. When it was wielded, it would grant a 120% boost in strength. Wang Ba, can you identify the grade of this sword? Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba again. Initially, Wang Ba's voice sounded irritated, but after he noticed the royal grade spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, he could not help but exclaim out loud in surprise, "Boy, you're so annoying. Isn't this the human rank mediocre saint weapon? Boy, are you sure you're from the mortal continent?" Wang Ba's voice continued to resonate in his mind. His voice was filled with a trace of doubt. He had a reason for his doubt. After all, this tiny little martial cultivator from the mortal continent kept taking out items that belonged exclusively to the Dao martial saint land. Just this alone was enough to raise suspicion. Chapter 1264 Overseas World. It's only a human rank mediocre saint weapon. When Duan Ling Tian heard the first part of Wang Ba's words, he was disappointed. It caused him to ignore the second half of Wang Ba's words. Based on the memory I've regained, I can only refine a human rank mediocre saint weapon after I've made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed as he looked at the royal grade spirit sword in his hands before putting it away. The quasi-royal grade spirit weapons on Cloud Continent were equivalent to the Dao martial saint land's human rank primitive saint weapons. Royal grade spirit weapons were equivalent to human grade mediocre saint weapons. Duan Ling Tian immediately gained a new understanding regarding the saint weapons in Dao martial saint land. Since I can only cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow after I break through to the martial emperor stage, I guess I'll only refine a bow and arrows after I break through to the martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. He wanted to craft a set of royal grade bow and arrows to cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow. Royal grade spirit weapons were human grade mediocre saint weapons, so it could be used to cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow. As time went by, Duan Ling Tian stopped thinking about unnecessary things. He calmed his heart, cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and comprehending the 2 profundities. His strength was rising with every minute and second. Although the speed of his progress was not extremely fast, the progress he made was not small with the passing of time. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the other 9 people, including the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples, Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhang En, were also cultivating with their eyes closed. Perhaps this was why martial emperor Ling Zan brought the group of people to the hidden fog island with his strength alone. He wanted to give them more time to cultivate and comprehend in peace so that they could improve their strength as much as possible. After all, the objective of their trip to the Hidden Fog Island was for the sake of the Hidden Fog martial competition. In the martial competition, the performance of the people he brought was linked to his and Ling Zan Peak's prestige and image. Due to this reason, he could not help but feel concerned. One must admit that as a 4th-level martial emperor Ling Zan, Yang Hui's speed was extremely fast. After only 10 days, he had already brought Duan Ling Tian and the others through the northern area of the inner land on Cloud Continent that was entirely covered with snow and all the way to Ruo Shui River. Ruo Shui River encircled the inner land on Cloud Continent. It was also the divider for the inner land and the outer land on Cloud Continent. Snowflakes whirled in the sky like feathers at Ruo Shui River in the north, but the surface of Ruo Shui River was still as calm as always. It did not freeze nor was it tempestuous. With Yang Hui's speed, it only took him a few days to cross Ruo Shui River and enter the northern outer land on Cloud Continent with Duan Ling Tian and the others. There was no doubt it was even colder in the northern outer land. Large snowflakes fell mercilessly and continuously. However, when it reached above the heads of the group that was led by Yang Wei, they seemed to be repelled by an invisible energy. The white snow that landed on the invisible energy was shaken away. However, white snowflakes still gathered densely together before they were shaken away. The invisible energy on the group of people looked like a huge eggshell underneath the white snow that landed on them. This was Martial Emperor Ling Zan, Yang Hui's strength. His strength guided the other 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian, forward. Apart from guiding them forward, this energy also blocked the wind and snow. No matter how cold and gruesome the weather was, it did not affect them at all. 2 weeks later, Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan, brought Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 to the fringe area at the north of the northern outer land on Cloud Continent. When they arrived, the snow had stopped, and the weather had turned warmer. As they hovered in the sky, the scene that entered their sight was a boundless sea that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. When they looked in the distance, the blue sea and the azure sky seemed to have merged into one. At this moment, Yang Wei deliberately decreased his speed as well. We're at the seaside now. The group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, began to return to their senses. They stopped cultivating and were absorbing the sight of the ocean that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. Even a first-level martial emperor would take about 6 months to go to the Hidden Fog Island, one of the overseas Saint Islands on Cloud Continent. The words that Martial Emperor Ling Zan had said previously replayed in Duan Ling Tian's mind. However, Martial Emperor Ling Zan's speed when he flew in Carius is a lot faster than a first-level martial emperor. I'm sure it'll only take a few months at most to reach the Hidden Fog Island, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After the crowd glanced at the boundless sea, they immediately lost interest. The sea seemed never changing and had no novelty, causing the crowd to quickly lose their interest. Let's continue. When Martial Emperor Ling Zan, Yang Wei, saw this, he announced indifferently and continued to bring them flying to the north. He had stopped for a moment earlier to inform the others they were leaving Cloud Continent soon. At this time, under Yang Hui's guidance, the group of people officially left Cloud Continent and entered the boundless sea as they headed to their destination, the Hidden Fog Island. Master. After leaving they left Cloud Continent for a period of time. Zhang, Yang Hui's third direct disciple, could not suppress the question he had on his mind. I heard after leaving Cloud Continent for a distance, there's a sea region that separated the overseas and Cloud Continent completely. The heaven and earth energy there is completely different from the heaven and earth energy on Cloud Continent and its surrounding sea area. The heaven and earth energy overseas world won't solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Is this true? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Yang Wei with bright eyes. It won't solidify and become the heaven and earth phenomenon. Upon hearing Zhang An's words, the group of people, including Zhou Di and Song Ting, shifted their attention to Yang Wei. Their eyes were also filled with curiosity. Even Duan Ling Tian was currently looking at Yang Wei. According to the message in the voice transmission jade slip left by my miserly father, he only said when the martial, Dao, and devil cultivators in the Dao martial saint land attack, they won't mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather it into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. However, according to Zhang An, as long as we leave Cloud Continent's sea region and arrive at the overseas world, our heaven and earth energy won't solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed by the heaven and earth energy mobilized by the martial artists on Cloud Continent when they made their move. On Cloud Continent, anyone could tell how much strength a martial artist possessed from the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy that was mobilized by the martial artist when he made his move. For example, it would be the strength of how many ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons or ancient black dragons. All of these would be revealed by the heaven and earth phenomenon or the silhouettes. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon would not appear anymore once they left Cloud Continent and entered the overseas world. If that's the case, then, I guess, the heaven and earth phenomenon must be a special characteristic of Cloud Continent, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. That's right. In the face of Zhang An's query, Yang Wei nodded his head. However, there's still a distance from here to that sea region. With my speed, we'll most likely pass through the sea region after a month. Master, after a month, can you wake us up so that we can experience it for ourselves? Zhang An asked with bright eyes. Sure. Yang Wei glanced at Duan Ling Tian first. He nodded his head after he saw Duan Ling Tian seem to be interested as well. Zhang An's face was instantly filled with joy. The other 9 people, including Duan Ling Tian, Zhou Di, and Song Ting, also had an anticipatory expression on their faces. They looked forward to the next month. Since they were born, they had lived on Cloud Continent, a place where the heaven and energy would gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon when they made their move. To them, the heaven and earth phenomenon was a part of their lives. After learning how the heaven and earth energy would not solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon no matter what move they made after they left the sea region on Cloud Continent, all of them wanted to test it out to see if it was true. To them, everything was a rumor, and they would not be able to take it seriously if they did not try it out for themselves. During this time, 10 of them, including Duan Ling Tian, cultivated their own movement techniques and comprehended their own profundities quietly so that they could raise their strength. A month quickly went by. This time, Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan, who brought Duan Ling Tian and the others along with him, began to slow down before he came to a halt. Under Yang Hui's prompt, Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Di were the first 2 to regain their senses. Then, Zhou Di proceeded to call his 2 junior brothers, Song Ting and Zhang An. Before Zhang An woke the remaining people up, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky as he looked at his surroundings. The scene that entered his sight was nothing but a vast expanse of water where the sea and the sky merged. It was as though he had entered a world entirely washed in blue color. The fleecy clouds in the sky were the only accessory decorating this blue world. Suddenly, as though a wind had blown past, Yang Wei retracted his energy. The sea breeze immediately blew toward them, causing their robes to flutter loudly. The rich smell of the ocean wafted up their noses from the sea breeze. Master, have we left the sea region? Zhou Di asked politely as he looked at Yang Wei. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Wei nodded nonchalantly. Everyone's eyes, including Duan Ling Tian, brightened immediately. At the same time, origin energies skyrocketed from their bodies as though they had transformed into milky white flames that soared up into the sky. Duan Ling Tian's origin energy ran rampant on his body. After a while, he raised his head to look at the sky. The sky above was completely calm. There was no movement from the heaven and earth energy at all. There really isn't any heaven and earth energy. The heaven and earth energy did not appear, let alone solidifying into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Although Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel surprised. After he withdrew his origin energy, he turned to look at the others. He discovered if it was not for his spiritual energy that could roughly probe a person's cultivation base, he would not know their cultivation base at all since their origin energy did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy and solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Chapter 1265 Holding the World in Awe. As the saying goes, the world is so big that there's nothing to be surprised about. Once we leave Cloud Continent, we really can't see the heaven and earth phenomenon gathered by the heaven and earth energy anymore. Duan Ling Tian mused to himself after he confirmed it was true. Similar to the others, he was already used to battling with the heaven and earth phenomenon by his side. Now that they had left Cloud Continent and was without the heaven and earth phenomenon, he was a little unaccustomed to it. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who felt that way. The other 9 people, including the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples, Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhang An, regained their senses. All of them were also shocked. This is too amazing. The heaven and earth energy really won't mobilize and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon once we leave Cloud Continent and arrive at the overseas world. This means that in this overseas world, your strength won't be easily revealed no matter how strong you are, since the heaven and earth phenomenon won't materialize. How peculiar. Many people whispered among themselves. They could not help but share their thoughts with each other. All 10 of them, including Duan Lingtian, were in shock for a long time. When they regained their senses, they felt as though they had entered a new world. This new world thoroughly shocked them. Soon after, Yang Wei, martial emperor Ling Zan, made his move once again. The tremendous invisible energy swept out and guided Duan Lingtian and the rest to move forward again, the hidden fog island of the overseas Saint Island. That was their destination this time. Their objective was to join the Hidden Fog martial competition that would be held on Hidden Fog Island. At that time, they would meet many other people like them, powerhouses who came from Cloud Continent. With our speed, how long will it take for us to reach the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at martial emperor Ling Zan. About 2 months, Yang Wei replied. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in reply. Then, he closed his eyes once again. It appeared as though he was trying to attain mental composure, but in fact, he was already beginning to cultivate and comprehend his two profundities. While Duan Lingtian and the others were getting closer to the Hidden Fog Island, the inner land of Cloud Continent was in an uproar. Originally, the commotion caused by Lingtian's sect was only at the southern part of the inner land on Cloud Continent. However, the inner land of Cloud Continent soon discovered that the ancient Han clan that had always maintained a low profile had suddenly joined in and even became Lingtian's sect's pawn. All of the powerhouses from Han clan were dispatched, and they swept through the entire inner land on Cloud Continent. In just the span of 2 to 3 months, they had made more than 80% of the first-rate forces in the inner land pledge allegiance to Lingtian's sect. Lingtian's sect's name immediately spread everywhere. Its name became famous in the entire inner land on Cloud Continent. It was no longer restricted to the southern area of the inner land. It was worth mentioning that when the Han clan's powerhouses willingly became Lingtian's sect's pawn and intimidated many first-rate forces in the inner land to submit to Lingtian's sect, another ancient clan had tried to interfere. According to that ancient clan, as a reclusive ancient clan, the Han clan should not create such a huge commotion on Cloud Continent. Many people thought the two ancient clans would go to war with each other when that ancient clan suddenly became frightened. Moreover, they even willingly became a pawn of Lingtian's sect. Lingtian's sect's fame inspired awe throughout the entire inner land on Cloud Continent. Its name even spread to the outer land at an amazing speed. There had never been such an extraordinary sect before in the history of Cloud Continent. I heard that Lingtian's sect is originally a low-level first-rate force in an inconspicuous corner in the southern area of our Cloud Continent's inner land. Moreover, they only took over the sect. It was previously a low-level first-rate force called the Yin-Yang sect. I've also heard that before. Still, I didn't expect the sect's meteoric rise. It's really terrifying. There are martial emperors and demon emperors in the two ancient clans, but they willingly became Lingtian's sect's pawns and did everything for the sect. It's just too inconceivable. I wonder why the two great ancient clans are willing to become pawns. In fact, none of the martial emperors or demon emperors on Cloud Continent could submit the two great ancient clans before. Discussions like that were common in the inner land on Cloud Continent. Everyone was interested in Lingtian's sect. Many geniuses and talented martial artists even fought to enter Lingtian's sect. The fact that Lingtian's sect could order the two great ancient clans around was enough to arouse anyone's interest. Another 2 weeks went by. This time, all of the first-rate forces active on the surface of Cloud Continent's inner land had all become Lingtian's sect's affiliated sects. Apart from having to hand over a huge number of origin stones, they needed to hand over their genius disciples as well. At the same time, Lingtian's sect moved their site to a mountain peak that was even loftier in the central area of Cloud Continent's inner land. This mountain peak was even bigger and wider than Lingtian Peak. This mountain peak was originally the site of a top-level first-rate force in Cloud Continent's inner land. Just because Han Shui-nai, the acting sect leader of Lingtian's sect, had taken an interest in it, the Han clan forcibly took possession of it and presented it to Han Shui-nai and Lingtian's sect. After they relocated to this new site, Han Shui-nai ordered all members of Lingtian's sect to gather before she announced nonchalantly, "From now on, this will be the new Lingtian Peak." Although her voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. At once, other than the three little fellows always by Han Shui-nai's side who remained calm, the remaining people beamed with delight. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. When they cheered, their eyes were filled with awe when they looked at Han Shui-nai. It was all because of this yellow-clad teenage girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old brought 3 little monsters and swept through the first-rate forces in the southern area of Cloud Continent before ordering the ancient Han clan to work for them. Moreover, when the other ancient clan wanted to stop the Han clan from carrying out duties for Ling Tian sect, this teenage girl was the one who dealt with the matter. Other than rescuing the Han clan from the siege, she even made that ancient clan work for her and Ling Tian sect. Although they were not clear about what exactly happened, the result was more than enough to surprise them. Who's this sect leader's sister? Not only is she powerful, but she even has those 3 little fellows who are extremely powerful as well. This is still acceptable. The most terrifying thing is she managed to make the 2 great ancient clans on Cloud Continent work for her. This is just too mind-blowing. Many people were shocked as a myriad of thoughts filled their minds. Even Shang Quan, who knew Han Shui-nai was not a simple person, did not think that she was so terrifying. She's only a little girl, but she's so powerful. I don't think anyone is stronger than her on Cloud Continent. Who's she exactly? Shang Quan was extremely curious about Han Shui-nai's identity and origin. After the commotion, Ling Tian sect finally became the most powerful force on Cloud Continent. The sect was also very influential, like the sun in the mid-sky. Any force that could make the 2 great ancient clans work for it would make everyone tremble in fear. If it was not for the fact that most of the martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent had brought people away from Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island to join the Hidden Fog martial competition, more people would have been shocked by Ling Tian sect's matter. Even the martial emperors and demon emperors were not exempted. Right now, our Ling Tian sect is standing at the summit of Cloud Continent, yet our sect's sect leader is still nowhere to be seen. Han Shui-nai looked at the group of people before her as she announced, "Due to this reason, I want our main priority to be shifted to searching for our sect leader. Ling Tian sect will reward whoever helps us to find Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of our Ling Tian sect. They'll be rewarded with 1,000 supreme grade origin stones." She continued to say, "This reward is open to the elders and disciples of our Ling Tian sect as well. 1,000 supreme grade origin stones." Upon hearing Han Shui-nai's words, many people's eyes brightened right away. It was as though they could see 1,000 supreme grade origin stones waving at them. 1,000 supreme grade origin stones were enough to make most people go crazy. Apart from that, I'll let the 2 great ancient clans help us in our search for our Ling Tian sect leader as well, Han Shui-nai continued to announce. The moment these words left Han Shui-nai's mouth, many people turned anxious immediately. It was as though they feared the members from the 2 great ancient clans would snatch the 1,000 supreme grade origin stones away. News of Han Shui-nai's reward quickly spread from Ling Tian sect. Ling Tian sect was searching for Duan Ling Tian. Whoever provided clues in their search for Duan Ling Tian would be rewarded with 1,000 supreme grade origin stones. Anyone who heard about the reward would immediately go crazy. 1,000 supreme grade origin stones. Even the top-level first-rate forces on Cloud Continent's inner land would not be able to take out so many supreme grade origin stones. One could easily imagine just how much so many supreme grade origin stones were worth. When the entire Ling Tian sect was in a frenzy searching for Duan Ling Tian, Han Shui-nai temporarily left Ling Tian sect and went to the place where the 2 great ancient clans resided. After that, the 2 great ancient clans also began to dispatch their members to search for traces of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. They did not dare to slack at all. Ling Zan Peak was not far from where the new Ling Tian sect was located. After Martial Emperor Ling Zan, the owner of Ling Zan Peak, left with 10 of the most outstanding people under his command, the atmosphere in Ling Zan Peak became glum and gloomy unlike before. It was only until the news of the reward from Ling Tian sect spread to Ling Zan Peak that it regained its bustling atmosphere. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers left Ling Zan Peak temporarily for the sake of the reward as well. Chapter 1266 Greediness. Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. Inside Ling Zan Peak, 2 young men who looked identical exchanged a look. Both of them could see the astonishment and amazement in each other's eyes. The red-clad young man gulped as he looked at the blue-clad young man. He asked in a daze, "En Nangong Chen, do you think the sect leader Duan Ling Tian that Ling Tian sect is searching for is the Duan Ling Tian we know? That period of time when Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, disappeared almost coincides with the time we encountered Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he had just lost his memory when we met him that time," the cold and aloof blue-clad young man deduced. The red-clad young man gulped again. After a long time, he finally replied with much difficulty, "After hearing your deduction, it really does seem too coincidental. In this case, the sect leader Duan Ling Tian that Ling Tian sect is looking for must be the Duan Ling Tian we know." When he reached the end of his sentence, shock and disbelief were clearly written on his face. It only took Ling Tian's sect a few months to sweep through all of the first-rate forces in Cloud Continent's inner land with the help of the two great ancient clans. The red-clad young man gasped before he muttered, "Isn't Duan Ling Tian's sect a little too terrifying?" Although Duan Ling Tian is strong, it's still not enough to invoke fear in the two great ancient clans, the blue-clad young man chimed in. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian has already left Lingzhan Peak and Cloud Continent with Martial Emperor Lingzhan. In other words, all these commotions caused by Ling Tian's sect has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian at all. No matter what, we must make a trip to Ling Tian's sect. Once we confirm that the Duan Ling Tian we know is the sect leader Duan Ling Tian that Ling Tian's sect is looking for, we should formally greet Ling Tian's sect as well, the red-clad young man said. "Let's go." The blue-clad young man was as taciturn as always. The moment his words left his mouth, he had already disappeared from his spot. The red-clad young man quickly followed and chased after him. The twins leaving Lingzhan Peak were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. After they left Lingzhan Peak, they headed straight toward the direction of Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian's sect had moved to a new place close to Lingzhan Peak. After only a few days, the Nangong twins arrived outside of Ling Tian Peak. They were blocked by a few Ling Tian sect's disciples who were patrolling the area. "This is Ling Tian sect's site. It's for authorized personnel only," the Ling Tian sect's disciple leading the group said indifferently as he looked at the Nangong twins. "We wish to see the current person in charge of your Ling Tian sect," Nangong Yi said at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow. "Not everyone is allowed to meet the acting sect leader of our Ling Tian sect," the leader of the group of Ling Tian sect's disciple replied. "What if I said I know where Duan Ling Tian is?" Nangong Yi said again. Nangong Yi's words stunned the few Ling Tian sect's disciples. It was as though they were struck by lightning. After a long period of time, they finally snapped back to reality. "Why, you said you know our sect leader?" A few Ling Tian sect's disciples looked like they were in a daze. The Ling Tian sect's disciple at the lead was a middle-aged man with a huge build. After hearing Nangong Yi's words, a strange light gleamed in the depth of his eyes. "Humph." Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face darkened as he snorted. "Ever since our Ling Tian sect has announced the reward, many people came and claimed they knew the whereabouts of our sect's sect leader. However, all the news are fake. Some people said they wanted to meet the acting sect leader of our Ling Tian sect, but their real intention is to join our Ling Tian sect. They all have ulterior motives. You said you know where the sect leader of our Ling Tian sect is, but why should we trust you?" the middle-aged man asked nonchalantly when he reached the end of his sentence. "As long as I meet with the current acting sect leader of your Ling Tian sect, I naturally have my ways to convince him," Nangong Yi replied. On the way to Ling Tian sect, they had learned more about the origin of sect leader Duan Ling Tian. He was from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. The southern outer land was there in Duan Ling Tian's hometown. Due to this reason, they were convinced the sect leader Duan Ling Tian and the Duan Ling Tian they knew were the same people. However, they did not know what happened to him that caused him to suddenly lose his memory to the point that he could not even recall his own name. He only learned his name when he met them. Then, they journeyed to Lingzhan Peak together. In the end, although the three of them did not become the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Lingzhan Peak, their treatment in Lingzhan Peak was in no way inferior to the three Martial Emperor's direct disciples under Martial Emperor Lingzhan's command. Everything they enjoyed was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, they sighed inwardly. Gold will always shine brilliantly no matter where it is. After the leader of the group of Ling Tian sect's disciple, a middle-aged man with a large build, scrutinized Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen, he said nonchalantly, "Follow me then." Before he brought the Nangong twins away, the middle-aged man looked at the few Ling Tian sect's disciples and ordered, "All of you, continue to patrol." Yes, the few Ling Tian sect's disciples responded respectfully before they left. "Two of you, please come with me." After the middle-aged man motioned to the Nangong twins, he flew out first. However, the direction he was headed in was in the opposite direction of Ling Tian Peak. Nangong Yi frowned and asked immediately, "Where are you taking us?" "You two must not know. The acting sect leader of our Ling Tian sect is usually not in Ling Tian Peak. She usually cultivates in a valley 500 kilometers away from the east of Lingtian Peak, the middle-aged man replied. I see. Nangong Yi nodded before he and Nangong Chen continued following the middle-aged and headed east. However, when they reached 500 kilometers to the east, the Nangong twins realized they had entered a desert that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. When they looked at their surroundings, let alone a valley, not even a mountain could be seen. This place was completely deserted. The Nangong twins finally realized what was happening at this moment. Nangong Yi looked at the middle-aged man furiously and snapped, "Why you? You lied to us." "I didn't lie to both of you." Standing at the side, the middle-aged man glanced the Nangong twins indifferently before he said, "I'm merely carrying out my duty. I'll only bring you to our acting sect leader after I'm certain both of you truly know the whereabouts of our sect leader." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Nangong Yi's face warmed. "In that case, there's no reason for you to do this. We're friends with sect leader Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi proceeded to tell the story of how they met Duan Lingtian after he lost his memory. At the same time, he described Duan Lingtian's characteristics as well. "It really is the sect leader." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened immediately as his breath began to quicken. He looked at Nangong Yi and asked with a hint of urgency, "Where's our sect leader?" "You just have to confirm the person we know as the sect leader of your Lingtian sect," Nangong Yi replied nonchalantly. "As for where he is, I'll tell the current acting sect leader of your Lingtian sect when I see him." He had his guard up. He was vigilant because he had a feeling about this Lingtian sect's disciple. "If you don't tell me, I won't bring you two to the current acting sect leader of our Lingtian sect," the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. "Perhaps you know the missing sect leader of our Lingtian sect, but it doesn't mean that you know where he is. I have to remind you that our acting sect leader has to attend to a myriad of affairs every day. If you're not able to tell her where the sect leader is after you see her, she might kill you in a moment of fury." "You don't have to worry about this," Nangong Yi replied confidently. When the middle-aged man saw how confident Nangong Yi was, an unnoticeable greediness rose up in the depth of his eyes. However, he maintained his calm facade as he said, "I think it's better for both of you to tell me the whereabouts of our sect leader first. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to explain to our acting sect leader later." "Humph. Why don't you just show your true colors? I think you're just greedy and want that 1,000 supreme grade origin stones for yourself, don't you?" Nangong Chen, who had remained aloof from the beginning as he stood next to Nangong Yi, finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, the first thing that came out was a snort. It was followed by undisguised mockery. "If we don't see the acting sect leader of Lingtian sect, we'll not disclose the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian." Nangong Yi looked at the man guardedly. At this moment, he was certain this middle-aged man was already planning to dig out the information of Duan Lingtian's whereabouts from the very beginning. Then, he would proceed to take the reward of 1,000 supreme grade origin stones that Lingtian's sect had announced for himself. "Ha ha ha ha." Upon hearing the Nangong twins' words, the middle-aged man burst out laughing immediately. He finally stopped after laughing for a while. "I can't believe both of you found out." As he looked at the Nangong twins, a sneer crept up on the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. "However, do you have any other choice? If you don't tell me the whereabouts of our sect leader, I'll kill you immediately." When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. "We're friends of your sect leader. And you still dare to kill us?" Nangong Yi's face turned grave immediately. "Even if I kill you too, how would the sect leader find out since we're at a deserted place like this?" The middle-aged man asked nonchalantly. "Humph, you're just a mere Lingtian sect's disciple, and yet, you dare to say that you want to kill us? What a joke." Nangong Yi snorted as a smirk crept up on his face. At the same time, the origin energy on his body soared. The sky above him trembled as the heaven and earth energy whirled and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. It revealed his cultivation base at the 6th level martial monarch stage. 6th level martial monarch stage? How surprising. However, it's such a pity that I'm not just a Lingtian sect's disciple, I'm a Lingtian sect's elder. The middle-aged man announced nonchalantly as origin energy rose from his body. Chapter 1267 Stygian Scale Bear. After the heaven and earth energy whirled above the middle-aged man, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared immediately. One silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. 8th level martial monarch. Horror dawned on the Nangong twins immediately when they saw that. They did not expect this man would be so powerful. No wonder he was confident enough to bring them to this deserted place. Soon after, the Nangong twins were locked in a battle with the middle-aged man. Between the Nangong twins, Nangong Chen, who was more powerful, was only at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Even when he unleashed his full power, he was still inferior to the man. It was fortunate he had Nangong Yi assisting him by the side. However, as time continued to go by, the Nangong twins began to show signs of losing. If it was not for the fact that the man still wanted to dig out Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts from them, perhaps they would be dead by now. Naturally, they knew he would not let them go even if they told him Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. They knew this very well. In the end, the two Nangong twins could only retreat. Want to flee? A hint of disdain and a smirk appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he saw the Nangong twins trying to escape. In his opinion, these two could not even defeat him if they joined forces. It would be even more unlikely for them to escape under his nose. However, when he chased after them, he quickly discovered things were not turning out the way he had expected them to. The speed of the movement martial skill the blue-clad young man cast was far greater than his. Although he had to bring the red-clad young man with him, his speed was still not slower than his. Nangong Chen was in the lead as he fled with Nangong Yi in tow. Although his speed was slightly slower because of this, it was not slower than the middle-aged man who was pursuing them. It's fortunate that my movement martial skill is greater than his. Fear lingered in Nangong Chen's heart. While the Nangong twins were being pursued, a few martial emperor's disciples from Lingzhan Peak who were in charge of collecting information were gathered in a secluded cave were whispering among each other in Lingzhan Peak. According to my speculation, I'm pretty certain that Lord Ling Tian must be the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is searching for, one of the men said. Right now, both Lord Martial Emperor and Lord Ling Tian are not here. Even Lord Ling Tian's two friends have left Lingzhan Peak as well. What should we do? Should we go to Ling Tian's sect and tell them about the whereabouts of Lord Ling Tian? Another person asked. What? You want that 1000 supreme grade origin stones? Somebody snorted. About this matter, I think it's best for us to wait for Lord Martial Emperor and Lord Ling Tian to decide when they return. As for Ling Tian's sect, well, it's best for us to wait for Lord Ling Tian to return so he can decide for himself, the last person said. The others agreed with the last person who spoke. In that case, let's not meddle in this matter. Let's inform Lord Martial Emperor and Lord Ling Tian when they return. Yeah, let's do that. The few Martial Emperor's disciples of Lingzhan Peak who was responsible for collecting information decided to keep Duan Ling Tian's matter a secret. Everything would have to wait until Martial Emperor Lingzhan and Duan Ling Tian return before they reveal anything. Due to their decision in the Nangong twin being pursued, Han Shuinai and the people of Ling Tian's sect only found out about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts much later in the future. Duan Ling Tian remained unaware of this matter. At this moment, he was being taken to the Hidden Fog Island by Martial Emperor Lingzhan. They were getting closer and closer to the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian, who was being led by Martial Emperor Lingzhan during the journey, woke up from his cultivation. When he lifted his head, he noticed a dense fog in front of him. The dense fog obstructed their view, completely blocking the scenery in front. Once we enter the dense fog, it'll only take us about 10 days before we arrive at the Hidden Fog Island, Yongwei, Martial Emperor Lingzhan explained immediately when he noticed Duan Ling Tian had woken up. 10 days? That's fast. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It would take them about 10 days before they arrive at the Hidden Fog Island of the Overseas Saint Island. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's emotions were in turmoil. After all, this was his first time leaving Cloud Continent. We've left Cloud Continent for a while now, but no demon beasts attacked us during the journey. Duan Ling Tian asked Yang Wei curiously. Of course, there are, Yang Wei answered. There were more than 10 Demon Emperor stage demon beasts that attempted to attack us during the journey. I killed 3 of them, and the others retreated in fear. Retreated in fear? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he realized there was a sudden upheaval in the calm sea region. A giant figure suddenly shot out of the sea at lightning speed and rose up to the sky, blocking their way. It was a demon beast that was as huge as a hill. It emitted an inexplicable pressure as it stood there. The demon beast was completely black in color. Its body was covered in scales systematically while its 4 sharp claws looked like a hawk's claws. From afar, it looked as though a gigantic bear was standing there. Even its head was exactly identical to a bear. This is a Stygian scale bear, one of the demon beasts native to the overseas. This demon beast's strength is equivalent to a first-level martial emperor. Its brute strength is really terrifying. Although its strength is at the first-level demon emperor stage, it's different from ordinary first-level demon emperors. This Stygian scale bear has a relatively low IQ and is unable to transform into a human, Yang Wei explained as Duan Ling Tian studied the hill-sized demon beast in front of him. Stygian scale bear. Duan Ling Tan nodded his head in understanding. His eyes suddenly narrowed. He noticed the Stygian scale bear had already begun to make its move. Its hill-like body was charging toward them quickly. It seemed like its speed was not affected by its heavy and burdensome body. We encountered a Stygian scale bear just 2 weeks ago, and I killed it in just a blow. Brother Ling Tian, do you want to give it a try? Due to its low IQ, it can't transform. Moreover, unlike ordinary demon emperors, this Stygian scale bear doesn't even know how to use spirit weapons. Yang Wei was calm even though the Stygian scale bear was charging at them. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. First-level demon emperor stage. It doesn't know how to use spirit weapons. In Duan Ling Tian's memory, let alone a demon emperor, even a demon monarch or a void transformation stage demon beast could transform into humans. They were no different from humans. When they battled, they knew how to use spirit weapons as well. Leave it to me. Duan Ling Tian's body flashed, and he left the protection sphere that was formed by Yang Hui's energy. He charged toward the Stygian scale bear. In his opinion, a first-level emperor stage demon beast like the Stygian scale bear that did not even know how to wield a spirit weapon was no threat to him. Moreover, he was confident he could kill it without needing to use his spirit weapon as well. When Duan Ling Tian charged out, a 5-colored energy soared from his body. It created a long rainbow that seemed as though it had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. It pounced at the Stygian scale bear immediately. At this time, the Stygian scale bear had also noticed Duan Ling Tian charging at it. It raised its head and roared loudly. Its claws struck out and set off an ear-piercing sound of wind whistling. The sharp claws charged straight like a streak of light toward Duan Ling Tian who was pouncing at it. Duan Ling Tian had no intention of dodging the Stygian scale bear's claws at all. He was calm as he charged directly at it. It seemed like he was going to risk the danger. Even Yang Wei, who had seen a great deal, was shocked as well. Boldness stems from superb skills. This thought suddenly sprung up in his mind. Duan Ling Tian's face turned a little tense when he saw how the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were about to land on his body, in the next instant. At that second, the origin energy inside Duan Ling Tian's body whirled and left his body unreservedly before it merged perfectly with the 2 profundities that he had comprehended, the fused profundity, the sword profundity. When the Stygian scale bear's paws were just a foot away, the 5-colored energy that emitted a sharp and tyrannical aura around Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into 5-colored divine dragons that rapidly revolved around Duan Ling Tian's body. Almost at the same time, a layer of 5-colored light shield appeared around Duan Ling Tian's body. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws that contained a tremendous amount of terrifying energy landed on it. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Ling Tian's body. In just a second, a series of thunderous sound exploded. It was accompanied by a wave of energy from the impact that swept out toward the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian and the Stygian scale bear were at the center of the energy from the impact. Apart from turning the air in the surroundings into a vacuum space, even the sea surface was affected by the energy from the impact. The sea surface caved, causing the seawater to compress before it turned tumultuous. When the energy from the impact began to weaken, the Stygian scale bear roared loudly once again. The roar contained hints of anger. And this anger was caused by Duan Ling Tian. The Stygian scale bear was infuriated when it saw Duan Ling Tian remained impervious to its attack. It raised its sharp claws again, poised to attack. What? You're not happy with the outcome? Duan Ling Tian merely smiled softly when he saw the Stygian scale bear moved. He had no intention of stopping it. Soon after, the Stygian scale bear's claws slammed down again. This time, the strength was stronger since it had unleashed its full strength. A thunderous sound erupted once again, setting off an even more horrifying energy from the impact. In addition to the loud sound, there was also a continuous sound of air detonation and the sound of the raging waves that was caused by the compression on the sea surface. What a strong defensive martial skill! Yang Hui's eyes brightened immediately. The shock was evident on his face. He was standing still inside the protective shield that was formed by his energy. Zhou Di and the others were in the midst of their own cultivation. They were not affected by this at all. No sound from the surroundings could be heard inside the protective shield. Although the energy from the impact swept out from where Duan Lingtian and the Stygian scale bear stood and caused the almost transparent protection shield to vibrate, it did not pierce through it at all. My 9 dragons barrier could be considered as being at the mastery stage already. Once it enters the perfection stage, I'll be able to solidify 9 divine dragons as a barrier around my body, Duan Lingtian muttered as he looked at the 5-colored divine dragons revolving swiftly around his body. Chapter 1268 Restored Memory. The 5-colored light shield formed by the 5-colored revolving divine dragons remained impenetrable even though the Stygian scale bear had already unleashed all of its energy in its attack. The Stygian scale bear roared loudly again. However, a hint of fear could be heard from its roar this time. It was apparent the Stygian scale bear was afraid now that it had noticed how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Although its IQ was low, it was only low compared to other ordinary demon emperors. It was afraid now that it had encountered an opponent who remained impervious to its full-force attack. Its hill-like body shuddered before it suddenly turned around to escape. Don't leave in a hurry. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. If you manage to survive after receiving 2 of my blows, I'll let you go. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold immediately when he saw the Stygian scale bear trying to leave. In the next instant, his body charged out as he cast Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens again. He soon caught up to the Stygian scale bear. Even without his spirit weapon, he was still stronger than the Stygian scale bear. This was apparent in the way he managed to easily block the Stygian scale bear's full-force attack by using his defensive martial skill earlier. He caught up to the Stygian scale bear effortlessly and blocked its path. Before the Stygian scale bear even realized what was happening, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. He cast his movement martial skill, Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens, again. It seemed as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon as he rammed into the Stygian scale bear. Without casting any martial skill, Duan Lingtian's fists rained down on the Stygian scale bear's chest. A loud sound echoed. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian's fists punching the Stygian scale bear's chest. It was like he was smashing rotten wood. The sky trembled as a wave of energy from the impact swept out. The wave of energy from the impact continued to wreak havoc as it swept out, setting off a thunderous sound. The commotion was much bigger than when the Stygian scale bear first attacked Duan Lingtian. H. The Stygian scale bear cried out in a deafening roar as its body flew out like an arrow that left its bow. Its speed only slowed down after it flew about 100 meters away. After stabilizing its body that was as big as a hill, the Stygian scale bear glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. It suddenly descended, trying to escape into the sea. How's this possible? It's still not dead. After the Stygian scale bear let out 2 shrill cries, it was brimming with energy again. It charged into the sea, surprising Duan Lingtian. Not only did he release all his origin energy in the punch earlier, but he even unleashed his fused profundity and sword profundity without any reservation. Originally, he thought his punch would be enough to kill the Stygian scale bear after seeing its strength. However, the outcome was beyond his expectation. The Stygian scale bear has a very horrifying scale armor. Even if I punch him using my full strength like you, it won't necessarily die. Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and woke him up. Its defense is so strong. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. It looked like God was fair after all. Although the Stygian scale bear had a low IQ and could not transform into a human, it was gifted with an indestructible shell. Duan Lingtian made his move once again when he saw the Stygian scale bear was about to enter the sea. Before it managed to enter the sea, he went to block its path. I previously said I'll let you go if you manage to survive after withstanding 2 blows of mine. Don't even think of fleeing before taking my second blow, Duan Lingtian snarled, not caring whether the Stygian scale bear understood him or not. He really did not mean what he said earlier. He thought he would be able to kill the Stygian scale bear in just 1 blow. Who would have thought the Stygian scale bear's scale armor would turn out to be this horrifying? It actually helped it withstand the blow, and it did not seem to be injured at all. The Stygian scale bear roared loudly as though it knew the human in front of him did not want to let him go. Since he could no longer escape, he pounced at Duan Lingtian furiously. Duan Lingtian's gaze remained calm as he looked at the Stygian scale bear's claws. Once again, 5 divine dragons appeared by his body as they revolved swiftly around him, transforming into a 5-colored light shield. the Stygian scale bear attacked Duan Lingtian in a frenzy. It thrust its claws out again and again. The lightning-like attack rained down ceaselessly on the five-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian. However, from the beginning until the end, its attack only managed to elicit ripple-like waves on the five-colored light shield as though it was merely scratching an itch for the shield. What's he doing? Yang Wei let the rolling energy from the impact sweep out as he hovered motionlessly in the sky, looking like a mountain. Even the robe on his body did not flutter at all. He could not help but feel perplexed when he saw Duan Lingtian standing there quietly. Soon after, he obtained his answer. Duan Lingtian, who was standing there in a daze, finally made his move. With a raise of his hand, he pointed a finger at the chest of the Stygian scale bear that was attacking him ceaselessly. To be more precise, his finger was pointed at the place between the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck. There was a gap there that was not covered by the scale armor. The gap was extremely small. If one did not pay attention, one would not have noticed it at all. The Tempest Point was one of the offensive martial skill from the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was only an Earth rank martial skill, and it had been a long time since Duan Lingtian had last used it. However, it still looked imposing and majestic when Duan Lingtian cast it. The fused profundity substituted the wind profundity. The sword profundity substituted the thunder profundity. As the finger pointed up, the two profundities followed like shadows and slammed into the small gap in between the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck. Spurt. He pulled out his finger, causing fresh blood to splatter all over the place. Duan Lingtian did not feel any resistance at all throughout the entire process. When his finger pierced the Stygian scale bear, a few sharp forces shot out of his fingertip and wreaked havoc inside its body. The Stygian scale bear's hill-like body immediately shuddered violently. A-A-A-A-O-O-O-O-O. A-A-A-A-O-O-O-O-H-H-H-H-H. The Stygian scale bear's shrill cries gradually grew, fainter and fainter before it died down completely. The Stygian scale bear's body immediately fell from the sky. Beast Core. Duan Lingtian made his move instantly when he saw the Stygian scale bear was about to fall into the sea. With the strength of his arm, he lifted it up forcefully while the other hand took out a knife and pierced the wound on its body. The next step was easy. Using the wound on the Stygian scale bear as the starting point, Duan Lingtian forcefully tore its scale armor open along the tiny gaps between the scales. Finally, he took out a pill-like item that was gleaming with a faint luster. It was the Stygian scale bear's beast core. After removing the profundity fragment from the Stygian scale bear's body, Duan Lingtian threw its body back into the sea. With a loud plop, it set off ripples of waves. Yang Wei, who was standing in the distance, was consumed with shock. What a strong observational skill! In just a span of a few breaths, he managed to discover the Stygian scale bear's weakness. Yang Wei sighed emotionally when he recalled the scene earlier. He still remembered when he went out to sea for the first time. It took him more than 1 hour to find the Stygian scale bear's weakness when he encountered it. However, the purple-clad young man before him only took a span of a few breaths. It was so fast that it was terrifying. After putting aside his battle trophy, Duan Lingtian returned to Yang Hui's side again. He asked curiously, "Are all the demon beasts in the overseas so powerful, can't transform, and have a low IQ?" "Of course not." Yang Wei shook his head. Demon emperors like the Stygian scale bear are the minority in the overseas. Most demon emperors here are similar to the demon emperors on Cloud Continent. For instance, the demon emperors I've killed during our journey were all like the Stygian scale bear. As for the others, they are all able to transform into humans, and their IQ is in no way inferior to a human, Yang Wei explained. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Duan Lingtian's memory had not fully recovered yet. Otherwise, he would have already known about this from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, since the Rebirth Martial Emperor had also left Cloud Continent. Although he did not go very far out to the overseas, he had at least stayed there for a period of time. He had come across many overseas demon beasts, and there was no lack of demon emperors among them. Soon after, Yang Wei continued on the journey with Duan Lingtian and the others in tow. Now that they were approaching the hidden fog island, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate. He was deeply engrossed in the memory he had regained in the past few months. He noticed his memory was very rich. First of all, he remembered all the things he went through in the past. He had also regained most of his memory after he left the southern outer land of Cloud Continent and crossed the Ruo Shui River. Crossing the Ruo Shui River, taking in Gold Thug, annihilating the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan, invading Yin Yang sect, and building Ling Tian sect. The memory after Duan Ling Tian had crossed Ruo Shui River began to grow in his mind, just like how the shoots would grow after the rain. Everything seemed like it had just happened yesterday. Tian Wu. Soon after, he remembered Feng Tian Wu, the woman who was always beside him. However, he could not recall where she was from or that she was held captive in Lost Stone Forest. He also remembered the incident in Lost Stone Forest. Moreover, he also remembered the devil-seal tablet. During the battle in Lost Stone Forest, the devil-seal tablet devilified him before he engaged in a tight battle with martial Emperor Shiqi. It resulted in his consciousness being wiped out. He finally remembered all of this. So it turns out I actually lost the devil-seal tablet in Lost Stone Forest. Tian Wu's also in Lost Stone Forest. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were gleaming coldly. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Brother Yang. Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to call out to Yang Wei as he looked at him. Yes. Yang Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian, puzzled. Is there anything I can help you with, Brother Ling Tian? Brother Yang. I want to know if Martial Emperor Shiqi from Lost Stone Forest will bring his men to join the Hidden Fog martial competition this time. Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course. Yang Wei nodded his head as though it was a matter of course. Martial Emperor Shiqi is a well-known martial emperor on Cloud Continent. He must have received the invitation from the Hidden Fog Island too. For the sake of the Saint Stones, he'll definitely bring his men here. Chapter 1269 9th Level Martial Monarch Stage. That's great. Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction when he found out Martial Emperor Shiqi, the owner of Lost Stone Forest, would be coming as well. Meanwhile, the cold gleam in the depth of his eyes intensified as though he would devour anyone who dared to come near him. What's wrong, Brother Ling Tian? Is there enmity between you and Martial Emperor Shiqi? Yang Wei could not help but ask when he noticed something was not quite right with Duan Ling Tian's expression. Yang Wei did not continue to ask about the matter. He realized Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to talk about it further when he did not continue to speak after he nodded. However, he could not help but remind him, Brother Ling Tian, that Martial Emperor Shiqi has broken through to the 4th level Martial Emperor stage earlier than I did. Don't underestimate his ability. 4th level Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart could not help but sink. Although he had recalled what happened at Lost Stone Forest, the memory of the time when he used his power after the devilification and the Martial Emperor's ability were still a blur in his mind. After listening to Yang Wei, he gained a rough understanding of Martial Emperor Shiqi. Yang Wei continued to lead the way as Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. During Ling Zan Peak's selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 6th level Martial Monarch stage. Naturally, it was all thanks to the rebirth pill and the effect of construction after the destruction that he had broken through so quickly. Moreover, the elevation of his ability was not limited to his cultivation base alone. The fused profundity and sword profundity that he had comprehended had a major elevation too. According to his estimation, the rapid elevation of his 2 profundities should be caused by the soul remnant energy from the devil-seal tablet that suppressed his soul. His broken soul was a blessing in disguise. Due to that, he had obtained an elevation in his profundities and changes that could not be explained. A few months had passed since the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in Lingzan Peak. Although they had been traveling, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to cultivate. Moreover, Martial Emperor Lingzan, Yang Wei, carried Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 with his energy, so Duan Ling Tian did not need to expend any effort at all. Therefore, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level Martial Monarch stage. On the other hand, he managed to raise his fused profundity and sword profundity to the 5th level. His sword profundity had finally caught up with his fused profundity. It was all due to the sword Dao Duan Ling Tian had memorized. The sword Dao came from the word, sword, that he found in his hometown. The word was left behind by a man who called himself a sword saint. When Duan Ling Tian was thinking about his current ability, something flashed in his mind, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Feng Qing Yang. It was the name of the man who called himself a sword saint. Memories related to the word, sword, was flashing in his mind at the moment. I was wondering why my sword profundity rose so quickly. It even caught up with my fused profundity. As it turns out, it's because of the word, sword. Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood when he recalled this. He closed his eyes again. He knew very well that his current ability was far behind Martial Emperor Xianxia, who was at the 4th level Martial Emperor stage. He needed to quickly raise his ability in order to defeat Martial Emperor Xianxia. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again. He could not let any opportunity to cultivate slip away. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. As Duan Ling Tian cultivated, they were getting closer and closer to the Hidden Fog Island under Yang Hui's lead. The Hidden Fog Island was in the overseas Saint Island. Many Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent would be coming to the Hidden Fog Island. These Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses' abilities were on par with those famous Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. The 3 most powerful people on Hidden Fog Island were the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island. The 3 of them managed the Hidden Fog Island. They had many disciples under them. Although they did not categorize them as disciples or followers, they had their own ranking system. There were the core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples. The 3 types of Hidden Fog Island's disciples received different treatments as well. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition was organized by the Hidden Fog Island. Apart from inviting the disciples under Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors from Cloud Continent, the outstanding disciples of Hidden Fog Island would participate in the martial competition as well. At that time, powerhouses from the Hidden Fog Island and Cloud Continent below the age of 70 would engage in an intense competition. At this moment, there were exactly 3 months left before the Hidden Fog Martial Competition began. However, there was already a crowd on the Hidden Fog Island. The Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses who left Cloud Continent early had already arrived at the Hidden Fog Island with 10 of their most outstanding disciples. They were welcomed with great hospitality on the Hidden Fog Island. These Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses along with their disciples were arranged to stay in secluded mansions. These mansions were scattered on the south of the Hidden Fog Island. The south of Hidden Fog Island was filled with lush greeneries and fresh air. The heaven and earth origin energy there was concentrated, making it a great place for cultivation. Most people who were enthusiastic about the Hidden Fog Island would know the island was rich in origin stones. They had a hidden reserve beneath the ground on the east side of the island. The cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island was affected by the origin stones reserve. Therefore, the east side of Hidden Fog Island was the best cultivation place on the island. It was also where the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island, core disciples, and inner island disciples cultivated. Due to their low status, outer island disciples were not allowed in there. The outer island disciples were scattered on the north and west side of Hidden Fog Island. The sceneries around the Hidden Fog Island were beautiful with lush greeneries everywhere. Contrary to the Hidden Fog Island's surrounding, there was a vast and boundless city in the middle of the island. It was the only city on the Hidden Fog Island. It was the Hidden Fog City. Apart from some interims elders and elders from Hidden Fog Island, there were also some Martial Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent staying in the Hidden Fog City. Apart from these people, Hidden Fog City was mostly occupied by the natives. The natives were the descendants of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples from when the island was founded. The talented descendants would become the Hidden Fog Island's disciples while those who were not would settle in Hidden Fog City, running small businesses. Many years had passed, Hidden Fog City had developed tremendously, and it was now a bustling city. On the south of Hidden Fog Island was where they welcomed their guests. Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors from Cloud Continent with their 10 most outstanding disciples would be arranged to stay here. In the compound of a huge mansion on the south of Hidden Fog Island, a middle-aged man who was dressed casually was staring at 2 young ladies before him greedily. "Junior sisters, I bet both of you have never been to Hidden Fog City since it's your first time on Hidden Fog Island. How about we show you around?" Another middle-aged man stood next to him with a similar expression on his face. He was staring at the 2 ladies before him with undisguised greed and desire. There was a hint of wickedness in the depth of their eyes. Since they had lived on Hidden Fog Island for so many years, it was their first time seeing such beauties. They really felt their trip here was worthwhile. The 2 ladies before them were so beautiful it took their breaths away. They almost lost their souls when they saw the 2 ladies. Their appearance could be considered as peerless. They were extremely beautiful. Although they were both outstanding, the 2 ladies had completely different charisma. The one that was dressed in light purple had an alluring aura that seemed capable of making all men fall head over heels for her, just like a red rose. If the purple-clad lady was a red rose, the other lady would be a pure snow lotus. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family. She was cute and naive. Both of them had their own beauty. "That's right, junior sisters. With your senior brothers accompanying you, we can guarantee your trip to Hidden Fog City will be worth it, the other middle-aged man said. He did not bother to conceal the desire in his eyes. Although both of the middle-aged men were dressed casually, they each had a token on their belts made from an unknown material. The word, inner, was carved on the token. If the natives on Hidden Fog Island were here, they would be able to recognize the token for what it was. It was the token that Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples carried with them to show their identity. The abilities of Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples were similar to ordinary Martial Emperor's disciples on Cloud Continent. We thanked Senior Brother's kindness. But we've only just arrived, so we're planning to take a good and long rest. We don't have any plans to go to the Hidden Fog City just yet, the purple-clad young lady said slowly. She seemed polite, but there was a hint of loathing for the two middle-aged men in her beautiful eyes. If that's the case, we'll come back another day, one of the middle-aged men said. Soon after, the two middle-aged men turned around. As soon as they turned around, their faces immediately turned solemn. They had been here 10 times at least in recent times, but they were rejected every single time. Due to that, their patience was wearing thin. If those two ladies were ordinary women, they would not hesitate to use force if they could not convince them with words. Unfortunately, the two ladies they saw were a Martial Emperor's direct disciples from Cloud Continent. Although the two ladies' abilities were lesser than theirs, they did not dare to be aggressive. They would only do that if they were seeking death. Both of them were just Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples. Even if they were killed by the Martial Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, the three island masters of Hidden Fog Island would not do anything about it. It would be a different story if they were Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. Chapter 1270 Hidden Fog City. To the three island masters, the status of the core disciples on Hidden Fog Island was equivalent to the Martial Emperor's direct disciples on Cloud Continent. Sister Ka, it seems like we won't be able to go to Hidden Fog City today. Although the two fellows have left, they might be hiding nearby. They'll definitely follow us as soon as we leave, the purple-clad lady said to the lady next to her. It's all right, Sister Fair. We'll go in a few days' time, the latter said. The two ladies were Li Fei and Ka. They had followed Martial Emperor Yuhan to the Hidden Fog Island. Although they were Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciples, it was difficult for them to achieve outstanding result with their current abilities in the Hidden Fog martial competition. They came to Hidden Fog Island just to spectate. Ever since they arrived at the Hidden Fog Island, they had planned to visit Hidden Fog City. However, two irritating flies would always bother them, affecting their mood greatly. The flies that Li Fei and Ka were referring to were none other than the two Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples who had just left. Previously, it was these two inner island disciples who had shown them to their accommodation. Who would have thought they would linger around and irritate them? As soon as Li Fei and Ka were about to leave, they would show up just in time. They were like those medicinal herbal patches that were so sticky that it was hard to get rid of. Senior sister will come out of her closed-door cultivation in a few days. We can ask her to accompany us at that time, Li Fei mumbled as her eyes gleamed. I'm sure they wouldn't dare to do as they please if Senior Sister Shu is with us. Ka scoffed softly. At the moment when the two ladies returned to their room to cultivate, a group of guests arrived at the Hidden Fog Island. They were the people from Lingzan Peak. It was Duan Ling Tian and the others. Led by Martial Emperor Lingzan, Yang Wei, they successfully traveled through the dangerous ocean and arrived safely at the Hidden Fog Island. We've arrived at the Hidden Fog Island, Yang Wei said. He surprised everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, with his words. After a while, everyone regained their senses. We're here, so this is Hidden Fog Island. We can only see a small part of Hidden Fog Island standing here. Just like its name, most of Hidden Fog Island is hidden by the fog. Many of them observed the island before them and discussed among themselves. Duan Ling Tian stood aside and took a good look at the island. The Hidden Fog Island really lived up to its name. As they entered the Hidden Fog Island, two silhouettes came from afar and blocked their path. Sir, may I ask which Martial Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent are you? They asked Yang Wei, who was at the lead, bluntly as they blocked their path. Martial Emperor Lingzan, Yang Wei said calmly as he looked at the two people's waists. Both of you are the Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples. Sir, Island Master sent us to welcome all of you. Please follow me. We've prepared your accommodation in the south of Hidden Fog Island, one of the inner island disciples said respectfully. Please lead the way. Yang Wei nodded. The two inner island disciples turned around to lead the way. They led Duan Ling Tian, Yongwei, and the others to the south of Hidden Fog Island. It was where the southern island of Hidden Fog Island was located. The southern island was where Hidden Fog Island hosted their guests. Usually, nobody was allowed there. There would be inner island disciples monitoring and patrolling the southern island from above every now and then. There was only one outcome for all intruders that were caught: death. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian and the others learned about the Hidden Fog Island from one of the inner island disciples. They learned about the three powerful island masters of Hidden Fog Island, a group of martial emperor and demon emperor interim elders and elders, as well as the matter of some martial emperors who were residing here long-term. Naturally, they also learned many things about the weak natives living in Hidden Fog City. This Hidden Fog Island is closed to public. Apart from some powerful martial emperor and demon emperor powerhouses, the natives usually don't leave the island at all from the moment they're born to the day they die. This is like a hidden paradise, Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim inwardly. Meanwhile, they had also learned of the differences between the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples from that inner island disciple. If one were to use Cloud Continent's martial emperor powerhouses as an example, the Hidden Fog Island's outer island disciples would be the equivalent of a martial emperor's followers. Meanwhile, inner island disciples would be the equivalent of a martial emperor's disciples, and the core disciples would be the equivalent of a martial emperor's direct disciples. So the people from Cloud Continent aren't the only one who will be participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition. People from the Hidden Fog Island are also participating. Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhang En, asked in surprise after listening to the inner island disciple. Yes, the inner island disciple nodded. But just like all of you, only 10 of us from Hidden Fog Island will participate in the competition. The Hidden Fog Island is so big, but only 10 people are participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition. I'm sure the 10 people who will be participating must be remarkable, right? Someone asked. Of course, the inner island disciple nodded with pride in his eyes. On our Hidden Fog Island, we have at least 20 core disciples. The 10 people who are participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition are 10 of the most outstanding core disciples on our Hidden Fog Island. The inner island disciples' words struck Duan Ling Tian and the others like a lightning. They were in shock. There were at least 20 core disciples on the Hidden Fog Island. One must know that the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples' strength was similar to the martial emperor's direct disciples on Cloud Continent. The 10 people from Hidden Fog Island that were selected among at least 20 core disciples were undoubtedly elite. There must be quite a number of them who were martial emperors. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Di, who managed to keep their calm, the remaining 8, including the martial emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhang En, looked a little wretched. At this moment, they finally realized they might encounter an undefeatable opponent during the Hidden Fog martial competition. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at a huge mansion under the 2 inner island disciples' lead. There were many small compounds in the mansion. It was more than enough for all 11 of them to occupy a compound each. Sir, the Hidden Fog martial competition will only take place 3 months later. Within these 3 months, if you and your disciples are bored, you can visit Hidden Fog City, the 2 inner island disciples said to Yang Wei before they left. Yang Wei nodded. If there's nothing else, we'll make a move now. The 2 inner island disciples left after bidding them goodbye. They turned around and headed straight to the east side of Hidden Fog Island. Their mission was to welcome one martial emperor powerhouse and his people. Once they have completed their mission, they would report to the eastern island of Hidden Fog Island. After they gave their report, they would not be required to welcome another martial emperor powerhouse and his disciples. The other inner island disciples would welcome the other martial emperor powerhouses who had yet to arrive and the people they brought along. There are natives from Hidden Fog Island and also martial emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent who had settled down in Hidden Fog City. How interesting. Duan Ling Tian sat on the bed with his legs crossed as he mumbled softly, I'll visit Hidden Fog City in a few days. I'd like to experience the Hidden Fog Island's culture. The cultivation environment on Cloud Continent can't compare to the Hidden Fog Island since it's an overseas saint island. It feels like there's something beneath the ground. Could it be a supreme grade origin stones reserve? Duan Ling Tian speculated as he indulged in the concentrated heaven and earth origin energy on Hidden Fog Island. Supreme grade origin stones reserve. All of the origin stones produced from such a reserve were supreme grade origin stones. There might even be some high quality supreme grade origin stones among them. An origin stones reserve like that did not exist on Cloud Continent. Although there were supreme grade origin stones on Cloud Continent, they came from high-grade origin stones reserves. The quantity was low. It could not be compared to a supreme-grade origin stones reserve no matter what. Although Duan Ling Tian had speculated there was a supreme-grade origin stones reserve beneath the hidden fog island, he had zero interest in it. To him, supreme-grade origin stones were just currency for trading in materials to carve inscriptions on. He did not care how many he had as long as he had enough. Since there might be supreme-grade origin stones beneath the island, then this hidden fog island can be considered as a treasure island. There must be many precious minerals and herbs here. I'll make a trip to Hidden Fog City in a few days and see if I can gather all the materials I need to craft the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. I'll be able to form the Royal Grade Weapon Flame once I successfully raise my cultivation base and break through to the Martial Emperor stage. At that time I'll be able to craft a Royal Grade Spirit Bow and arrows if I manage to gather all the materials. By then, I'll be able to use the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set to cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow that father left for me. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind in just a blink of an eye. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again to calm his mind for cultivation. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the two types of profundities. While his cultivation was rising rapidly, his two profundities were also rising rapidly. 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian woke up from his cultivation. I'm just a step away from breaking through to the Martial Emperor stage. All I need is just a little more time before I successfully break through. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as soon as he opened them. There was a hint of confidence in those eyes. He was only one step away from his breakthrough. There was only one hurdle left before he entered the Martial Emperor stage. Once he had broken through, he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. His cultivation would skyrocket at that time. I'll make a trip to Hidden Fog City now. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the room and left the small standalone compound before he leapt up into the sky. It seemed as though he had turned into a bolt of lightning as he made his way to Hidden Fog City. Chapter 1271 Mortal Grade Martial Tactic. On the way to Hidden Fog City, Duan Ling Tian heard a voice in his head. Kid, how long has it been? I see that your soul's almost completely recovered. It was Wang Ba who had spoken. My soul's almost recovered. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Wang Ba as his eyes lit up. Instead, he asked, that means I'll regain all the memories I had lost soon. That's right, Wang Ba said. Kid, you haven't answered me. It's close to 1 year from the time you told me it would take 1 year at the most for my memory to return, Duan Ling Tian said. Just as I expected, Wang Ba said with pride. Kid, are you convinced now? In my opinion, it's the dumbest thing you could have done to ask Martial Emperor Ling Zan for help. Duan Ling Tian ignored Wang Ba's prideful words. However, he soon recalled something and could not help but ask, bastard. How much do you know about Saint-grade martial tactics? Saint-grade martial tactics are very rare here. In the Dao martial Saint land, almost everyone above the innate void restoration stage cultivates Saint-grade martial tactics. Wang Ba said calmly, in the Dao martial Saint land, only Saint-grade martial tactics can affect a person's ability significantly. Mortal-grade martial tactics are just for show. It's nice to look at but useless. Mortal-grade martial tactics. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. What's that? The martial skills all of you cultivate on mortal continents are mortal-grade martial tactics, Wang Ba said. So martial skills on Cloud Continent are mortal-grade martial tactics. Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched involuntarily when he heard Wang Ba's words. Based on Wang Ba's words, all martial skills on Cloud Continent, no matter if it was yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank or heaven rank, were all mortal-grade martial tactics. Moreover, according to Wang Ba, mortal-grade martial tactics were just for show. Just for show? Don't you think you're crossing the line? All of the martial skills on our Cloud Continent, especially heaven rank advanced martial skills, can raise a person's ability significantly, Duan Ling Tian said unhappily. He had expended a lot of effort to study and cultivate the variety of martial skills from the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was how he obtained all his achievements today. However, Wang Ba's words denied all his years of hard work. It was only natural that he was unhappy. What? Still not convinced? Wang Ba scoffed. Brat, you've yet to experience a Saint-grade martial tactic. As soon as you do, you'll realize the mortal-grade martial tactic you've been practicing is just a joke. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Duan Ling Tian asked in his deep voice after he took a deep breath. Until now, he was still unwilling to admit that mortal-grade martial tactics were just for show. Let me tell you this. I'm guessing even the best mortal grade martial tactic on your mortal continent would only give a 10% boost to a martial artist's ability, right? Wang Ba asked. 10%, Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly. The martial skill he had cultivated was considered the best martial skill on Cloud Continent. However, the martial skill only gave approximately a 10% boost even if he had broken through to the peak level. So you're saying, the boost that Saint grade martial tactics give a martial artist is far more than a mortal grade martial tactic? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course, Wang Ba said, even the lowest ranked Saint grade martial tactic would give at least a 20% boost to a martial artist's ability. The lowest ranked Saint grade martial tactic would give at least a 20% boost to a martial artist's ability. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Are you sure? The boost was a fold higher than the heaven rank advanced martial skill he had mastered. HMPH. You'll find out if what I'm saying is true or not after cultivating a Saint grade martial tactic when you get to the Dao martial Saint land in the future. Wang Ba scoffed. Why do I have to wait until I get to the Dao martial Saint land? Didn't you say you're some Saint stage powerhouse? Haven't you cultivated a Saint grade martial tactic before? Duan Ling Tian asked. He was going to continue asking when Wang Ba suddenly interrupted him. Brat, I know what's going through your mind. Are you hoping I'll teach you a Saint grade martial tactic? Unfortunately, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Wang Ba said. HMPH. How dare you call yourself a Saint stage powerhouse? It's just a Saint grade martial tactic, but you're so unwilling to teach me. So petty, Duan Ling Tian said unwillingly with a scoff. Brat, I'm not trying to be petty. You must know that Saint grade martial tactics are different from mortal grade martial tactics. You can learn mortal grade martial tactics from verbal lessons but not Saint grade martial tactics. You must cultivate Saint grade martial tactics through Saint tokens, Wang Ba continued to say. Saint token? Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. At the same time, something flashed in his mind, and he thought of a certain jade token. It was the jade token his miserly father left him. There was a set of Saint grade martial tactic in the jade token. Could the jade token be a Saint token? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian found out his speculation was right as Wang Ba proceeded to speak. The jade token his miserly father left him was indeed a Saint token. Saint grade martial tactics are usually stored in Saint tokens. If you're looking to cultivate a certain Saint grade martial tactic, you'll need to look for the Saint token containing the Saint grade martial tactic, Wang Ba said. That's the reason why I can't teach you any Saint grade martial tactic no matter how many of it I know. You can only obtain the Saint token yourself to cultivate a Saint grade martial tactic. The only thing you need to do is to release your spiritual energy into the Saint token to retrieve the Saint grade martial tactic and cultivate it step by step. After you've cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token to its peak, the Saint token will be useless to you, Wang Ba added. Must I keep the Saint token with me until I cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic to its peak? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Wouldn't it sprout like a seed in one's head, as long as spiritual energy is released into the Saint token, so one can learn everything about the Saint grade martial tactic? Where did you get that idea from? Wang Ba said in disdain. Someone must have tricked you. Brat, I'll teach you an important lesson today. No matter how powerful a person's comprehension capability is, it's impossible for them to memorize the Saint grade martial tactic in a Saint token completely within a short period of time. Everyone needs to learn and cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token step by step. During my time, even people with outstanding comprehension capability would need 2 to 3 years to comprehend the lowest level Saint grade martial tactic contained in a Saint token. Of course, the day he comprehended everything in the Saint token would be the day he cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token to its peak, Wang Ba said. Instead of cultivating it, can't we memorize the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token first and slowly cultivate it at a later time? Duan Ling Tian asked eagerly with a frown on his face. Impossible, Wang Ba said with conviction. Everyone can only see a portion of the Saint grade martial tactic when they look into a Saint token with their spiritual energy. They'll only be able to look at the other parts of the Saint grade martial tactic after comprehending and cultivating the information they first saw. Just like that, everything has to be done step by step. The day they retrieve all the information from the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token will be the day they cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic to its peak, Wang Ba explained patiently. There should be exceptions, right? Maybe there are some saint tokens that allow us to retrieve the saint-grade martial tactic in a go so we can memorize and cultivate it at a later date, Duan Ling Tian asked. It's impossible that such a saint token exists. Brat, I don't care who told you that. The only thing I know is that you've been tricked, Wang Ba said calmly. He had been tricked. Duan Ling Tian had no comment regarding what Wang Ba said, but it made sense for him to believe his words. The thing was, he had memorized everything about the saint-grade martial tactic, colossal arrow-light arrow, in the saint token his father had left for him without missing a single word. Although he had yet to begin his cultivation of the colossal arrow-light arrow, he would still be able to cultivate it successfully even if he threw away the saint token that contained the colossal arrow-light arrow. This was because the colossal arrow-light arrow had been imprinted in his mind like a sprouting seed from the second he released his spiritual energy into the saint token. He could not forget it even if he wanted to. Being able to memorize the saint-grade martial tactic contained in the saint token completely just by releasing my spiritual energy into it. Could it be a special ability that only I possess? That was the only guess Duan Ling Tian had. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was. After all, according to Wang Ba, something like that was impossible. It would be great if I can obtain another saint token. Then I can verify if I really possess a special ability, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If he really possessed such a special ability, no matter what kind of saint tokens he obtained in the future, he would be able to learn all the saint-grade martial tactics as long as it's within his spiritual energy's capability. This caused his emotion to turn chaotic. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and calmed his stirred emotion. He regained his senses when the skyline of a big city appeared before his eyes. The looming city hidden behind the gloomy fog was like a grand palace in Wonderland. So this is Hidden Fog City. When Duan Ling Tian taking in the sight of the big city looming before him, he saw three silhouettes hidden by the fog heading in the direction of the city as well. It was clear the three silhouettes entering the city belonged to three ladies. Why do their backs look so familiar? Duan Ling Tian thought he had seen two of the three ladies before. Chapter 1272 Reunion. The two familiar silhouettes were getting further and further away. Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses when the two silhouettes disappeared into Hidden Fog City. Who are they? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Confusion was written all over his face. He pushed the thoughts in his mind aside and chased after them. It seemed like he wanted to find out to whom those two familiar silhouettes belonged to. He thought the two ladies' backs looked very familiar. If only one of them seemed familiar to him, he could dismiss it as just a mistake or him overthinking things. However, the two familiar silhouettes that appeared at the same time seemed to tell him that it was not a coincidence. He might know the two ladies with beautiful bodies. It seemed like he knew them from before, and their relationship was one of a kind. At this moment, he could clearly feel his heart beating. It was beating so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. However, when he entered Hidden Fog City, he could not find the two ladies. It seemed like they came from the southern island as well. That means the two ladies and the azure-clad lady should be the people brought by some martial emperor or demon emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian speculated. When he arrived at the Hidden Fog Island earlier, he heard from the two inner island disciples who welcomed them that the southern island was where they hosted their guests. Guests who arrived at the Hidden Fog Island recently were those martial emperor and demon emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent and their disciples who would be participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Hidden Fog City was bustling. When one entered the city, it felt no different from one of those big bustling cities on Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian walked around the city a few times, but his effort was in vain. He could not find those two ladies who looked extremely familiar to him. Forget about it. If they're here for the Hidden Fog martial competition, I'll see them again sooner or later. At that time, I'll find out if we know each other, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. There was still quite some time left before the Hidden Fog martial competition organized by Hidden Fog Island would begin. I'll walk around and see if I can gather all the materials needed to craft the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. I must break through to the Martial Emperor stage before the Hidden Fog martial competition begins. I'll definitely be able to raise my ability further after I craft the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set and cultivate the Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Arrow-Light Arrow. Ever since Duan Ling Tian learned about how powerful Saint Grade martial tactics were from Wang Ba, his urgency to cultivate the Colossal Arrow-Light Arrow began to grow. He was desperate to cultivate it as soon as he could. As soon as I raise my ability, I'll be able to get a good ranking in the Hidden Fog martial competition. A good ranking means more saint stones for me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. When he obtained more saint stones, his journey after breaking through to the martial emperor stage would be smooth sailing. After all, saint stones were items that could boost a martial emperor powerhouse's cultivation. It was a precious and priceless treasure. He was desperate for saint stones. At this time, Duan Ling Tian quickened his speed to gather the materials. Meanwhile, there were 3 silhouettes standing in an herbal medicine store on the side of the main road where Duan Ling Tian was about to pass by. 2 beautiful ladies were accompanying an azure-clad lady. The azure-clad lady was looking at a medicinal pill bottle with medicinal pills. Sister Fair, it's just as you said. That 2 irritating fellows really don't dare to flirt with us when we're with senior Sister Shu, the beautiful and pure lady who looked like she came from a humble family said to the purple-clad lady next to her. The purple-clad lady smiled lightly after hearing her words. Her beautiful smile seemed capable of charming everyone, and it dimmed everything in her surroundings. In order to get rid of that 2 irritating flies, she had asked their senior sister Shu Rong, Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple, to accompany them out today. Due to Shu Rong's presence, that 2 annoying flies did not dare to approach them, let alone flirt with them. The purple-clad lady was Li Fei. Meanwhile, the pure lady who looked like she came from a humble family was Ka. Suddenly, Li Fei instinctively looked out of the herbal medicine store. She did not get a clear look, but she saw a purple silhouette that was passing by in a hurry. Although she did not see it clearly, her beautiful body involuntarily trembled. Rascal. Her body trembled because the silhouette was too familiar. She had dreamed of that silhouette many times. It appeared in her dreams and lingered around. It almost drove her insane. Sister Fair, did you mistake him for someone else? How's it possible that young master? Ka looked out of the herbal medicine store, but she did not see the purple silhouette that rushed by. She thought it was merely Li Fei's hallucination from missing Duan Ling Tian. In her opinion, although her young master was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be here. Where was this place? It was the Hidden Fog Island. As an overseas saint island, the Hidden Fog Island was located on the northern ocean of Cloud Continent. There was a certain risk even for a martial emperor powerhouse to travel across the northern ocean from Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island. Martial emperor powerhouses with mediocre abilities might even die during the journey. This was because there were many ferocious demon beasts in the northern ocean. Among the demon beasts, some of them were at the demon emperor stage. They managed to arrive safely due to the protection from their master, Martial Emperor Yuhan. Now, Li Fei was saying her young master was here. It was impossible for her to believe it unless she saw him with her own eyes. A gust of wind blew past, causing Ka's silky hair to flutter in the wind. It framed her almost perfect face. At this very moment, she seemed to have transformed into a fairy who had descended from heaven to earth. Sister Fair. She noticed Li Fei had left her side when she regained her senses. Li Fei had left the herbal medicine store and was chasing after that silhouette. Ka immediately chased after her. Meanwhile, their senior sister Shu Rong reacted instantly and chased after them when she noticed their abrupt departure. She soon caught up to Ka and saw Li Fei at the same time. To her surprise, her junior sister Li Fei, who was usually obedient, was blocking someone's path. It was a man in purple. He stood there motionlessly. That back. Ka's beautiful body began to tremble when she saw the purple-clad young man's back before she even had a clear look of his face. She stood rooted to the spot. It was as though her feet were filled with lead. The person's back could not be more familiar to her. Rascal, it's really you. At this moment, Li Fei, who was blocking the purple-clad man's path, walked toward him slowly. She did not bother with the judgmental looks from the people who were watching. There was a joy that she could not hide on her extremely beautiful face. Tears of joy were also streaming down her face. It had been too long. She finally met him, the man that she, Li Fei, held onto with her life. She would sacrifice anything for him, including her life. Soon after, Li Fei arrived before the purple-clad man. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. She stared at him as tears of joy streamed down her face. She asked shakily, "Rascal, why? Why are you here? Who are you?" The smile on Li Fei's face completely froze when she heard that voice. That voice belonged to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was looking at Li Fei in confusion. This person who seemed so familiar to him was a complete stranger. "You don't recognize me." All of a sudden, Li Fei's face turned gravely pale. She had just managed to stabilize herself, but her body began to tremble again. Tears were streaming down her face like pouring rain. She did not expect the man that she had been missing so much no longer recognized her. Did he forget about her? At this moment, Li Fei felt as though her heart was being cut into a million pieces. The pain and agony spread all over her body and suffocated her. Eventually, Li Fei could no longer endure the lifeblood boiling in her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned even paler. Her pain caused many to feel distressed. Sister Fair. At this moment, Ka finally regained her senses, and she rushed out immediately. She held onto Li Fei's trembling body that seemed like it was about to fall at any given time. Ka, rascal, he doesn't recognize me, Li Fei said shakily as Ka held her. Her voice was shaking so much as though she was extremely cold. She could not speak properly at all. Ka's eyes turned red when she heard that and looked at Duan Lingtian. Before she could speak, Duan Lingtian felt an unknown pain and grabbed his chest. His face turned a little pale as he looked at the two ladies standing before him. Who are both of you? Why do I find both of you so familiar? And, why do I feel a wrenching pain in my heart? Duan Lingtian's voice was shaking a little as he spoke. Young master, did you forget about Ka as well? Ka's eyes were even redder now after she listened to Duan Lingtian's words. Tears were pouring down her pure and beautiful face. The people who were watching felt pain in their hearts. This brat, how can he upset these two ladies like this? I can tell he's a bastard. A man as ungrateful as him should be struck by lightning. Many people glared at Duan Lingtian. They were enraged with Duan Lingtian's ill treatment of the two ladies. When people were condemning Duan Lingtian as Li Fei and Ka looked at him in despair, he forced a smile and said apologetically, I lost my memory. Lost his memory. Li Fei and Ka stopped crying when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Their faces were immediately filled with concern. Chapter 1273 The Irritating Flies. At that very moment, both Li Fei and Ka experienced a complete change in mood from one end of the spectrum to the other. The change was like rising from hell to heaven. Their man did not forget about them. Instead, he had suffered amnesia. Rascal, how did you lose your memory? Young master, what exactly happened? Li Fei and Ka asked with apprehension while looking at Duan Lingtian. When they found out their man had not intentionally forgotten about them, the gloom in their eyes faded away, leaving only concern. Gazing at the two ladies who were looking at him with concern, the way Duan Lingtian's heart thundered was getting more and more intense. He could tell that the two ladies whom he felt familiar were sincerely worried about him. Their feelings were real and they were not faking it. I used to have friends like them. Duan Lingtian was eager to recover that part of his memory the second he looked at them. Although he had a huge chunk of his memory restored, he had yet to recover the most important part. One of them included these two ladies who seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with him. Could you tell me what kind of relationship did we share? I feel that both of you seem very familiar and close to me. It's like the both of you are my family. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Fei and Ka attentively and asked softly. Even Duan Lingtian did not realize that his tone had mellowed. Now that he was speaking, his eyes were gentle like flowing water. We were your fiancés. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with fondness and anticipation, eager to see if her reminder could make him recall his memory. Fiancés. The people who were watching gasped. These two remarkable ladies are his fiancés. That's not fair. It's the first time seeing such a beauty in my entire life. Even better that there are two of them. But both of them are his fiancés. If I could replace him, I'd be willing to be him even if I'm dying a month later. The onlooking men gawked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. They were eager to replace him. So, he's fiancé to junior sister Li and junior sister Ka. Shu Rong stood nearby and ogled Duan Lingtian without blinking. To be exact, she was looking at Duan Lingtian's back as she experienced a stir of emotions. From her knowledge, her master martial Emperor Yuhan had taken Li Fei and Ka in as her direct disciples for their fiancé's sake. Naturally, she had no idea what her master was up to. However, she figured that her master might want something from their fiancé. She could not figure out any other reason apart from that. It took Duan Lingtian a while to snap back to his senses. He only asked after inhaling a deep breath in, the both of you are my fiancés. Although he believed what Li Fei said, he wanted to be absolutely sure of this shocking piece of information. So, he already had a fiancé, and not only one, but two. Yes, Li Fei nodded. Her expression remained the same even though she had just admitted herself to be Duan Ling Tian's fiancé while many people watched. It was as if those people were invisible to her. However, Ka was much more bashful than her. Her cheeks flushed like they were going to drip with blood. Duan Ling Tian had no idea what to say after hearing Li Fei's affirmation. Although he had found out the two ladies before him were his fiancées, he could not recall anything about them at all. All he felt at that moment was that the two ladies were very familiar and intimate to him. He completely could not recall what they had gone through together. Duan Ling Tian looked around and felt uneasy being watched like they were monkeys in a performance. He said to Li Fei and Ka in an instant, "Let's find somewhere to sit down so the both of you can tell me more about our past. Let's see if I can recall anything. I've got many things to ask you too." Li Fei agreed immediately. Although Ka did not speak, she nodded obediently. Being the woman that she was, she listened and obeyed whatever Duan Ling Tian said. Years had passed and although both Li Fei and Ka had drastic changes in their abilities, they had not changed at all when it came to the fondness they had for Duan Ling Tian. He was the man that they committed their lives to. He was the only man they ever wanted. Junior sister Li, junior sister Ka. So, this is the fiancé the both of you have always talked about. A voice spoke up suddenly. Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Ka, who were ready to leave, stopped moving and looked at the person who had stood up to speak. Senior sister Shu, Li Fei and Ka immediately greeted the person who stood out. Duan Ling Tian looked closely and noticed that it was a lady in azure. She was the third silhouette who had stood with Li Fei and Ka outside the hidden fog city when he had seen them earlier. "Rascal, this is senior sister Shu," Li Fei introduced while looking at Duan Ling Tian. Senior sister Shu. Although Duan Ling Tian could not recall Li Fei and Ka from his past, since he had confirmed that the both of them were his fiancés, he did not dare to hesitate as he greeted their senior sister. "I only know that you're junior sister Li and junior sister Ka's fiancé. May I know how should I address you?" Shu Rong questioned Duan Ling Tian while looking at him with a smile. "You can call me Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian nodded at Shu Rong. Duan Ling Tian, "I'll remember that. But I heard from junior sister Li and junior sister Ka earlier that you should be at the southern outer land on the Cloud Continent." Shu Rong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, "How come you're here?" "I'm here for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition," Duan Ling Tian replied. "I see." Surprise flashed across Shu Rong's eyes as she then asked, "Which martial emperor powerhouse from the Cloud Continent are you here with?" "Martial Emperor Ling Zan," Duan Ling Tian replied. Shu Rong nodded and turned to Li Fei and Ka after beaming at Duan Ling Tian. "Junior sister Li, junior sister Ka. The both of you haven't seen him for years. You guys should catch up. I'll let master know," Shu Rong said. "Thank you, senior sister Shu." Li Fei and Ka's eyes lit up when they heard Shu Rong. "All right then, I won't hold up your husband and wife's catch-up. I'll return to the southern island now." Shu Rong then left after informing them. Many of the onlookers whispered among themselves after Shu Rong left. "So, they're from the Cloud Continent. They're here for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. They must be following some martial emperor or demon emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent." At that moment, many of them figured out Duan Ling Tian and the others' identities. "Rascal, let's go," Li Fei held Ka's hand and said to Duan Ling Tian while looking at him. He nodded. As the three of them were ready to leave, they were stopped by a scream. "Hold it right there." The scream was like a thunderstorm that came from above. Everyone snapped back to their senses one after another as they swiveled towards the source of the voice. The scream was traced back to two middle-aged men who descended from the sky ferociously. It was obvious that they had ill intentions. Inner Island disciples. Many of them looked serious and fear was apparent in their eyes when they saw the identity token hanging on the waists of the two middle-aged men. "It's the both of you." Li Fei raised her beautiful eyebrows, despise clearly written on her face as she looked at them. "What do you guys want from us?" Ka looked a little horrified. The two Inner Island disciples of Hidden Fog Island who had just appeared were the same duo who had been bothering Li Fei and Ka ever since they arrived on the island. Both Ka or Li Fei hated the two Inner Island disciples from the bottom of their hearts. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at the two Inner Island disciples with grave coldness in his eyes. He did not seem to care about the two of them at all. The Inner Island disciples landed close to Duan Ling Tian and the two ladies. They did not respond to Ka. Instead, they took a long, hard look at Duan Ling Tian. One of the men said ambiguously, I was wondering why the junior sisters were so cold to us. So, they already have a fiancé. Another man looked at Duan Ling Tian and mocked with jealousy and hatred. Both the junior sisters are beautiful and you certainly are drop-dead gorgeous. What did this boy toy do to deserve to be their fiancé? The two inner island disciples had been following them ever since Li Fei and Ka left the southern island. However, they did not dare to get close to them since Shu Rong was there with them. Nevertheless, never had they thought that they would witness such a scene which angered them on the hidden fog city streets not long after following the both of them into the city. The two peerless beauties that they desired already had a fiancé. Moreover, their fiancé was one and the same. They could no longer suppress their rage when they realized that the two ladies' fiancé was just a boy toy. They brought their jealousy and hatred with them when they appeared. Who did he think he was? He was just a boy toy who had above-average looks, so how did he deserve these two peerless beauties? They were unwilling to yield. Furthermore, they felt gravely ashamed that the two beauties of their desires had chosen a boy toy like him over them. The inner island disciple who spoke earlier glared at Duan Ling Tian in disdain. Junior sisters, let me tell you. Most of such boy toys are just nice to look at, but they're useless. If you're looking for a man, you should look for one who can protect you and provide you with a sense of security, he reminded Li Fei and Ka while looking at them with ill intentions. Who do you think you are? What does our taste in man have anything to do with you? Li Fei mocked. At the same time, she took a step forward and stood next to Duan Ling Tian. She held his arm and leaned on his shoulder intimately. Chapter 1274 Dog. Ka followed suit and stood on the other side of Duan Ling Tian. She reached out and held onto Duan Ling Tian's arm. However, she did not lean on Duan Ling Tian's shoulders like Li Fei did because she felt timider. At once, Duan Ling Tian felt two fresh, fragrant aromas rush into his nose which made him relaxed and happy. Ka and Li Fei's demonstrative actions made the onlookers gaze toward the two inner island disciples with curiosity about their reactions. The faces of the inner island disciples turned gloomy. Let's go, Duan Ling Tian called out softly to the two women beside him, and then they stepped into the air as they prepared to leave. However, the two inner island disciples blocked their way the minute they stepped into the air. What are you doing? Li Fei shouted coldly with anger on her face. She just wanted to find somewhere quiet and speak to her man about his experiences after being reunited with him. It was hard not to get mad when these two flies stopped them at a time like that. Ka looked incensed as well. For the first time, Duan Ling Tian looked at both the inner island disciples in the eye as while he spoke softly but in an unquestionable tone, "Get lost." You've got quite a temper, sneered one of the inner island disciples at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. Boy, I want to see for myself today. How can a toy boy like you be the fiancé to both our junior sisters? That's right, you'll have to prove your strength if you intend to win these beauties, echoed the other inner island disciple. What are you? He's the man that the both of us believe in. What does that have to do with you? Why should he prove himself to you? Li Fei sneered. Young master asked you to get lost. Didn't you hear that? Even the usually good-tempered Ka had an extremely resentful expression as she glared at the two inner island disciples. The onlookers' gaze at the inner island disciples became weirder and weirder. Noticing that all eyes were on them, the faces of the inner island disciples turned glum as their glares at Duan Ling Tian intensified more viciously. Junior sister Li Fei, don't say that. There are many things that you wouldn't be aware of since you're too involved. As bystanders, we'll see it more clearly than you do. One of the inner island disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold gleam in his eyes and enunciated word for word, "This toy boy isn't worthy of the both of you. Don't be fooled by his appearance." Without waiting for a response from Li Fei, the other inner island disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian with a sneer. You dare to ask us to get lost? I'd really like to see how good you are. Why would both the junior sisters fancy you and ask you to be their fiancé? Instantly, after the inner island disciple finished his sentence, his robe bulged. It was the constantly rising origin energy in his body which transformed into milky white flames in the blink of an eye. Once the milky white flames appeared, it turned into a multicolored ball of energy. Obviously, apart from fully exerting his origin energy, this inner island disciple also exerted the various types of profundities he had comprehended. He stood there majestically in all his powerful splendor. That's right, I'd love to see how mighty he is too. The other inner island disciple came to his senses and echoed. The power in his body surged and created an imposing aura. Seeing that the two inner island disciples were prepared to attack, Li Fei's expression changed dramatically as she threatened in a cold voice, "He's just like us. He's also a guest of the Hidden Fog Island. The martial emperor behind him won't let you get away with it if you dare lay a finger on him." Although the heaven and earth energy there would not form a heaven and earth phenomenon because of the power emerging from them, she knew clearly in her heart that she was no match for the two inner island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island. Ka was no match for them either. As for her fiancé, Duan Ling Tian was probably just there to join in the fun like them, even though he could come with a martial emperor powerhouse. Even if he was not there to join the fun, he would be, at most, an ordinary disciple of the martial emperor. There was no way he would be able to beat two Hidden Fog Island inner island disciples who were equivalent to martial emperor's disciples. She did not dare to think about being a martial emperor's direct disciple. Along the way, she and Ka had many fortuitous meetings, but they were only 7th and 8th level martial monarchs. They had not even set foot into the 9th level martial monarch stage. Subconsciously, she did not think that her man would be much stronger than they were. "Junior sister Li Fei, don't worry. We just want to spar with him. We won't kill him." One of the inner island disciples smiled brightly. The more Li Fei acted that way, the more he thought that she was just nervous, and the only reason for her nerves was that she knew that her fiancé was not as strong as he was. Those thoughts made him somewhat swollen-headed. "Although we won't kill him, the attacks don't have eyes. If we accidentally destroy his Dantian, I think the martial emperor backing him wouldn't say anything," said the other disciple. In his words, he conveyed a clear, important message. Even if he could not kill Duan Ling Tian, he would destroy his Dantian and render him useless. In his opinion, Li Fei and Ka definitely would not declare him as their fiancé after the toy boy lost his cultivation base. Even if he was very handsome, then he would have another chance to be with either Li Fei or Ka. "Ha, that's it." The previous inner island disciple laughed wholeheartedly, pride filling his laughter. "You dare." At that moment, Li Fei and Ka let go of Duan Ling Tian's shoulder in unison. They took a step forward and stood in front of him to shield him behind them. "Anyone who wants to hurt my man must step over my dead body." The origin energy around Li Fei's body surged as a variety of profundities followed like a shadow. She stared coldly at the two inner island disciples and showcased her heroism. Even though Ka did not say a word, but her actions undoubtedly showed that her intentions were in line with Li Fei's words. All of a sudden, someone could not help but call out, "Winner in life." A winner in life. That Duan Ling Tian is absolutely a winner in life. His tone was filled with envy from the depths of his heart. Most of the people around them who were observant recalled Duan Ling Tian's name when he introduced himself to Shu Rong, so they knew his name. He's indeed a winner in life. Not only does he have two gorgeous ladies as his fiancées, but both of them were even willing to die for him. It's already a blessing from his past life's cultivation to be able to meet a woman like that. And he has too. I'm so envious. All the men in the crowd were green with envy while they stared at Duan Ling Tian. An acrid flame called jealousy was burning in their hearts. Since Li Fei and Ka decided to stand in front of Duan Ling Tian and protect him, looking as if they were ready to fight as their lives depended on it, the faces of the two inner island disciples turned extremely morose. Would they dare to kill Li Fei and Ka? The answer was apparent. Definitely not. If they were in a remote place, they might be able to kill them and prevent the martial emperor behind Li Fei and Ka from learning about what they had done. However, with so many onlookers right now, they would not dare to kill Li Fei and Ka even if they were given 100 doses of courage. They looked at each other and saw the affliction in their eyes. However, one of their eyes quickly lit up as if he had thought of a strategy. Li Fei and Ka's face sank when they saw their gazes. Although they did not know what their opponent was plotting against them, they could not help but worry about it. The inner island disciple whose eyes lit up stared at Duan Ling Tian in the first instance, then he exclaimed and mocked sharply, "Oh damn! You really are a toy boy. You're destined to hide behind women for the rest of your life, depending on them to survive." As if they had discussed it, the other inner island disciple taunted, "If I were you, I'd dig a hole and hide. I wouldn't embarrass myself like this, like a man." "If I must say, he isn't a man at all," the former continued saying in agreement. While the two inner island disciples spoke, Li Fei and Ka turned more and more sullen. "Rascal, ignore them." "Yes, young master. They're provoking you on purpose. Just ignore them," reminded the two women instantly as they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Although the two inner island disciples were indeed deliberately provoking Duan Ling Tian, the eyes of the crowd also landed on him in unison. These gazes were either ironic or mocking or disdain or scornful. No one would look up to a man who hid behind women. Coward. The two inner island disciples added to the fire as if they were anxious to see chaos erupt. Contempt filled their gazes towards Duan Lingtian. You're the only one who can be a man until such a stage. If it were up to me, you might as well hide under their skirts. You'd be safer like that. The two inner island disciples saw Duan Lingtian standing there while his face remained indifferent after a while. They were even motivated as they took turns to mock Duan Lingtian and trample on his dignity. They only had one purpose in mind, to provoke Duan Lingtian. Let him take the initiative to attack them. Then, they would have the chance of destroying Duan Lingtian's dantian and completely make him useless. The two of you. That enough barking from the two of you. Finally, Duan Lingtian made a move under everyone's watchful eyes. He slowly reached his little finger out and picked his ears with it while saying casually, "It's my first time seeing dogs that can bark for so long." As he spoke, he emphasized the word, dogs. Wow, he blew the world away with a single sentence and caused an uproar among the onlookers. Those scornful eyes which were on Duan Lingtian originally shifted, falling on the two inner island disciples as if they want to see how they would react. After all, they were degraded as if they were dogs. Chapter 1275 Duan Lingtian strikes. Did that toy boy just call them a dog? Instantly, the two inner island disciples felt their rage take over, leaving them almost senseless. Boy, do you want to die? They were furious as their strength surged and caused the air to stir. Waves of energy swept out along with a series of air explosions which sounded like detonating mines. It seemed to transform into a gust of raging wind that swept in all directions. The nearly irrational inner island disciples no longer thought of Li Fei and Ka. Their robes kept bulging and then disappearing with the swell of their power. Two figures flashed like lightning and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. They've made their move. Although most of the onlookers could not see their movements, upon vanishing, they realized that they had made a move. Now, we have something to see. While many of them were anxious to see chaos erupt, all of them edged farther away to watch the situation from a distance to avoid getting involved. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted leisurely as the two inner island disciples who charged towards him with great momentum. When he moved, he appeared in front of Li Fei and Ka who stood alongside with each other and defended him from behind instead. Li Fei and Ka, who planned to fight the inner island disciples with their lives, sensed a flash in their eyes before a familiar back appeared in front of them. That's insanely fast. At once, they were shocked. Your efforts are futile. After they recovered from their shock upon witnessing Duan Lingtian's speed, his indifferent voice rang in their ears. Arg! At the same time, they heard a loud bang followed by a horrible shriek. No. To be precise, two horrible shrieks rented the air. It was hard to differentiate whether it came from one person or two because the screams rang out together. When they looked towards the source of the screams, they saw the bodies of the two inner island disciples shoot out like flying arrows and then smashing onto the ground. The power in their bodies was instantly annihilated as if it had never even existed. No, no, my dantian, you're ruthless, you're terribly ruthless. Soon, the onlookers including Li Fei and Ka saw that the disciples kept rolling around on the floor while crying out continuously. They soon gnashed their teeth as they glared at the purple-clad youth who stood in the air as if he was their mortal enemy who had killed their father and snatched their wives. Many people came to their senses and reacted. Their dantians have been destroyed. Previously, they said they wanted to destroy other people's dantian. Who'd have known that their dantian would have been destroyed instead in just the blink of an eye? Duan Lingtian is terrifyingly strong. From the beginning to the end, I never even saw him move. Me too. I was looking at him the whole time but I couldn't see him budge at all. There was an uproar amongst the onlookers. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were laced with fear and admiration. At that time, Li Fei and Ka glanced at each other and saw the shock and awe in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian completely ignored the fearful eyes of the surrounding people and the ferocious glare from the two inner island disciples. He turned around and called out to Li Fei and Ka, "Let's go." Both of them nodded obediently. Simultaneously, curiosity arose in their eyes. They were inextricably interested in their man's experience over the years. Judging from his strength, it was comparable to the strength of a martial emperor's direct disciple on the Cloud Continent. Such strength was definitely similar to the core disciples of the Hidden Fog Island. Naturally, he could easily destroy two inner island disciples. When the three of them walked away, the onlookers stared. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian could have easily killed the two inner island disciples if he wanted to. However, he did not do so. If he had ended their lives, those who were present were bound to spread the news to even the ears of the senior officials of the Hidden Fog Island. Then, the senior official of the Hidden Fog Island would definitely be enraged. After all, if a disciple of the Hidden Fog Island were killed on the island, it would undoubtedly be humiliating for them. Still, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of any senior official of the Hidden Fog Island. He could always escape even if he could not match the senior officials who might not be able to react in time. However, if that were the case, it would mean that he would miss the prize of the Hidden Fog martial competition, the Saint Stone. That was not the ending he wanted. To him, the two inner island disciples' lives were far less important than the Saint Stone. Hence, for the sake of the Saint Stone, he spared their lives but destroyed their Dantian to make their lives a living hell. The incident today was all because of them provoking him and even publicly proclaiming that they would destroy him Dantian. As such, his actions could be considered as self-defense. Even if the people from the Hidden Fog Island were mad, they would not dare to find fault with him publicly. After all, they did not have a reasonable cause to do so. When Duan Ling Tian left with Li Fei and Ka, the two inner island disciples stared them down with angry eyes. They felt like the sky was collapsing on them. Having had their cultivation base destroyed, they were now destined to be mediocre. Just thinking of how they were reduced to their current state, they almost gritted their teeth until they were crushed while they glared at the three departing figures. The two inner island disciples were roaring in their hearts, "I'll never let you go. I'll never let all of you go." The onlookers finally came to their senses. Glancing at the two inner island disciples in pity, they soon dispersed after seeing the three figures leaving their line of sight. After the two inner island disciples retrieved some healing pills to consume, one of them growled angrily while grinding his teeth, "I want him and those two bitches to die. We must find a way to avenge ourselves." The other person demanded while fire burned in her eyes. "I swear I must avenge myself. Otherwise, I'm not worthy of being a person." Exchanging a hard look, they left the Hidden Fog City together and headed to the east of the Hidden Fog Island. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian brought Li Fei and Ka and left for the west of the Hidden Fog City. They only stopped when they reached above a vast forest. "Young master, you're so strong." Ka looked at Duan Ling Tian in admiration. As usual, her face was flushed because of the excitement. "Rascal, how did you become so strong? I thought that after so many years, Sister Ka and I would have overtaken you. I never expected that we'd still be left behind by you." Li Fei had a bitter smile on her face as she thought about how childish her previous thoughts were. "Young master, how did you make it through all these years?" Ka asked curiously since she was very interested in what had happened to him these past few years. Li Fei also looked at Duan Ling Tian with the same piqued interest. "These years." Duan Ling Tian became quiet after hearing that and then he sighed, "Ever since I lost my memory, even though I've recovered bits of it. There are still some that haven't been restored. I only remember that I'm from the southern outer land, but I've forgotten everything else about the place." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he looked at Li Fei and Ka expectantly. "I think, the memory of us should belong to the part of memory from the southern outer land. Can you tell me about our past? Maybe I'll be able to remember something," he urgently pressed as he looked at Li Fei and Ka. He always wanted to know about his past, but he could never remember it. Now, he wanted to know about his past even more after meeting these two women who seemed familiar and affectionate towards him, even addressing themselves as his fiancé. He wanted to know how did they meet, how they got together and how they got engaged. "Let Sister Ka start. She knew you before I did." Li Fei looked at Ka encouragingly. "Young master, the first time I met you was on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town. During my darkest days, my most helpless moments. Back then, my mother had just died. She was my only family, so I even felt like the sky was falling. At that time, I only had one thought. No matter what happened, I had to give my mother a proper burial. Mother didn't get to enjoy her life when she was alive, so I couldn't let her suffer when she was dead. For the sake of my mother, I was selling myself on the streets to give her a proper burial." After she said that, Ka's face was already filled with tears. Then, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled. "That was when I met you, young master. You were the first one who was willing to pay for my mother's burial without judging my appearance. From then on, I knew that you were a good person. So, after I buried my mother, I decided to follow you even if you never intended for me to do so. It turns out that I made the right choice. After we arrived at the Li clan of Fresh Breeze Town, you and the missus treated me like family and took great care of me. From then on, I've regarded both of you as my only family in this world." While Ka spoke slowly, recollection gleamed in her eyes. "After that, I stayed at the Li clan of Fresh Breeze Town. I witnessed you rise all the way to become the top among the younger generation of Fresh Breeze Town. Not only that, you were later recommended by the Li clan of Fresh Breeze Town to the Li clan of Aurora City, which was also the original clan of the clan in the latter. That's where you met Sister Feier." Ka paused and then she looked at Li Fei beside her. "Sister Li Fei, you can tell him what happened after that." Li Fei already knew what occurred after that. Chapter 1276 A Sudden Change. The both of them were traveling together the whole time when they were separated from Duan Lingtian. When they left, they did not have time to bid Duan Lingtian farewell, which was something they had often regretted in the days that followed. Then, Li Fei took over from Ka and continued recounting the memories to Duan Lingtian. "The first time I saw you, you were at the Li clan's martial competition in Aurora City." She told him that when they first met, she did not have a good impression of him since she thought that he was very frivolous. Then she continued with his journey in Aurora City. Li Fei did not forget to mention the existence of the two little pythons. "I never expected that I actually had such a wonderful journey when I was younger." Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart after listening to Li Fei's stories. After recounting the memories of Aurora City, Li Fei continued, "After that, you went to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and stayed there for a while. Then, you returned to us and we went to the Imperial City together and built a home there." Following that, Li Fei recounted his experience at the Imperial City one at a time, including the time he spent at the Paladin Academy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate, the Duan Clan Estate, and the Imperial family of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Naturally, Li Fei only related what she knew. "At that time, you led the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army and conquered the neighboring kingdom's city without wasting a single pawn. You were like the god of war to them. Almost everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom has heard of you," Li Fei said, her eyes turning fiery. "That was her man. She was so proud of him. At the height of your fame at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, you decided to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Immediately, you locked on to the #1 sect of the 5 largest sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. On the way to 7-Star Sword Sect, we met Little Gold." Li Fei then paused. "Little Gold, what's that?" Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. "Little Gold is a rodent demon. In your words, it's the jade-eyed heavenly mouse or something," Li Fei said. "What? Jade-eyed heavenly mouse?" Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised when he heard the phrase. Although he did not recall most of his memories, he still knew a thing or two about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. He understood that it was a powerful demon that could easily break through to the martial emperor stage when it matured, and he had met a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Soon after, Duan Lingtian calmed his slightly agitated mood because Li Fei had moved on and continued. What happened subsequently was none other than the incidents at the first of the 5 largest sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. In between, Li Fei also remembered to tell him about the other events, such as that time when they left the 7-Star Sword Sect for the ancient city of Everlast and met Zhang Shouyang and his wife, Wang Chong there. Finally, Li Fei reached the part where Ka and she left with the peak master of the 7-Star Sword Sect's Alcade Peak, Qing Shang. They thought it was an ordinary birthday celebration, and they never expect to stay at the Yin-Yang sect after that. The Yin-Yang sect? Duan Lingtian frowned. "Rascal, you know of the Yin-Yang sect?" Li Fei asked puzzledly. Ka also studied him with a concerned expression and asked, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" "In the memories of Restored, I've been to the Yin-Yang sect. However, I couldn't remember why I went there. Why can't I remember it now?" Duan Lingtian kept shaking his head. He always felt that that part of memory he had restored was incomplete. The small part which was incomplete seemed to be the most important part. "Young master, you've been to the Yin-Yang sect?" Ka could not help but feel surprised. "Yes, I have." Duan Lingtian nodded. "In my memories, I seem to have killed the peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin-Yang sect, Yang Hong. I think his son was killed too. However, why did I kill him?" Duan Lingtian furrowed his brows as he murmured. "What, Yang Hong and his son are dead?" When Duan Lingtian said that, Li Fei and Ka were astounded. After their initial shock, excitement was apparent on their faces. Yang Hong and his son were their mortal enemies. They still remembered that they were able to escape from the Yin-Yang sect because their senior sister Yang Shui had fought to stop Yang Hong with her life. That act had saved their lives. After that, even when they headed north and joined Yuhan Valley, they wanted to avenge their senior sister Yang Shui and their master. Their master, the Peak Master of the Yin Peak, had been stabbed in the back and killed by Yang Hong. However, both Li Fei and Ka never expected that the mortal enemy they desperately wanted to kill would already be dead. In fact, their fiancé was the one who killed him. No. Suddenly, Li Fei seemed to remember something as her beautiful face tensed. Sister Fair, do you think the people who were searching for us back then were really sent by young master? Ka asked. Li Fei took a deep breath. Finally, Ka shared her thoughts. She still remembered that when Ka and she were in hiding after escaping from the Yin-Yang sect, there was something or someone who came looking for them while mentioning their fiancé's name. However, they thought that it was a trap, so they had not shown themselves. Later, many people including the Supreme Elder and the two greatest Vice Peak Masters of the Yang Peak had come looking for them, saying that their fiancé, Duan Ling Tian, had killed Yang Hong and his son. At that time, they had not believed them. They thought it was Yang Hong and his son conspiring to lure them out. Rascal, when did you arrive at the Yin-Yang sect? Li Fei took a deep breath and asked. Once Duan Ling Tian could tell her when he reached the Yin-Yang sect, she would know whether what Ka in her faced was true or not. I think it's. Duan Ling Tian thought for a moment and said the approximate time when he arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. For a time, no matter Li Fei or Ka were dumbstruck as if they were struck by thunder. They took a while to recover from the shock. Sister Fair. At that time, it really was the young master. Ka looked at Li Fei and said with conflicted eyes. We missed it by just a little. If we hadn't continued hiding and shown ourselves then, we would have been reunited with Rascal. Li Fei sighed while regretting their choice back then. Sister Fair, you know the situation back then. We couldn't afford to take any risks at that time, Ka comforted Li Fei. Rascal, since you went to the Yin-Yang sect right after we left, and killed Yang Hong and his son. When you killed them, did you see senior sister Yang Shui? Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked eagerly. So, I went to the Yin-Yang sect for them. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had guessed the purpose of his visit to the Yin-Yang sect back then. He had gone to find his fiancés. Yang Shui, hearing Li Fei's question, Duan Ling Tian looked confused. Who's that? After Li Fei briefly described Yang Shui's features, Duan Ling Tian understood. Both of you are talking about that person. She was dead when I arrived. Dead. Even though they were mentally prepared, Li Fei and Ka still could not help but change their expressions dramatically when they confirmed Yang Shui's death from Duan Ling Tian. 2 lines of tears fell from their faces respectively, making them look a bit haggard. However, I had preserved her body in an ice coffin made from 10,000-year frost. Earlier, when remembered those, I couldn't remember the reason why I did it. As Duan Ling Tian said, he couldn't help but sigh. Now, it seems like that's related to the both of you. Huh. While Li Fei and Ka were upset about Yang Shui's death, Duan Ling Tian suddenly stayed still and furrowed his brows. At the same time, he felt a slight tingling sensation in the depths of his mind. That tingling sensation made him tremble involuntarily. Simultaneously, he found out that there were a lot of fragmented memories flying past in his mind. These memories seemed to be his memories which he had not recovered. The fragmented memories were so numerous and crowded. He intended to piece them together, but it was very difficult. At that moment, the tingling sensation suddenly amplified. Duan Ling Tian could not bear it and screeched. He only felt a splitting headache as if his head was being torn open. Young master. Li Fei and Ka were startled, and they immediately stopped mourning for Yang Shui as they turned towards Duan Ling Tian in concern. After Duan Ling Tian screeched, there was a sudden change. His whole body shook violently as if something terrible had happened to him. At the same time, his pair of eyes became dull like he had become a living dead. Instantly, Li Fei and Ka were anxious. They did not know what had happened earlier, so they did not know why he would suddenly become like that. On the Hidden Fog Island's eastern island, the 2 inner island disciples who had their Dantian destroyed finally walked back to the eastern island with their 2 feet. Their Dantian had been destroyed and they had lost all their origin energy, so they could not control the air and fly. However, with their various profundities, they were not very slow and had quickly reached the eastern island, the place where they used to cultivate. However, this time, they did not return to where they used to cultivate. They knew clearly in their hearts that they were no longer qualified to stay on the east of the island. they came back with only one purpose: revenge. Senior brother Chen has always been a lecherous man. Since we couldn't get the two bitches, we'll destroy them, one of the inner island disciples angrily said. Chapter 1277, a complete recovery of his memories. Ouch. It hurts. Duan Lingtian's hands gripped his head, which felt like it was being split into half as a beast-like growl escaped from his mouth. At that moment, he seemed like a wounded animal. Suddenly, he was sweating as though it was raining. Clack. Clack, clack. Duan Lingtian's teeth kept chattering and making strange sounds that would creep out anyone who heard it. Rascal. Young master. Li Fei and Ka stood aside, feeling anxious because they did not know what possessed him, but they did not dare to act rashly. They could only look at him worriedly. Their hearts ached when they looked at him sweltering profusely. He obviously seemed to be in extreme pain. If the pain could be transferred, they would not have hesitated to shift their man's pain to themselves and not let him suffer. Currently, one scene after another flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. Those scenes were fragments of his past memories. He could not help but growl in a low voice. As the scenes flashed faster and faster, he felt like his head seemed to be exploding. Soon, another voice spoke in Duan Lingtian's mind. The tone was laced with shock and incredibility. Hell, boy, what is your soul made of? It was Wang Ba. At this rate, your soul will probably recover in 15 minutes, at the most. As though he had just seen a ghost, Wang Ba said, you really are a monster. Throughout my entire life, this is the first time seeing a monster like you who can repair his own soul so quickly. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Wang Ba's words, or rather, he could not afford to divert his attention and listen to anything or anyone else. All he could feel was that splitting headache as he seemed to have lost all sense of his surroundings. He probably would not be able to defend himself even if someone wanted to kill him then. Young master. Li Fei and Ka could only watch nervously as tears started to roll down their faces. After a quarter of an hour, the low-pitched growls disappeared and the teeth chattering stopped. Duan Lingtian's body also finally stopped shaking violently and he finally regained some peace. Although he had calmed down, blood continued to flow out from his mouth. His chattering teeth had torn his mouth and blood gushed out. More relaxed now, he exhaled a huge sigh of relief. Currently, he looked like he had been caught in a heavy downpour. All his clothes were drenched wet in his cold sweat. Seeing that he had finally calmed down, Li Fei and Ka were relieved, but they flew towards him immediately upon seeing that his mouth was still bleeding. At once, he felt 2 trails of fragrance in his face, along with 2 whiffs of the same medicinal aroma. Grade 1 life recovery pills. With any hesitation, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and consumed both pills delivered by the 2 women. Moments later, his bleeding stopped. If anyone else had seen that scene, they would have definitely yelled at them for wasting such precious pills. The crack in his mouth and the bleeding were merely exterior injuries, so they could be stopped by a grade 9th gold injury pill in the blink of an eye. While the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body surged, he dried his soaking wet clothes in a moment by making the water in it evaporate. After that, he reached both his hands out and moved forward to grab Li Fei and Ka into his arms before they even regained their senses. A bright smile appeared on his face as he pushed his cheek to their heads. Ka, little Feier, we've been apart for all these years. You must have missed me, haven't you? Tisk, I didn't miss you. Li Fei, who could not react in time to his sneak attack, responded subconsciously. However, she was stunned right after she finished her sentence because she sensed that there was something amiss in his tone. She suddenly recalled the feelings she had when she was with Duan Lingtian in the past. She had a gut feeling that her man seemed to be back. More accurately, her previous man was back. Young master, have you recovered your memory? Ka also noticed the changes in Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise. Yes, I've recovered. Duan Lingtian nodded while grinning. After the torture for a full quarter of an hour, his soul was finally healed at an extremely fast rate. When his soul recovered, naturally, his memories recovered too. The second his splitting headache left, his current memories perfectly merged with his past recollections. He completely remembered everything. The 2 women standing before him were his 2 fiancées he had been dreaming of for years, whom he regarded as important as his own life. After his acknowledgement, they hugged him tightly with tear marks streaked on their faces as they smiled while leaning on his shoulder. The atmosphere turned romantic from that moment onwards. The women refused to move even after half a day had passed. They were still quietly leaning on him. If it were up to them, they hoped that that moment would last forever. How wonderful to be able to hold their lover until the end of the world. Duan Ling Tian held onto Li Fei and Ka tightly while he took turns to rub his face against theirs, full of affection. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, Ka, little fair. As you said earlier, when I arrived at the Yin Yang sect and killed the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong sent his men out to look for you. You mean the both of you were still there? Yes. Li Fei nodded. We were there when the Yang Peak Supreme Elder and both Vice Peak Masters came looking for us. However, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son's conspiracy. That's really fortune's fool, Duan Ling Tian sighed. Does that mean that you've heard the news about the Ling Tian sect and which I ordered them to spread? We've heard about it. Back then, we thought Yang Hong and his son just wanted to draw us in. Li Fei nodded and then sighed. Come to think of it, I was being too sensitive. If I could have stayed to verify it, we would have been reunited. Under such circumstances, you were right to be careful. Besides, we're reunited now, aren't we? Duan Ling Tian said while smiling. Also, I avenged your senior sister Yang Shui and your master, Duan Ling Tian added. Rascal, thank you. Li Fei took a deep breath and tightened her arms around him. Ka stood up slowly and bowed in the direction of the while she held onto Duan Ling Tian's arm and murmured, Master, senior sister, the person who killed the both of you is now dead, may you rest in peace. At once, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei also bowed in the direction of the Cloud Continent. Master, senior sister, he is Sister Ka's and my man and he avenged the both of you. Li Fei looked in the direction of the Cloud Continent and said faintly. All of a sudden, tears fell from Li Fei and Ka's faces again. Obviously, they were reminded about the past of their master and senior sister at the Yin Yang sect. Tell me about the time after you left the southern area of the inner land in the Cloud Continent, Duan Ling Tian asked to divert their attention after sensing their grief. He then learned about what had happened to them from their very own lips. They had headed north all the way and went through a lot of hardships before eventually arriving at the northern area of the inner land of the Cloud Continent safely. Then they managed to join Yuhan Valley. Speaking of Yuhan Valley, your strength shouldn't be sufficient to represent the valley to join the Hidden Fog martial competition, shouldn't it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. His spiritual energy had discovered Li Fei and Ka's current cultivation base. Li Fei was a 7th level martial monarch while Ka was an 8th level martial monarch. Their improvement shocked Duan Ling Tian, but given their strength, they should not have the opportunity to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Speaking of that, this was all possible because of you, Li Fei said. All because of me, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. Little fair, what do you mean? I don't know Martial Emperor Yuhan of Yuhan Valley. Young master, it was because of the Han Bing's divine sword technique, Ka explained. Han Bing's divine sword technique. What's wrong with the Han Bing's divine sword technique? Duan Ling Tian was even more puzzled. Obviously, he knew of the Han Bing's divine sword technique since it was a top cultivation method from his combined memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Naturally, it was just a top cultivation method on the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he remembered that he was the one who had passed the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Ka back then. However, he could not understand how the Han Bing's divine sword technique would be related to the reason Ka and Li Fei were there. Rascal, I'm afraid you'll never guess. Our current master is Martial Emperor Yuhan and the cultivation method she has is the Han Bing's divine sword technique. Li Fei continued excitedly. What? After listening to Li Fei's revelation, Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim in shock. Then, he muttered, unless Martial Emperor Yuhan was related to the Frost Martial Emperor. No, the Frost Martial Emperor was from 20,000 years ago. Even if she were to be related to Martial Emperor Yuhan, it must be a very distant connection. Perhaps, the Martial Emperor Yuhan knew about the Han Bing's divine sword technique because of the inheritance of the Frost Martial Emperor. As Duan Ling Tian thought about it, he was quite convinced. Naturally, he thought so because of the rebirth Martial Emperor's logic from his memories. Just because Ka cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique, she was willing to bring the both of you to the Hidden Fog Island. He felt that it was rather ridiculous. Chapter 1278 The Statute of the Martial Emperor Han Bing. Rascal, you're mistaken. Little sister Ka was immediately taken in as a personal disciple by Martial Emperor Yuhan because she was cultivating the Frost God's sword technique, Li Fei told Duan Ling Tian. I've forgotten about that. You've just said that both you and Ka are personal disciples of the Martial Emperor Yuhan. It is not surprising that Ka became the personal disciple of martial emperor Yuan due to the frost god's sword technique. How did you join her? Duan Ling Tian asked with a face filled with doubt. He understood both Ka and Li Fei. Both their talents and strength were definitely insufficient to convince the martial emperor Yuan to accept them as her personal disciples. There must have been some other reason. He already knew the reason martial emperor Yuan had taken Ka as her personal disciple, but the reason Li Fei was included simply eluded Duan Ling Tian. That was because Ka insisted on it. She refused to be martial emperor Yuan's personal disciple if she did not take me in as a personal disciple as well. Li Fei looked towards Ka and said. You mean it's that easy to bargain with martial emperor Yuan? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrow in surprise. Actually, I was quite startled at that moment. Logically speaking, from a martial emperor's point of view, it is the person's good fortune to be accepted as a personal disciple. She definitely wouldn't be happy if that said person wanted to bargain and negotiate the terms. However, martial emperor Yuan wasn't upset when Ka stated her terms. She even agreed to her terms as soon as she stated them, Li Fei said. I see. Then, there were only two possibilities, Duan Ling Tian said. Either martial emperor Yuan really wanted Ka to be her personal disciple, that's why she was willing to make the concession, or perhaps martial emperor Yuan has an ulterior motive. Did any of you notice anything strange about martial emperor Yuan after you became her personal disciples? Duan Ling Tian asked Li Fei and Ka. Now that you mention it, something was slightly weird, Li Fei said after a moment of contemplation. She seemed exceptionally interested in you. Me? Duan Ling Tian was startled. Yup. Li Fei nodded. She's asked me about you more than once, but she seemed to have some reservations. I didn't feel that anything was amiss at that time. However, it seemed a little weird after thinking about it now. Has Master asked you about young Master too, Sister Li Fei? Ka was surprised. Ka, from what you said, did martial emperor Yuan ask you about me too? Duan Ling Tian questioned. Yup. Ka nodded and added, what happened with me was pretty similar to what Sister Li Fei said. Did you mention to martial emperor Yuan that the frost god's sword technique which you're cultivating was from me, Ka? Duan Ling Tian asked further. Ka nodded yet again. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes after that confirmation and a flash of glimmer crossed his eyes. For now, I'm certain that your master, martial emperor Yuan, has an ulterior motive for taking the both of you as her personal disciples. My guess is that she might even desire something I have, Duan Ling Tian said to Li Fei and Ka. Or else, she wouldn't have asked both of you information about me. Maybe she knows some of my secrets. Duan Ling Tian raised his guard as he put the information he obtained together. Young Master, are you saying that Master has an ulterior motive? Ka raised her guard as well since she trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. As for martial emperor Yuan, the total amount of time she spent with her was less than half a day even though she was her personal disciple. Li Fei looked towards Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ka and Li Fei with a straight face and spoke in a serious tone. Ka, Li Fei. I think it's time for me to tell you both something. Don't scare me, young master. Ka's pretty face turned grave after seeing his straight face. Although Li Fei's face remained expressionless, both her brows were pressed together tightly. She was also very curious as to what he was going to say next as well. Ka, you've been with me the longest. You must have heard of stories about me before you followed me during the time I was at the Li clan's estate in Freshbreeze Town. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ka. Yes. Ka nodded. She remembered overhearing his tragic past from the Li clan disciples when she first followed him to the Li clan estate in Freshbreeze Town. However, after she followed him, he became extraordinary. Apart from being high profile, Duan Ling Tian showed prospect and talent to become the up-and-coming young talent in Freshbreeze Town. She had her suspicions at that time that the rumors of her young master's tragic past were purely forged. Actually, I had a rare encounter before I knew you. That encounter provided me with an opportunity to merge with the memory of a martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian shared honestly while looking at Ka. He was talking about the incident whereby he had merged with the memories of the rebirthed martial emperor. However, he did not bring his past life up. It was because Duan Ling Tian did not trust both the women. Li Fei and Ka were his fiancés. He was even willing to offer his life for them. He was afraid that he would scare the both of them. After all, it might be too much for Li Fei and Ka to digest the news as it was extremely bizarre. Rebirth martial emperor. 3 lives rebirth technique. The rebirth martial emperor picked young master for his third rebirth, intending to occupy your body and replace you, didn't he, young master? Ka was shocked and her face paled. That legendary person from 20,000 years ago. It's incredible that the rebirth martial emperor could have survived 20,000 years with a technique. Li Fei was shocked as well, and she took a deep breath to soothe her nerves. After that, Duan Ling Tian explained the rebirth martial emperor's past and his achievements in the weapons refinement Dao, medicine refinement Dao, and inscription Dao to Ka and Li Fei. No wonder you aren't only proficient in weapons refinement and medicine refinement. You're also adept in inscription. Now, I know it was all due to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Li Fei suddenly exclaimed. Previously, she actually thought her fiancé was an all-rounded talent. I guess the rebirth martial emperor wouldn't have guessed that he would fail during his third rebirth and give the memories and experiences from his past 2 lives to you as a gift, young master, Ka said excitedly. Finally, Ka knew the origins of the frost god's sword technique. The rebirth martial emperor had won the technique from another martial emperor known as martial emperor Han Bing. Rascal, do you think that the rebirth martial emperor was the reason that martial emperor Yuhan asked Ka and me about you? Li Fei guessed. I have the same suspicion as well. The fact that martial emperor Yuhan knew the complete frost god's sword technique shows that she was somehow related to the martial emperor Yuhan. Or maybe she inherited it from the martial emperor Yuhan. Duan Ling Tian's eyes started to gleam as brightly as the stars in the night sky as he continued to infer. Can we make that assumption that martial emperor Yuhan obtained the martial emperor Han Bing's inheritance, and in her inheritance, there were records of the rebirth martial emperor? Li Fei guessed. In addition to that, martial emperor Han Bing also stated in her inheritance how the rebirth martial emperor had obtained her cultivation methods. Martial emperor Yuhan asked about you because she suspected that you're the third reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor. Maybe she knows that the rebirth martial emperor was a royal grade alchemist back in the day from messages left by martial emperor Han Bing. Li Fei continued guessing. That's a possibility. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Young master, I recalled something. Before leaving Yuhan Valley for the Hidden Fog Island, I accidentally entered the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. Suddenly, Ka piped up. The forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. Duan Ling Tian was taken by surprise. There were only 2 people in Yuhan Valley who were allowed to enter the forbidden area. Martial Emperor Yuhan was one of them and the other was senior sister Shu Rong, Li Fei said. Senior sister Shu Rong, the woman in green who was with the both of you previously? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Yes, she's senior sister Shu Rong. Apart from that, Shu Rong was also Martial Emperor Yuhan's first personal disciple. Martial Emperor Yuhan regarded her highly. Rumor has it that she was also a martial emperor. Li Fei added, senior sister Shu Rong brought me out the last time I accidentally entered the forbidden area. However, I still managed to see an ice sculpture of a woman when I was in there, Ka said. An ice sculpture? Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei were stunned. Ka nodded. That sculpture is a woman standing with a sword in her hands. At that time, I only took a glance at it. However, I can tell the ice sculpture has been there for quite a while. It was possible Yuhan Valley inherited the sculpture. Does the sculpture of the woman holding the sword have any particular facial characteristics? Duan Ling Tian asked. There's a sword-shaped marking in between the woman's eyebrows. But I'm unsure whether it was an effect of the ice, Ka said. Sword-shaped marking, in between her eyebrows. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he skimmed through the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Finally, he managed to confirm the identity of the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture belonged to martial emperor Han Bing, who had fought with the rebirth martial emperor in the past. She was widely recognized as a natural sword cultivator as she had a sword-shaped marking in between her eyebrows. An ice sculpture of martial emperor Han Bing. It must have been there for a long time. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before continuing. The way I see it, martial emperor Yuhan shouldn't have obtained martial emperor Han Bing's inheritance. It was more likely that her predecessors of Yuhan Valley were the ones who had obtained them. Did she build Yuhan Valley by herself? Duan Ling Tian asked. No, I'm sure of that. Both Li Fei and Ka knew the answer to that question. In the meantime, after Shu Rong left Hidden Fog City, she immediately headed towards Yuhan Valley's campsite in the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island to look for martial emperor Yuhan, while Duan Ling Tian was discussing her with Ka and Li Fei. Master, junior sister Ka and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé have appeared, Shu Rong reported with a reverent and respectful manner. Martial Emperor Yuhan's breathing instantly quickened and she became incited after listening to Xu Rong's report. Chapter 1279 Chenji, a core disciple. Ka and Li Fei's fiancé. Wasn't that the person who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor? The rebirth Martial Emperor was a powerhouse who had stood at the summit of the Cloud Continent more than 20,000 years ago. Other than having horrifying martial strength, he was a heaven-defying alchemist too. Until now, she had never heard of any alchemist in the Cloud Continent who could break through the shackles of a Grade 1 alchemist and enter the quasi-royal grade alchemist, let alone become a royal grade alchemist. 20,000 years ago, the rebirth Martial Emperor had been a royal grade alchemist. In that era, he could be deemed as a person who was so powerful that he even had nature under his thumb. Nobody could reach the level of his prosperity in the limelight. Martial Emperor Yuhan knew all of this. Not only that, but she also knew that the rebirth Martial Emperor had cultivated a set of heaven-defying cultivation methods that was called the Three Lives Rebirth Technique. He needed to undergo 3 reincarnations before he could successfully cultivate it completely. After 20,000 years, it was about time for the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor to show up now. According to the message left behind by Martial Emperor Hanbing, at that moment when she was about to die, other than herself, she had only passed on the Han Bing's divine sword technique to the rebirth Martial Emperor alone. After that, my Yuhan Valley came to obtain the legacy that Martial Emperor Han Bing left behind. In other words, other than the rebirth Martial Emperor in Yuhan Valley, nobody else out there in the world knows about this Han Bing's divine sword technique at all. In Yuhan Valley, the Han Bing's divine sword technique is only passed on to the next Valley Master. It isn't allowed to be spread out at all. In this case, we can deduce that Ka's Han Bing's divine sword technique must have been passed by the rebirth Martial Emperor to her, or to be more precise, by the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Yet, according to Ka, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she cultivates was passed on to her by her fiancé. At once, thousands of thoughts ran amok in Martial Emperor Yuhan's mind. In the end, the conclusion that she obtained was, Ka's fiancé must be the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Looking at Xu Rong with her eyes burning brightly, Martial Emperor Yuhan asked in a state like she had lost her cool, "Where is he?" It was no surprise that she lost it. After all, although the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor had not come to be fully grown yet, he was still a one-of-a-kind treasure to her, for he was not just a royal grade alchemist, but a former Martial Emperor too. When the rebirth Martial Emperor was still in his 1st reincarnation, he was a Martial Emperor who stood at the summit of the Cloud Continent, and during his 2nd reincarnation, he must have become a Martial Emperor too if there had been no unseen circumstances. Not only that, he had most likely surpassed his 1st reincarnation. Before he had been reborn into his 3rd reincarnation, having undergone 2 reincarnations, he must have left behind some items for his 3rd reincarnation. There must be a lot of things that she itched to have among those items. For this reason, Martial Emperor Yuhan was desperate to look for the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor so that she could control him and snatch his spatial ring away before making him her slave. Just thinking about how royal grade alchemist could become her slave was enough to elicit an inexplicable sense of excitement in Martial Emperor Yuhan's heart. He's in the Hidden Fog City together with junior sister Ka and junior sister Li, Xu Rong replied. Hidden Fog City? Martial Emperor Yuhan nodded. The next instance, without even noticing her making any movement, she had already vanished from the spot before Xu Rong's eyes, stunning Xu Rong for a moment. Master actually went by herself. It looks like there's something Duan Ling Tian has that Master is really interested in, Xu Rong thought to herself. Even though she had already been suspicious before this, her master's actions only confirmed her doubts. Just as Xu Rong's mind was engrossed in her thoughts, Martial Emperor Yuhan was already on the way to the Hidden Fog City. Wherever she passed through, the fog was swept away, opening up a path for her. At her speed, it did not take her long for her to reach the Hidden Fog City successfully. However, her trip this time was destined to be unfruitful. Be it Duan Ling Tian, Ka, or Li Fei, all 3 of them were no longer in the Hidden Fog City now. Not only that, they had already deliberately gone far away. However, very soon, Martial Emperor Yuhan came to hear about Duan Ling Tian's commotion in the Hidden Fog City, crippling 2 inner land disciples of the Hidden Fog Island. As expected of the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. He's already so high profile before he's even fully matured yet, Martial Emperor Yuhan muttered to herself. After she learned from some of the folks there that Duan Ling Tian, Ka, and Li Fei had long left the Hidden Fog City. She proceeded to leave the Hidden Fog City as well and did not wait around to search for them. Although the Hidden Fog Island was not big, it was still not easy to look for 3 people. Martial Emperor Yuhan returned to the southern island and the residence that the Hidden Fog Island had prepared for them to stay. After she came back, she went to look for Shu Rong again. Tell me everything about when you met Kaie and Li Fei's fiancé. Seeing Martial Emperor Yuhan return by herself with a glum look on her face, Shu Rong dared not slack and instantly told the ins and outs of the scenario when she met Duan Ling Tian, not hiding a thing at all. As a glimmer flashed across Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes, she muttered softly, then, in this case, he must have followed one of the martial emperors or demon emperors from the Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island then. It must be so, Shu Rong nodded. Duan Ling Tian. Martial Emperor spelled out his name word for word. The brilliance in her eyes shone even brighter now. Duan Ling Tian, the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Right at this second, Martial Emperor Yuhan had formed her conclusion. At the eastern side of the Hidden Fog Island, in a valley that was decorated with beautiful scenery, some obscene sounds were resonating ceaselessly. This sound was enough to make any shy person blush instantly. A young, sturdy, large-built man was indulging in the most primal act with a sexy, young woman. The woman was bending over a large stone while the young man was ramming her non-stop from the behind like he was riding a horse. The lewd moans were coming out from the young woman's mouth. Somehow, some time passed before the young man suddenly increased his speed. Finally, with a grunt, his body shuddered violently and it was a long time before he finally regained his calmness. As for the woman, she was like a dead fish lying on the large stone. It turned out that she had already passed out instead. After casting a glance at the woman who had quite an incredible body, the young man raised a hand. A long robe appeared before he threw it around his body. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, the young man gazed out of the valley. Senior Brother Chen. At the same time, 2 voices cried out in unison. It resonated from outside of the valley and clearly entered the young man's ears. Upon hearing this, the young man raised a brow and made his move swiftly. Seemingly transforming into a gale of wind, he charged out of the valley and reached the outside. It's the 2 of you. After he had exited the valley, the young man hovering in the sky cast a glance at the 2 middle-aged men standing on the floor nonchalantly. Spill, why are you 2 looking for me? As a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, he also had a few inner land disciples followers under him. The 2 people in front were exactly his followers. Senior Brother Chen, our Dantian is crippled. One of the middle-aged men replied with grief and resent. The depths of his eyes were filled with a sharp cold brilliance as though he was about to devour somebody. The young man who was called Senior Brother Chen was Chen Ji, the core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. Other than having a shocking martial strength and having already long broken through to Martial Emperor stage, Chen Ji had another hobby: women. When it came to the name Chen Ji, almost everyone on the Hidden Fog Island would more or less know about him. Chen Ji was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. He was promiscuous and he could not live without women. It was said that he would carry out the sexual deeds at least twice every day. Not only that, he would only go for extremely beautiful women. What's the matter? Chen Ji asked with a frown. As the saying went, you must at least look who the owner is before you beat the dog. After knowing that his 2 followers had their Dantian crippled, wrath boiled in his heart right away. Senior Brother Chen, you must take revenge for us. This time, it's for your sake that we offended that guy. However, it never crossed our minds that he'd be so ruthless and actually cripple our Dantian directly, the other middle-aged man answered with an infuriated look. For my sake. Chen Ji frowned even more. Hurry and tell me. What actually happened? Senior Brother Chen, not long ago, the 2 of us were responsible for welcoming a martial emperor who came from the Cloud Continent and the 10 disciples under her. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and told the story as he suppressed the flame of fury in his chest. Then, the martial emperor that we welcomed was a woman from the Cloud Continent. She was Martial Emperor Yuhan. The 10 disciples that Martial Emperor Yuhan brought with her were all female disciples. The moment the middle-aged man reached this part, Chen Ji's eyes lit up right away. His full attention had completely been gripped now. All female disciples. In the depth of Chen Ji's eyes, a lusty glow shone brightly. Among the 10 female disciples that Martial Emperor Yuhan brought with her, there were 2 female disciples who were so beautiful that they put flowers to shame and outshone the moon. Wait a minute, they were so beautiful that they could even topple nations. As the middle-aged man narrated, he exaggerated even more. I've lived for so many years and this is the first time seeing such a beautiful woman. And it's two of them at the same time on top of that. Me too. Each of the two women had looks that could be said to be unparalleled in this world. The words, a reigning beauty of rare charm, is extremely suitable for them, the other middle-aged man piped in too. When he was speaking, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. Are they really that beautiful? Long before the middle-aged man started telling the story, Chenji's gaze had already lit up like an array of stars. When the second man added in, his breath started to become rapid. His eyes that were gleaming brightly had gushes of flame burning in them now. In his entire life, he was only interested in two things. 1. Cultivation. 2. Woman. To a person like him who could not live without women, beautiful women were his fountain of youth. How could we possibly be dared to deceive you, senior brother Chen? One of the men quickly responded. I know you wouldn't dare to deceive me too. However, I'm greatly interested in them, so tell me now. Where are they? Chen Ji's tone was filled with a slight desperation. Senior brother Chen, we originally wanted to invite them over to the eastern island to see you. Who would have ever thought that a guy would suddenly appear halfway, and not only did he cripple our cultivation base, he even said that you're not worthy enough to have them, senior brother Chen. The other middle-aged man replied with righteous indignation. Chapter 1280. Not worthy enough to have them. Chen Ji's eyes dimmed immediately before he asked in a low voice, who's he? It seems like he's also one of the people brought by a martial emperor from Cloud Continent to join the Hidden Fog martial competition. Senior brother Chen, you must seek revenge for us. Everything we've done is for your sake. That's right, senior brother Chen, you must take revenge for us. The two middle-aged men chimed in one after another. At this moment, the two Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples said whatever that came to their minds. They told Chen Ji everything for the sake of pulling him into this mess. Although they were confident Chen Ji would definitely be interested in the two women, they were not certain if Chen Ji would kill the purple-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian, who crippled their dantians. Due to this reason, they deliberately tried to enrage him. They only hoped that Chen Ji would kill Duan Ling Tian the moment he laid eyes on him. Otherwise, Chen Ji might show mercy if the two women interfered. This was something they were unwilling to see. Who dares to trample on my head on this tiny piece of land in Hidden Fog Island? Chen Ji smirked. After finding out about Duan Ling Tian's identity, Ka, and Li Fei, he charged out and vanished into thin air before the two middle-aged men's eyes. It caused their body to tremble in excitement. When they exchanged glances, they could both see the joy in each other's eyes. They knew very well that Chen Ji had gone to look for Duan Ling Tian and the two ladies. This time, that Duan Ling Tian will definitely die. As for the two bitches, they'll definitely become senior brother Chen's toys soon. Ha 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 ha. One of the middle-aged men threw his head back, laughing. His laughter was wanton and unrestrained. It's such a pity that both our cultivation bases are crippled. Otherwise, I'd love to see how our senior brother Chen kills Duan Ling Tian. Oh, and also how the two bitches get treated like a slave by senior brother Chen too. The other middle-aged man chimed in with a nasty look in his eyes. After leaving the eastern island, Chen Ji instantly went to the southern island and landed at the residence where the Yuhan Valley's people were residing ever since they arrived with Martial Emperor Yuhan. Only he knew what his next course of action was. Meanwhile, in a forest along the coast of the northeastern side of Hidden Fog Island, a wooden house was quietly being erected there. The wooden house was being erected at a very fast speed. Soon after, it was completely built. The people who built the wooden house were a man and two women. As the saying went, a job would be easy if both men and women worked together. The wooden house being built in such a short period of time was the best example. Both man and women's efficiency when working together was relatively high too. The three of them were none other than Duan Ling Tian and his two fiancés, Ka and Li Fei, who had just left Hidden Fog City not too long ago. Now we only need a bed. Duan Ling Tian flashed a naughty smile as he glanced at Li Fei and Ka. Just as the two women turned uncontrollably red after listening to his words, he immediately left. Naturally, he did not leave for good. He only left in search of wood to make a bed. Soon after, the bed was completed and was thrown inside the wooden house by Duan Ling Tian. In the next instant, with one hand on Ka and another on Li Fei, he flew swiftly inside the wooden house. As the wooden house's door closed behind them, a series of creaking sound began to reverberate from inside continuously. It sounded as though they were going to break the bed. The creaking sound continued on until evening. In fact, it did not show signs of stopping even when midnight arrived. the sound only stopped when morning arrived. Inside the room, on the spacious bed, Duan Ling Tian, who was almost drained, hugged both women in each of his arms and fell asleep. After being in a frenzy for a day and a night, he was not the only one who was exhausted. Even the two women were exhausted as well. The three of them slept until the morning of the third day. They had slept for an entire day and night. When Duan Ling Tian woke up, he did not let go of the two sheep beside him. He transformed into a wolf again, and he was in a frenzy the entire morning. He was venting his lust that he had been suppressing for many years. Naturally, the lust that had been suppressed for so many years could not be easily vented just like that. In the end, Duan Ling Tian finally let the two women go for the time being after they pleaded with him. There are still 2 months to go before the start of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Stay with me during this period of time. As for Martial Emperor Yuhan, don't go there for the time being, Duan Ling Tian said to the two women before he made a move to leave the wooden house. However, he soon realized how unnecessary his words were. Before he could finish his words, the two women had already returned to their slumber. It was obvious that they were completely worn out. As the saying went, there are only tired cows but no worn plowed fields. However, it seemed like the current situation was the opposite in Duan Ling Tian's case. After leaving the wooden house, Duan Ling Tian headed to Hidden Fog City. He was at Hidden Fog City again after a few days, but he did not stay for long. After buying the various ingredients he needed, he left Hidden Fog City again. It only took him an hour to enter and leave Hidden Fog City. In this short span of 1 hour, he had a lucrative harvest. This Hidden Fog Island is really a treasure island. All of the rare treasures on Cloud Continent are being sold at a clearly marked up price. Duan Ling Tian mused on the journey back home. Naturally, he was not surprised the Hidden Fog Island was rich in resources. He had long guessed there was a supreme grade origin stones reserve hidden underneath the Hidden Fog Island. Due to this reason, the cultivation environment on Hidden Fog Island was a lot superior to any places on Cloud Continent. That supreme grade origin stones reserve must be hidden underneath the east side of the Hidden Fog Island where the eastern island is located. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to come to that conclusion. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian returned to the wooden house. The wooden house was built in a secluded forest and was next to the boundless sea. Very few people would make a trip here. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the wooden house and saw that the two women were still sleeping, he did not disturb them. Let me refine the Profound Monarch pill first, he thought to himself as his heart jolted. The Profound Monarch pill was a pill refined from the 10,000 years red fruit. It could help a martial monarch raise his cultivation base swiftly. Duan Ling Tian had already obtained the 10,000 years red fruit long before he entered Lost Stone Forest for Feng Tian Wu's sake and lost his memory. Unfortunately, before he could combine it with other medicinal materials to refine it into the Profound Monarch pill, he had suffered a catastrophe and even lost his memory. He only recovered his memory a few days ago. Now that he had regained his memory, he seized the idle time he had to refine the Profound Monarch pills. I only need one Profound Monarch pill at most to help me break through to the Martial Emperor stage. The others would be enough to help Ka and Little Fair to break through to the Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart leapt when he was refining the Profound Monarch pills. He also decided on the distribution of the Profound Monarch pills. He only had one 10,000 years red fruit in his hand. Due to this reason, he could only make a cauldron of Profound Monarch pills. Although a cauldron of Profound Monarch pills had a pill-forming success rate of 100%, it could only create 10 pills at the most. After a period of time and a series of cumbersome actions, Duan Ling Tian placed his hand on the cauldron. It caused the cauldron to shake violently as it emitted a faint sound. In the next instant, 10 pills flew out of the cauldron before it was caught by Duan Ling Tian. Those were the Profound Monarch pills. After the Profound Monarch pills were successfully made, Duan Ling Tian realized the two girls were still sleeping, so he did not disturb them. Instead, he swallowed one of the Profound Monarch pills and prepared to cultivate. At the same time, he placed the other 9 Profound Monarch pills by his side and left behind a voice transmission jade slip next to it. He had recorded a message inside using his own voice transmission. After that, he began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Divine Dragon Form. With the help of the Profound Monarch pill's medicinal efficacy, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill stored deep in his dantian was activated again and merging with his origin energy to help him raise his cultivation base swiftly. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the 9th level martial monarch stage. Apart from the reconstruction after the destruction factor, the reason his strength was rising so fast was due to the rebirth pill's tyrannical medicinal efficacy. Now that his cultivation base had reached such a level, there was not much of the medicinal efficacy from the rebirth pill left in his body. By the time I break through to the martial emperor stage, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy would most likely be gone. Duan Ling Tian had already mentally prepared himself for this. He lost track of time in the midst of his cultivation. Nobody knew how long had passed when a faint sound resonated from Duan Ling Tian's body, and he opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed like the stars in the night sky. If someone who was familiar with Duan Ling Tian was here at this moment, he would instantly notice the differences in the current Duan Ling Tian. More precisely, his temperament had undergone a transformation. Martial Emperor stage. I finally broke through to the Martial Emperor stage. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. His face was filled with joy. The Martial Emperor stage. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had officially entered the world of martial emperors. He was no longer a martial monarch whose strength was equivalent to a martial emperor. Enjoying the majestic origin energy that had undergone a change in his body, Duan Ling Tian's emotions were in turmoil. He could not calm down for a long time. After 30 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotion. When he regained his senses and looked at the two women, he noticed the two women had gotten up and were sitting on the bed cross-legged, cultivating with their eyes closed. They had completely entered the state of cultivation. Duan Ling Tian saw that only 7 out of the 9 profound monarch pills that he left for the two women remained. Looks like they've heard the message I left behind in the voice transmission jade slip, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When he left the profound monarch pills behind, he had also left a voice transmission jade slip to remind the two girls to consume the profound monarch pills and cultivate. Currently, I've already made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage and can solidify the royal grade weapon fire. In other words, I can refine the royal grade archery set now. At the same time, I can finally begin to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal arrowlight arrow. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his emotions that only just calmed down began to stir again. Chapter 1281 Worm Dragon. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian went to Hidden Fog City, he had already obtained most of the ingredients needed to refine the royal grade spirit weapon. Along with the ink steel, the refining material he had obtained in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure that was left behind by Martial Emperor Qing Feng, he could now refine the royal grade bow and arrow. I wonder how long I spent cultivating this time. Duan Ling Tian did not rush to craft the royal grade spirit weapon. Only after he had walked out of the wooden house and checked the killing formation he had set up in the surroundings that he finally left, feeling at ease. The killing formation was set up when he and the two women built the house previously. The killing formation was potent enough to kill a person below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Even if someone above the 7th level martial monarch stage but below the martial emperor stage entered the killing formation, he would be severely injured if not dead. It was due to the existence of the killing formation that Duan Ling Tian dared to go to Hidden Fog City to procure the materials needed to refine pills and weapons when the two girls were sleeping that day. Duan Ling Tian went to Hidden Fog City again. The reason he went to Hidden Fog City was to inquire about the date of the Hidden Fog martial competition. 40 days later, soon after, Duan Ling Tian found his answer. Looks like I cultivated for over a month, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He still remembered when he reconciled with the two women. There were still 2 months and 20 over days left before the Hidden Fog martial competition began. However, there were only 40 days left now. This meant that a month had gone by. Subtracting the few days he spent in bed with the two women, he had used about a little more than a month to cultivate. After Duan Ling Tian confirmed the time, he left Hidden Fog City again. On the way back, as though he was reminded of something, he let out a long sigh. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill is fully gone now. Currently, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was no longer in his dantian. To be more precise, it was completely depleted. Throughout his entire journey, it was all thanks to the rebirth pill that his cultivation speed was able to progress so swiftly. Now that the rebirth pill was gone, he could not help but feel a little dejected. However, his attention quickly shifted to another place. Right now, I've broken through to the martial emperor stage, and I can solidify the royal grade weapon fire now. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, it'll be easy for me to refine a royal grade spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. The rebirth martial emperor was originally a powerful royal-grade weapons craftsman. He, who had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, was equivalent to the reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor when he refined a weapon. There was no pressure nor was it difficult for him at all. However, according to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he had never refined any bow or arrow that were higher than the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. The best bow and arrow he had refined was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. Even the bowstring of the grade 1 spirit weapon used. Damn it, then, does this mean the cow tendon from the cow-type void transformation? Stage Demon Beast was the bowstring of a mere grade 1 spirit archery set. From the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian quickly discovered that the cow tendon he had bought to fashion the bowstring was a mere grade 1 spirit archery set's bowstring. There were 3 main components on the bow and arrow. First, the bow must be strong. Second, the arrow must be excellent. To Duan Ling Tian, these 2 were not difficult. He just needed to refine them like how he normally refined spirit weapons. Third, the bowstring. Previously, due to the memory of the grade 1 archery set the rebirth martial emperor had refined, Duan Ling Tian went to buy a cow tendon in Hidden Fog City. He went to more than 10 shops just for the sake of that cow tendon. The cow tendon was not an ordinary cow tendon. It was the cow tendon from a 9th level void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. It was extremely rare. Although there were many 9th level void transformation stage demon beasts, not every part of its body could be used as materials for the bowstring. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, only the cow tendon of a cow-type demon beast or the dragon tendon of a dragon were suitable as materials for the bowstring. The cow-type demon beast could still be found easily. Dragons, on the hand, were beasts with a vague and unreal existence. Naturally, it did not necessarily have to be tendons from a divine dragon. Even those worm dragon that a snake transformed into had dragon tendon in its body too. Although it was slightly inferior, it was still much stronger than the cow tendon. The weakest worm dragon is at the demon monarch stage at least. Those strong ones are at the demon emperor stage. Their strength is so powerful that ordinary demon emperors can't compare to it. Duan Ling Tian learned many things from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. For example, once a serpentine demon beast made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage, it would undergo a transformation and become a pseudoworm. However, it would still be serpentine in nature. Only when it had broken through to the martial monarch stage, it would transform into a true almighty worm dragon. Only a worm dragon could be considered as a dragon. Naturally, it was only a low-ranked dragon. In front of the pressure from a true divine dragon, it was only like an ant. When the worm dragon is at the martial monarch stage, it's called a silverworm. Once it has broken through to the martial emperor stage, it'll undergo another transformation and become the goldworm. Once a worm demon emperor transforms into its original state, it'll become a worm dragon that's fully covered in dazzling gold scales. Its dragon horn, in particular, appears as though it's made from gold. Duan Ling Tian learned all of this from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. The rebirth martial emperor had gone through 2 reincarnations and had seen the true form of a worm dragon once. It was a silverworm that he encountered at sea outside of Cloud Continent. If I use the rebirth martial emperor's weapon refining experience as a guide, I need to use the cow tendon of a void transformation stage cow-type demon beast to make the bowstring of a grade 1 archery set. To make the bowstring for a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon or a royal grade spirit archery set, I'll need to use the tendon of a demon beast that's at the martial monarch stage at least, regardless if it's the cow tendon of a cow-type demon beast or the dragon tendon of the worm dragon. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he immediately felt a wave of headache. Putting aside how rare the worm dragons were, even a cow-type demon beast at the demon monarch stage or above was extremely rare. During the 2 reincarnations of the rebirth martial emperor, he had only encountered 1 worm dragon. As for cow-type demon beasts at the demon monarch stage or above, he had only encountered 3. Fine, let's just give it a try first. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely vexed. He shook his head. He planned to refine the bow first. After that, he would decide if the cow tendon was usable or not. Perhaps, the royal grade spirit archery set that I refine can compensate for the complication caused by the grade 1 bowstring. At that time, if it can be considered as a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon after I assemble them, I'll just use it as it is. Duan Ling Tian made mental preparations. Even if it was only a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it could be considered as stepping into the threshold of a saint weapon. It would be enough to help him cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, colossal arrow light arrow, that his miserly father left him. After returning to the wooden house, Duan Ling Tian left again after he took a peek at the two women who were still cultivating. Compared to pill refining, weapons crafting would cause a larger commotion, so he needed a larger space. After all, pill refining was carried out in a cauldron. Even if there was a huge turmoil in the cauldron, the calmness of the outer world would not be affected at all. However, weapons crafting was different. Standing outside the wooden house, Duan Ling Tian raised a hand. A dazzling golden flame appeared and shone so brilliantly like the blazing sun. It was particularly stunning. The golden flame began to burn wildly, causing the surrounding air to become hot instantly. Gusts of wind blew past and turned into hot air that made one feel like one was in a sea of fire when it swept past. The flame on Duan Ling Tian's hand was none other than the royal-grade weapon fire. It was the royal-grade weapon fire that could refine royal-grade spirit weapons. The moment the royal-grade weapon fire appeared, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned solemn immediately. With a lift of his hand, the materials emerged one by one before they were devoured by the royal-grade weapon fire one after another. All of the ingredients, including the ink steel that he obtained in the martial emperor's secret treasure, vanished in the royal-grade weapon fire that surged up without warning. The royal-grade weapon fire seemed to have transformed into a flaming behemoth that devoured everything into its stomach. An hour quickly went by. This time, beads of sweat began to form on Duan Ling Tian's forehead. Although he had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, it was not easy to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. This was true even for the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Ling Tian would naturally feel pressured. Fortunately, due to the fact that he had completely merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memory, it was similar to the rebirth martial emperor refining the weapon himself. Due to this reason, it did not pose a problem for him. Another 2 hours had gone by. Finally, it's beginning to melt. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was like a torch as he glared fixedly at the royal-grade weapon fire that surged from his hand. At this moment, he could clearly see the last material in the royal-grade weapon fire had begun to melt. The material was none other than the ink steel. The ink steel was a necessity to refine a quasi-royal grade or royal grade spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian found out through the rebirth martial emperor's memory that if he used the quasi-royal grade weapon fire, it would take him 3 days and 3 nights to melt the ink steel. However, it would only take him a few hours if he used the royal grade weapon fire. Under the burning of the royal grade weapon fire, the ink steel finally began to melt. Another hour had gone by, the ink steel finally turned into liquid. With Duan Ling Tian's skillful weapon crafting method, the ink steel turned into liquid and merged with the liquid that was formed by the other materials. The following steps were much easier. With the assistance from the royal grade weapon fire, a royal grade spirit bow and arrow began to take form. Another half a day had gone by. The shape of a bow and arrow were finally molded into their final forms under the touch of the tyrannical royal grade weapon fire. When the royal grade weapon fire was extinguished, the bow and arrow gradually descended and fell into Duan Ling Tian's hand. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, they were both completely black. No luster could be seen at all. They were as black as ink even under the sun. Neither luster nor reflection could be seen at all. The fact was Duan Ling Tian had intentionally crafted it to be like this. The most powerful advantage of a bow and arrow was it could catch the opponent by surprise, particularly in the night. A bow and arrow that could not reflect the moonlight would definitely be the best killing weapon. Chapter 1282 The Bowstring That Gives Him Headaches. Although using an arrow to sneak attack someone was not that elegant, one must admit that it was the most effective and direct method. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian deliberately refined the bow and arrow so that it would not shine. The bow and arrow could only display its terrifying power if it caught its opponent off guard. Regardless if it's the bow or the arrow, they're both royal-grade spirit weapons. Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on the bow and arrow that were completely black in color. With a raise of his hand, he infused his origin energy into them separately till a crisp sound resonated from them. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's hand jerked before the arrow shot out. The air from where it swept past turned into a vacuum space, and when he retracted his hand, it set off a series of thunderous detonation sound. This is my first time crafting a royal-grade spirit weapon, and it already grants a 120% boost. Looks like my ability as a royal-grade weapons craftsman is quite good. Although the heaven and earth energy did not mobilize and solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Ling Tian was able to tell the strength of the boost the bow and arrow gave. Whether it was the bow or arrow, both were royal-grade spirit weapons even though they were separate entities. I only need to inscribe the interlinking formation on them now. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. He raised a hand and another pile of materials appeared. It hovered in the air as he controlled them using an invisible energy. These materials were for inscribing. He prepared to inscribe the interlinking formation on the bow and arrow that were just made, linking them together like an inseparable pair of mother and child. The interlinking formation was an extremely common inscription formation. Even on Cloud Continent, many people knew how to inscribe the interlinking formation as well. It was usually used on spirit weapons like the archery sets. When the arrow from the spirit archery set that was inscribed with the interlinking formation shot out, he only needed to activate the interlinking formation to summon the arrow back. Naturally, there was a range limit for the interlinking formation. The commonly used interlinking formation on Cloud Continent had a range limit of 100 meters. In other words, arrows that were shot out within the range of 100 meters could be summoned back using the interlinking formation. The arrow would be lost if it flew beyond 100 meters. Due to this reason, very few people on Cloud Continent would use a bow and arrow as a spirit weapon. It would be fine if one could kill an opponent who was more than 100 meters away with only one shot of the arrow. However, if one's shot missed, it would place one in a very dangerous situation if that was the only arrow one had. Moreover, the arrow's force also depended on its quality. Due to this reason, one could not carry too many arrows. Just like the royal grade arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Even if he finished using the ink steel in his hand, he could only refine 2 arrows at most. Previously, when he went to Hidden Fog City to procure materials, he noticed there were no ink steels even in Hidden Fog City. One could easily imagine how rare the ink steel was. Moreover, the ink steel was a must-have item to refine royal-grade spirit weapons. Fortunately, the interlinking formation in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory has been upgraded by him. Its working range can go up to 500 meters. That's 5 times more than ordinary interlinking formations. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he thought of this. This meant if the arrow that was inscribed with the interlinking formation was within 500 meters, he could easily summon it back with the interlinking formation. However, if it flew past 500 meters, he would have to pick it up himself. If he encountered his enemies certainly would not give him the chance to retrieve the arrow. Due to this reason, unless he had more than one arrow in his hand or if he was confident could kill or severely injure his opponent in just a shot, he would not simply shoot the arrow out, especially if the opponent was more than 500 meters away. Looks like I need to use the remaining ink steel and some other materials to make another 2 arrows for spare just in case, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In that case, he would have 2 more chances to make a blunder in within 500 meters. If he was confident he could kill or severely injure his opponent in 3 shots of arrows, he would be able to shoot the arrow to his heart's content even if his opponent was more than 500 meters away. However, once the arrow that's shot out with my force leaves my sight, it would be a problem for me to look for it later. So unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to shoot at an opponent who's standing more than 500 meters away. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly when he thought about this. Putting aside other people's arrows, his arrow was a royal-grade spirit weapon after all. He was unwilling to part with it just like that. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian released his hand and began to inscribe the interlinking formation. Since the Rebirth Martial Emperor had inscribed and set up the inscription formation before, Duan Ling Tian, who had already prepared the materials in advance, easily inscribed and set up the interlinking formation on the bow and arrow. Let's give it a try. After Duan Ling Tian finished inscribing the interlinking formation, he lifted his hand and threw the arrow out. The sharp arrow pierced through the sky as though it was shot out with the bow. Its speed was faster than lightning. Duan Ling Tian did not take his eyes off its trajectory. Just as it was about to leave the 500 meters range limit, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted before he quickly activated the interlinking formation on the bow in his hand. In just an instant, the arrow turned around and returned to his hand. Again, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand again and threw the arrow out again. This time, he did not activate the interlinking formation on the bow. Instead, he chased after it. When he chased after it, he activated the strength he used to throw the arrow, and he relied on the strength from the boost that the royal grade spirit bow granted him. This was because the arrow was a royal grade spirit weapon. If Duan Ling Tian did not do this, he would be able to catch up to the arrow. Duan Ling Tian's speed was almost similar to the arrow. Their speed was equally matched. However, since the arrow did not have any burst of subsequent energy, its speed gradually decreased. In the end, Duan Ling Tian caught up to it and gripped it in his hand. And to think that I didn't shoot this arrow out from the bow. Duan Ling Tian was clear if the arrow was shot out using the bow with his full strength, he would not be able to chase after it. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took out the cow tendon he had long prepared from his spatial ring. The cow tendon was from a 9th level void transformation stage cow type demon beast. The cow tendon could be directly tied to the bow without the need of any refinement. When Duan Ling Tian was making the bow, he had already made a joggle on the bow for the bowstring. After tying the bowstring on the bow and pulling it tautly, the bow and the bowstring were all in place. The bow was now complete. Now it's time for me to test the bow's power. Duan Ling Tian took the arrow and placed it on the bow. He pulled the bowstring tightly before letting it go. However, just as he infused his strength into the bow and pulled the bowstring back into the shape of a full moon, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. A loud and crisp sound echoed as the bowstring snapped. This. Duan Ling Tian was completely stunned when he saw the cow tendon had snapped into two. When he returned to his senses after a long while, he could only smile wryly. Looks like the cow tendon of a 9th level void transformation stage demon beast is not enough to become the bowstring of a royal grade spirit archery set. Moreover, even if I don't use the arrow that's a royal grade spirit weapon, I can still easily snap it with just my strength alone. After all, it's merely a cow tendon from a 9th level void transformation stage cow type demon beast. I didn't think about this before. Duan Ling Tian sighed loudly when he thought about this. Let alone a royal grade spirit archery set, it looks like I won't even be able to make a quasi-royal grade spirit archery set before I find a suitable bowstring that fits. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. Where should I look for a suitable bowstring then? He was slightly desperate now. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down and went to Hidden Fog City again. After searching through the entire Hidden Fog City, he still did not find any tendon from a demon beast that was above the demon monarch stage. There were many other body parts from demon beasts above the demon monarch stage in Hidden Fog City, but not every demon beasts had tendons in their bodies. It could only be the cow or dragon tendon. So far, he seemed to have only two choices. Maybe I should ask Brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan, the martial emperor who brought him to the Hidden Fog Island from Cloud Continent. The moment he thought of Yang Wei, he quickly rushed back to the southern island. With his current speed, he soon arrived at the place where Ling Zan Peak's people had been staying. He instantly began to search for Yang Wei. Brother Ling Tian, why you've broken through to the martial emperor stage? The instant Yang Wei laid eyes on Duan Ling Tian, he immediately sensed the changes in Duan Ling Tian. He was certain Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the martial emperor stage. However, he was not completely certain. Although he was at the 4th level martial emperor stage and could roughly sense if a person was at the martial emperor stage or not, he was not 100% confident. Yang Wei was only certain when he saw Duan Ling Tian nodding his head. He immediately congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Congratulations, Brother Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't see you for a period of time. Where have you been? Yang Wei asked. Previously, he had looked for Duan Ling Tian multiple times, but he did not see him at all. I was with my two fiancés, Duan Ling Tian said honestly. Fiancés? Moreover, you said two fiancés. Yang Wei was shocked. Brother Ling Tian, since when do you have fiancés? Did you meet them here? Somebody from the Hidden Fog Island? No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. They're my fiancés and my childhood friends. It has been a long time since I last saw them. It did not cross my mind that I would be reunited with them on the Hidden Fog Island. Childhood friends? Yang Wei became even more shocked. He could also faintly guess what happened. Brother Ling Tian, why you mean? Your memory has returned. Then, does this mean that? Why you're originally from the Hidden Fog Island? Yang Wei asked again. In his opinion, since Duan Ling Tian's childhood friends who were also his fiancés were both on the Hidden Fog Island, then it was very likely the three of them were from the Hidden Fog Island. As for how Duan Ling Tian lost his memory and why he showed up on Cloud Continent, he had no explanation for that. Chapter 1283 Martial Emperor Chu Li. I'm not from the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He understood why Yang Wei came to such a conclusion. He would have come to such a conclusion as well if he was Yang Wei. No, Yang Wei was stunned. He had a baffled expression on his face. Then your two fiancés. They came here to the Hidden Fog Island together with Martial Emperor Yuhan from Yuhan Valley, Duan Ling Tian replied. Martial Emperor Yuhan. Yang Wei frowned. That crazy woman, Duan Ling Tian was astonished and puzzled. Why do you say that? Brother Ling Tian, you don't know her. That martial emperor Yuhan is a hypocrite. It's said that more than several dozens years ago, she did not even spare her twin sister in order to obtain the position of Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. The reason she did that was due to her sister's innate ability being better than hers and was supposed to become the successor of the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. After she had killed her own blood sister, she successfully became the successor of the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. 20 years ago, the former Valley Master of Yuhan Valley finally died, paving the way for her to become the new Valley Master of Yuhan Valley, Yang Wei explained. Are all these true? Duan Ling Tian's face turned slightly glum as he tried to affirm it. Yang Wei nodded without any hesitation as he continued to talk freely and frankly. This is not a secret to the group of martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent. She killed her own twin sister. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, and his face turned even glummer. Although he had a feeling martial emperor Yuhan had an ulterior motive for taking Ka and Li Fei as her direct disciples, he did not expect her to be a lunatic to the extent she even killed her own twin sister. Was there anything a woman like her could not do? Still, you don't have to worry, brother Ling Tian. As far as I know, although that martial emperor Yuhan is crazy, she's usually very good to her direct disciples and doesn't mistreat them. Since your two fiancés managed to become her direct disciples, I believe their innate abilities and comprehension abilities must be more or less similar to yours. Since there's no conflict of interest, I'm sure martial emperor Yuhan doesn't harbor any ill intention toward them. Yang Wei quickly reassured Duan Ling Tian when he saw he had instantly turned glum. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although his face became less tensed, it felt like his heart had sunk into a bottomless abyss. Martial Emperor Yuhan might have a conflict of interest with his two fiancés. That conflict might stem from him, or to be more precise, from the rebirth Martial Emperor. He had long suspected Martial Emperor Yuhan knew about the existence of the rebirth Martial Emperor and some of the things regarding him from the legacy passed down from Martial Emperor Han Bing of Yuhan Valley. The three lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated was not a secret to the Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors on Cloud Continent more than 20,000 years ago. That Martial Emperor Han Bing, in particular, knew the three lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated very well. This was also one of the reasons she made a bet with the rebirth Martial Emperor. At that time, the stake was the rebirth Martial Emperor had to teach her the three lives rebirth technique if he lost. If she lost, she would have to pass the Han Bing's divine sword technique to the rebirth Martial Emperor. In the end, she lost and had to fulfill her promise. Duan Ling Tian learned about all these from the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. If my speculation is true, that Martial Emperor Han Bing is really a troublemaker. Duan Ling Tian scolded inwardly. If Martial Emperor Han Bing had somehow disclosed the three lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated to her successors through some methods, then, that Valley Master of Yuhan Valley, Martial Emperor Yuhan, as one of her successors must have known about the three lives rebirth technique that the rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated and the profound secret behind it. Perhaps, she's already ascertained that I'm the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor through the message that Martial Emperor Han Bing left behind and that I was the one who taught the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Ka. Otherwise, with the innate abilities and the comprehension abilities that Ka and Little Fair possessed, she would not have noticed them at all, let alone allowing them to become her direct disciples. She's definitely scheming. If Duan Ling Tian felt uncertain previously, he was now completely certain. That Martial Emperor Yuhan was definitely concocting a plot. Brother Ling Tian, where are your two fiancés? Have they returned to Martial Emperor Yuhan? Why didn't you bring them here for me to see? Yang Wei asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian lost in his thoughts. Yang Hui's words snapped Duan Ling Tian back to reality. He shook his head. They're cultivating. Oh, that's right. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian shifted back to the main issue. Brother Yang, do you know where can I find a worm dragon? Worm dragon. Yang Wei was a little astonished when he heard this. Naturally, he knew what worm dragons were. Brother Ling Tian, why are you looking for a worm dragon? I need a dragon tendon, Duan Ling Tian said honestly. Dragon tendon. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the corner of Yang Hui's mouth twitched subtly. If a worm dragon was stripped of its dragon tendon, it would be crippled. For a worm dragon, the dragon tendon was equivalent to a human's spine. It was extremely vital. A human without a spine would be paralyzed and crippled. Due to this reason, there was only one choice if one wanted the dragon tendon of a worm dragon, and that was to kill it. There was no other way apart from this. Brother Ling Tian, I've only heard of people encountering the worm dragons, and I've yet to see one myself. However, I'm certain that there must be a worm dragon somewhere in the deep sea. When Yang Wei reached the end of his sentence, his gaze burned as he looked to the south. At this moment, he was at the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. The southern sea region was outside of the Hidden Fog Island's boundary. If one wanted to return to Cloud Continent, one would have to cross this sea region. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Wei. I heard many people had encountered worm dragons in the sea on the way to the Hidden Fog Island from Cloud Continent. That's right, Brother Ling Tian, you're looking for a dragon tendon, right? Yang Wei said calmly. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed as though he had just recalled something, and he asked again for confirmation. Brother Ling Tian, I know a martial emperor on Cloud Continent who once killed a second-level martial emperor stage worm dragon. I wonder if he still has the dragon tendon with him, Yang Wei explained. Although the worm dragon was the lowest level dragon, it was still a half-dragon no matter what. Due to this reason, its entire body was a treasure. Most ordinary people would keep its body. At this moment, what Yang Wei was worried about the most was if the dragon tendon was no longer in the hand of that martial emperor. Is he coming to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Ling Tian asked urgently as his eyes shone. Since he was presented with an opportunity to obtain a dragon tendon, he would not let it slip away no matter how small the chance was. Only after he obtained the dragon tendon would he have a suitable bowstring for his royal grade spirit archery set. At that time, he could finally cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic, Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. Ever since he had learned about the almighty force of the Saint grade martial tactic from Wang Ba, he was eager to cultivate the Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. He's here, he came to look for me just 2 weeks ago. Yang Wei nodded. That martial emperor could be considered as his friend. The moment Yang Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian said urgently, let's go find him then. It was as though he was afraid someone would take the dragon tendon away from that martial emperor. Alright, Yang Wei could clearly sense Duan Ling Tian's urgency. Without wasting any more time, he brought Duan Ling Tian and left the residence that the Hidden Fog Island prepared for Lingzan Peak. Yang Wei and Duan Ling Tian headed south in a straight line. When they were approaching the sea region of the Hidden Fog Island's southern island, Yang Wei slowed his speed. Duan Ling Tian saw a residence along the coast, and he could not help but ask, that's where he's staying? To be more precise, it's the place where he and the people he brought are staying, Yang Wei replied. Soon after, under Yang Hui's guidance, Duan Ling Tian saw the martial emperor that Yang Wei told him about. He was an old man who was over 70 years old with white hair and white eyebrows. Although the old man appeared old, he was fit and had a ruddy complexion. His eyes, in particular, shone like stars in the night sky. Behind that old man was a bald middle-aged man who was clad in tiger skin. When he stood there, he looked like a guardian of the door. His face had a look that could hold back the entire enemy's force. Yang Wei, we just met 2 weeks ago. Is there a reason why you came to look for me? The old man asked. His eyes twinkled as he looked at Yang Wei. Dong Chu, indeed I do have a reason for coming to look for you. However, before we get to the main topic, let me first introduce this little brother of mine to you, Yang Wei replied before looking at Duan Ling Tian who was by his side. This is Brother Ling Tian. After introducing Duan Ling Tian to Dong Chu, Martial Emperor Chu Li, he explained to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian, this is Dong Chu. He's also a well-known martial emperor on Cloud Continent. His honorific title is Chu Li, Martial Emperor Chu Li. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head at Dong Chu as a greeting. However, Dong Chu did not seem to have any intention of greeting him. Instead, he sized him up from top to bottom before saying nonchalantly, Yang Wei, I thought he's your new direct disciple. I didn't think he would be a friend of yours. Dong Chu, although Brother Ling Tian is not my direct disciple, the reason he made a trip to the Hidden Fog Island this time is to represent our Lingzan Peak and join the Hidden Fog martial competition, Yang Wei replied. Oh, Yang Hui's words began to rouse Dong Chu's interest. After studying him a little bit more, his eyes suddenly lit up. Martial Emperor stage, Yang Wei, I originally thought only Zhou Di alone is at the Martial Emperor stage among the 10 people you brought from Lingzan Peak to join the Hidden Fog martial competition. I can't believe you actually hid your light under the bushel and found another Martial Emperor, Dong Chu mused. Chapter 1284 Dong Hu. Upon hearing Dong Chu's words, Yang Wei could not help but preen his feathers proudly. HMPH. Even the martial emperor stage is separated into many levels. Right at this moment, he emitted a low grunt. The voice was filled with disdain, and the proud smile that had just appeared on Yang Hui's face froze right away. Yang Hui's gaze instantly landed on the bald, middle-aged man who was clad in a tiger pelt behind Dong Chu right away. He was the one who had made the remark earlier. Standing there, the bald man was glaring at Duan Ling Tian with scorn in his eyes. Dong Chu, it looks like Little Hu is terribly confident in his own abilities. Yang Wei did not get riled up. Instead, he looked at Dong Chu with a smirk. Little Hu. Upon hearing the nickname Yang Wei called the bald, middle-aged man, a twitch appeared in the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth immediately. Then, he completely ignored the contemptuous glare of the bald man and started to study him instead. The man had a huge build and was about 2 meters tall with a slipshod demeanor. Yet, such a huge-sized middle-aged man was called Little Hu. Somehow, a grin crept upon the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. What are you smiling at? The moment the bald man who kept glaring at Duan Ling Tian noticed his smirk, he snarled loudly instantly. In the next second, a chilling gaze shot out of his eyes. He seemed to have transformed into a hungry tiger that could pounce on Duan Ling Tian anytime before killing and swallowing him. Dong Hu. Finally, Dong Chu opened his mouth and with a sharp tone, he snapped at the bald, middle-aged man, haven't you heard your junior uncle? Duan Ling Tian is his friend. Apologize now, unless he can defeat me. Otherwise, I won't apologize. However, Dong Hu refused to listen. Just as Dong Chu's face turned grave, Yang Wei smiled faintly and took the initiative to reassure him. Big brother Chu, as Little Hu's master and adoptive father, you watched him growing up and you still don't know his temper. What a misfortune. Misfortune, I'm telling you. Dong Chu shook his head while sighing. A look of helplessness rose up in his eyes. Then, Dong Chu changed the topic. Younger brother Wei, you didn't come to find me just to introduce brother Ling Tian to me, did you? Big brother Chu, I came to find you now about the worm dragon that you killed the last time. Yang Wei stated his purpose of coming and asked at the same time, I wonder whether the dragon tendon is still with you or not. Dragon tendon. Dong Chu was stunned at first. Then, raising his hand, a long strip that looked like a cow's tendon appeared in his hand. It was entirely crimson in color, simple and unadorned. The dragon tendon. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw the strip, his eyes brightened up right away. A glow of delight lit his face up instantly. In just one glance, he could tell that this was the dragon tendon. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he's seen the dragon tendon once, but that particular tendon belonged to a demon monarch stage worm dragon. Although it looks identical to this dragon tendon, its quality is completely different. Because the rebirth martial emperor had seen the dragon tendon before, Duan Ling Tian could immediately distinguish that what Dong Chu was holding was a dragon tendon. It was the very dragon tendon that he itched to get his hands on. To be honest, despite looking for Dong Chu the martial emperor Chu Li there with Yang Wei, he did not get his hopes of obtaining the dragon tendon up too high. However, it had never crossed his mind that Dong Chu really had the dragon tendon with him and would actually take it out. Big brother Chu, can you give this dragon tendon to me? Yang Hui's eyes lit up as he directly asked Dong Chu. Just name your price. We're brothers, so don't you think you're treating me like a stranger by saying those words? I don't have any use for this dragon tendon at all. Since you want it, I can just Dong Chu was just about to say that he was going to bestow this dragon tendon to Yang Wei, but before he could finish, he was already cut off by Dong Hu from behind. Junior uncle Yang Wei, you may take this dragon tendon, but you must promise me that you'll let me have one round of match with him first. Dong Hu told Yang Wei before staring at Duan Ling Tian with his eyes gleaming brightly. If I'm not mistaken, the reason junior uncle Yang Wei came here to ask for the dragon tendon is for your sake, wasn't it? You're smart. Looking at Dong Hu, Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. He did not expect that the ruddy-looking Dong Hu would actually have such fine observation skills. HMPH. Unless you can defeat me, don't even think of taking that dragon tendon away. Dong Hu snorted. His words were full of threat. Are you sure you're the decision maker? Duan Ling Tian chuckled with a dazzling smile. Dong Hu. Right at this moment, Dong Chu, who had returned to his senses, snapped loudly with a grave expression. His tone was filled with anger. Big brother Chu, calm down. Don't let the rage get to you. As Yang Wei reassured Dong Chu, he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Brother Ling Tian, since Little Hu wants to have a round with you, just accompany him for a while, will you? Then, he continued to tell Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission, Little Hu has always possessed a great innate ability, but he has never experienced any hardship in his life before. For this reason, his personality is already like that and he considers everything and everyone beneath him. If it's possible, help us teach him a lesson, would you? Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. The purple robe around his body fluttered loudly in the wind. Since you want to have a go with me, let's do that then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Dong Hu and announced nonchalantly, however, don't cry when you lose, okay, Little Hu. Little Hu. Duan Ling Tian followed Yang Hui's way of addressing him. The moment Dong Hu heard how Duan Ling Tian mocked him, his face turned sour right away. Origin energy soared from his body and caused a vacuum in the surrounding air. In Dong Hu's opinion, the nickname, Little Hu, was not something just anybody could call him. Only Yang Wei could call him that because he was his senior. Long ago, when his master and Yang Wei were not martial emperors yet and he was still a little kid, he had already come to know Yang Wei and had been calling him, uncle. Yang Wei was at least a decade older than him. Right now, because he did not deliberately take care of his looks, he appeared to be much older than Yang Wei. Since you want to seek for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, I won't have mercy on you just for Uncle Yang Hui's sake. If you can't even defeat me, you're unworthy to become Uncle Yang Hui's friend. Dong Hu snorted as the origin energy from his body blasted out before changing into a multicolored energy. It appeared that he had connected and demonstrated the various profundities that he comprehended. Besides that, the moment his full energy was unleashed, a gigantic axe appeared in his hand too. For such a heavy-set guy, Dong Hu's speed was not slow at all. Despite the burden of his body, it did not seem to affect him at all. In the flash of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a lightning bolt that charged at Duan Ling Tian. The area where Dong Hu passed through set off a series of violent and ear-deafening detonations that were thunderous, wreaking havoc on one's heart. From the very beginning till the end, Yang Wei merely stood by the side watching quietly. After Yang Wei had openly given his permission, Dong Chu did not stop Dong Hu anymore. Of course, it was not only because of Yang Hui's decision, but he was more interested in seeing just how powerful this young man Yang Wei regarded as a friend. Even though a person who was above the martial monarch stage could always retain his youthful vitality, only someone below 70 years old could join the hidden fog martial emperor. For this very reason, he was certain that this youthful-looking man was not young at all. Isn't he going to dodge? Very soon, Dong Chu's eyes narrowed right away when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was still standing rooted in the same spot even when he faced Dong Hu who was attacking him at full force with his spirit weapon. It was like he was waiting for Dong Hu to assault him. What's he trying to do? He can't dodge in time. Or is he stunned by my attack? Or is he? Right at the moment when Dong Chu's mind was flooded with all the possibilities, Dong Hu arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. With a flicker of the gigantic axe in his hand, a series of thunderous explosions were set off before he brought the axe down directly toward Duan Ling Tian's head. Die! Dong Hu's eyes were gleaming brilliantly with a cold gaze. Without showing any mercy, his axe heaved down in an imposing manner just like how God created the world. As Dong Hu's axe came down on him with full fury, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the sharp aura that was racing towards him. If he really was maimed by Dong Hu's axe, he would definitely be hacked into two. He had no doubt about that. At this second, Duan Ling Tian's robe was fluttering loudly in the wind behind his body as though a hurricane was whipping at it. Seeing how the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand just a foot away from Duan Ling Tian, Yang Wei could not help but frown right away. He could not tell what he intended to do. Nevertheless, he had always been confident in Duan Ling Tian's strength. In fact, before Duan Ling Tian made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, his strength was already greater than his first direct disciple, Zhou Di's, who was already at the first level martial emperor stage. Now, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had taken a great stride forward and broken through to the martial emperor stage in one fell swoop. His strength must have been further elevated as well. Even though Dong Hu was one of the best among all the first-level martial emperors with a strength that far surpassed his first direct disciple, Zhou Di's, he did not think that it would be possible for Dong Hu to defeat Duan Ling Tian. However, in the face of the critical moment then, even he itched for him to make his move now before everything was too late. By then, Duan Ling Tian would definitely be hacked into two. Stop. Just as Yang Wei was about to make his final move, Dong Chu shouted out loudly as he advanced forward too. However, the very moment when he just made his move, he seemed to notice something as he suddenly came to a halt before looking stunned at the scene in the distance with his mouth agape. It was as though he had witnessed something very appalling. At the same time, Yang Hui's body came to a halt too. In the distance, the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand had indeed landed, but not on Duan Ling Tian. Instead, it landed on the sharp arrow that suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Almost at that instant when the gigantic axe and the sharp arrow clashed, a deafening racket echoed in the air. In the next second, a small mushroom cloud appeared from the epicenter of the impact between the two of them. A horrifying impact wave started to sweep out at once. Chapter 1285. An archer by nature. Wherever the impact wave swept past, the air was crushed to its maximum pressure. Seeing how everything in the surrounding was about to be turned into ashes, Dong Chu and Yang Wei began to make their moves. With the touch of the two martial emperors, they easily protected everything in the surroundings, including the mansion that Dong Chu was staying at, the residence that Hidden Fog Island prepared for them. Chu Li Mountain. Chu Li Mountain was Dong Chu's cultivation place. Even though Dong Chu and Yang Wei managed to react in time and avoid the tragedy of everything in the surroundings from turning into ashes, the commotion that was caused by the spreading of the impact wave still alerted the other martial emperor's disciples from the Chu Li Mountain. 9 figures soared up to the sky one by one and hovered in the sky as they looked at the epicenter of the impact wave in the distance. It's senior brother Dong Hu. Soon, somebody noticed Dong Hu. Who is that purple-clad young man? He could actually come to a draw with senior brother Dong Hu. Somebody noticed Duan Ling Tian as well. No, it's not a draw. A few of them who had 20/20 eyesight seemed to notice something as they shook their heads. Duan Ling Tian stood at the same spot after casually taking out his royal grade spirit sharp arrow and blocking Dong Hu's fully exerted attack easily. He looked mockingly at Dong Hu, whose face was completely enraged in red. Do you only have such little strength? Ah! Provoked by Duan Ling Tian, he shouted out loud without warning. A vast energy skyrocketed from the gigantic axe in his hand. Unfortunately, his strength still did not seem to be able to move the sharp arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand at all. The enormous strength was like a pebble that was dropped in the sea. It's an end, Duan Ling Tian announced nonchalantly with a calm look on. His hand started to make his move. With a flicker of the sharp arrow in his hand, the 5 colored flames running amok on his body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword before clashing with Dong Hu as though the sword had come out of his body. A loud bang resonated and Dong Hu's body trembled before being sent flying unexpectedly by the strength that swept out of Duan Ling Tian's body. As the impact wave swept out to the surrounding once again, the surrounding crowds only saw Dong Hu, who was sent flying up to 100 meters away like an arrow that had left the bow. All the way, he was gushing out blood continuously in a wretched manner. As for the other person involved, he was standing right there unmoving like a mountain. He did not budge at all from the beginning till the end. How strong! The crowds of Chu Li Mountain's disciples shifted their gaze towards Duan Ling Tian. With a narrow of their eyes, their hearts were filled with bewilderment. Dong Hu was the strongest person among the Chu Li Mountain's disciples. Still, such a person had actually been defeated by this strange, purple-clad young man. Not only that he was lost in a dexterous way, he has already shown some mercy. Many people could tell this. That guy seems to be Martial Emperor Ling Zan. Very soon, another direct disciple of Dong Chu immediately recognized Yang Wei, who was standing together with Dong Chu not far away. Before Yang Wei and Dong Chu made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage, they had already been friends for many years. After they had both made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage and became well-known Martial Emperors in the Cloud Continent, the friendship between the both of them still remained and they always dropped by at each other's place for a visit. All the direct disciples under their commands were no stranger to them both. He's Martial Emperor Ling Zan. Then, does this mean that the purple-clad young man is his first direct disciple, Zhou Di? I've long heard before that there's a direct disciple under Martial Emperor Ling Zan who's also a Martial Emperor too. Many Chu Li Mountain's disciples whispered to one another. He's not Zhou Di. I've seen Zhou Di before and that's not him. Not only that, as far as I know, Zhou Di is no match for senior brother Dong Hu at all. One of the Chu Li Mountain's disciples shook his head. As one of the Martial Emperor's direct disciples under the commanding of Martial Emperor Chu Li, of course, he knew much more than the others. He isn't Zhou Di. Then, he might be a new disciple that Martial Emperor Ling Zan took in, speculated many people by themselves. Ha ha, brother Ling Tian, you're amazing. Right at this moment, Dong Chu laughed out loudly and was not unhappy seeing Dong Hu being defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes as well. It was as though he was happy that Duan Ling Tian defeated Dong Hu. Dong Hu was too proud, so he had long hoped to subdue his arrogance a little. This time, Duan Ling Tian had done a favor for him. You flatter me, Martial Emperor Chu Li. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side and nodded at Dong Chu before responding humbly, Little Hu. You've learned your lesson right, haven't you? Looking at Dong Hu, whose injury had made excellent progress after he had consumed a healing medicinal pill, Yang Wei smiled mockingly as he asked. Humph. Upon hearing Yang Hui's mock, Dong Hu grunted in a low voice and returned to stand behind Dong Chu's back obediently again. The gaze that he looked towards Duan Ling Tian again was now filled with hints of dread. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side and nodded at Dong Chu before responding humbly, Little Hu. You've learned your lesson right, haven't you? At first, he was unhappy that Yang Wei regarded Duan Ling Tian as a friend and he, on the other hand, was a level lower than them in seniority, so he purposely wanted to provoke the recipient. He wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian and prove that he was not worthy to become Yang Hui's friend. Who would have expected that despite being full of confidence, he would be defeated in just one blow. Not only that, he could feel that this guy had already shown some mercy on him, otherwise, he would have to long be dead. Brother Ling Tian. Right at this moment, Yang Wei passed the dragon tendon that Dong Chu had passed to him some time ago to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian raised a hand to take it and his feelings were in a turmoil now. The dragon tendon of a second-level martial emperor stage worm dragon. Soon, clasping the dragon tendon with both of his hands, he stretched it with all his might, as though he wanted to make it snap. However, no matter how the sword-shaped flames rose from his body and how he exerted his full strength, the dragon tendon was only stretched a little longer than before. It simply could not be snapped into two at all. Brother Ling Tian, this dragon tendon comes from a martial emperor stage worm dragon, so its tenacity is extremely strong. Let alone you, even I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Dong Chu, who saw Duan Ling Tian's movement, could not help but chuckle. That's right, brother Ling Tian. It's said that the dragon tendon from a demon emperor stage worm dragon won't even able to snap a person who is at the peak of the martial emperor stage into two, Yang Wei added by the side. Sheena, before this they keep saying martial emperor stage worm dragon, but now it suddenly becomes demon emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but he could not control the joy that crept upon his face. If he used such a dragon tendon on the royal grade spirit archery set that he had long prepared, the archery set that was at the royal grade spirit weapon level would be born right away. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the archery set that was at the royal grade spirit weapon level would also be called a saint weapon. With a saint weapon, I'd be able to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic colossal arrowlight arrow right away. Duan Ling Tian's heart was elated with delight. At once, he itched to return home as fast as an arrow. After bidding his goodbye to Yang Wei and Dong Chu, he hastily left right away. Of course, he did not return to the residential area where the Ling Zan Peak people stayed. Instead, he went back to the wooden house by the northeast of the hidden fog island to take care of the two girls and studied the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal arrowlight arrow. At the same time, he had long memorized the colossal arrowlight arrow in his mind and was not able to forget it. This was a peculiar ability that was gifted to him by his soul. He only needed to infuse his spiritual energy into the saint token that contained the saint grade martial tactic, and he could immediately memorize the tactic in the saint token directly. Ordinary people would not be able to do that. The colossal arrowlight arrow was an arrow technique that had an extremely high requirement of the user's basic technique. Firstly, he would have to master his aim. However, this was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian. In his previous reincarnation, he was the strongest weapons specialist on Earth. Although he had never used such an ancient long-range weapon like the bow and arrow before, he was not unfamiliar with all the other various firearms. Not only that, in his previous reincarnation, he had practiced his marksmanship to the highest level. He could easily blast open his target's head with just one shot from several hundred meters away without any aiming device. For this reason, having long excelled in his marksmanship, it would not be difficult to train in the aiming of the bow and arrow. Just within a day and a night, he had trained himself to hit the target every time without missing. In this reincarnation, Duan Ling Tian was a born archer. Early morning the next day when the first sun rays hit the ground, the fresh air made Duan Ling Tian shut his eyes in comfort. Although he had not slept for a day and a night, he did not feel any sense of exhaustion at all. When a person reached the cultivation base level that was the same as his, he would barely feel tired even if he did not sleep for a month. Of course, this was only limited to the physical body. His heart would still more or less feel tired. Suddenly, as though noticing something, Duan Ling Tian raised a brow and looked at the sky instantly. A group of seabirds was flying in the sky. As the purple robe on his body fluttered, a bow appeared in his hand out of thin air. This bow was entirely black like ink. It was so black that one would lose themselves in it if they looked at it. It was like a deep bottomless abyss. There was also a crimson-red bowstring on the bow. The bowstring was as thick as an adult man's thumb. They were the highest quality of art as they matched perfectly with the black bow. Holding onto the bow with his left hand, he aimed at the group of seabirds that were flying across the sky. Somehow, his right hand was already placed near to the bow. The moment his hand reached the bow, an arrow appeared in his hand. That arrow was also entirely black just like the bow itself. The arrowhead was sharp as it gleamed with a cold brilliance as if it was able to pierce through everything. Creak. Creak. Somehow, the arrow in Duan Ling Tian's right hand was already placed on the bow. As milky white flames soared up from the right hand that was holding onto the arrow, the bowstring was stretched, but it was not stretched too far behind. Duan Ling Tian did not intend to do that on purpose, but with just his origin energy alone, he could not pull this bow much further. This bow was not an ordinary bow. Casting aside all the others, just the bowstring itself was already a dragon tendon from a second-level martial emperor stage worm dragon. It was said that it was an item that not even a powerhouse at the peak of the martial emperor stage could snap into two. He was just at the first-level martial emperor stage, so it was already considered quite decent for being able to pull it apart slightly with just his origin energy alone. Let's start. With his heart racing, Duan Ling Tian locked his sights on the group of seabirds that were flying across the sky. The seabirds flew in their flock leisurely, completely not noticing the danger ahead. 1 bird. 2 birds. 3 birds. Go. At that instant, with a jolt in his mind, Duan Ling Tian's right hand that was holding onto the arrow released his grip and allowed the arrow to be shot out. In the span of a lightning bolt, within his sights, the arrow that he shot out transformed into a lightning that swept towards the sky before hitting and piercing through a seabird. After 1 bird was pierced through, the arrow continued to sweep out and pierce the 2nd bird. Then, the 3rd bird was shot as well. Chapter 1286 The Hidden Fog Martial Competition is about to start. Killing 3 seabirds with a bolt of lightning. Duan Ling Tian had just literally carried out the saying, killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. If anyone who was skilled in using a longbow saw such archery skill, he would definitely be taken by shock. The group of seabirds flying across the sky had initially been moving swiftly. One had to possess advanced archery skills to kill one of them using just a bow and arrow. If one wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 arrow, other than having advanced archery skills, one had to possess strong observation and judgment skills as well. Only then could one kill 2 seabirds with 1 arrow. The requirement would be even higher in the case of killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. The chance of the 3 swift-moving seabirds forming a straight line would happen in the blink of an eye. Killing 3 of them in one shot in just that blink of an eye would no doubt be even more difficult. It would be far greater than the challenge of killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. Somehow, Duan Ling Tian's body charged out and seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. As he suddenly came to a halt, the bodies of the 3 seabirds appeared in front of him and hovered in the air as they were lifted by an invisible energy that allowed him to study them. Darn, I missed a little. After glancing at the 3 dead seabirds, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. With a shake of his head, he sighed regrettably. The reason he sighed was how the 3 birds had died. 2 of the birds had their left eyes pierced while the last had its throat stabbed. His lament about missing his mark a little was due to how the last seabird had died differently from the first 2. When Duan Ling Tian first made his move earlier, he originally wanted to pierce through the 3 seabirds' left eyes and kill them with 1 arrow. Right now, although they were dead, the cause of death of one of the seabird was very different from what he had previously imagined. For this very reason, he was very unsatisfied. If someone else had been there, he would be rendered speechless after knowing what was going through Duan Ling Tian's mind right then. Being able to hone his archery skills to such a level in just the span of a day could be deemed utterly shocking. Yet, he was still unsatisfied. Was that not a little too much? Of course, This was also because nobody knew about Duan Lingtian's past. Had they known about the life of Duan Lingtian's past reincarnation on Earth as a weapons specialist, they would not have thoughts like that at all. During his past reincarnation, his marksmanship was the best in the entire planet Earth. The meaning of the 6 words, the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, was in no way a joke. Other than having a horrifying personal combat ability, Duan Lingtian's marksmanship was also now at a level that would make anyone panic-stricken if they heard about it. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had really high expectations of himself. The archery set is still a little behind the firearms. If it were the firearms that I used on Earth, I'd have faith in piercing their left eyes in one shot as long as the force is strong enough, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heartbeat quickened. However, he was not dejected because of that. Quickly, he submerged himself in cultivating his archery skill again until he forgot about the time. Again, he attempted shooting 3 birds with 1 arrow. However, this time, he precisely shot the 3 seabirds' left eyes with 1 arrow and completed the mission that he had set for himself. Ever since then, Duan Lingtian had completely mastered his archery skill. Right now, it's time for me officially cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow. The moment he thought of this, his feelings turned into turmoil right away. However, before that, he suddenly recalled something. Bastard, is there any particular thing that I need to pay attention to when I cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic? Opening his mouth suddenly, Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba, or to be more precise, Wang Ba's soul, who had been residing in his body. Wang Ba said that he used to be a Saint stage powerhouse in the Dao martial Saint land. Therefore, he had tons of questions to ask Wang Ba since it was his first time cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, Wang Ba did not respond. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Soon, as a light bulb went off in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly seemed to recall something. At the same time, with a jolt, the vast spiritual energy that gathered quietly deep in his mind suddenly became agitated. Boy, do you want to squeeze me to death? Just as the spiritual energy spread out according to Duan Lingtian's control, an exasperated voice entered his ears right away. I'm letting you out now, aren't I? Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Boy, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Where's the respect for my dignity here by just sealing me off using your spiritual energy without any reason? Wang Ba scoffed in a deep voice. Dignity. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly, do you still even have that now? Anyway, don't tell me that you don't even know why I used my spiritual energy to seal you off in the first place. HMPH. Wang Ba snorted coldly, boy, you underestimate me too much. I've lived for so many years and what kind of woman haven't I seen before? Do you really think I'd take a peek at you and those 2 girls having sex? Wang Ba still clearly remembered that the last time when he was sealed by Duan Lingtian using his spiritual energy, it had been in that wooden house that he had built together with the 2 girls nearby. As for the reason why he had done so, well, having gone through a lot in his life, he could easily guess the reason. It was none other than worrying that he would take a peek at their sexual lives. Who knows? Duan Lingtian answered nonchalantly, you said so yourself before. You're a devil cultivator. Just the name, devil cultivator, doesn't sound that pleasant already. You. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba became enraged immediately. Better be mentally prepared. In the future, I'll still use my spiritual energy to seal your soul off if there's a need, Duan Lingtian continued. He did not want Wang Ba to watch the fun when he was having sex with the 2 girls. Perhaps, Wang Ba might have been a Saint stage powerhouse once, but right then, his soul that was lodging in his body was extremely weak. Duan Lingtian could easily use his spiritual energy that had reached the martial emperor stage to suppress it. Boy, you'll come to regret it. How dare you treat a Saint stage powerhouse like that? Wang Ba's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Keep talking and I'll seal you off now. Duan Lingtian threatened Wang Ba, causing him not to dare to say a single word more. As the saying went, one must bow down to circumstances. He had no choice but to swallow the humiliation silently. Soon, Duan Lingtian recalled the main objective and asked, oh yeah, the reason I let you out is to ask you if there's anything that I should pay attention to when I cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. Just like that, with Wang Ba's help, he began to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic colossal arrowlight arrow officially and got ready to attend the hidden fog martial competition that was about to come. Of course, in this period of time, he had done some other things as well, such as refining pills. Or to be more precise, using the Demon Emperor's beast core to refine pills. Other than the Stygian scale bear's beast core that he had obtained the last time, he had also purposely gone to search for a few live targets in the sea when he was cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow. Because of that, he had obtained a few other Demon Emperor's beast cores. To him, there was not much difficulty in refining the pills using the Demon Emperor's beast cores. Furthermore, the pill forming rate was pretty high too. However, due to the reason that those Demon Emperors that he killed were of a lower level, the pills made from their beast cores did not provide him much elevation in his cultivation base. However, despite that, they did indeed bring great improvement to Li Fei and Ka. The Demon Emperor's beast core was originally the crystallization of the Demon Emperor's entire origin energy. After Duan Ling Tian had refined them into pills, the medicinal efficacy became easy to be absorbed. Therefore, the cultivation base of the two girls improved rapidly as they advanced at a tremendous pace before the Hidden Fog martial competition took place. As the Hidden Fog martial competition was getting near, the atmosphere on the Hidden Fog Island started to change too. On the southern island, a person appeared on top of a spacious mansion and was glaring intensely at a woman waiting there before asking in a deep voice, "Are those two girls still not yet back?" "Yes, they aren't back yet." The woman nodded. She was none other than Shu Rong, Yuhan Valley's first senior sister. As for the other person who had asked her in the deep voice, it was none other than Martial Emperor Yuhan. "It looks like the two girls seem to have forgotten about me after they have their fiancé." As Martial Emperor Yuhan reached the end of her sentence, her voice turned cold right away. At the same time, a sharp ray gleamed deep in her eyes. "The Hidden Fog martial competition will start in another 10 days, and they're actually not back yet." Frowning, Shu Rong asked, "Master, should I go look for them?" "Go." Martial Emperor Yuhan nodded. Immediately, Shu Rong proceeded to leave. As though she had transformed into lightning, she disappeared before the eyes of Martial Emperor Yuhan after burying herself in the fog not far away. 7 days later, at the mansion that the Ling Zan Peak people were staying. "Why isn't Brother Ling Tian back yet? There are only 3 days left before the Hidden Fog martial competition officially starts." Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan, who found out that Duan Ling Tian was still not back yet, frowned slightly. "I wonder where he's gone. Had I known about this earlier, I should have asked where he was heading to when he left after he took that dragon tendon. Now, just great, I can't find him at all." Yang Wei felt helpless. "Master, there are 3 days more. Junior Uncle Duan will definitely be back," Zhou Di reassured from behind Yang Wei. After knowing that Duan Ling Tian had severely injured and defeated Dong Hu from Chu Li Mountain in just one blow, Zhou Di, who was the Martial Emperor's first direct disciple under Yang Hui's command, had another new perspective of him. At the same time, since his master had called Duan Ling Tian brother, he viewed Duan Ling Tian as his senior uncle. Hopefully, upon hearing Zhou Di's reassurance, Yang Wei nodded. 2 days, another 2 days had gone by. Tomorrow would be when the Hidden Fog martial competition by the Hidden Fog Island started. 3 swift figures swept out from the northeast of the Hidden Fog Island, and not long after that, they arrived at the southern island and continued to head toward a particular direction at a breakneck speed. Soon, 3 people appeared before a spacious mansion. "Junior Uncle Duan, you're finally back." The moment the 3 of them had just stabilized themselves, a voice resonated not far away. It was a voice that was filled with an inexplicable sense of excitement. "Junior Uncle." At once, among the trio, the 2 ultimately beautiful women turned around to stare at the handsome young man standing in the middle with a confused look on their faces. Zhou Di, the handsome young man who was dressed in purple, looked at the person who was walking towards them. Chapter 1287 Heaven and Earth Wipeout. Because of the way Zhou Di called him, he took a long time before returning to his senses. "Is Brother Yang here? Ha. Brother Ling Tian, you're finally back." Before Zhou Di could respond, a hearty laughter resonated in time. In the next instance, a young man appeared from not far away and stood there. It was none other than Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan. "These 2 must be the sisters-in-law, aren't they? Brother Ling Tian, you really are lucky." Soon, Yang Wei gaped at the 2 girls beside Duan Ling Tian and his eyes were filled with shock. Even though he had traveled the length and breadth of half his lifetime, he had rarely seen many women that were as beautiful as them. Following Duan Ling Tian's introduction, Yang Wei and the 2 girls beside him greeted one another. Since they both knew about each other's presence, they were not surprised at all. "Brother Ling Tian, don't these 2 sisters-in-law need to go back to Martial Emperor Yuhan? After all, they're here to represent Yuhan Valley," Yang Wei asked. "No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Since he had already suspected that Martial Emperor Yuhan was actually plotting a scheme, of course, he would not let the two girls walk right back into the tiger's mouth. Apart from that, after being separated from the two girls for so long, he was not willing to part with them again. Right then, how he itched to tie these two girls to his side. HMPH. Just as Duan Ling Tian shook his head, a cold snort resonated from all everywhere. One could roughly tell that it was a woman's voice and it was filled with fury. Just as Duan Ling Tian frowned, horror dawned on Yang Wei, Li Fei, and Ka instantly. Apparently, they could tell who the owner of this voice was. Not long after that, Duan Ling Tian saw a person materialize out of nowhere nearby. A woman stood right there and gave him a sense of inexplicable pressure that rose from the bottom of his heart. Right then, the woman was staring at him fixedly with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. Was it you who kidnapped my two direct disciples? Without warning, the woman asked nonchalantly, and at the same time, she took a stride forward. The moment she advanced, the air in front of the woman instantly was sucked into a vacuum. An invisible energy gathered together and swept out directly towards Duan Ling Tian. Without any hesitation, the origin energy skyrocketed from Duan Ling Tian's body at the same time before transforming to become a five-colored flame that finally solidified to become the shape of a sword. At that instant, as his gaze turned cold, the five-colored flame in the shape of a sword gushed out of his body and seemed to transform into a gigantic sword before charging towards the invisible energy. That invisible energy came from the woman. It was not really invisible, but instead, this woman could control this energy completely and even concealed it. From this display, one could also see that the woman had not unleashed her full energy. If she did, she would not have the time to conceal the energy that she cast. Watch out! Horror dawned on Yang Wei right away. When he realized what was going on, it was already too late for him to act a savior. At the same time, when the energy on his body soared as he flew swiftly towards Duan Ling Tian, he yelled out loudly in warning. Before Yang Wei arrived, Duan Ling Tian's almost fully exerted strength, without the use of any spirit weapon, had already clashed with the woman's invisible energy and produced a loud bang. Master, please have mercy. It was this loud crash that snapped Li Fei and Ka into reality. As horror dawned on their delicate faces, they hastily pleaded that woman for mercy. That woman was Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had come from Yuhan Valley of the Cloud Continent. She was also Li Fei and Ka's master by name. However, when Li Fei and Ka shouted out before they could wait for Martial Emperor Yuhan's response, a vast, enormous force had already swept out to every direction, and at the same time, it also impacted them. At once, they were sent flying, and it was only after several dozen meters away that they finally came to a halt. This enormous energy came from the impact wave which was produced from the clash of Duan Ling Tian's energy with Martial Emperor Yuhan's. It continued to sweep out in all directions in an impetuous manner. In the end, there was finally a result after the two jets of energy clashed with each other. Just as Duan Ling Tian could feel that his energy was being crushed by Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy, her voice resonated in his ear via voice transmission, as expected from the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Unfortunately, you're still no match for me now. Before Duan Ling Tian could give it much thought, his energy had already been completely crushed by Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy. In the next instance, her energy burst out toward him as though she was crushing dried leaves. As expected, Duan Ling Tian was sent flying with a blast. While he flew through the air, all he could feel was as though his entire body had gone limp. Even his consciousness was in a blur now. He felt like he was unable to snap awake for a long time. It was only when his body slammed on the ground viciously with a bang that he finally snapped back to reality and returned to his senses completely. It was so painful that he had to grit his teeth. His organs were almost shattered entirely then. He knew that Martial Emperor Yuhan had already shown some mercy. Otherwise, he would have already been dead. This Martial Emperor Yuhan must be at least at the 5th level Martial Emperor stage. With a jolt of his heart, Duan Ling Tian speculated to himself. Just as Duan Ling Tian was gripped by shock over Martial Emperor Yuhan's strength, a series of loud booms reverberated by his ears. When he lifted his head up with great difficulty, he realized that Yang Wei had appeared in between him and Martial Emperor Yuhan to protect him and was locked in a battle with her now. In just the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had just taken out a royal-grade resurrection pill and swallowed it. Then, he noticed that Yang Wei was already in a disadvantageous position and he had no choice but to take out his spirit sword that he always kept by his side. Yet, even with his spirit sword, Yang Wei could only come to a draw with Martial Emperor Yuhan. Scoundrel! Right at that moment, Li Fei and Ka had already come to Duan Ling Tian's side and were looking at him with a worried expression, particularly Ka, whose tears were threatening to fall now. In the distance, Zhou Di and the group of Ling Zanpeik's disciples, who heard the commotion, were all dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Many people were muttering in a stunned daze. Who is that woman? Without using any spirit weapon, she actually came to a draw with Lord Martial Emperor who's using a spirit weapon. Is she a powerhouse from the hidden fog island? She's Martial Emperor Yuhan, Zhou Di answered with a wan face. Martial Emperor Yuhan. Upon hearing Zhou Di's words, horror dawned on the crowd right away. Of course, they knew who Martial Emperor Yuhan was. She could be said to be the top 3 among the group of well-known martial emperors in the Cloud Continent. Although she was a woman, she was a superwoman who was even greater than any male. Just as many people thought that Martial Emperor Yuhan would take her spirit weapon out and defeat Yang Wei in a blow, she suddenly yelled coldly with a voice that was so cold that it was bone-piercing, "Heaven and earth wipe out." When she opened her mouth, the 100-meter radius around him instantly seemed to have transformed into a world of ice and snow. Many people whose cultivation base were low felt so chilly they kept shuddering. This included Li Fei and Ka as well. However, as their origin energy proceeded to cover their bodies, they were no longer affected by it. She has actually cultivated her Han Bing's divine sword technique to the highest level. Upon hearing Martial Emperor Yuhan's voice and witnessing her actions, horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian right away. Instantly, he stood up without any hesitation. Seeing him stand up suddenly like an uninjured person, even Li Fei and Ka, whose attention were on him, were taken aback right away. They had seen his injuries clearly. Even if he consumed the grade 1 life recovery pill, he would need a few days of rest before he could recover. However, now, only a span of a few breaths had gone by and he had already recovered. Of course, the reason the 2 girls were taken by shock was that Duan Ling Tian did not have time to tell them about the royal grade resurrection pill yet. After he stood up, Duan Ling Tian immediately took out his royal grade spirit archery set without any hesitation. One hand held onto the bow while the other gripped onto the arrow. 5 colored flames continued to spurt out like sharp swords that were gushing out as they gathered in his hand. At that instant, the bowstring on the bow in Duan Ling Tian's hand was pulled into a full crescent shape before gushes of 5 colored energy merged into the bowstring. At once, a series of colorful lightning bolts appeared around the bowstring. Every time these lightning bolts moved around, they were like sharp swords that charged out as they radiated brilliant lights. Right at that moment, a whistle reverberated across the entire sky. It was the sword rays which was filled with a boundless chilling energy transformed from Martial Emperor Yuhan that was sweeping out towards Yang Wei. In this process, the boundless sword rays gathered together midway and transformed to become a gigantic sword that gave off a series of chilling energy. There was a peculiar gap at the tip of this gigantic sword. Soon, with a flick of the gigantic sword, the gap at the tip of the sword pointed towards Yang Wei as though it was taking aim. Shit! Yang Hui's eyes narrowed right away as horror dawned on him. Right then, other than sensing that he was being targeted, he felt that even the space by his side seemed to be locked on by a destructive energy. This feeling almost gave him despair. He could smell the scent of death now. Without any hesitation, Yang Hui's energy fully exploded from his body. Relying on the energy boost of his spirit sword, he tried to escape from the energy that was locked onto him. However, soon, he realized that no matter how he dodged, that energy that targeted him was still stuck to him. There was nowhere he could turn to at all. This crazy woman actually has such a technique. Looks like I, Martial Emperor Ling Zan, will perish by her hand today. Right at this moment, Yang Wei also realized that he could no longer escape. With a heavy sigh in his heart, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. Perish. As Martial Emperor Yuhan opened her mouth and said nonchalantly, a small dot of light suddenly appeared on the gap of the gigantic sword's sword tip that was aiming towards Yang Wei. The moment the dot of light appeared, it was like a scorching sun that was extremely dazzling. However, unlike the heat from the scorching sun, the little dot emitted gushes of terrifying chilly aura instead, causing the people present at the scene who had a cultivation base below the Martial Emperor stage to feel like as though they were now naked in a world of ice and snow. At this moment, in their minds, terror rose from their souls. Chapter 1288 The Formidable Red-Robed Old Man. Heaven and Earth Wipeout. The little dot of light was the result of the Heaven and Earth Wipeout, the most powerful sword skill on the Cloud Continent, the Han Bing's divine sword technique. As soon as the skill was performed, the small light would explode into a cloud of light dust in the sky and bluster all over the place. Any living thing that came in contact with the light dust would have its existence wiped out from the world. The little spotlight contained an extreme chill. As soon as it exploded, anything that it grazed would turn into an ice sculpture immediately. Almost at the same time, the power of the explosion that came from the light would crush the ice sculptures completely. Clang. As the spotlight was getting brighter and about to explode, a heavy clang reverberated. The loud echo hurt most of the spectators' ears. That's impossible. Before most of them could respond, they heard Martial Emperor Yuhan scream. It drew their attention while making them snap back to their senses. Where did the light go? At that moment, many of them noticed that the little spotlight that formed at the tip of Martial Emperor Yuhan's giant sword had vanished. It had disappeared without any trace. Nobody knew where it went. Although the dot of light had disappeared, the energy charge from the giant sword that aimed at Yang Wei landed on him eventually and shot him out forcefully. He braced the attack because he was unprepared following the impression that he was going to be killed. Otherwise, he could have easily blocked that attack. FWAH. Yang Wei spat a big mouthful of blood out as expected after the attack. His face turned pale and his body was unstable. It was clear that the injury he had suffered was significant. He regained some color in his pale face after consuming a healing medicinal pill. A deafening explosion came from far away at that moment. It was the little spotlight that had detonated far away. As the epicenter, everything within the range of 100-meter radius turned into a white ocean. However, the white ocean faded with the wind as if it had never appeared. The heaven and earth wipeout ended just like that, destroying no one. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian activated his interlinking formation and recalled the arrow that deviated from the little spotlight. Martial Emperor Yuhan finally trained her eyes on where Duan Ling Tian was located at the same time. The black lightning bolt that even she could not capture earlier had originated from the same direction. As Martial Emperor Yuhan was taking a careful look at the surroundings and nearly laid her eyes on Duan Ling Tian, her pupils shrunk all of a sudden as if she had just noticed something. She looked up high above the sky in the next second. Martial Emperor Yuhan seemed to have detected something at that very second. She asked loudly while staring solemnly, "Who's that?" Duan Ling Tian, who thought that Martial Emperor Yuhan had found out about what he had done earlier, was shocked to find out that she was craning above his head instead of noticing the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand. From what Martial Emperor Yuhan said, there seemed to be someone over there. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian put the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand away and looked above his head where everyone was focusing. Someone was standing there. It was an old man in a fiery red robe. He stood there as if he blended with heaven and earth, so it was difficult even to notice him. Nobody knew when he had appeared. Everyone experienced goosebumps as nobody, including Duan Ling Tian, had noticed that he was there earlier. If the old man was to kill them, there might not be any survivors, so they felt fortunate that they were still alive. "Who exactly are you? Why are you interrupting us?" Martial Emperor Yuhan glared fiercely at the old man and asked in her deep voice. Duan Ling Tian was shocked to hear what Martial Emperor Yuhan said. Even Li Fei and Ka were stunned. Did Martial Emperor Yuhan think that it was the old man who had blocked the heaven and earth wipeout sword skill that she had performed earlier? In reality, it was Duan Ling Tian who had done so. He knew that for a fact very well as he was the one who had done it. Meanwhile, Li Fei and Ka had been by his side all this time. They witnessed everything from the beginning until the end, starting from Duan Ling Tian retrieving the royal grade spirit archery set to him pulling the bow and shooting the arrow at lightning speed. Martial Emperor Yuhan did not manage to see the royal grade spirit archery set in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Otherwise, she might not have misunderstood the situation. Naturally, she would never believe it unless she witnessed it with her own eyes. She had tested Duan Ling Tian's ability earlier and knew that it was impossible for his insignificant ability to stop the heaven and earth wipeout sword skill that she had aimed at Yang Wei. However, what she was unaware of was that apart from the royal grade spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian had cultivated a saint-grade martial tactic. When he attacked earlier, he had performed the saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. Although he had just begun cultivating and was considered to only be at the preliminary stage, the power that he displayed was already beyond comparison to a heaven-rank advanced martial skill at peak level. Facing the ferocious Martial Emperor Yuhan who commanded in her deep voice, the old man in the red robes merely glanced at her and responded, "You, leave." He did not seem to care about her in the very least. "Sir, it seems that you're sticking your nose in our business." Martial Emperor Yuhan glared at the red-robed old man while a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. The old man ignored her this time. "All right, okay, Since I'm nothing to you, I'd love to see if you have the ability to interrupt my business. Martial Emperor Yuhan smiled despite her rage and dashed toward him at the same time. She was so fast that she seemed to vanish in thin air before everyone. As things were moving fast, most of them thought that they were being treated to an intense fight, so they were excited. However, nobody expected what happened next. A loud thud echoed and a majestic shockwave swept towards all directions. It was overwhelming, causing many of them who had a low cultivation base to stagger a few steps back. Not only that, many trees nearby were uprooted one after another too. However, nobody had the time to care about all that. What? They stared blankly at Martial Emperor Yuhan, who was shot out like an arrow leaving its bow, disbelief written all over their faces. In just one blow, Martial Emperor Yuhan was shot out. Indeed, it was a messy defeat. At that second, everyone shifted their attention to the old man. He stood there with fiery red flames crackling on his body. Energy of various colors billowed around the fiery red flame, but they were insignificant. Who exactly are you? Martial Emperor Yuhan spat a couple of mouthfuls of blood out. She looked at the old man again after consuming a healing medicinal pill and regained color on her pale face, but there was evident fear in her eyes now. The old man had attacked her before she could even react earlier. During the attack, all she could feel was a gush of unstoppable energy coming at her. She flew out when the energy landed on her. I don't want to repeat what I said, spoke the old man again, his tone colder this time. All of a sudden, Martial Emperor Yuhan had a drastic change of expression and dared not stay any longer. Soon, she turned to Duan Ling Tian with reluctance in her eyes. She was so close to taking the rebirth Martial Emperor's third reincarnation with her. It seemed like she had to look for another opportunity to do so some other time. Before leaving, Martial Emperor Yuhan glanced at Li Fei and Ka casually. From the hostility in their eyes, she realized it was impossible for both of them to leave with her. She did not mind that, as the two ladies were just tools to her. To be accurate, they were tools to lead her to the rebirth Martial Emperor's third reincarnation. Now that she had found the rebirth Martial Emperor's third reincarnation, they were worthless to her. Quickly, Martial Emperor Yuhan disappeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the rest. Everyone was relieved. At that moment, they looked at the old man in unison. Thank you, Senior. Yang Wei thanked the old man immediately. Just like Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had just left, he did not realize that it was Duan Ling Tian who had engaged at the critical moment. The other 9 people from Ling Tian Peak, including Zhou Di, thought the same too. The old man in the red robes responded to Yang Hui's gratitude with a slight nod. Subsequently, he left after taking a glance at Duan Ling Tian and the 2 ladies beside him, disappearing without a trace. He appeared like a gust of wind and left the same. Many of the Ling Zan Peak disciples exclaimed, "Supreme." That's right, only such a powerhouse deserves to be called a supreme. They were still a little shaken by what happened earlier. He performed a saint-grade martial tactic earlier. Just when Duan Ling Tian was trying to figure the identity of the old man, Wang Ba's voice came to his ears. His voice was filled with affirmation. Saint-grade martial tactic? Do you mean the senior earlier? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. That's right, Wang Ba confirmed. Although the saint-grade martial tactic that he performed just now wasn't as good as the one you're cultivating, it has a significant impact too. His ability isn't that much more powerful than Martial Emperor Yuhan's. However, since he cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic, he could have annihilated her in one blow. Wang Ba proceeded to promote the saint-grade martial tactic. If Duan Ling Tian had been skeptical of the saint-grade martial tactic in the past, his doubts were lifted now. The saint-grade martial tactic colossal arrowlight arrow that he cultivated had just revealed its power on a level that went beyond his imagination. Young master, is it still painful? Ka carefully looked at Duan Ling Tian with concern written all over her face. Li Fei was even more straightforward and began to touch Duan Ling Tian's body all over, checking for injuries. Behind the clouds high above the sky, the old man in the red robes was there. He did not leave, standing there while watching everything that was happening beneath. We're leaving now. Are you really not going to see him? The old man turned around and looked at a breathtaking lady who was also dressed in red. Her looks were on par with Li Fei and Ka's. Chapter 1289 Fake Devil Tablet. I'm afraid I might not want to leave if I meet him, sighed the lady in red softly, her eyes as gentle as flowing water. She had her eyes on Duan Ling Tian, who was beneath the clouds. He might not want me to leave. HMPH. That brat has ladies on both of his sides now. I'm afraid he's forgotten all about you, scoffed the old man. The lady smiled faintly. I've finally seen his 2 fiancées. They're as outstanding as he said. No, they're more outstanding than what he told me. The old man suddenly said, you can stay if you regret your decision. I'll inform them for you. If I regret my decision, they might think you're fooling them and even kill you. If you're dead, they'll take me away eventually. By then, I might drag him into this. The lady shook her head. If the ending's the same, I don't see the point of creating unnecessary drama. She was eager to see Duan Ling Tian. However, she knew that now was not the best time. Big brother Duan, do you know? I, Tian Wu, have restored my memory. The lady thought to herself. She was Feng Tian Wu, who had been taken away back at the lost stone forest of the Cloud Continent. The person who had taken her away was the old man in the red robes next to her, Kai Huo. Lady, the difference between the Saint Land and here, or even the Cloud Continent, is like heaven and earth. If you leave now, who knows when you'll see him again? Kai Huo sighed. We'll meet one day, Feng Tian Wu said, feeling a strong affirmative instinct. Even if she left this time, she knew she would meet this man of her dreams again. Let's go, Feng Tian Wu said, and subsequently, she seemed to have transformed herself into a ball of flames. She flew away and vanished in the sky. Then, Kai Huo followed her closely. Before Feng Tian Wu left, a tablet fell from where she had been earlier. She had intentionally left it behind. Ancient words that were difficult to decipher filled the tablet. Most importantly, the edge of the tablet was chipped. The tablet fell at an accelerating speed which alerted Duan Ling Tian and the rest. Everyone looked at the sky one after another. A glance was enough for them to notice the falling tablet and their jaws dropped. What's happening? I've seen rain, snow, and even hail, but it's a tablet this time. A Ling Zhan disciple gulped hard with disbelief in his eyes. It was the first time in his life witnessing a tablet falling from the sky. A devil-seal tablet, as everyone was stunned by what was happening, including Martial Emperor Ling Zhan Yongwei. Recognizing the tablet, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It was the devil-seal tablet. HMPH. Kid, the devil-seal tablet's fake. In his excited stupor, before Duan Ling Tian could figure the reason the devil-seal tablet was falling from the sky, Wang Ba's voice was heard. It was like a cold, wet blanket being thrown at him and jolting him. It's fake. Filled with suspicion, he leapt into the sky and caught the devil-seal tablet. It really is fake. He recognized that the devil-seal tablet was fake the second he caught it. After all, the devil-seal tablet was no foreign item to him. He even remembered the devil-seal tablet's components clearly. This fake devil-seal tablet had a significant difference from the real devil-seal tablet's component. However, he had no idea that the fake devil-seal tablet that he was holding in his hands had been forged by Lost Stone Forest Martial Emperor's direct disciple, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had forged the fake tablet before getting his hands on the real item. It was only natural that the component bore a major difference compared to the real one. However, the fake devil-seal tablet that Zhou Yi had forged by copying the real one, which was the one that Martial Emperor Shiqi had taken away, shared a similar component with the real tablet. Feng Tian Wu had come in contact with the devil-seal tablet a long time ago, so she did not realize that it was forged when Martial Emperor Shiqi gave her the fake devil-seal tablet that Zhou Yi had copied earlier. The fake devil-seal tablet broke into pieces when Duan Ling Tian inserted his energy into it. It turned into countless bits of gravel and fell onto the ground. Almost as soon as the fake devil-seal tablet was crushed, Duan Ling Tian leapt into the sky and passed through the clouds, appearing above them. He had many unanswered questions. Although the devil-seal tablet was fake, where did it come from? He did not believe that it had just fallen from the sky. There must have been someone here just now. He left the fake devil-seal tablet behind and left. What's his intention? He simply could not figure what had happened despite cracking his head. Brother Ling Tian, what happened just now? At that second, Yang Wei, who leapt into the air after him, arrived next to him and asked with doubt written all over his face. Li Fei and Kai followed and looked at Duan Ling Tian with misgivings too. I initially had the exact tablet. The boost it provides is comparable with a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. But I lost this tablet a year ago before I suffered my memory loss, Duan Ling Tian said. The tablet just now was fake. It isn't the tablet I had. Is that so? Yang Wei was stunned and became a little speechless, unable to figure how that had happened. Soon, he seemed to recall something which caused him to turn solemn. That crazy Martial Emperor Yuhan. How dare she attack you just because you spent a little more time with her disciples? She even tried to kill me. She's a lunatic, Yang Wei exclaimed, recalling what had happened earlier. He recalled the scene when Martial Emperor Yuhan had appeared and attacked Duan Lingtian, then attempted to kill him after, injuring Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression became a little unnatural after hearing Yang Wei. He was the only one who knew the reason why Martial Emperor Yuhan had behaved like that. As opposed to what she said, she had not come for her two direct disciples that Duan Lingtian had taken away from her. Martial Emperor Yuhan's ultimate goal was Duan Lingtian. To Martial Emperor Yuhan, he was the rebirthed Martial Emperor's third reincarnation and a priceless treasure. Fortunately, the senior lent a helping hand. Otherwise, Yang Wei would have been dead. Yang Wei sighed. Yang Hui's words made Li Fei and Ka gaze into each other's eyes. They saw their own surprise reflected as they were clear about what had happened earlier. It was their man Duan Lingtian who had saved Yang Wei from Martial Emperor Yuhan's hand with his bow and arrow. He was the one who had pulled Yang Wei out of the gates of hell. However, they did not take the initiative to tell Yang Wei about it. They knew that their man would tell Yang Wei himself if he wanted him to know. I wonder who that senior was. Could he be one of the 3 hidden Fog Island masters? Duan Lingtian speculated. No, Yang Wei shook his head. I've seen the 3 hidden Fog Island masters once in the past. Although the senior had a powerful ability, I don't think he's on the same level as the 3 island masters. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the technique that he performed to attack Martial Emperor Yuhan is a martial skill that's higher than heaven rank advanced level. Yang Wei became serious as he spoke. A martial skill that's higher than heaven rank advanced level. Li Fei and Ka were shocked. They looked lost as it was their first time hearing such a martial skill. That's right, Yang Wei nodded with desire burning in his eyes. Martial skills that are higher than heaven rank advanced level are called the Saint Grade martial tactic. No matter the overseas Saint Islands or the Cloud Continent, there are only 2 ancient clans that mastered the Saint Grade martial tactic. Saint Grade martial tactic. Li Fei and Ka had learned about how terrifying the Saint Grade martial tactic from Yang Hui's explanation and were shocked. Soon, they looked into each other's eyes and recalled something. They then looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian saving Yang Wei earlier. Rascal, did you perform the Saint Grade martial tactic just now? Li Fei asked through voice transmission. Ka's voice came through voice transmission after Li Fei to ask the same question. That's right, Duan Lingtian answered honestly, not hiding from the 2 ladies. Rascal, can I learn that? Li Fei spoke again through voice transmission, appearing a little excited. Although Ka did not say anything, one could tell from her hopeful eyes that she was very interested in learning the Saint Grade martial tactic too. Of course, you can. Duan Lingtian looked at Ka at the same time as he responded to Li Fei. He said through voice transmission, Ka, I'll hand you the Saint Grade martial tactic to you when we return. Thank you, young master. Ka's cheeks were flushing slightly when she heard that. Silly girl, you don't have to thank me. Duan Lingtian smiled while shaking his head. Seeing the 3 of them flirting with their eyes, Yang Wei felt a little awkward and left knowing that it was only appropriate for him to do so. He left to comfort the Ling Zan Peak disciples. Whatever that had happened earlier had left a haunting scar on the Ling Zan Peak disciples' hearts. However, the incident the Ling Zan Peak people experienced did not alert the people on the southern island, including the martial emperors and demon emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent as well as their people. The reason why they were not alerted was the soundproofing inscription formations set up around their accommodation on the Hidden Fog Island. The Hidden Fog martial competitions happening tomorrow. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 ladies back and his eyes gleamed in excitement. After handing the Saint token with the Saint Grade martial tactic Colossal Arrowlight Arrow to the 2 ladies, Duan Lingtian sat with his legs crossed in the compound while visualizing the Colossal Arrowlight Arrow in his head. From what Wang Ba said, my Colossal Arrowlight Arrow's only considered to be on the preliminary stage. But the preliminary Colossal Arrowlight Arrow managed to break Martial Emperor Yuhan's Heaven and Earth wipeout. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled what had happened earlier. Although Martial Emperor Yuhan cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak and managed to perform the Heaven and Earth wipeout, she doesn't seem to be familiar with the latter, so she's mostly just at the initial stage, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 1290 Primitive Human Rank. Because Duan Lingtian had inherited the memory of the rebirthed Martial Emperor who was familiar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique, the technique was not alien to him. it only took one glance for him to grasp Martial Emperor Yuhan's comprehension on the Han Bing's divine sword technique and the heaven and earth wipeout when she had performed them earlier. When he had passed the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Ka back then, he did not think there would be anyone else in the world who would know the technique. However, never had he thought that a person who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique just like Ka did would appear on the Cloud Continent 20,000 years later. Not only that, he never expected the person to cultivate Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. When one cultivates the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its limit and even the heaven and earth wipeout to perfection, the person will be able to fight Martial Emperor Han Bing back in time. Such a person would be undefeatable if she were to fight someone who has the same cultivation base and profundities as hers. Unless she encountered someone who cultivated methods belonging to the Tao Martial Saint Land, some martial tactics, or someone who cultivates the 3 Lives Rebirth technique or the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Duan Ling Tian knew that very well himself. If Martial Emperor Yuhan had cultivated the heaven and earth wipeout to perfection today, the colossal arrowlight arrow that I've mastered now might not be able to block her attack. Although the colossal arrowlight arrow's a saint-grade martial tactic, I've only mastered a small part of it, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was motivated as he recalled the terrifying impact of the colossal arrowlight arrow. Driven to cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow further now, he was determined as ever. He had a strong instinct that if he managed to cultivate the colossal arrowlight arrow to its peak, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Martial Emperor Yuhan despite his current cultivation base and profundities. Wang Ba. To verify his hunch, Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba for his opinion. Soon, he got the answer. HMPH. Stop dreaming, brat, let's not talk about cultivating the primitive human ranked saint-grade martial tactic just yet. Even if you're cultivating a prominent human ranked saint-grade martial tactic, even with top-notch comprehension, it's impossible for you to cultivate it to its peak without years of hard work, Wang Ba scoffed. But, of course, if you really manage to cultivate it to its peak, it'll be a piece of cake for you to kill that woman today. To the extent that a single arrow alone could kill her in one blow. A primitive human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic isn't comparable with a prominent human-ranked saint-grade martial tactic, Wang Ba proceeded. With a first-level martial emperor stage cultivation base, an arrow alone would be enough to kill a powerhouse above the 5th-level martial emperor stage in one blow. Following the iron law of the Cloud Continent, his full-strength attack and the boost from a royal-grade spirit weapon were not comparable to Martial Emperor Yuhan, who possessed a cultivation base above the 5th-level Martial Emperor stage. Even without any spirit weapons and martial skills, Martial Emperor Yuhan's strength alone was enough to kill him despite having cultivated a variety of heaven-rank advanced martial skills to perfection. Naturally, it was the iron rule of the Cloud Continent. The saint-grade martial tactic was not from the Cloud Continent, which was why it could go against the iron rule of the Cloud Continent. My current ability is on the 1st-level Martial Emperor stage with the comprehension of the 5th-level Fused Profundity and the 5th-level Emperor stage Sword Profundity. My 1st-level Martial Emperor stage cultivation base with full-blown origin energy is similar to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. No matter my 5th-level Fused Profundity or my 5th-level Emperor stage Sword Profundity, each of them is similar to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons. To put them together, that would be a total of the power of 17 ancient black dragons. The Royal Grade Spirit Weapon gives a 120% boost to my origin energy. The explosion of my origin energy is similar to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. That means that the boost of my origin energy would be similar to the force of 2 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. Thus, the most powerful strength that I can exert now would be the equivalent to 19 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. That's less than 20 ancient black dragons. Duan Ling Tian understood the strength that he could use at that moment. Martial Emperor Yuhan's current cultivation bases at least on the 5th-level Martial Emperor stage. Together with the profundities that she's comprehended, an ordinary 5th-level Martial Emperor powerhouse would be able to display the strength of at least 15 ancient black dragons. With an origin energy that's as strong as 6 ancient black dragons, a 5th-level Martial Emperor powerhouse's strength is at least above that of 21 ancient black dragons. That's without using any spirit weapons. Her strength surpasses mine without using any spirit weapons. I'd be completely crushed as soon as she uses a spirit weapon. Of course, the Martial Emperor's ability isn't comparable to an ordinary 5th-level Martial Emperor powerhouse's. All else aside, My speculation from the rebirth martial emperor's life memories and experience says that her ability without any spirit weapons would at least be above the strength of 25 ancient black dragons. However, despite such a powerful person, her heaven and earth wipeout was crushed by my colossal aerolite arrow. I have a feeling that the colossal aerolite arrow I've mastered is powerful enough to get a strength boost of more than 4 to 5 ancient black dragons. Duan Ling Tian's emotions stirred as he thought about this. A boost of 4 to 5 ancient black dragons' strength. How mind-blowing was that? This is just the power of the colossal aerolite arrow that I've cultivated at the preliminary stage. The Saint grade martial tactics definitely astounding and full of surprises, Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly. My cheapskate father's finally doing it right this time. I can't believe he left behind such a powerful Saint grade martial tactic for me. With this Saint grade martial tactic, I'm afraid I'll be powerful enough to rule the Cloud Continent and even this overseas Saint Island soon. He was absolutely confident about it. The more he thought about it, the more he was amazed by the colossal aerolite arrow's power. At the same time, he worked even harder on his cultivation. He did not plan to rest and conserve his energy for the Hidden Fog martial competition on the Hidden Fog Island that was happening the next day. All that remained in his world at that moment was the colossal aerolite arrow. Meanwhile, Ka and Li Fei realized that they were not qualified to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow just yet, so they proceeded to work on their own cultivation. The peace was broken as the morning light illuminated the Hidden Fog Island. The island became crowded as it was the day of the Hidden Fog martial competition. It was the day that everyone had been waiting for. Considering the destruction that would be the result of the powerhouses who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, the battle did not take place on the island itself. Instead, it was held on the ocean far away in the north of Hidden Fog Island. The 3 Hidden Fog Island masters hosted the competition themselves. As the managers of the entire island, rumor had it that they were the 3 most powerful individuals on the Hidden Fog Island. Not many people knew if they were really mighty as not many people had actually seen them fight. However, just like the saying, there are no waves without wind, whether it was the residents of the Hidden Fog Island or outsiders, not many people doubted the 3 Hidden Fog Island masters' abilities. However, there was still the minority who did not believe how strong they were. Some of the skeptics went to the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island in confidence in an attempt to challenge the 3 island masters. They wanted to uncover the 3 island masters disguised to show to the world that they were frauds. They were like carp swimming across the river as they headed towards the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island to challenge the 3 island masters. Nobody knew what the outcome would be. However, the one thing that everyone was sure of was that they had never seen those who left for the east of the Hidden Fog Island ever since. It was like they had vanished from the world completely. As more and more people disappeared, fewer people dared to challenge the Hidden Fog Island masters. Eventually, not many people doubted their abilities again. The reason most of them speculated about the disappearance of the people who left to the eastern island was related to the 3 Hidden Fog Island masters. Most of them even speculated that the 3 island masters might kill them if they fought. Everything made sense if that were the case. As the Hidden Fog martial competition took place on the ocean, there was no restriction on who could attend it. Therefore, almost everyone from the Hidden Fog Island made it. No matter men or women, young or old, everyone was there. The young ones who could not fly came with the adults while those who were old and too weak to fly came with the young and strong. In a nutshell, the Hidden Fog martial competition was a sensation on the entire Hidden Fog Island. It was so significant that every store in the Hidden Fog City was closed. The sea of people that usually crowded the Hidden Fog City were nowhere to be seen. The city became dead overnight. The ocean where the Hidden Fog martial competition was held was filled with people early in the morning. All of them were anticipating the commencement of the competition. They're here, they're here. As a martial emperor powerhouse appeared with his 10 disciples behind him, an uproar broke among the bevy of people above the ocean. Their emotions stirred as if they were the ones participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition. More and more martial emperor and demon emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent showed up one after another. A party of 10 followed behind each of them. Yuhan, you're early. A martial emperor powerhouse greeted martial emperor Yuhan who had just arrived. Lei Ming, it's been a while, martial emperor Yuhan responded calmly like she was not interested. The martial emperor who had greeted martial emperor Yuhan was the martial emperor powerhouse from the Thundercloud Peak from the Cloud Continent. He was the owner of the Thundercloud Peak, martial emperor Lei Ming. Chapter 1291 Zhou Yi, traitor. Among the martial emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent, Both Martial Emperor Lei Ming or Martial Emperor Yuhan ranked in the top 3. They had similar abilities which earned them the second and third place at a tie. Even they could not tell who was second, as none of them had the confidence to defeat each other even if they were to fight. There was only one Martial Emperor powerhouse who ranked above them. Naturally, they were compared with Martial Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent alone, excluding the Demon Emperor powerhouses. Due to the ranking, Martial Emperor Yuhan and Martial Emperor Lei Ming despised each other from the beginning of time. They were not acquaintances, let alone friends. Typically, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's initiative to greet Martial Emperor Yuhan was not merely a simple greeting. Martial Emperor Lei Ming glanced behind Martial Emperor Yuhan and pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "Yuhan, did you only bring 8 Yuhan Valley disciples with you? It seems like there's really no one left in your Yuhan Valley." Tisk tisk, that's so sad to hear. Is Yuhan Valley going downhill under your reign? Martial Emperor Yuhan seemed to be mentally prepared for that retort, so she showed no distress about what he said. Meanwhile, her most powerful direct disciple, Rung, who was leading the Yuhan Valley disciples behind her, was glaring at Martial Emperor Lei Ming in rage. "Yuhan, it seems like the rules at your Yuhan Valley's still loose. Look at your group of female disciples. It's alright if they didn't greet me as their senior, but really, how dare they?" Tisk tisk, Martial Emperor Lei Ming snickered in mockery. "Our pleasure to meet you, Junior Uncle Yuhan." Just as soon as Martial Emperor Lei Ming was done speaking, the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming bowed to Martial Emperor Yuhan at the same time. They seemed very courteous, which caused the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples to look disgusted. The actions of the people from Thundercloud Peak was undoubtedly a slap to their faces and to Yuhan Valley too. HMPH. No matter how strong Martial Emperor Yuhan's willpower was, she could not help but scoff in anger after being mocked by Martial Emperor Lei Ming a few times and sensing the judging eyes around her. Naturally, she might be able to take it a little bit more if she was her usual self. The thing was that Martial Emperor Yuhan had just been defeated the day before. Her mood was ruined up till now, so it made sense for her to get mad easily. Watching Martial Emperor Yuhan leave with the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples in a fit, Martial Emperor Lei Ming finally had a smile across his face. It was the smile of victory. Their rivalry had been going on for over 10 years and it had yet to come to an end until now. To him, to be able to defeat Martial Emperor Yuhan verbally today at such an occasion was undoubtedly something to be pleased about. "Let's go," Martial Emperor Lei Ming commanded the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind him while everyone was watching. They proceeded to walk while looking for a suitable place to settle in. There were a young man and a young lady who followed closely behind him while the remaining 8 persons accompanied behind them. There was a mix of young, middle-aged, and old men among the 8 of them. "So, he's Martial Emperor Lei Ming from the Cloud Continent. I've heard about him. He's the owner of the Cloud Continent's Thundercloud Peak. He's definitely in the top 3 among the Martial Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent. Did you just find out about it now? It appears that you've no idea about the woman who argued with him earlier. She's the person who ranks the same as him. She's the owner of the Cloud Continent's Yuhan Valley, Martial Emperor Yuhan." That woman was Martial Emperor Yuhan, the astounding female peak-level powerhouse renowned on the Cloud Continent. As Martial Emperor Lei Ming and his people moved to look for a suitable place to settle in, many of the hidden Fog Island people who were watching discussed among themselves with enthusiasm coloring their voices. Naturally, most of them were exclaiming how powerful Martial Emperor Yuhan was. No matter whether it was on the hidden Fog Island or the Cloud Continent, females were innately much weaker than men in general. It was difficult for men to cultivate to the level Martial Emperor Yuhan was on, not to mention the fact that she was a woman. Therefore, compared to Martial Emperor Lei Ming, their admiration for the female Martial Emperor powerhouse was infinitely higher. A female whose ability was powerful enough to be ranked top 3 among other Martial Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent was mind-blowing. As the people from the hidden Fog Island were whispering and discussing among themselves, Martial Emperor Lei Ming heard every single word that they said. His face turned solemn. Now, some of them were even talking about how he lost to a woman and that he should be ashamed to be a man. Having gone through a lot throughout the years, he found this incredibly humiliating. However, he could not argue with them. Their gender difference aside, age-wise, he was a few years older than Martial Emperor Yuhan. The tall, young man who followed closely behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming was Zhou Yi. He said to the young lady next to him after hearing what the people around were whispering, "Senior Sister Bai, I think you're the only one who can win Master's dignity back from such embarrassment." The young lady was Martial Emperor Lei Ming's first direct disciple, Lan Bai. She was a female Martial Emperor powerhouse just like Martial Emperor Yuhan. Naturally, it was impossible for her current ability to be on par with Martial Emperor Yuhan's. However, she had the advantage of youth and still had a shot to surpass Martial Emperor Yuhan in the future. Martial Emperor Yuhan. Hearing what Zhou Yi said, Lan Bai looked at the back of the woman who had gone far away immediately while a gleam sparkled in her eyes. She had become Martial Emperor Lei Ming's disciple before Zhou Yi did, so she felt the pain from the whispers around. Just like what Zhou Yi said, she was the only one who could clear her master's name from such embarrassment. As soon as she defeated Martial Emperor Yuhan and became a notorious Martial Emperor powerhouse on the Cloud Continent or even the overseas Saint Islands, she would definitely win back her master's dignity that he had lost that day. By then, nobody would say that her master had lost to a woman. Instead, they would gush about how her master taught a female disciple who defeated Martial Emperor Yuhan. When the time came, it would be clear who emerged as the winner. Although Zhou Yi was speaking to Lan Bai softly, Martial Emperor Lei Ming had exceptional hearing, so he heard everything loud and clear. At that moment, the agitation in him was replaced with pleasure. This Zhou Yi isn't too shabby. Not only he's low-key and modest, but he's always considerate towards me. I've lived a decent life for having direct disciples like him and Bayer. The more Martial Emperor Lei Ming thought about it, the more pleased he was. Zhou Yi. Just when Martial Emperor Lei Zhang was indulging in his delight, an explosive, raging scream broke the air. While shock flitted over his face, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's face shifted to become solemn. He could tell that the person had ill intentions from just his voice before even seeing his face. It was aimed towards his direct disciple Zhou Yi. However, he saw a rather familiar silhouette when he turned around. The person approached with 10 people who were marching in majestically. It was the leader who had screamed earlier. Martial Emperor Shiqi. Martial Emperor Lei Ming recognized the leader in just a glance. It was the owner of the Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Shiqi. As a Martial Emperor powerhouse from the Cloud Continent himself, he had seen Martial Emperor Shiqi a couple of times before. Martial Emperor Shiqi was humble when they had met earlier, but today he was fierce and ignored Martial Emperor Lei Ming completely. At that time, all Martial Emperor Lei Ming could feel was the raging fire rumbling in him that could explode anytime. Never did Martial Emperor Shiqi expect to see Zhou Yi the traitor at the Hidden Fog martial competition that he had brought his 10 disciples to. Although it was just the outline of his silhouette far away, he recognized that the figure belonged to Zhou Yi right away. Zhou Yi was his direct disciple who he once cherished the most, but turned his back on him. At that moment, rage filled Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes as he glared deadly at Zhou Yi. At that very moment, Zhou Yi seemed to be the only thing in his world. He even ignored Martial Emperor Lei Ming who had turned around upon hearing his fierce scream and stood before Zhou Yi now. Junior brother Zhou Yi, I think he's Martial Emperor Shiqi from the Lost Stone Forest. Did you offend him? Lan Bai who was next to Zhou Yi recognized Martial Emperor Shiqi as soon as she turned around. As Martial Emperor Lei Ming's favorite direct disciple, she always followed him everywhere and she had seen Martial Emperor Shiqi once, so she recognized him. There was a gleam of fear that flashed deep within Zhou Yi's eyes as he faced Martial Emperor Shiqi who was glaring at him in wrath and might attack him anytime. However, the gleam of fear vanished immediately and was replaced with calmness. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi calmed down entirely as he looked into Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes neutrally. It's you, Senior Shiqi. Zhou Yi nodded at Martial Emperor Shiqi and greeted him calmly. Senior Shiqi. Martial Emperor Shiqi was stunned to hear how Zhou Yi addressed him. Even the couple of Lost Stone Forest disciples who knew Zhou Yi were stunned as they stood behind him. Soon, something dawned on Martial Emperor Shiqi. It was clear that Zhou Yi had someone backing him up. Otherwise, he would not be this calm facing him without an ounce of fear. At that moment, Martial Emperor Shiqi looked away from Zhou Yi and glanced around him. He seemed to be looking for the pillar of support that made Zhou Yi so bold. Martial Emperor Lei Ming. He saw Martial Emperor Lei Ming who was standing behind Zhou Yi immediately. He realized that was how Zhou Yi managed to keep his composure. Zhou Yi, you're pretty capable. It's only been a while since you betrayed my Lost Stone Forest and you've found yourself a pillar of support now. Martial Emperor Shiqi mocked Zhou Yi again after taking a deep breath in. Betray the Lost Stone Forest. Martial Emperor Shiqi's accusation made everyone gasp. The 9 Thundercloud Peak disciples including Lan Bai were staring at Zhou Yi with distrust at that moment. Was Zhou Yi a traitor to the Lost Stone Forest? Chapter 1292 The Wronged Martial Emperor Xiqi. Besides the Thundercloud Peak disciples, even the owner of Thundercloud Peak, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was observing Zhou Yi at the moment. He seemed intent on verifying if what Martial Emperor Xiqi said was the truth. His instinct told him that everything Martial Emperor Xiqi uttered might be valid. What? Daren't you admit the fact that you've betrayed my lost stone forest? Martial Emperor Xiqi mocked as Zhou Yi appeared to be ignoring him. Then, he solemnly said, Martial Emperor Lei Ming, I've no idea why would the traitor of the Lost Stone Forest come to Thundercloud Peak, but I must warn you about him. Zhou Yi's not worthy of your trust and protection. He betrayed my Lost Stone Forest and he'll betray your Thundercloud Peak too. Now, Martial Emperor Xiqi was almost sure that Zhou Yi became a Thundercloud Peak disciple to seek the protection of Martial Emperor Lei Ming. He knew very well that he could not compare to Martial Emperor Lei Ming's powerful ability. He would have to play it smart instead of fighting if he wanted to punish the treacherous Zhou Yi under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's watch and even take back the mysterious tablet that Zhou Yi had swapped and stolen from him. I betrayed the Lost Stone Forest. As soon as Martial Emperor Xiqi was done speaking, Zhou Yi asked incredulously before Martial Emperor Lei Ming managed to respond. He lifted his head slowly and glanced at Martial Emperor Xiqi calmly. I admit I used to be your direct disciple, Martial Emperor Xiqi. But are you sure that I left the Lost Stone Forest by betraying you, or was it because you didn't want me there? I didn't want you there. Martial Emperor Xiqi, who was taken aback by Zhou Yi's intimidating comeback, reacted immediately and smirked. However, when he opened his mouth and was about to say something, he snapped it shut obediently in an odd way. At that moment, the smirk on his face was completely frozen now. Out of the blue, he had heard a voice in his ears that was spoken through voice transmission. Xiqi, if you dare to say I'm a traitor of the Lost Stone Forest's traitor again, I'll hand the tablet to Martial Emperor Lei Ming now. By then, it'll be impossible for you to take it back. The voice was Zhou Yi's. It was a threat. An obvious threat. Zhou Yi managed to get Martial Emperor Xiqi to shut his mouth easily with his words. He was hitting him below the belt. Naturally, the reason why Zhou Yi's threat was effective was that Martial Emperor Xiqi did not want to give up on the tablet that had been stolen. He knew that Martial Emperor Xiqi's biggest goal was not to punish him as a traitor but to get his hands on the tablet. Compared to the tablet, his betrayal was not worth mentioning. You bastard! Hearing Zhou Yi's threat, Martial Emperor Xiqi was enraged. However, there was nothing that he could do apart from cursing Zhou Yi via voice transmission. He was really worried that Zhou Yi would hand the tablet over to Martial Emperor Lei Ming. There was still hope if the tablet remained in Zhou Yi's hands. However, if it got to Martial Emperor Lei Ming, retrieving it was almost hopeless. Comparing both situations, it was only logical that he hoped to get the tablet from Zhou Yi rather than having it end up with Martial Emperor Lei Ming. He had no doubts if the tablet was still with Zhou Yi at all. Judging from Zhou Yi's greed, unless he was faced with a life or death situation, it was impossible that he would have handed the tablet to someone else. What, have you nothing to say now? Was whatever I said right? Zhou Yi taunted Martial Emperor Xiqi, who was furious but could not speak as everyone was staring at him. Zhou Yi, what exactly happened? At that moment, Martial Emperor Lei Ming finally spoke. His voice was intense and nobody could discern his emotion in his tone. Master, it's a fact that I used to be a Lost Stone Forest disciple and even Martial Emperor Xiqi's direct disciple. But I left the Lost Stone Forest after he raped and killed my sister who came to visit. In his rage, Zhou Yi clenched his teeth when he spoke to Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Martial Emperor Xiqi accused me of betraying the Lost Stone Forest so that he could get rid of me. Tears were pouring from Zhou Yi's twisted face as he spilled the beans. What Zhou Yi said made everyone gasp. Including the Lost Stone Forest disciples, almost everyone had their eyes set on Martial Emperor Xiqi now. There was disdain, mockery, and fury in those eyes. Although a couple of Lost Stone Forest disciples present had heard about Zhou Yi betraying the Lost Stone Forest, none of them knew the true reason behind it. To them, it was a mystery that was difficult to be explained. Today, the mystery seemed to be resolved. No matter if it were people from the Hidden Fog Island or the Martial Emperor disciples from the Cloud Continent, they stared at Martial Emperor Xiqi with disdain while whispering to one another. They shot him their most disgusted look. This Martial Emperor Xiqi's a notorious Martial Emperor powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. I can't believe he did such things. Disgusting. That's right, he even did it to his direct disciples' family. Is there anything that he can't do? I thought of going to the Lost Stone Forest to become Martial Emperor Xiqi's disciple back then. Now that I think about it, I feel fortunate that I changed my mind. As opposed to Zhou Yi, you made the right decision. At that moment, even the 10 lost stone forest disciples behind Martial Emperor Shiqi felt embarrassed. If not for their fear of Martial Emperor Shiqi lashing out at them, they would have run as far as they could. They would run so far away from Martial Emperor Shiqi and even pretend not to know him. Many of the Thundercloud Peak disciples led by Lanbai glared at Martial Emperor Shiqi in anger while sympathizing with Zhou Yi. Martial Emperor Shiqi looked terrible. He looked gravely frightened now. Never had he thought that Zhou Yi would turn the tables on him. All he could feel now was that he had been wronged. Deep inside, he was dying to reveal the truth and tell everyone what had exactly happened. However, could he do that? As soon as he did that, he would undoubtedly agitate Zhou Yi and the mysterious tablet might end up in Martial Emperor Lei Ming's hands. That was not the outcome he wanted. Martial Emperor Shiqi did not fight back as he faced Zhou Yi's accusation and the contempt from the crowd. At that moment, everyone believed Zhou Yi over Martial Emperor Shiqi. HMPH. Suddenly, an explosive scoff was heard. It was so deafening that everyone's ears were hurt. As they snapped back to their senses and turned to the source of voice in an attempt to find out who had scoffed, a loud thud resounded. A gush of majestic shockwave swept across and diverted everyone's attention. Subsequently, most of them noticed that Martial Emperor Shiqi had disappeared. Only some of them whose cultivation base was slightly higher clearly saw that Martial Emperor Shiqi had not disappeared. Instead, a powerful energy had smacked into him, severely injuring him. Among the crowd, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was the fastest to react. Before anyone could realize it, Martial Emperor Lei Ming stood before Zhou Yi. It was him who had attacked earlier. He had always been pleased with Zhou Yi as his direct disciple. However, someone had accused Zhou Yi today. The person made him suspect Zhou Yi's behavior for a second. At that moment, all he could feel was a raging fire that was coming out of him. As a result of his wrath, he attacked Martial Emperor Shiqi directly. Martial Emperor Shiqi, I don't want to see you ever again. I'll kill you in 3 breaths if you dare to come within my sight. As most of the people snapped back to their senses and had their eyes on Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he spoke slowly. His tone was firm and filled with terrifying brutality. At that moment, Martial Emperor Shiqi, who had just consumed a healing medicinal pill, had a drastic change of expression. He escaped immediately without even waiting for his body to heal. He was faster than lightning, not appearing like a person who had just been injured. At that moment, peace was recovered on the vast ocean. The Martial Emperor's disciples from the Lost Stone Forest glanced at each other. They were in a pickle whether they should leave or stay. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who immersed himself in comprehending the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Arrowlight Arrow, took a while to wake up. It was the day of the Hidden Fog Island's Hidden Fog martial competition. Therefore, the people of Lingzan Peak departed late as they waited for him. Martial Emperor Lingzan Yongwei led the people from Lingzan Peak. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian walked next to Yongwei together with the 2 ladies. They attracted a lot of attention along the way. Naturally, most of them had their eyes on the 2 ladies. Brother Ling Tian, Hidden Fog Island has invested a lot in this Hidden Fog martial competition. The champion of this competition will obtain 10 Saint Stones. Yongwei said giddily to Duan Ling Tian along the way. 10 Saint Stones. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. The reason why he was interested in Hidden Fog Island's Hidden Fog martial competition was the Saint Stone, as it could boost his cultivation base. Now that he had entered the Martial Emperor stage and the medicinal efficacy of Rebirth Pill was wearing off, it was challenging for him to cultivate even though his talent was at the peak level on the Cloud Continent. However, it would be a different story if he possessed Saint Stones. His cultivation base would be elevated and would skyrocket with the Saint Stones. Soon, Duan Ling Tian and the rest reached the ocean and headed far north of the Hidden Fog Island where the Hidden Fog martial competition was held. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's pupils shrunk out of nowhere as if he had noticed something. A silhouette was dashing towards them at lightning speed. It was coming from far away and getting closer by the second. Duan Ling Tian's face turned solemn as the person got closer. Martial Emperor Shiqi, the person who was hurtling towards them, seemed like he was running for his life. He was the owner of the Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Shiqi. Chapter 1293 Thought to Kill. It only took Duan Ling Tian a glance to recognize Martial Emperor Shiqi. However, by the time he did, Martial Emperor Shiqi had already passed by them far away. Including Martial Emperor Lingzan Yongwei, everyone from Lingzan Peak did not react to his appearance. Yang Wei did not recognize him as he was in such a rush. He then proceeded to speak with Duan Ling Tian, but the latter interrupted him. "Please go ahead, I've something to deal with, so I'll catch up with all of you later," Duan Ling Tian said to Yang Wei and the two ladies via voice transmission. He left like a gust of wind without waiting for them to respond to him. He vanished before everyone including Yang Wei. Yang Wei raised his eyebrows lightly just when he wanted to turn around to look at him leaving in a rush. Duan Ling Tian had left him behind with the team once again. At that moment, however, Yang Wei could faintly tell that he was dealing with something complicated. Although he had no idea what it was, he was sure of one thing. Duan Ling Tian wanted to solve it himself without the help of the others. After taking a breath in, Yang Wei called out to Li Fei and Ka and subsequently commanded the bunch of Ling Zan Peak disciples to proceed with their journey. At that time, Li Fei and Ka heard the voice transmission coming from Duan Ling Tian. They relieved their hanging hearts after hearing his message. They had no idea what was happening when he had said that he was leaving earlier. Now that he had informed them what was happening, they were relieved and were no longer worried about him. As Yang Wei, Li Fei and Ka left with the rest, Duan Ling Tian flew to chase Martial Emperor Shiqi at his full speed. He was getting closer and closer to Martial Emperor Shiqi. At his current level of ability without his spirit weapon, he was simply no match for Martial Emperor Shiqi. Martial Emperor Shiqi was on the 4th level Martial Emperor stage after all. As opposed to Duan Ling Tian, who relied heavily on the profundities that he comprehended, apart from just profundities, Martial Emperor Shiqi relied more on his origin energy. That was the most important part of his strength. If they were to use spirit weapons, unless he used the colossal arrow-light arrow, Duan Ling Tian did not have full confidence to defeat Martial Emperor Shiqi. Martial Emperor Shiqi was not using any spirit weapons as he sped ahead like he was running for his life. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use any spirit weapons either, he was already powerful, so he beat Martial Emperor Shiqi's pace. "It'll take me a while to catch up to him at this speed." Flying at his full speed, he began to frown. He seemed to be unsatisfied with his current speed. Since he felt that he was slower, he needed a way to solve the issue of his pace. After thinking about it, he took action. Suddenly, he extended both his arms. A black bow appeared in his left hand and one could tell the bowstring was extraordinary. Meanwhile, a completely black arrow appeared in his right hand. It was the royal grade spirit archery set that he had crafted not too long ago. Bend, draw, and release. The rather simple movements came easily to Duan Ling Tian. As he released the arrow in his hand, the inky black arrow looked like it turned into a lightning bolt as it tore forward at a terrifyingly fast speed. Naturally, that was just its starting pace. The arrow needed buffering time to accelerate even faster. Just when the arrow shot out, Duan Ling Tian finally made his move during that critical moment. He shot out like a cannon, heading towards where the arrow was going. As the arrow was just picking up acceleration, its speed was not considered extremely fast. Therefore, it was a piece of cake for Duan Ling Tian to catch up with it. After catching up with the arrow, Duan Ling Tian did not put it away. Instead, he landed stably on it. At that moment, his feet seemed to be sprouted on the arrow where he was stuck on. The arrow was still accelerating. It was moving faster and faster with Duan Ling Tian surfing on it. Out of the blue, a 5-colored light shield appeared around his body. It was the defensive martial skill 9 Dragon's barrier that he had performed. It blocked out the terrifyingly strong wind that was bearing against him. The arrow continued accelerating with him standing on it. Against the acceleration, the strong wind that was rushing at him was as sharp as a blade. He would not have been able to block it out without performing his defensive martial skill. Not long after that, Duan Ling Tian caught up with the Martial Emperor on the dashing arrow as easy as pie. He not only caught up to Martial Emperor Shiqi, but he actually surpassed him. Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Martial Emperor Shiqi heard a whistling that passed by and surpassed him before arriving before him and blocking his way. His expression changed drastically when he managed to clearly see who it was. He thought that it was Martial Emperor Lei Ming who had changed his mind and chased him in an attempt to kill him. However, as he stopped in his rush, he realized that it was not Martial Emperor Lei Ming who was blocking his way. It was someone else. "It's you." Martial Emperor Shiqi had a drastic change of expression again as he gaped at the purple-clad young man before him as if he had just seen a ghost. "It seems like you still remember me, Martial Emperor Shiqi." At that moment, Duan Ling Tian put the arrow under his feet away and hovered in the air. With ridicule filling his tone, He looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi and said calmly, "It's definitely my pleasure." Martial Emperor Shiqi's lips twitched when he heard what he said. It was impossible for him to forget the purple-clad young man before him. He remembered everything about the fight they had more than a year ago. Duan Ling Tian had managed to challenge him with the help of a secret technique from a tablet. He even performed a level of strength that was more powerful than Martial Emperor Shiqi's later on. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian lost his mind after that. Otherwise, Martial Emperor Shiqi might have turned into dust on the Cloud Continent. Seeing the man appear before him, the first thing Martial Emperor Shiqi did was to look around. He wanted to be sure of one thing. He wanted to ensure that the two young misses who had created anarchy at his lost stone forest were not there. He was no match for even the weaker of the two young misses. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had no idea what Martial Emperor Shiqi was thinking about. He asked in his deep voice while a gleam flashed in his eyes, "Is Tian Wu still at your lost stone forest?" Pain and concern seared his gut when he thought about Feng Tian Wu. Back then, he had lost his mind before he managed to rescue Feng Tian Wu from the lost stone forest. According to Wang Ba, he had left the lost stone forest right after he lost his mind and left Feng Tian Wu behind. Tian Wu had gone to the lost stone forest willingly for the sake of his sect, but he had left her behind during such a critical time. Although he had done so because he lost his mind, he still felt guilty. Now that he was confronting Martial Emperor Shiqi again, all he could think about was Feng Tian Wu, not the devil-seal tablet that he had lost. Martial Emperor Shiqi did not respond to Duan Ling Tian. Instead, a glow burned in his eyes while he exclaimed coldly, "I'd never have imagined that you'd have such a major elevation of your abilities throughout the year. With the help of a spirit weapon, you're even faster than I am without a spirit weapon." The will to kill was rumbling deep in his eyes. He was sure of one thing from what the purple-clad young man's question. He was sure that Duan Ling Tian had yet to see the lady in yellow and the girl in black. Otherwise, it was impossible that he had no inkling about Feng Tian Wu's whereabouts. "I'm asking you, is Tian Wu still at your lost stone forest?" Duan Ling Tian's voice went deeper upon realizing that Martial Emperor Shiqi had ignored him. "If something were to happen to Tian Wu, Duan Ling Tian will end your lost stone forest." The purple cloak around Duan Ling Tian fluttered as he growled. At the same time, he gripped the royal grade spirit archery set even tighter. 5 colored flashes of lightning surrounded his body like countless electric snakes slithering around his body rapidly. It only took a glance to bedazzle anyone watching him. "End my lost stone forest." Duan Ling Tian's threat stunned Martial Emperor Shiqi at first and he then laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with disdain. "Do you really think you can do that?" He might have been frightened if Duan Ling Tian had either the young lady in yellow or the girl in black with him. However, he was fearless of the man alone despite his terrifying speed with the help of a spirit weapon. After all, he did not have that mysterious tablet to depend on now. As soon as Martial Emperor Shiqi was done speaking, the ferocious gleam that was sparkling in Duan Ling Tian's eyes appeared to shoot out like electric snakes. At the same time, his hands were moving at lightning speed. He picked up the bow, drew the string and got ready to release. The entire flow of his movements was so smooth. 5 colored flames rumbled around his body all of a sudden. As the flames spread to the royal grade spirit archery set in his hands, most of the sparks gathered at the tip of the arrow. The energy was getting more and more condensed. Later on, it seemed like it had turned into a tiny ball of a sun that was so bright that it could hurt one's eyes. A terrifying aura subsequently emanated out. At that moment, the smile on Martial Emperor Shiqi's face faded. A 7-foot spear appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon spear. Energy swept across his body as he brandished the spear while the energy around it was like pythons slithering rapidly, ready to attack any time. Having confidence is a good thing, but it's bad when it turns into arrogance. You managed to escape the other day, but you won't be that lucky today. The murderous intent grew in Martial Emperor Shiqi as he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian. He had to kill him. If he did not, he would be dead if Duan Ling Tian met the two young misses one day. He shuddered internally when he recalled the lady clad in yellow and the girl in black. If he could, he hoped that he would never see them again in his life. "You want to kill me? That depends if you, Martial Emperor Shiqi, are capable of doing that." Duan Ling Tian smirked. When he was done speaking, a loud twang reverberated and the air vibrated with a tremor. Circles of waves rippled in the air. The loud twang had come from the bowstring in Duan Ling Tian's hand. At the same time of the twang rang out, the arrow was released. Chapter 1294 Tian Wu and the Devilseal Tablet's Whereabout. Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. The arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that Martial Emperor Shiqi could not react in time. HMPH. The sound of the arrow shooting out before it pierced something and a low moan of pain were heard almost simultaneously. Martial Emperor Shiqi, who did not react in time, held the arrow that was shot out in his hand. His hand that was pierced by the arrow had a terrifying and bloody wound. Fresh blood was spurting out of the wound continuously. His hand was wounded by the arrow. Martial Emperor Shiqi's expression changed drastically, due to his fear of Duan Ling Tian's arrow's lightning speed and power. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian shot the arrow another 3 times consecutively. The arrow was the same arrow that he had initially shot out. He shot 4 times, and the arrow returned to him 4 times. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. Pooh, 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 pooh. Martial Emperor Shiqi's other arm and both legs had terrifying and bloody wounds. His face had turned gravely pale. You. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in pain. He did not expect the purple-clad young man would become so powerful. It had only been over a year since they last met. Even without the help of the mysterious tablet, his ability had already surpassed him now. He was shot by the first arrow because he did not manage to react in time. Later on, Duan Ling Tian shot the arrow 3 times consecutively. Although he attempted to dodge the arrow as soon as it was shot out, the arrow seemed to have eyes. It pierced through both his arms and legs. The terrifying and powerful arrow skill caused fear that came from his core to rise. He knew the purple-clad young man before him was a changed man. He was not a match for Duan Ling Tian. How did you become so powerful? It has only been over a year. Although Martial Emperor Shiqi was afraid, he also felt unwilling. The person who was like an ant compared to him when he was not using the tablet a year ago had defeated him with his own ability now. Martial Emperor Shiqi felt as though he had wasted his life. Duan Ling Tian ignored Martial Emperor Shiqi and enunciated each word with a cold expression on his face. I'm going to ask you one last time. Is Tian Wu still at your Lost Stone Forest? A hint of killing intent was evident on his face as he asked his question. He had made up his mind. He would not hold back if Martial Emperor Shiqi failed to cooperate with him. She's not. Martial Emperor Shiqi replied immediately as soon as Duan Ling Tian was done speaking. He was scared now that he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's current ability. She's not there. Duan Ling Tian's face turned cold as energy began to rumble on his body again. 5 colored bolts of lightning ran rampant on the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right hand. They were exuding a terrifying aura. Kai Huo took her away, Martial Emperor Shiqi said immediately as he shuddered. At this moment, he had lost all image of a Martial Emperor powerhouse. He looked more like a wounded dog. Kai Huo. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Kai Huo is Hidden Fog Island's first revered elder. His position is just below the 3 island masters on Hidden Fog Island. Back then, he came to Lost Stone Forest as Hidden Fog Island's messenger to inform me that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be brought forward. Martial Emperor Shiqi said, at that time, he saw your partner's talent and brought her with him. If everything went as planned, your partner should be in Hidden Fog Island now. Tian Wu, she's in Hidden Fog Island. When Duan Ling Tian heard Martial Emperor Shiqi's words, he turned solemn. He asked with his deep voice, are you telling the truth? If you don't believe me, I'm willing to take the 9 heavenly tribulation oath. If I lie, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty. Martial Emperor Shiqi said. Duan Ling Tian finally believed him. He felt relieved after hearing his words. Tian Wu was fine. Moreover, he believed he would meet Tian Wu soon as long as she was still on the Hidden Fog Island. This was good news to him. I haven't told Ka and Little Fair about Tian Wu. Ka should be fine with it, but I'm not sure if Little Fair will get angry. Duan Ling Tian felt troubled when he thought about Li Fei, who might get jealous. He knew very well what he meant to Tian Wu. He had feelings for Tian Wu too after years of being together. He realized Tian Wu had occupied a portion of his heart that was the same amount as Ka and Li Fei without knowing when. Meanwhile, Martial Emperor Shiqi was hovering in the air. He had recovered much after consuming a healing medicinal pill. However, it would take some time for his pierced limbs to fully heal. The healing medicinal pill he had just consumed was just a grade 1 life recovery pill after all. If he had Duan Ling Tian's royal grade resurrection pill, such minor injuries would heal in just a blink of an eye. Although Martial Emperor Shiqi had recovered a little, He did not dare to leave. He had a complicated expression on his face when he looked at the purple-clad young man. He was filled with fear. A year ago, this purple-clad young man could fight him with the help of the secret technique from the mysterious tablet. A year later, he did not need any secret techniques and defeated him with his ability alone. Soon after, Duan Tian regained his senses. He looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi and asked in his deep voice, "Where's my devil-seal tablet?" Devil-seal tablet. When Martial Emperor Shiqi heard Duan Tian's words, his heart jolted and was filled with bitterness. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Initially, he thought if he survived, he would obtain the mysterious tablet from Zhou Yi if Duan Tian did not remember the tablet. However, things did not go as he wished. Duan Tian remembered the mysterious tablet. So, it's called the devil-seal tablet. Martial Emperor Shiqi sighed. The devil-seal tablet isn't with me. Martial Emperor Shiqi forced a smile as he faced Duan Tian, who was glaring at him. It's not with you. Duan Tian smirked. Naturally, he did not believe Martial Emperor Shiqi's words. Martial Emperor Shiqi was Lost Stone Forest's owner. He had found out about the shocking secret hidden in the devil-seal tablet when they fought previously. He had left the devil-seal tablet behind at the Lost Stone Forest. Now, Martial Emperor Shiqi said the tablet was not with him. Who would believe that? It's really not with me. Martial Emperor Shiqi had a forced smile on his face. He could guess the thoughts in Duan Tian's mind. I admit the devil-seal tablet was in my possession when you left back then. However, while I was studying the tablet, I was deceived by Zhou Yi. He had replaced the real devil-seal tablet with a fake and took the real one away. I can swear on the 9 heavenly tribulation as well. There was a hint of killing intent in Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes when he spoke. Naturally, it was not aimed at Duan Tian. The killing intent was directed at his traitorous direct disciple, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, Duan Tian frowned. He was the one who took Tian Wu to your Lost Stone Forest. Isn't he your direct disciple? He was my direct disciple. However, from the moment he deceived me and took the devil-seal tablet away, he's no longer my direct disciple. He doesn't belong to the Lost Stone Forest anymore, Martial Emperor Shiqi said. Did you manage to find him? Duan Tian asked with his deep voice. I looked for him, but it was to no avail. However, I saw him today, Martial Emperor Shiqi said honestly. He could guess Duan Tian's purpose of being here. He must be here for the Hidden Fog martial competition. Duan Tian would meet Zhou Yi even if he did not disclose this information to him. Therefore, he decided to tell him. He might be able to curry favor with Duan Tian this way. Who knew? Duan Tian might spare his life. You saw him today. He's on Hidden Fog Island. Duan Tian asked as his eyes lit up. He was a little surprised. Yes, Martial Emperor Shiqi nodded. He's on Hidden Fog Island. He's here for the Hidden Fog martial competition with a Martial Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent. You didn't manage to regain the devil-seal tablet. Duan Tian frowned. The Martial Emperor with him is much more powerful than I am. Martial Emperor Shiqi disclosed everything, including Zhou Yi's threat, his plan, and his fear toward Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Duan Tian nodded and casually glanced at Martial Emperor Shiqi. Since you're being so cooperative, I won't kill you today. I hope you won't offend me again. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. After finding out Tian Wu and the devil-seal tablet's whereabouts, Duan Tian was eager to head over to the Hidden Fog martial competition's venue. He was sure the devil-seal tablet was there. However, he had speculated differently for Tian Wu. Since Tian Wu was taken away by the Hidden Fog Island's first revered elder. Even if she's not participating in today's Hidden Fog martial competition, she would definitely be there, Duan Tian speculated. However, what he did not know was not only Feng Tian Wu, but even Hidden Fog Island's first revered elder Kai Huo had left the island due to certain reasons. Duan Tian prepared to leave. Wait, at this moment, Martial Emperor Shiqi stopped Duan Tian. Is there anything else? Duan Tian frowned. I owe you one since you didn't kill me today. There's something that I must tell you, Martial Emperor Shiqi said. He proceeded to speak as Duan Tian looked at him curiously. Actually, two powerful demon emperor powerhouses came to my Lost Stone Forest not too long ago. What does that have to do with me? Duan Tian's frown deepened. He did not have time to listen to Martial Emperor Shiqi's nonsensical babble. They were there for you. However, What Martial Emperor Shichi said next stunned Duan Lingtian. They were there for me. Who are they? Two Demon Emperor powerhouses. From what he recalled, it seemed like he did not know any Demon Emperor powerhouses. I don't know who they are. It was a young lady and a girl. The young lady wore yellow and looked about 15 or 16 while the little girl wore white and looked mischievous. Chapter 1295 Martial Emperor Qingzan. Yellow-clad girl. Mischievous. A familiar figure instantly emerged in Duan Lingtian's mind after he heard Martial Emperor Shichi's words, Han Shui Nai. Shui Nai's back. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It was not difficult for him to guess that the yellow-clad girl was most likely Han Shui Nai. He looked at Martial Emperor Shichi and asked, what about the white-clad little girl? Are there any distinctive features? How did the yellow-clad girl address her? Martial Emperor Shichi took a while to remember before he finally said, the yellow-clad girl called her Little White. Little White. Duan Lingtian was shaken. He was just guessing earlier that the yellow-clad girl was Han Shui Nai. However, he was certain now. Was Little White not the little white python from back then? It seems like Little White managed to transform into a human, and she took the form of a little girl. A slight smile hung on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The little thing from back then had already grown so much, he could not help but feel a little sentimental. Shui Nai brought Little White. I wonder if Little Black and Little Gold came along. Duan Lingtian could not help but think of the other two little fellows when he thought about Shui Nai and Little White. The two little fellows were naturally the Little Black Python and the Little Gold Mouse. Back then, the three little fellows were left with Shui Nai. They had been away for so many years. After Duan Lingtian heard that they were back, the memories hidden deep in the recesses of his mind resurfaced. After we're finished with the matters on the overseas Saint Islands, I'll bring Ka, Little Fair, and Tian Wu back to Cloud Continent. After so many years, I really do miss them. Duan Lingtian planned in his heart. Han Shui Nai's figure and the figures of the three little fellows flashed in his mind one after another. According to Martial Emperor Shichi's words, it seems like Shui Nai is still the same. As for the three little fellows, I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize them now since they've transformed into humans. Duan Lingtian's heart pounded when he thought of this. You said they're Demon Emperor powerhouses. Duan Lingtian recalled Martial Emperor Shichi's earlier words and looked at him. The yellow-clad girl was the leader of the duo. The white-clad little girl easily defeated me. With her strength, she could have killed me if she wanted to. Martial Emperor Shichi smiled bitterly and said, what are they if they aren't Demon Emperor powerhouses? Although human martial artists might be able to maintain their appearance after breaking through to the martial monarch stage, the yellow-clad girl only looked about 16 or 17 years of age. Was it possible for one to break through to the martial monarch stage at 15 or 16 years old and maintain her youthful looks? As for the white-clad little girl, she did not look like she was older than 10 years old. It was even more unlikely for one to break through to the martial monarch stage before the age of 10. That was why he was certain they were demons who had transformed into humans. Little White is so strong. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Martial Emperor Shichi's words. He did not expect the little white python would become so powerful. In his excitement, Duan Lingtian left Martial Emperor Shichi and turned around to catch up to the people from Lingzan Peak. That's surprising. Even Little White broke through to the Martial Emperor stage and became a Demon Emperor powerhouse. It would presumably be the same for Little Black and Little Gold, they should have become Demon Emperors as well. And Shui Nai too. Duan Lingtian felt a bit sentimental when he thought about that mischievous yellow-clad girl. He still remembered he met Han Shui Nai at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sect. At that time, he had guessed that Han Shui Nai was probably a young miss from a rich family and a powerful force in Darken Dynasty. Later, he discovered Han Shui Nai was not from the Darken Dynasty. Then, he speculated that Han Shui Nai was from Cloud Continent's ancient Han clan, but that did not seem like it. Shui Nai shouldn't be from Cloud Continent. There are only two possibilities. She's either from the overseas Saint Islands or the Dao Martial Saint Land. Between the two possibilities, Duan Lingtian preferred the latter. Han Shui Nai was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Dao Martial Saint Land. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, it was a strange place filled with the unknowns. There were many powerhouses there, even Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses were only equivalent to an innate Void Restoration stage martial artist there. The innate Void Restoration stage was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with some things on Dao martial saint land thanks to Wang Ba's soul that was hidden in his body. Wang Ba claimed he was a saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian's heart was as calm as the sea he was currently flying across. He did not catch up to the people from Lingzan Peak because the people from Lingzan Peak had already arrived at the venue of the Hidden Fog martial competition. It was held at a vast and calm area of the sea. Currently, the sky above that area was filled with people, it was densely packed. Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder if everyone from the Hidden Fog Island was here. Duan Ling Tian quickly found the two women and the people from Lingzan Peak and flew over to them. "You've resolved it?" Yang Wei asked with a smile. Meanwhile, at a place close to them, Zhou Yu, who was standing behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming and the group of people from Thundercloud Peak, suddenly changed his expression. "Why's he here?" Zhou Yi's expression turned gloomy as he stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance. He was naturally familiar with that purple-clad young man. Duan Ling Tian was the one who had broken into Lost Stone Forest and tried to save Feng Tianwu whom he had kidnapped. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, he immediately thought of the fierce battle between Duan Ling Tian and Martial Emperor Shiqi. Right, his stone tablet is already in my hands, he can no longer rely on the stone tablet. I have nothing to be afraid of. Soon after, Zhou Yi calmed down. Put aside the fact that his opponent could no longer rely on the mysterious stone tablet and use the secret technique, his strength was not what it used to be. Currently, he had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage. His strength had improved a lot compared to the past. I've studied the stone tablet for so long, but I still can't figure out its secrets. It seems like even the gods are helping me by leading him to me. Zhou Yi's gaze on Duan Ling Tian suddenly brightened as though he saw an extremely precious treasure. Previously, he had witnessed the purple-clad young man using the secret technique from the stone and the power it granted him. Therefore, he concluded that his opponent knew how to use the stone tablet. Once I learn how to use the stone tablet and the secret technique, coupled with my current cultivation, even Martial Emperor Lei Ming won't be a match for me. Zhou Yi could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. While Zhou Yi was staring at Duan Ling Tian with glowing eyes, Duan Ling Tian was also looking at him. However, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at him before he turned to look at the old man standing in front of him. He's the master of Thundercloud Peak, Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Brother Yang. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Wei and asked through voice transmission, that Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Is he very strong? Very strong. Although Yang Wei did not know why Duan Ling Tian was suddenly interested in Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he still responded. Among all the known Martial Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's strength is on par with Martial Emperor Yuhan. Both of them are ranked top 3 among the strongest martial emperors. So strong. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard that. He had witnessed Martial Emperor Yuhan's strength. She was very powerful. With his current strength, even if Martial Emperor Yuhan did not utilize her spirit weapon and presented him with an opportunity to use the colossal arrow-light arrow, he would be at most evenly matched with her. He managed to break Martial Emperor Yuhan's heaven and earth wipeout with his arrow previously because Martial Emperor Yuhan was unprepared. If he had aimed his arrow at Martial Emperor Yuhan, she would have regained her senses in time and utilized her spirit weapon to block that shot. Once Martial Emperor Yuhan utilized her spirit weapon, killing him would be easy. His current strength was equivalent to the strength of Martial Emperor Yuhan when she was not using her spirit weapon. He was stronger than a 4th-level Martial Emperor stage martial artist but weaker than an ordinary 5th-level Martial Emperor stage powerhouse. It seems that my only hope is to wait for the Hidden Fog martial competition to begin so that I can fight this Zhou Yi. Only then will I have the chance to kill him and snatch the Devil-Seal tablet, Duan Ling Tian secretly thought. With Martial Emperor Lei Ming there, he could not fight them directly. Otherwise, he might die. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was also thinking about how he could find a chance to threaten Duan Ling Tian so he would reveal the secrets of the mysterious stone tablet. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling came from the distance. 6 figures were flying toward them from the distance, getting closer and closer. Among the 6 people, a young man dressed in a green robe was in the lead. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and wore a silk kerchief on his head. He looked exactly like a scholar, radiating a gentle and suave demeanor. An old man, a middle-aged man, and 3 young men followed behind him. The 6 of them looked mighty and gave off a strong sense of oppression when they approached. Many people were overwhelmed to the extent that they could not breathe. 5 Martial Emperor stage powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian stared at the 5 people behind the young scholar in surprise. The 5 of them deliberately did not weaken their aura and their cultivation base at the martial emperor stage. As long as one was above the martial emperor stage, they would be able to sense it. Something's wrong. There should be 6 of them. Soon, Duan Ling Tian's eyes landed on the young scholar at the lead who was surrounded by the 5 martial emperor powerhouses. He must also be at the martial emperor stage. Moreover, he was definitely stronger than the 5 martial emperor powerhouses. He's the Hidden Fog Island's 3rd island master. Duan Ling Tian guessed inwardly. Based on what he knew, the Hidden Fog martial competition today was hosted by the Hidden Fog Island's 3rd island master. At this moment, a voice filled with admiration was clearly heard by Duan Ling Tian. Martial Emperor Qing Zan, Chapter 1296 Demon Emperor Man Wu. The voice filled with admiration was from Martial Emperor Ling Zan, Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Qing Zan. When Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the young scholar again, he suddenly realized the opponent was not the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island. However, someone whom Yang Wei admired could not be as simple as he appeared to be. It should be noted that even when Yang Wei faced Martial Emperor Lei Ming or Martial Emperor Yuhan, he did not reveal such an expression. He could see that Yang Wei truly admired Martial Emperor Qing Zan from the bottom of his heart. However, there was one thing that Duan Ling Tian was not privy to. Even the word, Zan, from Yang Hui's honorific title, Ling Zan, was taken from Martial Emperor Qing Zan's honorific title. Ling Zan and Qing Zan only differed in one word. It represented Yang Hui's admiration for Martial Emperor Qing Zan. Greetings, Lord Qing Zan. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian witnessed a shocking scene. He saw that most of Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses, including Yang Wei, Martial Emperor Ling Zan, bowed and greeted the young scholar. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Martial Emperor Yuhan were no exception. They also bowed at the young scholar. This scene shocked a lot of people. This Martial Emperor Qing Zan, who's he exactly? Their hearts were shocked. Naturally, there were some who had heard of Martial Emperor Qing Zan. Martial Emperor Qing Zan is the #1 martial emperor on Cloud Continent. He represents the peak of humanity on Cloud Continent. The #1 martial emperor on Cloud Continent. Many people were shocked again as someone introduced Martial Emperor Qing Zan. It turns out that he's the #1 martial emperor on Cloud Continent, Martial Emperor Qing Zan. I've heard some of Cloud Continent's martial emperor powerhouses mentioned him before. His cultivation base is above the 7th level martial emperor stage, a Hidden Fog Island's martial artist said. 7th level martial emperor stage? Does that mean he's comparable to our Hidden Fog Island's 3rd island master? Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists asked in surprise. There was a rumor on the Hidden Fog Island that all 3 island masters were above the 7th level martial emperor stage. Their strength was truly profound. I really can't tell. A seemingly weak young scholar is actually Cloud Continent's #1 martial emperor. A group of Hidden Fog Island martial artists was whispering among themselves. Their faces were filled with shock. #1 among all the martial emperors. When Duan Ling Tian heard the whisperings around him, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the young scholar, Martial Emperor Qing Zan, who was smiling at all the martial emperor powerhouses. This Martial Emperor Qing Zan is the #1 martial emperor on Cloud Continent. Does that mean his current status on Cloud Continent is equivalent to the rebirth Martial Emperor 20,000 years ago? Duan Ling Tian felt astonished in his heart. Ha, Qing Zan, you came early. Before Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, a hearty laughter that sounded like a resonating bell came from afar. It was as loud as thunder. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists with lower cultivation base instantly changed their expressions. Some even ruptured their eardrums, blood spilling out of their ears. When the laughter that sounded like a resonating bell stopped, a gust of strong wind blew past. A figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a burly man with a curly beard who wore a bronze armor. His face was grim, his hips were as strong as a bear, and his back was as supple as a tiger. He stood there like an iron tower and gave off a sense of oppression. Those with lower cultivation base found it hard to breathe. After the burly man with a curly beard's appearance, 10 more people appeared behind him. 3 of them stood slightly to the front while the remaining 7 stood behind. It distinctively showed their identities and statuses. Man Wu, Martial Emperor Qing Zan nodded in greeting at the burly man with a curly beard. The burly man with a curly beard who was known as Man Wu said bluntly, Qing Zan, I lost to you 3 years ago. I think I've improved a lot during this 3 years. When will we battle again? I still want to defeat you and redeem myself. After he spoke, the group who had just learned about martial Emperor Qingzan, including Duan Lingtian, could still maintain their composure. However, the others were stunned. The shock was apparent on the faces of the other martial emperor powerhouses and demon emperor powerhouses, including Yang Wei, martial emperor Lei Ming, martial emperor Yuhan, and martial emperor Chu Li, who had known about martial emperor Qingzan's background. Demon Emperor Man Wu, the #1 demon emperor on Cloud Continent. He lost to Lord Qingzan 3 years ago. Many people were shocked. Even the 10 people standing behind Demon Emperor Man Wu looked shocked. It was obvious this was the first time Demon Emperor Man Wu had spoken about it. It seems that only Martial Emperor Qingzan and Demon Emperor Man Wu knew about it. However, Demon Emperor Man Wu seemed to be a genuine person since he could speak about it so candidly in front of so many people. After a while, Duan Lingtian understood the situation. Man Wu, I merely won by a small margin in that battle 3 years ago. If you want to fight again, I'm more than willing to oblige. However, it'll have to wait until the Hidden Fog martial competition is over. Martial Emperor Qingzan was still smiling even when faced with Demon Emperor Man Wu's challenge. All right, Demon Emperor Man Wu nodded quickly before he and his 10 disciples stood to the side. Lord Man Wu. At this time, the Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent bowed toward Demon Emperor Man Wu. Demon Emperor Man Wu's status among the demons on Cloud Continent was equivalent to the status of Martial Emperor Qingzan among the humans on Cloud Continent. A Martial Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent who came to cultivate on the Hidden Fog Island exclaimed, I didn't think Lord Qingzan had defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu 3 years ago. Does that means Lord Qingzan is more than the #1 Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent? He's actually the #1 person on Cloud Continent right now. #1 on Cloud Continent. For a time, not only did the group of people from Cloud Continent looked at Qingzan in admiration, but even the people from Hidden Fog Island looked at Qingzan in admiration. This Martial Emperor Qingzan is really low-key. Even the 5 people behind him didn't know he had defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Lingtian had long noticed the shocked expression on the faces of the 5 Martial Emperor powerhouses standing behind Martial Emperor Qingzan. It was obvious they were shocked by this revelation as well. At this time, apart from the 10 people from Lost Stone Forest who left with Martial Emperor Shiqi, almost everyone from Cloud Continent who came to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition was here. Now, we just have to wait for the 3rd Island Master. The Hidden Fog martial competition will officially begin once the 3rd Island Master arrives, many Hidden Fog Island's martial artists said. It seems that our Hidden Fog Island's core disciples haven't arrived yet. Someone seemed to have noticed this. There are quite a number of Inner Island disciples and Outer Island disciples who came to watch. But we haven't seen any of the core disciples. The Hidden Fog Island's disciples were separated into 3 groups. They were the core disciples, Inner Island disciples, and Outer Island disciples. They could be identified by the order token that they carried around on their waists. There were a lot of Inner Island disciples and Outer Island disciple, but none of the core disciples could be seen. They're here, someone yelled before the sound of wind whistling in the distance was heard. Along with the sound of wind whistling, a few figures traveling at lightning speed appeared. In just a blink of an eye, the figures arrived. All these people had one thing in common. All of them had an order token on their waists that was carved with the word, core. It was obvious they were the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. One of the core disciples' eyes lit up as though he had discovered something. Following that, he arrived before the group of people from Yuhan Valley and looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan. He said with a smile, Senior Yuhan. Young Master Chen, Martial Emperor Yuhan said. She was extremely courteous when she spoke to that Hidden Fog Island's core disciple. This was because he had another shocking identity. Apart from being a Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, he was also the only son of the 2nd Island Master. Moreover, the 2nd Island Master only had him when he was old. As such, the love the 2nd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island had for his son was very obvious. Senior Yuhan, where are the 2 junior sisters? The person who stood in front of Martial Emperor Yuhan was Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chenji. Among the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, Chenji might not be the strongest, but he was definitely the most lecherous. Ever since Chenji discovered that Yuhan Valley had 2 extremely beautiful female disciples, he had lusted after them. As for the fiancée of the 2 female disciples, he was not bothered about it. In his opinion, he could just kill him. When Chenji spoke, he began to search for the women behind martial Emperor Yuhan. However, there were only 8 people standing behind her, and all of them looked mediocre to him. They did not interest him at all. Young Master Chen, I'm afraid I can't fulfill the promise I made that day. Martial Emperor Yuhan sighed. Chen Ji's expression changed dramatically. Senior Yuhan, what do you mean? Are you regretting your decision? Back then, Chen Ji had immediately gone to Martial Emperor Yuhan and asked for their hands in marriage once he heard there were 2 extremely beautiful women under Martial Emperor Yuhan. Martial Emperor Yuhan had made him a promise, but now, she was saying she could not fulfill the promise. I don't regret it. My disciples got carried away and ran away with a boy from Lingzan Peak. They had deserted Yuhan Valley. I can no longer decide these things for them. As Martial Emperor Yuhan spoke, she looked at the people from Lingzan Peak. Chen Ji followed Martial Emperor Yuhan's line of sight. With one look, he was dumbstruck. There were such beauties in this world. 2 graceful figures appeared before Chen Ji's eyes. He was completely stupefied. One of the women wore a lavender blouse. She had long, flowing hair and a jade belt wrapped around her slim waist. Although her slender legs were covered, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Her almost perfect face, in particular, was dazzling. A pair of curved eyebrows, expressive eyes, tall and straight nose, and a cherry-like mouth. All of it attracted Chen Ji. Chapter 1297 The Third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. Chen Ji's breathing quickened as he reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the purple-clad woman to the other woman standing next to her. This woman had a hint of girlish innocence on her face and the obedience of a pretty girl from a humble background. People could not help but adore her for it. She had a pretty face, and flaws were difficult to be found on her face. The best, the best. Chen Ji's eyes were glowing. At this moment, he was just short of drooling. Chen Ji gulped and asked hastily, Senior Yuhan. Is that them? That's right, that's them. The purple-clad youth beside them is their fiancé, Duan Ling Tian, Martial Emperor Yuhan said unhurriedly as she nodded. It was as though she was not worried even if the world was in chaos. When Martial Emperor Yuhan finished speaking, Chen Ji disappeared like a gust of wind. When he reappeared, he stood before the group of people from Lingzan Peak. More accurately, he appeared in front of Ka and Li Fei. To junior sister, your master has given your hand in marriage to me. Just wait for a few days for my father to come out from his closed-door cultivation, and we can get married, Chen Ji said to Ka and Li Fei with what he thought was a dazzling smile. When Ka and Li Fei heard Chen Ji's words, they could not help but feel stunned. They simultaneously looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan standing at the distance and realized that Martial Emperor Yuhan was also looking at them. Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes were filled with indifference. Ka and Li Fei's faces immediately sank. You have the wrong person. Sister Ka and I do have a master, but she died a few years ago, Li Fei said faintly to Chen Ji. Your junior sister Li Fei, aren't you? Chen Ji, eyes were passionate as he sized Li Fei up. As the saying goes, once a master, forever a parent. It's unwise for you to sever your relationship with your master for a trash. Li Fei's face turned cold when she heard Chen Ji's words. How could someone else insult her man? Ka's face also darkened as her eyes gleamed coldly. Every dragon had a reverse scale, touch it and one would die. Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly their reverse scale. When the 2 women were about to attack, a tall figure stood in front of them like a mountain and shielded them behind him. It gave them a sense of security. That person was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Get lost, Duan Ling Tian said slowly as he coolly glanced at Chen Ji. At this moment, the smile on Chen Ji's face was completely frozen. As a core disciple of Hidden Fog Island and also the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, even the Hidden Fog Island's elders had to show him respect, let alone the other core disciples, inner island disciples or outer island disciples. For the first time in his life, someone dared to ask him to get lost. Boy, do you know who I am? Chen Ji stared at Duan Ling Tian with a darkened face. I don't care who you are. Duan Ling Tian said coolly. When he was done speaking, his arms moved, and he attacked as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, a 5-colored force left his arm and landed on Chen Ji. A loud noise sounded, and the unguarded Chen Ji was blasted away. Puff. Wah! Chen Ji flew back like a shot arrow, blood spurting out. The blood splattered everywhere like blooming roses. It was so red that it was almost purple. It was obvious that he was suffering from a serious internal injury. Even the Hidden Fog Island's disciples who usually hung out with Chen Ji were so shocked that it took them a while to check on Chen Ji's injury. Well. The first to react was Martial Emperor Yuhan. Martial Emperor Yuhan looked at Duan Ling Tian and repeated the word, well, 3 times before she added, getting angry because of your women. How bold of you, Duan Ling Tian. Thanks for your compliment, Martial Emperor Yuhan. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Martial Emperor Yuhan indifferently. He had long guessed that Chen Ji would come to find fault with him because of Martial Emperor Yuhan's instigation. However, did Martial Emperor Yuhan really think a mere second-level Martial Emperor stage martial artist could threaten him? Maybe. His background is not simple. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. However, his face remained calm without the slightest hint of fear. If he allowed the other party to disrespect his women because he was afraid of the other party's identity and background, then he was not a man of integrity. Senior Brother Chen. At this time, many Hidden Fog Island's disciples finally regained their senses and flew toward Chen Ji. Although Chen Ji's personality was objectionable, and most of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples were dissatisfied with him, no one was willing to offend him because of his status. Therefore, many people rushed over to fawn over him because of his status. This was the best opportunity to do so. Many Hidden Fog Island's disciples set off and rushed to Chen Ji like a group of dogs fighting over a bone. It looked very exaggerated. Duan Ling Tian. No one noticed that Martial Emperor Qing Zan had lifted his eyebrows and glanced at Duan Ling Tian while Martial Emperor Yuhan was speaking to Duan Ling Tian. He shifted his gaze after a glance, but there was a hint of surprise in the depth of his eyes. So he's Duan Ling Tian, Martial Emperor Qing Zan muttered. It was as though he knew Duan Ling Tian. When the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists came to their senses, they looked at Duan Ling Tian and whispered, this young man's so bold. He dared to hurt Chen Ji. Without exception, all of their eyes were filled with pity when they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he would suffer from a revenge and die immediately. Chen Ji is the only son of the second island master. Not to mention that he might not be a match for Chen Ji. Even if he could win Chen Ji, the second island master wouldn't let him go, someone said. In most people's opinion, Duan Ling Tian only managed to injure Chen Ji earlier because he launched a sneak attack. If they were fighting properly, he might not be able to defeat Chen Ji. That person is the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. Moreover, he's the only son. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and Demon Emperor's disciples from Cloud Continent were shocked. They did not expect this. At once, their gaze toward Duan Ling Tian held a little more pity. Yang Hui's face changed dramatically. He naturally knew what being the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island meant. The second island master of Hidden Fog Island. I heard he's at the 8th level Martial Emperor stage. Even Lord Qing Zan might not necessarily be his match. Yang Wei was in despair. He immediately turned to Duan Ling Tian and urged him through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, you should quickly escape with your wives. You've injured the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. It's equivalent to offending the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. He won't let you get away with this. Yang Hui's tone was filled with anxiety. Both Ka and Li Fei also changed their expressions as they looked at Martial Emperor Yuhan coldly. At this moment, they were finally aware that everything was part of Martial Emperor Yuhan's plan. Martial Emperor Yuhan wanted to harm their man. Escape. Duan Ling Tian shook his head after listening to Yang Hui's words. He suddenly turned and looked in the distance. An old man surrounded by a young man and a young woman were heading toward them. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the venue of the Hidden Fog martial competition. The old man wore a bronze robe. His long hair was tied up with a hair band. His white eyebrows were raised. Somehow, he managed to look imposing without looking fierce. Although he had white hair and white eyebrows, his face was that of a middle-aged man. He did not look like an old man at all. The saying, one with white hair and a youthful face, described him perfectly. As for the young man behind the old man, he looked handsome and had a bit of similarity to the old man. On the other hand, the young woman looked like the living dead. Her eyes were dull, and her pale face made her look even creepier. Unlike the handsome young man, the young woman looked ordinary. If one were to put her in the crowd, one would have a hard time picking her out from the crowd. Although her appearance was ordinary, her creepiness was very unique. Greetings, Third Island Master. After the appearance of the bronze-clad old man, a group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples took the lead and bowed at him. The remaining Hidden Fog Island's Inner Island disciples, Outer Island disciples, and the other Hidden Fog Island's martial artists followed suit. They did not dare to be negligent. Among everyone from the Hidden Fog Island, there was only one person who did not bow and greet the bronze-clad old man. That person was Chen Ji. Most of Chen Ji's injuries were healed after he consumed some healing medicinal pills. He glared at Duan Ling Tian, completely disregarding the third island master of Hidden Fog Island who had just arrived. He said coldly, "You dare to sneak attack me?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. He knew that the arrival of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island meant that the Hidden Fog martial competition was about to begin. However, he did not know whether the third island master of Hidden Fog Island would speak up for Chen Ji or not. "I won't kill you immediately. I'll leave your life hanging on a thread and slowly torture you." Chen Ji flew out. It seemed as though he had transformed into a sharp arrow as he charged at Duan Ling Tian with a great momentum. In his opinion, he was injured by Duan Ling Tian's attack earlier because Duan Ling Tian had launched a sneak attack and caught him off guard. If he had been alert, he would not be hit. He was confident that he was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. When the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body stirred, and he was about to attack Chen Ji, a light reprimand suddenly sounded. Enough. It stopped Chen Ji. "Third Island Master. He had hurt me earlier, I must seek revenge," Chen Ji said in a low voice as he looked at the third island master. Obviously, the person who stopped Chen Ji was the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. Chapter 1298 Hidden Fog Martial Competition. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition is about to begin. You'll have plenty of opportunity for revenge later. Now, stop embarrassing the Hidden Fog Island, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island said sternly in a deep voice. His gaze was cold. HPMH. Chen Ji seemed to be afraid of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian and snorted. "I'll allow you to stay alive for a little while longer. During the Hidden Fog martial competition, I'll definitely kill you and let you die without a burial place. I'll wait and see." Duan Ling Tian calmed the origin energy in his body and glanced at Chen Ji indifferently. He looked relaxed as though he did not fear Chen Ji at all. Naturally, he was really not afraid of Chen Ji. The third island master of Hidden Fog Island seems to hate Chen Ji. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. Moreover, he also noticed that the young man standing behind the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had also looked at Chen Ji with flashing eyes. It seems like Chen Ji's relations on the Hidden Fog Island are not good. However, Chen Ji's father is the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. Logically speaking, they should be close to the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. Why does the third island master hate Chen Ji so much? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. What Duan Ling Tian did not know was the third island master of Hidden Fog Island once had a naturally gifted female direct disciple whom he favored. However, she had chosen to commit suicide after she was raped by Chen Ji. If it was not for the second island master's protection and the first island master's interference, he would have killed Chen Ji long ago. Although many years had passed, his hatred for Chen Ji did not lessen. He had promised the first island master that he would not kill Chen Ji, but he could not help but pull a long face whenever he encountered Chen Ji. The young man standing behind the third island master was the third island master's grandchild. The third island master's direct disciple who was raped by Chen Ji was not only his senior sister, but she was also engaged to him. His fiancée was raped and committed suicide because of that. His hatred for Chen Ji was obvious. "Chen Ji, I'll kill you one day and avenge Kair." The young man glared at Chen Ji with a cold killing intent. However, he knew that he was not a match for Chen Ji with his strength. Among the people who were watching, Martial Emperor Yuhan's face sank. She did not expect the third island master of Hidden Fog Island would appear in that moment and completely disrupt her plan. Originally, according to her plan, Duan Ling Tian would kill Chen Ji. Once Chen Ji died, she would kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch his spatial ring. Since he's the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor, he must have a lot of rare treasures in his hands. She wanted to wait until Chen Ji was killed because she was worried the Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse from the other day would save Duan Ling Tian again. In her opinion, once Duan Ling Tian killed the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, Chen Ji, the Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse would not save Duan Ling Tian again. Currently, she had given up hope on enslaving Duan Ling Tian. She just wanted the spatial ring in Duan Ling Tian's hands. However, the timely appearance of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had completely disrupted her plan. Meanwhile, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island began to announce the rules of the Hidden Fog martial competition after he greeted the Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses. In the Hidden Fog martial competition, only those who are ranked in the top 30 will advance to the next round. Those who advanced will be rewarded, especially those who are in the top 10. The people who recommended them will get a bonus reward, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island said. Instantly, many pairs of eyes lit up. The Hidden Fog martial competition was organized by the Hidden Fog Island. Therefore, the rewards could not be terrible. There was a flash in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Naturally, he knew the bonus reward the third island master of Hidden Fog Island spoke of was none other than the Saint Stone. After the Hidden Fog martial competition ended, the Cloud Continent's martial emperor powerhouses or demon emperor powerhouses who recommended the person who ranked first would obtain 10 Saint Stones. Second place and third place would obtain 5 Saint Stones respectively. The fourth, fifth, and sixth place would obtain 3 Saint Stones each. The 7th to 10th place would only obtain 1 Saint Stone. He had learned all of these from Martial Emperor Ling Zan. Apart from that, once the Hidden Fog martial competition begins, it's a fight until death unless one surrenders. Once someone surrenders, the other party may not continue their attacks. I'll interfere if there's anyone who disregards the rules, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island continued to speak. Fight till death. At once, some of the Martial Emperor's disciples with lower cultivation base changed their expressions slightly as they became a little heavy-hearted. They reminded themselves to surrender immediately if they were to encounter an opponent they could not defeat. When the third island master of Hidden Fog Island finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a violent and vicious gaze on him. He could guess to whom the gaze belonged to without even having to look. Shenji. Soon after, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island continued speaking. The Hidden Fog martial competition officially begins. The rules of the Hidden Fog martial competition were simple. Participants would be eliminated until only 30 remained. These 30 people would advance to the next round. That would be the end of the first round. During the second round, the 10 strongest participants would be chosen. After that, the rankings of the 10 participants would be determined during the third round. Following the explanation of the rules, they had to draw lots. After every participant had gotten a number, the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began. Duan Ling Tian gradually began to suspect that the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had tampered with the lots. It was too coincidental that no martial emperor met another martial emperor in the first round. All of the martial emperor's opponents were merely martial monarchs. Could that be possible if they had drawn the lots normally? Duan Ling Tian believed that even if the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had checked their cultivation base with his powerful spiritual energy, they would not notice it since the gap between their cultivation base was too wide. The battles were one-sided after the lots were drawn. Martial Emperor stage versus Martial Monarch stage. One could imagine the results. After a while, the results of the 30 participants who had successfully advanced to the next round were out. 26 of them were at the Martial Emperor stage, and 5 of them were under Martial Emperor Qingzan. However, the number was still inferior to the number of Hidden Fog Island's Martial Emperor stage core disciples. There were 7 Hidden Fog Island's Martial Emperor stage core disciples including Chen Ji. The young woman standing behind the third island master of Hidden Fog Island was also a Martial Emperor stage core disciple. There was also another young man. He was not at the Martial Emperor stage but at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage. Among the 30 participants who advanced to the second round, 26 of them were Martial Emperor powerhouses, and only 4 were at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage. It was equivalent to having 1 foot in the Martial Emperor stage. The grandson of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island was one of them. For Ling Zan Peak, only Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Di managed to advance to the second round. The other 8 were eliminated. As for Yuhan Valley, only Shu Rong managed to advance to the next round. Both Lan Bai and Zhou Yi from Thundercloud Peak also managed to advance. There were also some disciples of the other Martial Emperor powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, and almost all who managed to advance to the second round were at the Martial Emperor stage. There were only 2 at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage. The final martial artist at the peak of the Martial Monarch stage who managed to advance to the next round was also a Hidden Fog Island's core disciple. In other words, there were 10 Hidden Fog Island's core disciples who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, and 9 of them managed to advance to the second round. Only 1 person did not make the cut. For a time, the group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples became the center of attention. That's amazing. They're worthy of being the core disciples of the overseas Saint Island's Hidden Fog Island. 10 people participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition, and only one was eliminated after the first round. It's such a coincidence. None of the martial emperors were matched with another martial emperor in the first round. When they drew lots earlier, the third island master must have done something. Actually, that's understandable. They must save the best for last in order to make the others look forward to it. You're right, there was a buzz among the onlookers. They had high expectations for the second round of the competition. They were certain there would definitely be matches between martial emperors. These battles were what they were most excited about and had anticipated to watch. This Zhou Yi actually broke through to the martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou Yi, who was standing in the distance with a look of surprise on his face that he could not conceal. Although Zhou Yi did not unleash his full strength in the earlier battle, he could clearly sense that Zhou Yi had broken through to the martial emperor stage. This female disciple from Thundercloud Peak is even stronger than Zhou Yi. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shifted from Zhou Yi to the woman next to him. That woman was in no way inferior to the other men. Her strength was far superior compared to Zhou Yi. The woman whom Duan Ling Tian was staring at was Martial Emperor Lei Ming of Thundercloud Peak's favorite direct disciple, Lan Bai. All 5 of the people that Martial Emperor Qing Zan brought managed to advance to the next round. However, that's not unusual considering they're all at the Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes continued to sweep past the 5 people who came with Martial Emperor Qing Zan. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's eyes landed on Martial Emperor Chu Li. To be precise, his eyes were trained on Dong Hu, who was standing beside Martial Emperor Chu Li. He was no stranger to him. They had even fought before. You're lucky in the first round of the martial competition. In the second round, you won't be as lucky. Chen Ji stood at a distance and glared at Duan Ling Tian. One could see the overwhelming anger rising in his eyes. However, Duan Ling Tian did not bother with him from the beginning until the end. That only served to make Chen Ji angrier. The second round of the martial competition will now begin. The second round of the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began after the third island master spoke. Many spectators who were originally sleepy became awake instantly as though they were on steroids. They stared in anticipation, waiting for the second round to begin. The second round began as scheduled. Finally, there were fights between martial emperor powerhouses. The ferocity of the battle was beyond comparison to the first round. Chapter 1299, The Battle Against Chen Ji. In just a short period of time, 2 martial emperors had already died. Duan Ling Tian's first opponent in the second round of the martial competition was the last person he wanted to meet, Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai. Both of them are Thundercloud Peak's disciple. Zhou Yi definitely has a profound understanding of Lan Bai's strength. If I defeat Lan Bai, I'm afraid he'll surrender immediately before I even attack if he's matched with me. Duan Ling Tian was somewhat upset. Originally, he planned to kill Zhou Yi during the Hidden Fog martial competition and retrieve the Devil tablet that originally belonged to him. However, things had turned a little tricky now. Lan Bai was the direct disciple of Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor Lei Ming, master of the Thundercloud Peak. According to Yang Wei, she was at the second-level Martial Emperor stage and was extremely strong. She was definitely more powerful than Zhou Yi. Naturally, such strength was nothing to him. He could defeat her without even using the Colossal Aerolite Arrow or any other martial skill. Never mind, I'll let her win so I can obtain the Devil tablet. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. Following that, the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lan Bai merely lasted around 10 breaths' time under everyone's watchful eyes before he was completely defeated. It seemed as though he could not retaliate at all when they fought. On the surface, it was flawless. Almost no one, including Lan Bai, realized that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately lost the battle. Congratulations, senior sister Bai. After Lan Bai won, Zhou Yi was the first to congratulate her. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as his eyes gleamed coldly. Although Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the Martial Emperor stage like me, he merely lasted around 10 breaths' time with senior sister Bai. His strength is far inferior compared to mine. A few days ago, Zhou Yi had just sparred with Lan Bai. Lan Bai could not beat him within 20 breaths' time. Due to this reason, he concluded that Duan Ling Tian was not his match. Brother Ling Tian. Yang Wei was stunned. Regarding Duan Ling Tian's defeat, it was nothing out of the ordinary for those who did not know his strength. However, for Yang Wei, Ka, and Li Fei who knew his strength, they were all looking at him in confusion. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would let her win. All of them could see that Duan Ling Tian had held back earlier and deliberately lost to Lan Bai. I didn't want to arouse any suspicion, Duan Ling Tian replied leisurely when he heard the voice transmission from Yang Wei and the two women. Did not want to arouse any suspicion. The three of them looked around after hearing those words, but they did not find anything amiss. He dares to join the hidden fog martial competition with such strength. Chen Ji could not help but sneer when he saw how easily Duan Ling Tian was defeated. He could see through Lan Bai's strength from the beginning until the end. Although their cultivation base was almost similar, her strength was no match for his. Now, Duan Ling Tian had been defeated by Lan Bai. If he dares to fight me, I won't give him any chance to surrender, Chen Ji swore to himself as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. If there was another person at the scene that could see the abnormality of the battle apart from Yang Wei, Ka, and Li Fei who knew Duan Ling Tian's strength, Martial Emperor Yuhan was undoubtedly one of them. She had fought with Duan Ling Tian before. Although they only exchanged a blow, she was certain Duan Ling Tian's strength was definitely not any lesser than the 4th level Martial Emperor stage. He doesn't seem to know that female disciple from Thundercloud Peak but still deliberately lost the battle. He must be plotting something. There was a glint in Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes as she speculated inwardly. However, she could not guess what the other party was trying to do. In addition to Martial Emperor Yuhan, there was another person who noticed the abnormality. It was Martial Emperor Qingzhan. Martial Emperor Qingzhan glanced at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes glinted before he averted his gaze. The thoughts running through his mind remained a mystery. That's his strength. If that's his full strength, he'll certainly die if he meets Chen Ji. Unless he surrenders immediately, it won't end well for him. A lot of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples were whispering among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian standing in the distance. Chen Ji's face sank when he heard the whisperings of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian would be scared off by the core disciples, chatter and immediately surrender when they meet. That was not what he wanted. However, he had overthought things. As time passed, the 4 martial artists at the peak of the martial monarch stage were eliminated consecutively. Some of the martial emperor powerhouses were also eliminated, and 3 were killed. One of the martial emperor powerhouses who was killed was a man under martial emperor Qingzhan. The other 2 martial emperors who were killed were core disciples from the Hidden Fog Island. The situation was getting intense. Suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated in the air. The clear sound of something clawing into a body followed soon after. It made everyone's blood curdle. The pale young woman had used a type of claw martial skill and clawed into her opponent's chest. Her pair of hands seemed boneless as it forcefully tore into her opponent's chest. After a few moments, she ripped out a beating heart. Snapped. As the martial emperor powerhouse whose heart was ripped out stopped breathing and fell to the ground, the young woman clenched her hand and crushed the heart in her hand. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a dazzling yet spine-chilling sight. Gory. Too gory. Many people's faces were distorted because of the scare. So strong. She has already broken through to the 3rd level. Martial Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young woman. He was shocked. That pale young woman remained expressionless from the very beginning, just like the living dead. She was none other than the young woman who came with the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island. Unlike most people's expressions that looked horrible, the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island looked pleased. This was because, apart from being a core disciple of Hidden Fog Island, she was also his direct disciple. It did not take long until it was Duan Ling Tian's turn again. This was his final battle in the 2nd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. If he won, he would be ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. He would then compete with the others for the exact ranking in the later round. However, so far, he still had not encountered Zhou Yi. When Duan Ling Tian entered the battlefield, his opponent followed and confronted him. Do you think he'll surrender? A lot of people were looking at Duan Ling Tian as they discussed among themselves. I think he'll definitely surrender. After all, he can't even win against that female powerhouse, and she had lost to Chen Ji. Some of them talked while looking at the people from Thundercloud Peak. Their eyes landed on Lan Bai. Lan Bai had previously lost to Chen Ji. I was wondering when they'll meet. I didn't think they would meet in the 2nd round. Most of the people watching looked like they were on steroids. Currently, the person who stood opposite him was none other than Chen Ji. The one who was blasted away and was seriously injured by Duan Ling Tian not too long ago. The only son of the 2nd island master of Hidden Fog Island. Seems like God is also giving me his blessing. Chen Ji stared at the purple-clad young man before him excitedly. In his opinion, he would be able to kill him and redeem himself from the embarrassment earlier now that he met him. Moreover, if he killed his opponent's women would become his. Chen Ji was excited when he thought about the two peerless beauties. The thing he was most worried about now was Duan Lingtian surrendering. If that happened, he would lose his chance to seek revenge. It was not what he wanted. When Chen Ji looked over, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Chen Ji. His eyes were as cold as ice. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. I won't hand over the victory just like that. I must win this battle, I can't lose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. At this moment, he could no longer worry about Zhou Yi finding out about his true strength. He could not be bothered even if Zhou Yi became wary of him because of his subsequent attacks or if he surrenders when they meet. He only knew he could let anyone but Chen Ji win. Moreover, he also wanted to teach Chen Ji an unforgettable lesson. Boy, I'll kill you soon. After I kill you, your fiancés will be mine. When Chen Ji spoke, he pointed toward Kai and Li Fei to intentionally provoke Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed angered. Want to kill me? I want to see which one of us will die. Duan Lingtian responded indifferently, not wanting to show any weakness. Don't have to think about it because it won't be me. Chen Ji sneered as his robe fluttered even though there was no wind. A vast milky white flame rose along with energies in various colors. It was Chen Ji exerting his origin energy and profundities. Chen Ji's strength was considered at the top among the few second-level martial emperor stage martial artists. He might even be a match for an ordinary third-level martial emperor stage martial artist. He attacked as quick as a lightning and headed straight for Duan Lingtian like a tiger charging down from a mountain. It was as though he would not rest until he tore Duan Lingtian into pieces. The purple-clad young man is going to die soon. He can only be considered unlucky for meeting Chen Ji. In that split second, many people were whispering among themselves. All of them thought Duan Lingtian was going to die in Chen Ji's hands. After all, they had seen Duan Lingtian defeated by Lan Bai, and she was defeated by Chen Ji. For a time, apart from those people who knew of Duan Lingtian's strength, most people including the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely be defeated or even killed. Chapter 1300 Duan Lingtian's True Ability. What's the matter, Qing Zan? You have faith in this fellow? Without knowing when, Demon Emperor Man Wu had arrived next to Martial Emperor Qing Zan. He realized Martial Emperor Qing Zan's eyes were trained on the purple-clad young man when he followed his line of sight. More than 90% of them had a feeling the purple-clad young man would lose. You must have misjudged the situation this time. Demon Emperor Man Ku did not wait for Martial Emperor Qing Zan to respond before he shook his head and said, this fellow's at the first-level Martial Emperor stage while that Hidden Fog Island core disciples at the second-level Martial Emperor stage. Judging from the ability he displayed earlier, he's comparable to a third-level Martial Emperor stage martial artist. It's a piece of cake for him to defeat this purple-clad young man at the first-level Martial Emperor stage, Demon Emperor Man Wu said. Just watch. Martial Emperor Qing Zan smiled lightly as he looked at the purple-clad young man, who was none other than Duan Lingtian. In the distance, he seemed to have full confidence in him. Seems like God's blessing me with another opportunity. There was a hint of greed sparkling in the depth of Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes. In her opinion, as soon as Duan Lingtian killed Chen Ji, and as long as that Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse stopped helping Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for her to kill him and snatch his spatial ring away. She had witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability previously. She was certain he was capable of killing Chen Ji. I've decided not to kill you, I'll sever your dantian and your limbs instead. You'll watch as your two fiancés have fun on my crotch. Chen Ji grinned and dashed out. He seemed to have turned into a lightning bolt as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Without knowing when, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that gave a 100% boost. In just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized it was another quasi-royal grade spirit sword that the Rebirth Martial Emperor crafted. It must have been left behind by the Rebirth Martial Emperor 10,000 years ago. After all, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword would not deteriorate over time. They were left behind and ended up in the hands of powerhouses. Every time a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon appeared, they would catch the attention of many people. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he heard Chen Ji's barbaric words. Killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. On the other hand, Li Fei and Kai's expression did not look too good. Chen Ji's words had undoubtedly humiliated them. At this moment, Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. He immediately advised Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, please don't be impulsive. Just pretend he's a dog barking, don't take it seriously. No matter what, he's the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. If you kill him, you and your 2 fiancés would be in danger. This was not his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian. However, this was the first time he saw Duan Ling Tian so enraged. It seemed as though he would not give up if he did not kill Chen Ji. He's still unwilling to yield. The people from Thundercloud Peak were standing not far away. Zhou Yi's face turned solemn as he watched Duan Ling Tian's back. Just like everyone else, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Chen Ji. He could also tell Chen Ji really wanted Duan Ling Tian dead. However, if Duan Ling Tian was killed, the secret hidden in the tablet would die with him. This was something he did not want to see happen. The only thing he wished for was that Duan Ling Tian would surrender so his life would be spared. Then, Duan Ling Tian could solve the mystery of the tablet for him. Chen Ji dashed toward Duan Ling Tian as he swung the sword in his hand like a flowing dragon. Countless sword rays swept across the sky like a meteor shower. The terrifying sound of sword whistling echoed and the air vibrated in his wake. It was followed by the faint sound of air explosion. Die! Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian, Chen Ji shouted suddenly. His eyes were cold. He pointed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand at Duan Ling Tian as though he had divine help. At this moment, everyone who was watching could not help but inhale sharply. Most of them were looking at Duan Ling Tian sympathetically. In their opinion, judging by the situation, it was too late for Duan Ling Tian even if he wanted to surrender now. Many of them seemed to be certain about Duan Ling Tian's outcome in the next moment. The fellow's surprisingly calm. I wonder if he's really capable. Demon Emperor Man Wu was a little surprised. He clearly saw the purple-clad young man did not only remain motionless when facing the terrifying attack, but even his facial expression remained unchanged. Looking at Chen Ji who was charging toward him, Duan Ling Tian's eyes remained calm. It was as though he would remain motionless even if Mount Tai were to collapse before his eyes. Just as Chen Ji's sword arrived near Duan Ling Tian, Demon Emperor Man Wu's eyes lit up. His eyes lit up because he clearly saw the purple-clad young man had moved. His speed was even faster than Chen Ji. So he had hidden his ability earlier. That was all Demon Emperor Man Wu could think of at this moment. Although Duan Ling Tian's speed was fast, it was nothing to Demon Emperor Man Wu who was at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. When he looked closely, Duan Ling Tian's movement was much slower in his eyes. Naturally, Chen Ji's movement was even slower. He clearly saw a sword appearing out of thin air in the hands of the purple-clad young man who had hidden his ability earlier. A 5-colored sword ray subsequently shone on the sword. He shook the sword in his hand. In the next second, there were 2 swords in his hand. Demon Emperor Man Wu could not help but feel shocked by the speed of the sword. That sword speed. I'm afraid only powerhouses above the 4th level Martial Emperor stage are able to display such sword speed. Ah! When Demon Emperor Man Wu was lost in his own thoughts, a devastating scream resounded in the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. Many people from Hidden Fog Island who had a lower cultivation base changed their expressions immediately. Some even ruptured their eardrums, causing fresh blood to leak out of their ears. The scream snapped everyone back to their senses. Subsequently, everyone clearly saw the purple-clad young man who was standing still earlier had vanished at some point. He was now hovering high in the sky. He stood there as his purple robe fluttered in the wind. He looked majestic. Soon after, they noticed someone whose look was contradictory to the purple-clad young man's majesty. The Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chen Ji, whom they were certain would win the fight, looked wretched. He had lost the ferocious stance he had earlier. At this very moment, Chen Ji covered his mouth with one hand while the other hand was covering his crotch between his legs. The 2 spots were spurting fresh blood continuously at this moment. The blood spurted across the sky like striking red roses. Many of them had goosebumps at this moment. They finally reacted when they discovered why Chen Ji was screaming so wretchedly. His mouth and crotch were crushed into a mess. Judging from Chen Ji's mouth that was spurting blood and the injury on his crotch, it was clear that the 2 spots were useless now. They were injured beyond help. As Chen Ji screamed, he glared at Duan Ling Tian with his bloodshot eyes. It was as though he was glaring at an enemy who had killed his father and took his wife away. It was difficult for him to accept the fact since he was a womanizer. He was injured by Duan Ling Tian, and he was now a eunuch. Moreover, he was a mute eunuch. He was filled with resentment. Although he resented Duan Ling Tian, there was nothing he could do. You're dead, you're so dead, my father won't let you go, my father won't let you go. While Chen Ji glared at Duan Lingtian, he did not stop threatening Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, the people who were watching finally reacted. An uproar erupted just as expected. I can't believe Chen Ji's no match for him. Seems like he hid his ability earlier. Oh, God, did he intentionally hide his ability just for this? If that's the case, did he lose to Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai earlier on purpose? Isn't that obvious? Lan Bai couldn't defeat Chen Ji. How's it possible that she's more powerful than the person whose ability is obviously higher than Chen Ji? He's so cruel though. He didn't only injure Chen Ji's mouth but his manhood as well. I can understand why he injured Chen Ji's manhood. But why did he injure Chen Ji's mouth as well? The spectators discussed among themselves. Many of them were confused. They wondered why Duan Lingtian had injured Chen Ji's mouth as well. His ability's so powerful. Meanwhile, on Thundercloud Peak's side, Lan Bai's expression changed drastically. She was sweating profusely. She knew very well that she might have been killed if the purple-clad young man did not intentionally lose to her when they fought earlier. He could kill her in just a blow if he had wanted to. But why did he deliberately lose to me? Is it all to hide his ability from Chen Ji? Lan Bai could not understand that. It puzzled her. Chen Ji did not know about her ability in the beginning. Even if Duan Lingtian had defeated her when they fought, it still would not alarm Chen Ji. Although Lan Bai could not figure it out, Zhou Yi could. This Duan Lingtian must have lost to Lan Bai on purpose so that he could bait me to kill me. Zhou Yi's face turned solemn. He figured out the reason why Duan Lingtian lost to Lan Bai on purpose. He was undoubtedly aiming at him. Naturally, Zhou Yi had no idea that Duan Lingtian knew the Devilseal tablet was with him. He thought Duan Lingtian just wanted to take revenge. Fortunately, he fought Chen Zi first. Otherwise, I would definitely die if we were to fight. Zhou Yi was sure of that. At this moment, Zhou Yi worriedly looked at Chen Ji whose mouth and manhood was injured. I should thank Chen Ji then. I'm dead, your father won't let me go. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Chen Ji's threat. His smile was charming. At the same time, he slowly flew closer to Chen Ji. He hovered before Chen Ji as his smile widened. Too bad you won't be able to see that happen. Chapter 1301 Innate Ability. What are you trying to do? Although Chen Ji's mouth was smashed into a bloody mess now, not being able to speak did not mean he could not use voice transmission. While he was speaking to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, he had fear written all over his face. How could he behave arrogantly earlier? Duan Lingtian did not speak. Instead, he responded to Chen Ji with his action. He swung 4 swords simultaneously. It was so fast that most of the people present only heard the fleeting sound of sword whistling. Only a few of them heard the sound of all 4 swords whistling. Pooh. Pooh, 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 pooh. Blood spurted from Chen Ji's body. Terrifying bloody wounds appeared on both of his arms and legs at the same time. This scene caused chills to run up everyone's spines. Meanwhile, Chen Ji's devastating scream reverberated in the air over and over again. However, his scream sounded strange since his mouth was destroyed. One could imagine the pain he was going through from his shuddering and his terrified face. The pain was unbearable. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he was no longer glaring at him like before. He was only left with one thought at the moment. I don't want to die. Chen Ji was suffering from unimaginable pain. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission, I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear him as he lifted the sword in his hand slowly. There was a cold gleam in his emotionless eyes. Why isn't Chen Ji surrendering? Many of the spectators were shocked. The outcome was clear, but why was Chen Ji not surrendering? Was he asking for death? That's not right. Chen Ji's mouth is destroyed. It's impossible even if he wants to surrender. That's right. Even if he surrenders to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian can still kill him and pretend like he didn't hear him. Many people reacted soon after. At this moment, they came to a realization. No wonder he destroyed Chen Ji's mouth. He didn't want Chen Ji to surrender. He could have killed Chen Ji in the beginning if he wanted to. It's obvious that he wants to torture Chen Ji slowly now and kill him later. He must be worried that Chen Ji might surrender. That's the reason why he destroyed his mouth. Many of them managed to figure it out. They felt a chill from the bottom of their feet that rushed straight to their heads as they thought to this point. There was fear on their faces and eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Their words entered Chen Ji's ears, causing him to regain his senses. At this moment, Chen Ji turned his head strenuously to look at the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. He said through voice transmission while he endured the unimaginable pain, "Third Island Master, save me. Please save me. I surrender. I surrender." Chen Ji continued to speak through voice transmission. His voice was laced with anxiety. When Chen Ji was calling out for help from the Third Island Master, a sword ray fell from the sky and sliced him into two. The entire process was very neat. Meanwhile, the sky above the vast ocean fell silent. Although there was a crowd, it was as quiet as the still ocean. Plop. Plop. The spectators regained their senses when Chen Ji's body that was sliced into two fell into the water. Before that happened, Duan Ling Tian remembered to collect the rewards. He put away the spatial ring and quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Chen Ji's hand without leaving anything behind. Chen Ji must have possessed something good since he was the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. The third island master looked deep into Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Although he did not plan to respond to Chen Ji's call of distress through voice transmission, the speed in which Duan Ling Tian killed Chen Ji was faster than the time it took for him to react. Even if he wanted to save Chen Ji, which he did not want to, it was too late. He's really daring. He even dares to kill the second island master's only son. The third island master was shocked as he studied Duan Ling Tian. Although he was shocked, he was a little happy because he had long wanted Chen Ji to die. He could not do anything to Chen Ji due to the promise he made to the first island master back then. Naturally, he was happy that somebody killed Chen Ji now. The young man, the third island master's grandson, revealed a charming smile on his face as he stood in the distance. His smile turned a little maniacal. Chen Ji's dead, Chen Ji's dead. Chen Ji's finally dead. Kyer, did you see that? Duan Ling Tian entered the top 10 after killing Chen Ji. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the people from Lingzan Peak, he looked at the third island master of Hidden Fog Island and asked, "Third island master, your Hidden Fog Island has a rule that says killing is allowed during the Hidden Fog martial competition. I know Chen Ji is the second island master's only son. I presume there won't be anyone trying to seek revenge from me due to his death." "Of course not." The third island master shook his head. "Life and death are meaningless in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Even if my grandchildren and my direct disciples were to die in the Hidden Fog martial competition, I won't look for trouble with the person who killed them." "That's great then." Duan Ling Tian nodded lightly. At that same time, an uproar erupted among the crowd as expected. He really killed Chen Ji. It's true he's allowed to kill Chen Ji in Hidden Fog martial competition. However, even if the second island master of Hidden Fog Island can't kill him publicly, he'll definitely kill him secretly to avenge his son. This Duan Ling Tian has gone insane. Everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian one after another. There were shock and sympathy in those eyes. In their opinion, the fact that Duan Ling Tian dared to kill the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island was akin to asking for death. It was impossible that Duan Ling Tian would live. However, had Duan Ling Tian really gone insane? Naturally, he had not. There are so many people here. Even if that second island master of Hidden Fog Island heard about this, it'll definitely be difficult for him to attack me. I'll leave with Ka and Little Fair after obtaining the 10 Saint Stones. As long as I stay far away from this Hidden Fog Island, why should I be afraid of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. He was not a hasty person. Since he decided to kill Chen Ji, he already had a plan. Naturally, this was just his current plan. I can't believe he really killed Chen Ji. In that case, it's impossible for that Hidden Fog Island's powerhouse to help him. I'll follow him and kill him after the Hidden Fog martial competition ends. A cold gleam flashed in Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes. And I'll also kill the two bitches around him. Could that fellow be a demon emperor? This doesn't seem like something a timid human Martial Emperor is capable of doing, Demon Emperor Man Wu speculated, shocked. Demon emperors were demons. A demon's nature was that of a demon beast. Compared to humans, demon beasts had an irascible temper. Although they possessed intelligence that was on par with humans, their temper was not as restrained as humans. This was why Demon Emperor Man Wu came to his conclusion. He's a martial emperor, Martial Emperor Qing Zan said calmly at this moment. He's a human. Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked. He's not just a human. He's an extraordinarily talented human. Martial Emperor Qing Zan said. Qing Zan, do you know him? Demon Emperor Man Wu was stunned. Martial Emperor Qing Zan smiled. He did not respond to Demon Emperor Man Wu. Damn it, how did this Duan Ling Tian become so powerful? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, who was at Thundercloud Peak's side, had an extremely terrible expression on his face. With his ability, it's impossible for me to pressure him into telling me about the secrets of the mysterious tablet. I can get Martial Emperor Lei Ming to help me in other matters. But this is about the mysterious tablet, it's impossible to ask for Martial Emperor Lei Ming's help. Zhou Yi knew that very well. If Martial Emperor Lei Ming found out about the amazing things the mysterious tablet in his hand was capable of, he would definitely take it for himself. That was something he did not want to see happening. Oh, well, I'll have to give up. Zhou Yi made a hard decision. His current situation was like a beggar who had not eaten for days and had suddenly found a fragrant roasted chicken out of nowhere. However, just as he was about to eat the roasted chicken, somebody told him the roasted chicken was poisoned. He would die if he ate it. Naturally, he would have to give up eating it. Brother Ling Tian, you are too impulsive, Yang Wei said with a forced smile. Nobody's allowed to humiliate my women. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as his eyes gleamed. The tone in his voice brooked no argument. Ka and Li Fei's beautiful eyes were gentle like flowing water when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said as they stood next to him. They leaned on Duan Ling Tian's sides and held his arms. They were willing to be with their man whether in life or in death. The Hidden Fog martial competition will resume. At this moment, the voice of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island resounded in the air. He announced that the Hidden Fog martial competition would carry on. Perhaps the gory scene earlier had affected the people. The participants in the next match did not hold back as they attacked at full strength and used killer moves as soon as the match began. Soon after, a few martial emperor powerhouses had fallen. Innate ability. Someone suddenly shouted and woke Duan Ling Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he saw a black lotus shooting out from between a black-clad young man's eyebrows. It was headed toward his opponent. The black lotus did not stop spinning as it shot out. Facing the ferocious black lotus, a blue-clad middle-aged man, the black-clad young man's opponent, exerted his energy to block it. However, the defensive shield formed from his energy could not block the black lotus at all. The black lotus pierced through the defensive shield without any resistance. Although the defensive shield remained, the black lotus pierced through the blue-clad middle-aged man's body. He shook from the attack even though there were no apparent wounds on his body. In the next second, he fell silently with his eyes open. It's a soul attack innate ability. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. The black lotus was the black-clad young man's innate ability that was mobilized with his spiritual energy. It was a spiritual energy attack, and it was also a soul attack. It was difficult for an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse to attack another martial emperor powerhouse with soul attack unless one specially cultivated soul attack. Meanwhile, people who possessed soul attack innate ability were different as their own spiritual energies were used as tools to mobilize their innate ability. Chapter 13:02 The Last Round. Soul attack innate ability was powerful and strange. As soon as it was mobilized, it would be almost impossible for the opponent to escape death unless the opponent had a higher cultivation base and spiritual energy. Most importantly, soul attack could not be defended against by origin energy and profundity because they were of different natures. Soul attack was more illusory while origin energy and profundity were substantive power. Both of the second-level martial emperor martial artists were evenly matched at the beginning. However, as soon as the black-clad young man used his innate ability, he killed his opponent in just a blink of an eye. What a terrifying innate ability. It's a soul attack innate ability. It's unavoidable. Unless his spiritual energy is higher than him, it would be difficult for him to escape death facing such an attack. Even if his opponent's spiritual energy is higher, he could use his innate ability to injure his opponent's soul if his opponent's spiritual energy is not much higher. He could defeat his opponent when his opponent is in a daze. The people who finally snapped back to their senses discussed among themselves while they looked at the black-clad young man with fear in their eyes. Just like what they had said, during the match to qualify into the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, the black-clad young man encountered a third-level martial emperor powerhouse. Although he did not manage to kill his opponent with his innate ability, he managed to affect his opponent. When his opponent's soul was affected, the black-clad young man attacked. He injured and defeated his opponent. He really lives up to his reputation as a variant, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. I wonder where Martial Emperor Qing Zan found such a disciple. Since the Hidden Fog martial competition began, there are 3 other variants. However, their innate abilities aren't comparable to his. Yang Wei could not help but exclaim. Zhou Yi. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw that it was Zhou Yi's turn. However, Zhou Yi's opponent was at the second-level martial emperor stage, so his opponent defeated him easily. Zhou Yi, why didn't you use your quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? Zhou Yi returned to martial emperor Lei Ming's side after losing his qualification to enter the top 10. Martial emperor Lei Ming was displeased. In his opinion, Zhou Yi did not give his all because he did not use his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Master, I'm no match for him even if I used my quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Zhou Yi forced a smile on his face. Naturally, it was just an excuse. He did not use the tablet that was comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon because he was worried Duan Ling Tian might see it. He did not want Duan Ling Tian to find out the tablet was in his possession before discovering the mysterious tablet's secret. Duan Ling Tian was more powerful than him. It would be easy for him to snatch the tablet back. It did not matter if he had Martial Emperor Lei Ming's support. If he provoked Duan Ling Tian, he might tell Martial Emperor Lei Ming that the tablet was in his possession. He might even disclose the tablet's secret to him. At that time, Martial Emperor Lei Ming would definitely take the tablet away from him. He did not want to see that happen. He did not hope to see the tablet that he had obtained with great effort benefiting Martial Emperor Lei Ming. He was the only one who knew the price he had to pay for that tablet. After a period of time had passed, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition's top 10 ranking was finally out. Duan Ling Tian was in the top 10. On Ling Zanpeik's side, Zhou Di, Yang Hui's first direct disciple, did not make it into top 10. He would not be able to fight for the Saint Stones. Although Martial Emperor Ling Zan was a little disappointed, he did not blame Zhou Yi since there were too many participants at the Martial Emperor stage in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was the only one from Ling Zanpeik who entered the top 10 ranking. It was the same case for Martial Emperor Chu Li's disciples. Among the people from Chu Li Mountain, only one of them managed to enter top 10. It was none other than Dong Hu. Meanwhile, Shu Rong was the only one from Yuhan Valley who managed to enter the top 10. It was the same for Thundercloud Peak. Lan Bai was the only one who managed to enter the top 10. On Martial Emperor Qing Zan's side, 2 of his disciples successfully entered the top 10. One of them was the black-clad young man who possessed Soul Attack innate ability. There were a total of 6 human martial artists from Cloud Continent who successfully made it into the top 10. Naturally, there was another human martial artist who made it into Hidden Fog Martial Competition's top 10. It was a violent, pale young lady. She was the direct disciple of the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. The remaining 3 in the top 10 ranking were Demon Emperor powerhouses. One of them was from the Hidden Fog Island and the remaining 2 were from Cloud Continent. One of the Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent was Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciple. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition's coming to an end. The top 10 rankings will be decided during the 3rd round of the competition. It's also the final round, the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island said. His words fired up the crowd. Many of them had their eyes wide opened as they waited anticipatorily for the 3rd round of the competition to begin. The 3rd round of competition would be brutal. Soon after, the participants ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition each took 9 specially made tokens from the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. The rule for the final round of the competition was simple. The participants could challenge any of the other 9 participants. If they were victorious, they would win a token from their opponent. The participant who obtained 9 tokens and had a total of 18 tokens would be ranked number 1 in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Also, the remaining 8 participants are prohibited to challenge the 2 participants who had just ended their match. This is the rules of the 3rd round, the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island said. There's something I forgot to say. Nobody is allowed to kill in the 3rd round of the competition. All you have to do is defeat your opponent without killing them. I'm sure it's not difficult given your abilities. Any participants who kill would not only be disqualified from the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, their cultivation base would be destroyed as well. I hope none of you will make that mistake, the 3rd Island Master said. There was a hint of threat in his tone when he spoke. The 3rd and also the final round of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition began as everyone looked on. The 10 participants, including Duan Ling Tian, stood rooted to their spots as their eyes gradually turned cold. Nobody made a move even after a while. Many spectators gradually became a little impatient. Why isn't anyone moving? Won't they be able to rest after this match? Why aren't they more enthusiastic about it? Quick, the sun is going to set if all of you continue to delay this. More and more people began to urge Duan Lingtian and the other participants. Although Duan Lingtian heard their urgings, he ignored it completely as though it was just wind blowing past his ears. However, one of them could not take it anymore and made a move. A strong-looking silhouette flew out and entered the ring. It was Dong Hu, the direct disciple of Chu Li Mountain's martial emperor Chu Li. He had previously fought with Duan Lingtian and was defeated. Therefore, he did not even look at Duan Lingtian when he entered the ring. Eventually, his eyes landed on Xu Rong, martial emperor Yuhan's direct disciple. She was the only Yuhan Valley's direct disciple at the martial emperor stage. Dong Hu was the only one at the first-level martial emperor stage among the top 10 participants. This was a testament to his powerful ability. This Xu Rong, she's great with the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she has cultivated. If she fights with Dong Hu, he won't be able to last more than the span of 30 breaths. Duan Lingtian had seen Xu Rong fight earlier. That was why he knew the level of her ability. He had also fought Dong Hu previously, so he knew even more about his ability. As someone who had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's memory from both his lives, Duan Lingtian's judgment was extraordinary. Just as he had expected, Xu Rong defeated Dong Hu after over 20 breaths' time. She took one of Dong Hu's tokens and became the first to possess 10 tokens. Dong Hu was sad that he had lost a token and was left with only 8 at the moment. Judging by the current situation, it seems like I might really rank last among the 10 participants. Dong Hu's smile was forced. Although he felt a little helpless, he knew he had no choice but to accept this fact. The second match began after Xu Rong defeated Dong Hu. Dong Hu took the initiative to issue a challenge earlier. In the second match, another person also took the initiative to issue a challenge. It was one of the 2 participants under martial emperor Qing Zan who had entered the top 10. It was the black-clad young man who possessed soul attack innate ability. The black-clad young man chose Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai as soon as he entered the ring. Lan Bai's expression turned ugly when she was chosen by him, since she was not confident she could win if he was her opponent. Fortunately, killing was prohibited in the 3rd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Otherwise, she would not dare to fight the black-clad young man because all of his opponents were killed in the previous rounds. Those who were weak were killed by his origin energy and profundity, while the more powerful ones were killed by his soul attack innate ability. When Lan Bai entered the ring, she was instantly affected by the black-clad young man's innate ability before she could even do anything. At that moment, when she was still in a daze, he attacked and injured her. Naturally, the black-clad young man obtained a token from Lan Bai. Just like that, the Hidden Fog martial competition continued on. The next one to enter the match was the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island. It was the young lady who fought brutally since the beginning. She had killed all her opponents previously. However, killing was prohibited in this round of the competition. She would not kill anyone unless she wanted her cultivation base to be destroyed. Duan Lingtian was surprised when he noticed the young lady's eyes had landed on him. She wants to challenge me first. Duan Lingtian instantly became alert. However, the young lady's eyes shifted away soon after and landed on the other direct disciple of martial emperor Qing Zan. Her eyes were fixed on him as she decided to challenge him. Although they were both at the 3rd level martial emperor stage, the results were clear as soon as they fought. The young lady fought as though her life was on the line every time she attacked. It caused martial emperor Qing Zan's direct disciple to constantly step back. He was eventually injured and defeated. Chapter 1303 Top 3. The last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition became even more intense. After a while, somebody finally took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. A total of 3 people were the most intimidating among the top 10. They were the young men. Clad in black under martial emperor Qing Zan, the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island, and Duan Lingtian. For this reason, few people dared to take the initiative to challenge them. However, the young man in black and the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the young girl, often took the initiative to challenge their opponents, much more frequently than Duan Lingtian did. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not really have a chance to perform, but eventually, somebody made the choice for him and he did not have any other option. Dong Hu had now lost to 6 people. The rest of the 3 were top 3 intimidating people, including Duan Lingtian. Although the cultivation base of the young man in black who was under martial emperor's command was not terribly impressive, his soul attack technique, which was his innate ability, was extremely mysterious and profound. It was able to take his opponents by surprise. the young girl who was a direct disciple of the Hidden Fog Island master was efficient at attacking. She was strong and was on par with an ordinary 4th-level martial emperor. Up till now, the two of them had never lost before. As for Duan Ling Tian, he had never taken the initiative to enter the ring and nobody had chosen to challenge him before, so he had never suffered any defeat before either. Now that Dong Hu was challenging him, it was his first time somebody was confronting him. This Dong Hu is really bold. That's right, he dares to even challenge Duan Ling Tian from Lingzan Peak. He's really digging his own grave. The scene of how Duan Ling Tian killed Chen Ji in a compelling manner was still vivid in their minds. Therefore, many people felt that Dong Hu was merely digging his own grave by challenging Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian would not kill him according to the rules of the last round, but he would definitely not have a good ending. However, the next thing that happened following Dong Hu's challenge took everybody by surprise before he could even make his move. Just a moment before, Dong Hu had said that he wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian, yet a second before the latter entered the ring, he had instantly declared, "I admit defeat." This was the first time such a scenario had taken place in the last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition, whereby the challenger admitted defeat in a casual way. Right away, some people criticized Dong Hu as a coward, but some also praised him for being able to read the situation accurately. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian was considered the winner. He obtained 1 order token, increasing the order tokens in his hand to 10. At the same time, a few others among the remaining 8 could only challenge Duan Ling Tian. Just like Dong Hu, they had no other option. The second person who challenged Duan Ling Tian was Lan Bai, the female disciple from Lei Yun Peak. Lan Bai had a cultivation base on the 2nd-level martial emperor stage. Before this, she had battled it out with Duan Ling Tian before, and because he had deliberately given in a little, she eventually emerged as the victor. Glaring at Duan Ling Tian, Lan Bai said in a deep voice, "I hope that you'll devote your efforts to the battle this time." The fact that he could have easily killed her opponent who had once defeated her before yet had purposely conceded to her elicited gossip that enraged her. Despite being aware that she was no match for Duan Ling Tian, she still hoped that she would be defeated in a dignified and imposing manner. After all, she had her own dignity too. "Devote my efforts." Raising his brows, Duan Ling Tian took a good look at her, and when he saw the seriousness in her eyes, he nodded. "I will." He gave her enough respect this time. Without any spirit weapon, he mustered all his strength, and before Lan Bai could realize what was happening, he sent her flying in the air. Sustaining severe injuries, she was defeated in a clean and fast manner. The 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and the group of elders from the Hidden Fog Island who were there to watch the fun could see Duan Ling Tian's actions clearly. Other than them, among the crowd, only the group of martial emperors and demon emperors from the Cloud Continent could notice his actions. Did this little guy actually show some mercy when he battled Chen Ji just now? Martial Emperor Man Wu was shocked to the core. Contrary to Martial Emperor Man Wu's bewilderment, Martial Emperor Qing Zan was much more collected as he watched the entire thing with a cool look from the beginning till the end. "Thank you." Even though Lan Bai was severely injured and defeated by Duan Ling Tian, she did not have any resentment towards him at all. She then retreated right away. How could Duan Ling Tian be so strong now? Horror dawned on Zhou Yi's face. As a disciple from Lei Yun Peak as well, he knew Lan Bai's strength. Yet, someone as strong as Lan Bai was not even a match for Duan Ling Tian. At once, Zhou Yi felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet all the way to his head. He was even more glad that he had not gone against Duan Ling Tian before Chen Ji had. Otherwise, he would have definitely been killed. Brother Ling Tian's strength. Yang Wei was taken by shock. Even though he knew that Duan Ling Tian was strong, he thought that he had already exerted all his might when he was fighting Chen Ji. However, it seemed like he actually had shown some mercy then. As Yang Hui's heart jolted, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. The moment this thought rose up, it could not be suppressed anymore. Brother Ling Tian's strength is most likely on par with mine. How long has it actually been? Brother Ling Tian has actually grown to such a level. Yang Hui's heart was filled with shock. Other than Ka and Li Fei, among those present, only Martial Emperor Yuhan did not feel surprised by Duan Ling Tian's strength. With his strength, only that variant under Martial Emperor Qing Zan and the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island can pose a threat to him. The day before, Martial Emperor Yuhan and Duan Ling Tian had battled it out. Therefore, she had a certain understanding of his strength. Of course, had she known that the person who had broken the heaven and earth wipeout that she cast was not that old man in the red robes but Duan Tian instead, she would not have thought that way anymore. After defeating Lan Bai, Duan Tian returned beside the two girls. Suddenly, as though he was reminded of something, he sighed without warning. After battling with Lan Bai, her valiant and heroic bearing reminded him of Feng Tianwu right away. Wasn't Tianwu brought away by the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island already? Now that the Hidden Fog Island is holding such a bustling venue, she should be here. To his chagrin, from the beginning until the end, he did not see her at all. Looking at Yang Wei, Duan Tian asked, "Brother Yang, do you know the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island?" "Of course, I do." Yang Wei nodded. The first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island used to be a well-known martial emperor of the Cloud Continent too. His honorary title is Kai Huo and he's usually called Martial Emperor Kai Huo. He can be said to be one of the older powerhouses. When he was still well-known in the Cloud Continent, I had just only made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage. Why did you suddenly mention him? Yang Wei asked curiously. Have you seen him before? Duan Tian asked again. Only once, Yang Wei acknowledged. Is he one of the Hidden Fog Island's elders watching from there? Duan Tian's eyes lit up right away as he asked in anticipation. Even though Yang Wei did not know what he was planning, he still glanced at the group of Hidden Fog Island elders standing in the distance and cast a lingering glance at them one by one. No. In the end, Yang Wei shook his head. Duan Tian became disappointed right away. It looks like Tianwu really didn't come. Or perhaps, she's currently in the midst of closed-door cultivation, Duan Tian speculated to himself. The last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition continued. Since the other contestants no longer had any options, they could only continue to challenge Duan Tian. He did not turn them away and defeated them one by one. In just the blink of an eye, he obtained another 5 pieces of order tokens. Adding those to the order tokens from Donghu of Chu Li Mountain and Lan Bai of Lei Yu Peak, he had a total of 7 pieces now. With the addition of 2 more order tokens, he would become the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition. At the same time, the young man in black under Martial Emperor Qing Zan's command and the direct disciple of the Hidden Fog Island Master had each obtained 7 pieces of order tokens too. In the last round of the martial competition, 2 participants would only get 1 chance to battle it out with each other. Therefore, the fact that the 3 of them had obtained 7 pieces of order tokens meant that they had each defeated 7 people. The top 3 of today's Hidden Fog martial competition is now evident. Many people were watching with anticipation to watch the top 3 to battle it out with one another. The 4th to the 10th ranking had also been released. However, only when the Hidden Fog martial competition ended and when they had each handed the order tokens in their hands up could they list out the exact ranking. The group of onlookers by the side made a circle in the air while the trio standing in the middle of the air formed a triangle. Standing there, the 3 of them appeared calm as though they would not even budge even if a mountain crashed in front of them. The smell of gunpowder permeated the air. Finally, the direct disciple of the Hidden Fog Island Master, the young girl who moved in an unrefined manner, took a stride forward and her gaze was locked on Duan Tian instantly. Does she want to challenge Duan Tian? At once, many people's hearts raced as they speculated. However, Duan Tian did not feel that the young girl would challenge him first because he did not see any battle intent in her eyes. I'm thankful that you helped to avenge my junior sister, and although I won't show you any mercy, I can choose not to challenge you first for the time being. Get ready and by the time I've defeated him, I'll come and battle it out with you. He suddenly heard a cold voice transmission in his ears. Her voice was so strange that it was enough to make goosebumps rise. However, he did not reveal any strange expression and merely nodded at the young girl. Of course, it was only his facial expression that remained unchanged. His heart, on the other hand, was filled with shock. Right then, he finally understood why the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island was not enraged, but was open and poised instead after witnessing how he had killed Chen Ji with his own eyes. It turned out that Chen Ji had taken advantage of the female disciple under his command before. The moment he remembered Chen Ji's fame on the Hidden Fog Island, he could easily guess what the man had done. Then, in this case, I really have avenged him, he thought to himself. At the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island, an anxious voice resonated from the sky and broke the silence in the valley. I want to see the 2nd island master. The 2nd island master is in the midst of his closed-door cultivation right now. Just tell me if there's anything you need. An aged voice reverberated and an old man emerged before blocking the anxious middle-aged man who was making his way downward. The middle-aged man had an order token carved with the word, core, hanging from his waist. He was a Hidden Fog Island core disciple. Chapter 1304 Aiming to become the first. On the calm surface of the sea, an aloof, young girl was glaring at the young man in front of her before announcing by way of introduction, Lang Yun. The fact that she introduced herself meant that she had acknowledged the opponent in front. So, she's Lang Yun. Many people from the Cloud Continent understood right away. Lang Yun was the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. She had slashed her way into the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Anyone whose age was tested by the age-measuring pearl could join the Hidden Fog martial competition. The age-measuring pearl could test the age of those below 70 years old. As was common knowledge, once any human martial artist reached the martial monarch stage, he could remain youthful forever, hence assuming one's age from appearances was unreliable. The demon emperor was even worse. Once a demon beast had made a breakthrough to the void transformation stage and became a demon, he could transform into a human of any age, even a 3-year-old kid. The young man who was the strongest person under Martial Emperor Qing Zan's command introduced himself as a response to Lang Yun, Wang Yu. The moment Wang Yu's words left his mouth, Lang Yun had already made her move. Under Duan Lingtian's watchful gaze, she decided to strike to gain the first mover's advantage. Not only did her entire strength blast to its maximum, but the quasi-royal grade spirit sharp claws appeared in a flash as they clasped onto her hands tightly. Wherever Lang Yun passed, Duan Lingtian could only hear a series of ear-piercing slicing sounds. The sharp claws on her hand shot out streaks of sharp rays that transformed into boundless claw shadows. In just the twinkling of an eye, she appeared in front of Wang Yu as the sharp claws on her hand struck down with a short whistle furiously and menacingly as though it was reveling in the splendor of slicing through the sky. As a person who was on the third-level martial emperor stage, Lang Yun's power was far stronger than Wang Yu who was only on the second-level martial emperor stage. If it were not for the fact that he was a variant who possessed an innate ability, he would not have made his way to the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Facing Lang Yun whose strength was greater than his and was charging towards him at full fury, he appeared to be strangely calm. Just as she made her move and was rushing out like a tapered arrow that pierced through the sky, he stayed still in the same spot with no intention to dodge at all. His eyes narrowed without warning. At that second when Lang Yun got near to him, his spiritual energy activated his innate ability instantly. The strange, demonic, Black Lotus materialized once again and faced Lang Yun who was bearing down like rushing water. When she appeared in front of Wang Yu, the Black Lotus was only a foot away from her. Lang Yu squinted right away. Right then, she had the confidence that she would be able to inflict severe injury on Wang Yu the second the Black Lotus entered her body. However, because killing was forbidden, she had no confidence of robbing Wang Yu of the chance to defeat her after she had severely injured him. Therefore, she chose to dodge instead. She's going to lose. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had observed the situation that she was in. If her attack had landed earlier, she could have definitely injured Wang Yu severely and even make him lose his combat ability. However, due to her fear of Wang Yu's innate ability, she had chosen to dodge instead. The innate ability isn't something that you can easily dodge just because you want to. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about this because according to the memory of the rebirth martial emperor's 2 reincarnations, he had met variants who possessed innate abilities whereby they could use the soul attack more than once. As a result, he knew just how horrifying the innate ability was. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, after Lang Yun gave up on attacking Wang Yu and dodged him deliberately, she regretted it instantly. She understood that in addition to getting faster and faster, that Black Lotus had turned to become like cancer that kept clinging onto her. No matter where she escaped, it kept following her closely, space-ripping onyx claw. Soon, Lang Yun also realized that if this continued to go on, she would end up in a disadvantageous position, so she quickly rectified her error and charged towards Wang Yu again. Her sharp claws tore the sky and the boundless claw shadow whistled loudly. Unfortunately, this time, Wang Yu had swiftly dodged, rendering her attack useless. At this time, the speed of the Black Lotus had started to catch up to Lang Yun. In fact, its speed still kept increasing. This was also the amazing feat of the innate ability. Once it was cast, its speed was so fast that it even surpassed that of the person who cast it. Unless her strength was much greater than the variant's, she would be unable to avoid the innate ability that he cast. Duan Lingtian learned about this from the rebirth martial emperor's memory. so he was confident that Leng Yun would be defeated. Just because of her single mistake in the step that she took, she was eventually defeated. After the Black Lotus sped up a few times, it finally caught up to her and merged into her body, causing her to become dazed right away. Just when she fell into a stupor, Wang Yu made his move in time and defeated her. Wang Yu had won. Is this the power of the innate ability, the soul attack? What a horrifying innate ability. It's on a whole other level compared to the other variants' innate abilities that are merely assistive. Of course, of all the variants, only Wang Yu has made it to the top 3 and possesses an innate ability. After Wang Yu defeated Leng Yun, many people discussed among one another and mused just how horrifying Wang Yu's innate ability was. Master, I've let you down. Leng Yun returned to the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and lowered her head regrettably. It's also because I didn't warn you in the first place. But once bitten twice shy. I hope you can remember today's lesson. The soul attack of the innate ability isn't something that you can easily dodge, said the third island master with no intention of blaming Leng Yun at all. At the same time, he announced loudly in a boisterous voice, let's take a 15-minute break. After that, the last round of the martial competition will resume again. Brother Ling Tian, are you confident? Even if I faced Wang Yu myself, I wouldn't dare say that I'd be able to defeat him, Yang Wei asked Duan Ling Tian. A look of dread could be seen on his face. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Continue to watch and you'll soon find out. Wang Yu, Duan Ling Tian isn't a simple guy. If you use the same method you used with Leng Yun on him, you'll definitely lose. A clear voice transmission suddenly entered Wang Yu's ears as he stood by the side. Resting, he could tell that this was the voice of his master, Martial Emperor Qing Zan. Master, I understand, Wang Yu quickly responded. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he muttered, don't ever lose to Leng Yun. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed. This time, the person who took the initiative to enter the ring was Leng Yun again. After the break, her injuries had fully recovered. At that point, Leng Yun could only choose Duan Ling Tian as the opponent. Facing Duan Ling Tian, who swept out and stood at a stalemate with her, Leng Yun gradually announced, Leng Yu. Duan Ling Tian responded in time. Duan Ling Tian, I won't show you any mercy even though you've helped to avenge my junior sister, Leng Yun told him via voice transmission. With a smile on his face, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, as you wish. His indifference infuriated Leng Yun right away, causing anger to rise in her eyes. In the next instance, without any hesitation, she pounced forward using her movement martial skill. The quasi-royal grade spirit sharp claws in her hands tore through the sky as she cast the space-ripping onyx claws once again. The space-ripping onyx claws was a set of heaven-rank advanced offensive martial skills that she had cultivated to the perfection stage. With this skill, she could forcefully tear a person's heart from his chest bare-handedly. Right then, with her quasi-royal grade spirit sharp claws, the power of the space-ripping onyx claws increased to a whole other level. Leng Yun charged towards Duan Ling Tian like a gigantic falcon that soared downward. A boundless claw shadow that seemed to want to rip him apart forcibly accompanied her. The sharp claws tore through the sky and set off gushes of sharp wind kai that swept out in an overwhelmingly as it enveloped towards him. The purple robe on his body fluttered loudly in the wind. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian merely stood right there without moving an inch in the face of Leng Yun's attack. With the martial emperors and demon emperors who were just as powerful looking on, he casually took out a sword and in the blink of an eye, that sword separated into 9 swords that whirled around his body. Without any warning, the 9 swords that were whirling non-stop around his body suddenly swept out all at the same time. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. In the face of the shadow of the claws that was formed from the space-ripping onyx claws cast by Leng Yun and seemed to be able to tear through everything, Duan Ling Tian instantly cast 2 sets of heaven-rank advanced offensive martial skills in a heartbeat. Any one of the 2 sets of heaven-rank advanced offensive martial skills were in no way inferior to Leng Yun's space-ripping onyx claws. Without warning, a series of loud booms reverberated so loudly that it was deafening. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Leng Yun's attack clashed together and elicited a series of loud booms, gushes of rolling impact waves swept out all over the place tyrannically. At once, the onlookers on the side could only feel a hurricane blowing towards them. Some of the people whose cultivation base were much weaker were even sent flying away. Many people were driven away until they had to retreat one by one. What a brilliant technique! The two sets of martial skills that Duan Ling Tian cast resulted in the 9 swords charging out at the same time and transforming to become 81 divine dragons before shooting out 162 extreme radiant rays. This entire scene took the group of martial emperors and demon emperors by shock. Soon, a loud crash resonated and attracted the attention of everybody. Many martial emperors and demon emperors could clearly see that after Duan Ling Tian had blocked the space. Ripping onyx claw that Lang Yun cast, he had sent out his sword with a flick of his hand. As though a deity aided it, the sword smashed into Lang Yun like a gigantic collapsing mountain. Lang Yun could not respond in time. After the energy of the sword hit her, a loud blast echoed and she was sent flying away pathetically like an arrow leaving a bow. When Lang Yun was sent flying, she spat out a huge mouthful of blood and her originally pale face turned even paler. The results were obvious now. From the very beginning till the end, from Duan Ling Tian being locked in a stalemate with Lang Yun to defeating her, he stood in the same spot, never even moving an inch at all. This also shocked the group of onlookers inexplicably. Wang Yu. After Lang Yun was defeated and before the onlookers could snap back to reality, Duan Ling Tian looked straight towards Wang Yu as his 9 swords merged to become one before falling into his hand. He was aiming to become the first. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.